Star Odyssey chapter 3381 to chapter 3432. The desolate god answered, "We don't have it either, not even Tiango. Chaos existence is a fact, but it's more like a legend from our era. It's very difficult to find anything related to it." Lu Yin sighed. Finding the true god was the most difficult thing right now, and he couldn't go to the spiritualized universe if he couldn't find it. He had to go to the spiritualized universe anyway. What does chaos look like? What are its characteristics? We can search the entire Tianyuan universe. Maybe we can find some clues, Jiaolongjilua said. The desolate god raised a hand and drew an image of chaos in the air. Wu Tian and the rest frowned. When they were taken in as disciples, the progenitor had already been cultivating for a long time. Chaos was already a legend, and they had never seen it before. The progenitor looked at the image of chaos. "It looks like this." Lu Yin looked at it as well, but why did it look so familiar? It was similar to the dragons in Earth's legends. Right, there was a type of insect in the hive called the stone dragon, which also looked like a flying dragon when combined. Lu Yin had never seen anything like this in the universe outside of Earth. There were dragons in other stars, but they were different from Earth. To be precise, they were different from the dragons in Earth's Eastern legends. This was a legend unique to Earth's Eastern legends, but why would the hive take such a form? Was it a coincidence? Also, chaos looked very similar to the dragons in Earth's Eastern legends. Was it a coincidence? Too many coincidences could not be considered a coincidence. Lu Yin stared at chaos form, trying to figure out what was wrong. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. It wasn't just a legend from Earth, he had definitely seen this form somewhere else. Where? Lu Yin closed his eyes. At his level of strength, he wouldn't be familiar with certain things for no reason. He had definitely seen them before. Just like Yan Gang, Lu Yin had long forgotten about him, but he could still remember this name from the depths of his memories. Chaos form was definitely not something he had seen on Earth, so he had to find it from the depths of his memories. No one disturbed Lu Yin, as they could all tell that he had recalled something. The desolate god looked at Lu Yin curiously. It was hard to imagine how a human could reach such heights in just 100 years. How did this brat cultivate? Was he a descendant of the Lu family? How could the fertile lands produce such a descendant? It glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at it and raised a brow. The desolate god was not happy. He maliciously guessed that the Lu family's bloodline was not pure. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and retrieved a stone orb from his cosmic ring. This was it. Back when Lu Yin had brought the Mist Ancestor's mirror to sweep through Junior Progenitor Planet, he had rolled his die and obtained a round ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Back then, he had used all of his strength to crush it, but he hadn't been able to break it. He knew that it wasn't a simple object, so he had kept it. There was an image on it, and he had assumed that it was a snake. The stone orb appeared in front of everyone. There was a diagram on the stone orb, and now that they looked at it, it was extremely similar to chaos. The desolate god stared at the pattern on it and was stunned. Chaos? The progenitor looked at Lu Yin strangely. The others also looked at him strangely. Was that even possible? How could this kid have everything? It was too magical. Lu Yin also felt that it was strange. At the time, he had not even reached the level of an emissary, and he had obtained this ball with one roll of his die. He did not know who had placed it in his cosmic ring, but this was something that had happened a long, long time ago. At the time, he had not reached the level where he could fight against the 4 cardinal scales. Now, the 4 cardinal scales had become a thing of the past. Is this related to chaos? Lu Yin asked expectantly. The Aragami took a closer look at the orb before looking at Lu Yin again. Her eyes were filled with awe as she said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a sacred item that some astral beasts worshipped." "How did you get it?" "By accident," Lu Yin answered naturally. The desolate god was speechless. "This thing is from a very, very long time ago, and it can be traced back to before the birth of humans. Even in our era, it's impossible to find it. It's a stone, after all, and it can be preserved for a very long time. Why can't it be found?" Lu Yin was puzzled. The desolate god shook her head. chaos disappeared, and other astral beasts naturally wanted to replace it. If we don't deal with the remnants of chaos, how can we replace it? It wasn't easy for Master to establish the Above Heaven sect, and he had to fight against all sorts of astral beasts. Why else do you think he took me in as a disciple? The progenitor coughed. Big Yellow, this thing can attract the Tiango, right? The desolate god nodded. It should be, but it's too long ago. It's best to get close to the Tiango so that it won't notice. That's easy. Luin was excited. He finally had a way to scheme against the eternity. Progenitor Chen could find the Forgotten Ruins god. Although he couldn't get close, as long as he knew the general direction, taking out this thing should be able to attract the Tiango. As long as they weren't in the Genesis space, the eternity might not be on guard. This is an item used to worship chaos. Back then, things were much simpler than now. Chaos would really bestow blessings when worshipped, which means that this thing has the power of chaos. If you study it, you can definitely learn something, the desolate god said, looking at the stone with a yearning expression. In this era, people yearned for the 3 realms, the 6 paths, and the progenitor. The astral beasts of the desolate god's era yearned for chaos. This was a pursuit that originated from faith. It was like being able to see a god up close after a lifetime of faith. Luin wasn't interested in chaos. Right now, he just wanted to find the one true god. Mr. Mu was suppressing the sequences string on behalf of the progenitor, and now was the perfect time for the progenitor to act. The progenitor also had the same thought. There are some things that should be resolved. I once had the chance to kill the eternity, but I didn't do it. Even though he was different from us, we were all humans from the very beginning. The progenitor sighed. During those days when we were suppressed by the astral beasts, we had feelings for each other. It's a pity that those feelings have disappeared forever. Luin didn't care about what the progenitor was feeling, and he immediately contacted Progenitor Chen. 10 days later, under the unfamiliar sky, Progenitor Chen pointed in a direction. I can only vaguely sense Wang Miao Miao in that direction. If I can sense her, the eternity will notice me first, and he won't be able to catch up. Luin looked in that direction. That's enough, Senior. You should leave first. Don't make the eternity wary. Progenitor Chen asked, can you really lure the eternity and the others here? Luin nodded, and when he saw Progenitor Chen hesitate, he smiled. Don't worry. We still don't know whether or not Wang Xiaoyu is a traitor. Her situation is special, so we'll be merciful. Progenitor Chen was grateful. Thank you. With that, he left. After Progenitor Chen left, Luin stood alone in space and took out the stone orb from his cosmic ring. The moment the stone orb appeared, far away in a parallel space, the heavenly hound suddenly raised its head and let out an excited howl, giving Yangang a fright. The one true god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others all looked at Tiango. Unless it was in a battle, Tiango wouldn't make such a big noise. Furthermore, it seemed very excited. The one true god hadn't seen Tiango this excited for many years. Chaos aura? The one true god was surprised. Tiango howled at him a few times. Blacklist god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and the others were confused, as they had never heard of chaos before. Chaos name brought the one true god back to the endless past, when that human had just appeared. Chaos was already a legend, unlike now, when even legends had disappeared. Chaos was the belief of the astral beasts, a true god that the desolate god couldn't compare to. In fact, no one knew how strong chaos was, including the progenitor and the one true god. However, based on the strength of the astral beasts of that era, chaos was at least at the level of crossing the bitter disaster. If he was still alive, he might have reached the eternal life realm, but that was unlikely. During chaos time, he had left behind legends in this universe, which meant that he hadn't rebooted this universe. If he wanted to reach the eternal life realm without rebooting the universe, could he have really crossed the bitter disaster? That was unlikely, or else how could there be no traces of legends? Rather than saying that chaos was missing, it was more accurate to say that he was dead. Then you can go, I won't go. The one true god's eyes flashed, and he looked at Tiango. The aura of chaos that hasn't been there for so many years suddenly appeared, be careful. Tiango barked, and rushed out excitedly. The Forgotten Ruins god was curious. My lord, what is chaos? The one true god looked at Tiango's back, a legendary creature. The Forgotten Ruins god was surprised. Even you have only heard of a legend? The one true god said in a low voice, the history of humans isn't that long. Blacklist god turned and looked at the starry sky. The history of humans? Indeed, it wasn't that long, as the life in the universe of consciousness could live much longer than humans. He didn't know how humans had reached their current height. Later, the Green Emperor brought Yan Gang to follow the one true god and the others. If it wasn't for the Green Emperor, Yan Gang, an ordinary cultivator, would have died in the strange starry sky. Glancing at the Green Emperor, Yan Gang felt uneasy. Only he knew that he couldn't control Xianxia, but she was so respectful to him that he understood that it was all an act. The Green Emperor was pretending to be controlled by him so that the one true god and the others wouldn't worry. Yan Gang himself was just a puppet. As for this puppet, he couldn't say anything about it, as it had no value. As for cultivation, he wanted to, but the one true god didn't care about him, and neither did the Forgotten Ruins god or Blacklist god. His life was now tied to the Azure Kings, and at this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted not handing over the hive to the Above Heavens sect and gaining their protection. Then, he would have attacked those who wanted to curry favor with Luyin instead of focusing all of his hatred on Luyin. He was too insignificant, so insignificant that he didn't even have the right to take revenge on Luyin. On the other side, Tiango tore through the void and arrived at Lu Yin's parallel universe. Lu Yin hid his aura and stayed far away from the stone orb, waiting for Tiango to appear. Tiango appeared, but it was only Tiango. Lu Yin frowned, as the one true god was too cautious. If Tiango appeared alone, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was surrounded. The stone orb could only attract Tiango, but not the one true god. It seems like it failed, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. No, it succeeded. The primogenitor was astonished. Tiango successfully found the stone orb and excitedly pushed it towards the one true god. The excitement in its eyes was as if it had found its long-lost master. Lu Yin was curious about chaos. It looked like a dragon that only existed on Earth, but it was very similar to the insect nest stone dragon. What was the connection? Tiango quickly disappeared. Not chasing? The ancestor was puzzled. Lu Yin took out his compass and dipped the stone ball in illusionary gravel. That kind of gravel could even touch Tianxi's body, let alone a stone ball and Tiango. Senior, I'll leave eternity to you. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he tore through the void with the compass. Let's go. On the other side, Tiango pushed the stone ball and found the one true god. The Forgotten Ruins god and the others were surprised. A stone ball? The stone ball was 100 meters in diameter and looked ordinary. Other than the engravings on it, there was nothing else. Tiango was so excited that it stuck out its tongue. There was an aura of chaos on it, and it was very strong. It must have been worshipped in ancient times. This was what it wanted the most. The one true god looked at the engravings on the stone ball. It really is chaos. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, not good. The next moment, the void in front of him split open as a hand reached out and hit the one true god. Eternity, it's time to pay back what you owe me. The one true god's eyes narrowed. Absolute beginning. Boom. The void trembled as the Forgotten Ruins god and the others were pushed away. The terrifying aura almost made them faint. The ancestor made his move at this moment. Tiango wailed as the stone ball was pushed away. Lu Yin followed closely behind the ancestor and took out Mount Supreme. Figures rushed out one after another. It was Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others, including the Void God, Wood God, and Victorious Celestial. Yan Gang's face turned pale. Lu Yin? He Wuxian didn't even think and wanted to escape. A huge hand slapped him across the void. Don't even think about escaping. It was the giant ancestor. The Forgotten Ruins god pulled Wang Xiaoyu and quickly retreated. Hongyan Mavis, the Void God, and Wood God attacked them. On the other side, the Azure King retreated with Yan Gang. Countless insects appeared around them, but they were easily wiped out by the Wood God. Although the insects were powerful, they were at the level of sequence laws and could easily destroy them. Suwangtian slapped down with his slippers. Tiango crashed into Suwangtian. A chaotic battle to surround and kill the one true god and other experts suddenly began. Just like the Battle of Disaster Region, the Battle of Immemorial City, and the Battle of the Stone Gate, wars always came very suddenly. This was Lu Yin's style. If he controlled too much, there would be too many variables. If his actions could be easily grasped by others, then how would he be able to defeat the Eternals, who possessed unparalleled intelligence? If Ancestor Hui relied on his wisdom to plan for eternity, and even the only true god was tricked by him, then Lu Yin only relied on variables. The more variables there were, the harder it would be for others to see through him. At this moment, nobody could escape. He Wuxian, Forgetful Ruins God, King Qing and the others could not escape. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The most important thing was still the battle between the primogenitor and the only true god. The only true god was still sealed in the Six Paths reincarnation world, and in the Golden Six Paths reincarnation world, there was still the true god heaven-changing art. That layer of the true god heaven-swapping technique protected the only true god, and even Lu Yin and the others would find it difficult to break through. However, it was the primogenitor who had made a move. Countless years of grudges were finally released at this moment. The primogenitor reached into the Six Paths reincarnation world and looked at the only true god coldly. Eternals, it's time for you to pay for what you did to me, and for Tai Hong's life. The palm hit the true god heaven-swapping technique, and it cracked. No one understood the only true god better than the primogenitor. The only true god also understood the primogenitor. I didn't expect you to not waste your time after all these years. You actually saw through my true god heaven-swapping technique. With a bang, the true god heaven-swapping technique shattered. The primogenitor's palm landed on the only true god's chest, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. The only true god raised his hand, and countless sword shadows flew towards the primogenitor. It was the 10,000 swords. 10,000 Daos converging sword was extremely powerful, and it had almost killed Lu Yin in the past. It could also allow the sole true god to escape. Every sword shadow was a sliver of time that belonged to the sole true god. When a sword shadow was broken, the sole true god could attack or dodge. But then, ripples spread out, and the void changed. Lu Yin looked up in shock. Blue Sky Palace? He didn't expect the primogenitor to rebuild the Blue Sky Palace in such a short time. The Blue Sky Palace was sealed by the Four Locks formation, and the only way to break free was to melt into the water of the Yellow Springs. The primogenitor once said that he could no longer cultivate the Blue Sky Palace, but it was a lie. The 10,000 swords was useless against the Blue Sky Palace. Lu Yin stared at this scene. The Blue Sky Palace was the nemesis of the 10,000 swords? No, that was not right. The primogenitor used some kind of power that was not consumed in the Blue Sky Palace. The primogenitor understood the only true god. The only true god's techniques, strength, talents, battle techniques, and so on were all calculated by the primogenitor. The time of the 10,000 swords turned into nothingness in the Blue Sky Palace. The primogenitor used his finger as a sword, and countless finger shadows imprinted on the only true god's forehead. The only true god coughed out blood, and a blurry sword shadow appeared on his forehead before it dissipated. His vision blurred, and he kept retreating, his face pale. He had never seen the primogenitor like this. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. How many years have you lived? I've long since calculated the location of your 10,000 swords. Eternal, did Dechang die at your hands or at Grandmaster Grass's? The only true god took out 4 swords from his cosmic ring. They were the primogenitor's swords, and he slashed at the primogenitor. Time was cut apart, and in that instant, both space and time around the two became chaotic. Even a glance was enough to cause chaos, and countless images appeared. These were the traces left behind by time in that area. The primogenitor's swords could suppress time, but now, all 4 swords attacked at the same time, and time was instantly shattered. The 4 swords came from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th mainlands. As for the rest, the primogenitor's sword from the 1st mainlands had been broken, and the primogenitor had given it to Lu Yin, who had used his Dai's enhance to repair it. There was also the 5th mainland sword that had been suppressed in the above heaven. Luyin had used the primogenitor's sword to kill Wei Nu, and it had come from the first mainland's broken sword. Now, the remaining 4 swords had appeared. Using my swords to kill me? First dust appeared on the primogenitor's forehead, and it was like a magnet that sucked the 4 swords away. Luyin was dumbfounded. There was such a thing? That's right, first dust had created the land, and the primogenitor's swords had suppressed it. How could the only true god not have thought of this? The only true god used the primogenitor's swords to retreat for a moment. He looked at the primogenitor, Tai Chu. Although you haven't regressed, you haven't improved either. After all these years, you found my weaknesses. Today, none of you will be able to do anything to me. As he spoke, sequence particles surrounded his body. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he released the starry sky from his heart and swept it across the only true god. The true god looked at Lu Yin. Tao Lord Lu, there are strong and weak sequence law cultivators. I don't need as many sequence particles as Tai Hong, but do you really think that there are few of them? Lu Yin stared at the true god, the sequence foundation. The true god praised, smart. The primogenitor brought me the landscape map from the spiritualized universe, and it gave me inspiration. Since then, I've recultivated the sequence law. Tai Chu, this new sequence law is called the unification of heavenly Tao. Lu Yin had only seen progenitor Chen recultivate the sequence law so far. No wonder the true god praised progenitor Chen so much. Progenitor Chen had walked the same path as him. Nonsense. The primogenitor waved his hand, and the 4 swords slashed at the true god. At the same time, a huge fist appeared behind the true god. It came from the ancestor of the giants. He had abandoned He Wuxian and suddenly attacked the true god. The 4 swords and the ancestor of the giants' fist entered the 6 paths of reincarnation at the same time, surrounding the true god from the front and back. This was a true encirclement, and the true god had no way to avoid it. But he didn't move. The next moment, the ancestor of the giant's fist was crushed by the 4 primogenitor swords. The ancestor of the giants wailed, and his blood splattered across the starry sky. The primogenitor was stunned. How could this be? Only the true god was calm. He looked at Lu Yin, who was staring at him. This is the unification of heavenly Tao. Lu Yin was confused. What had just happened? The ancestor of the giant's right arm had been crushed. If not for the primogenitor's quick reaction and timely retracting the primogenitor's swords, the ancestor of the giant's entire body would have been crushed. The primogenitor stared at the true god. Recultivate the sequence law? In the past, the primogenitor, the true god, Tai Hong, Mr. Mu, Star Toad, and the others all understood each other. The primogenitor especially understood the true god. The two had fought side by side. The true god's sequence law was extremely powerful and had a domineering destructive power. It was a destructive sequence law, but it was completely different now. He had changed. He had transformed into his former self. The primogenitor had suppressed the sequence law for a long time, but the true god had changed his sequence law and created the Eternals. Tai Chu, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that I can't surpass you after such a long time? If not for the 6 paths of reincarnation, none of you would be my opponent. Even if I can only protect myself now, which of you can do anything to me? The true god's pride was on full display at that moment. He was the creator of the Eternals, the earliest human, and the true greatest expert of the Tian Yuan universe. Nearby, a lantern appeared. It came from He Wuxian. The colossal ancestor had launched a sneak attack on the true god because Wu Tian had his eyes on He Wuxian. The pressure from a primordial realm expert forced He Wuxian to use the freedom of the true god. He even released his consciousness that was on par with a primordial realm expert. The lantern shattered. Even Wu Tian was affected. The 3 ultimate skills of true gods were not sequence laws. They were like concepts, but they were not concepts. They could threaten primordial realm experts. He Wuxian hurried over to the true god's side. You've actually recultivated the sequence law. I've underestimated you, the primogenitor sighed in amazement. The true god exhaled. I've also underestimated Tai Hong. She's such an arrogant person, yet she's actually willing to sacrifice herself to seal me. She spent so much time scheming. The price of the 6 paths of reincarnation is not just her life, but her life as well. Tai Chu, you can't kill me. Once I undo the 6 paths of reincarnation, you'll all die. The primogenitor waved his hand, and the primogenitor sword slashed towards the true god. You want to overturn the heavens with mere sequence laws? In the distance, Tiango howled as it endured the attacks of Hongyan Mavis and Jiaolan Jilua while shielding the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu behind it. The Azure King protected Yan Gang against Su Wang Tian and Lu Tianyi's attacks. He was already injured, and if not for his Corpse King transformation, he would not have lasted until now. Yan Gang was terrified. He should not have been able to participate in such a grand battle. The celestial victor wielded his golden staff and swung it down from afar towards the one true god. The staff was shattered by the progenitor's sword. The celestial victor did not understand. How could this be? The progenitor's expression sank, as he still could not break it. The one true god had condensed a sequence law and cultivated it to the size of a sequence foundation. Even though it was not as large as a spiritualized universe's sequence foundation and could only envelop the surroundings, it was still something that he had cultivated for countless years. Even the progenitor could not break it. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die. Black Wuxian's gift was finally about to be activated. Black Wuxian was Lu Yin's gift to the one true god. When Black Wuxian had betrayed the Eternals and joined the above heaven, Lu Yin had not suspected him at first. Black Wuxian had revealed the illusory poison and the Mirage domain, and he had even attacked the Eternals during the Battle of Calamity region, which could be considered as helping the above heaven. However, Black Wuxian had actually been intentionally sent by the one true god to the above heaven to scheme against Lu Yin with his primordial realm consciousness. If not for the Hui ancestor, they really would have been tricked. The one true god had been able to destroy the former above heaven, which meant that he was extremely intelligent. However, there was someone who was even smarter than him, the Hui ancestor. The one true god could scheme against everyone, but he could not hide from the Hui ancestor, who had left behind too many backup plans. Lu Yin had also left a backup plan for the one true god through Black Wuxian. This backup plan was the illusory poison. The illusory poison seemed like a type of poison, but it was actually the saliva of illusory. When Black Wuxian had met Lu Yin and the others in the space where illusory resided, he had told Lu Yin that he had specially collected the illusory poison for the Eternals. The illusory poison was very unique as it was not a man-made poison. Rather than calling it a poison, it was more like a power that could devour strength. Because He Wuxian had been in contact with the illusory poison for a long time, he had unknowingly been infected with this kind of power. Although it was very weak, it was like an illusory sand that touched his body and merged into his body. After Lu Yin had subdued Su Wang, he had specially researched the Su Wang's poison. When he had discovered that it was a type of power, he had been infected with some of it and fused it into his body. He had used the Su Wang's poison to roll his die, and he had seen balls of light in that dark space. One of them was Su Wang, and it was very large and very bright. Then, who did the others belong to? A fabricated race? No, Xu Wang did not have a race. It was an individual. The only explanation was that it was a creature infected with the poison of falsehood. One of them was definitely Black Wuxian, the ball of light that was almost as bright as Su Wang. At that time, Lu Yin had not wanted to pry into He Wuxian's secrets because He Wuxian had sought refuge with Lu Yin. That would be too despicable, so Lu Yin had not fused with He Wuxian. However, Lu Yin had tried twice, and through He Wuxian's position, he had confirmed that one of the bright orbs belonged to He Wuxian. If He Wuxian wasn't from the eternal race and was really helping the above sky sect, he would never have used this trump card, just like how he no longer rolled 6 pips in the origin space. He could not accept fusing with one of his own, and that was his bottom line. However, He Wuxian was a traitor, so this trump card was naturally left to the sole true god. After learning that He Wuxian was a traitor, Lu Yin had wanted to fuse with him, but he was afraid of being discovered by the sole true god. If the sole true god could leave behind a seal in the ancient god's body, then it might not be impossible for him to do so in He Wuxian's body. Lu Yin did not know why He Wuxian was so loyal to the sole true god, but it was very likely that he had been sealed, just like the ancient god. Lu Yin could only use this trump card once. If not for the desolate god mentioning chaos, Lu Yin would have already planned to fuse with He Wuxian. Otherwise, he would never have been able to find the sole true God. The die slowly spun. The primogenitor and the others had attacked the sole true God, and Luin had also attacked while rolling his die to prevent the sole true God from detecting him. The sole true God had basically ignored the attacks of the primogenitor and the others, and he had even protected He Wuxian behind him. The die stopped spinning. 1 pip. Continue. 3 pips. Continue. 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He saw the bright ball of light and rushed over without hesitation. This was also the reason why he had not brought Su Wang along. He did not want to waste time trying to figure out who was who. His consciousness fused with the ball of light, and the world spun around him. The scene before him had completely changed, and in front of him was the sole true God. Luin heaved a sigh of relief as he had succeeded. Even though he had guessed that there was a 90% chance of success, the moment he actually succeeded, he felt an indescribable sense of joy. There was a seal, just like the ancient god. If he had been any further away from the sole true God, the seal would have detected that He Wuxian had been fused with, and Lu Yin's method would have been useless. However, he was now too close to the sole true God. He had already learned the true God's freedom technique, and now that he was controlling it with He Wuxian's body, it was incomparably smooth. Memories flooded in, and the name on one of the nearby lanterns changed from Wu Tian to Eternal. Lu Yin struck out at the sole true God, who was caught off guard and struck in the back. The sole true God had not been on guard against He Wuxian at all, and he was suddenly struck by a palm. He looked behind him in shock, and at that moment, the seal that he had placed in He Wuxian's body was activated. However, it was too late. From the moment Lu Yin had fused with the sole true God to the moment he struck out with his palm, the entire process had taken less than a second. The lanterns shattered at the same time, and the sole true God spat out a mouthful of blood. The sequence particles around him became unstable. This is a gift for you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the starry sky around his heart expanded. The sequence particles around the sole true God were repelled. The sole true God suddenly turned to look at Lu Yin, his voice filled with unwillingness. Turbid treasure. In front of him, the progenitor's sword had pierced through the 6 paths of reincarnation and pierced through the sole true God's body. He Wuxian was pierced by one of the progenitor's swords, and his body was sent flying. He did not understand what had just happened, but when the sole true God said the words turbid treasure, he understood that he had been controlled by Lu Yin. In the past, the Eternals had been wary of Lu Yin's methods of controlling them, so they had faced each other without moving. Who would have thought that many years later, in this battle, the sole true God would be affected? But how could this be? Lu Yin had been able to control the other Eternals because they had cultivated divine power, but the sole true God had dispersed his divine power to prevent himself from being controlled. Using the true God's freedom technique required divine power, but the sole true God's immortal codex did not come from him. Instead, it came from the seed that cultivated the true God's immortal codex. It did not count as his own cultivation, so how could he still be controlled? After many years, countless people knew about Lu Yin's use of turbid treasures, and the conditions for triggering certain abilities were also speculated. He Wuxian had been very cautious. After pretending to join the Above Heaven sect, he had dispersed his divine power because he was afraid of being controlled by Lu Yin. The sole true God was even more cautious. He had placed a seal in He Wuxian's body. The seal was enough for him to detect if He Wuxian had been assimilated within 3 seconds. However, in the battle just now, he had allowed He Wuxian to be so close to him to protect him. He had forgotten that Lu Yin had turbid treasures, and the sneak attack had succeeded. In fact, no one had expected Lu Yin to be able to assimilate into He Wuxian's body. Neither He Wuxian nor the sole true God would have thought that the illusory poison was a power that could be cultivated. The sole true God could only blame the sole true God for having He Wuxian collect the illusory poison for so many years, and Lu Yin had coincidentally subdued the illusory poison and detected this power. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian had been assimilated because he cultivated divine power, it would not have been so easy to find He Wuxian. The sole true God's carelessness had only lasted for a moment. All of the coincidences and calculations had succeeded, which was why the sole true God's defenses had been instantly broken. The progenitor took advantage of this opportunity to slash at the sole true god with the progenitor's sword. The sole true god sequence laws had been rejected once, and they were no longer as stable. While heavily injured, he would definitely not be able to withstand the progenitor's attack. Luyin was just about to attack the sole true god when he sensed that He Wuxian wanted to escape. Regardless of whether it was the sole true god or He Wuxian, Luyin would not let either of them go. Above his head, golden light blossomed as the god sealing catalog appeared. Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and the other experts walked out one by one and charged towards He Wuxian. Meanwhile, Luyin himself attacked the sole true god. He grasped the void and stirred up the clouds. Under the sky palace, the limit of a living being's strength was unleashed along with numerous palm strikes. The sole true god's eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils disappeared. Lanterns appeared around him as he used the true god's freedom technique. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had sealed him and prevented him from attacking, he was still able to unleash all of his strength and instantly unleash the 6 paths of reincarnation to protect himself. However, the price he had to pay was extremely tragic. For progenitor's sword slashed at the sole true god's body, but the sole true god's right hand swept out and instantly knocked away 3 of them. His palm grabbed the last progenitor's sword's edge while his left hand blocked in another direction. Lu Yin's palm landed there, and with a boom, the sole true god did not move at all. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although the sole true god had blocked both his and the progenitor's attacks, Lu Yin saw hope in killing the sole true god. The sole true god had been nonchalant before, thinking that he could ignore their attacks with his sequence laws. Now, however, he was relying on battle techniques. This was a qualitative difference. The progenitor gripped the sword's hilt tightly, and the blade's edge was piercingly cold. Dust swirled around the blade, and the sole true god's palm was torn apart. The blade tore through the void and pierced the sole true god's body. Eternal. Is it really impossible to step into the eternal realm without reopening the Tianyuan universe? Is that what you're thinking? The sole true god's mouth was filled with blood as he stared at the progenitor, who was so close yet so difficult to touch. I'm different from you. You're human, and I'm not. Humans have limitless possibilities, and these possibilities are what we dream of. Don't you know? I'm just a failure. 3 progenitor swords slashed out from beside the progenitor. Bang! 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 The 3 progenitor swords could not pierce through the sole true god's body. Luyin took a step forward and grabbed one of the progenitor's swords. He exerted his strength, and his extreme strength shattered the void, causing ripples to spread out endlessly. The sword pierced through the sole true god's neck, and fresh blood flowed down the blade. What you're doing now, are you doing it willingly? Luyin asked again. He had asked the same question when he had chased after the bone ship in Immemorial City and watched the sole true god escape. This question had been in his heart for far too long. Everything seemed clear, but there was always a haze that shrouded Lu Yin's heart. He hoped that the sole true god could give him an answer. And the fewer people who heard this answer, the better. The sole true god turned his head, and the progenitor's sword stabbed into his neck. He let out a grating sound as his eyeless eyes stared at Luyin. Luyin stared at the sole true god. The sole true god stared back, not saying a word. In the distance, Yan Gang was grabbed by Qin Wang, and he stared blankly as Luyin stabbed the sole true god's neck. It was all over. They were going to die. The heavenly hound howled. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't bear being attacked by so many people for so long, and it spat out blood. The Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu were also in a sorry state as they hid behind the heavenly hound. In another direction, Black Wuxian's expression was ferocious. Black lines pierced through the void from his pupils as he tried to block Lu Yin's divine seal catalog and escape. But against Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others from the 3 realms 6 Daos, he couldn't escape at all. Helpless, he could only consume his life force. He was a life form from the consciousness universe, and his consciousness had reached the celestial level, which was equivalent to the primordial realm. Even though he wasn't considered strong in this battle, the progenitor and Luyin were both being held back by the sole true god. He was confident that he could escape. His consciousness spread out as Black Wuxian continued to flee into the distance. Luyin stared at the sole true god. You won't say anything even when you're about to die? The one who killed me wasn't you, it was Taihong. The sole true god's eyes were covered as he looked at the progenitor. You suppressed the sequence's string and protected the heaven's origin universe. Taihong didn't have it easy. If not for her, I could have killed my way into Immemorial City. Sometimes, it's easier to die than to live. You and I both underestimated Taihong. The progenitor's body trembled, and his gaze became complicated. I never underestimated her. The sole true god closed his eyes. Before I die, I'll show you my true power. The progenitor's expression changed. Zhuzi, retreat. The one true god suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right index finger. With two clangs, he broke the primogenitor's sword. His finger then streaked across the void, causing the broken sword to shoot back towards the primogenitor and Luin. The two broken sword blades pierced through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Luin saw the tip of the sword stabbing towards him, and he tried to use a reverse step to avoid it. However, in that instant, the sword pierced through his shoulder, and blood splattered across space. Luin was stunned. How could it be so fast? Around him, a small boat of flowing light appeared and reversed for a second. In front of his eyes, the tip of the sword was descending. Even though he had turned around for a second, he still couldn't avoid it. Instead, he felt the pain of the sword piercing into his body. Not only him, but the primogenitor's arm was also pierced by the sword. On the other side, the 6 paths of reincarnation world shot towards the only true god like countless golden light streams, penetrating through the only true god's body. The only true deity stood in the starry space, each and every golden ray pierced through him. This was the last of the 6 paths of reincarnation's power. After such a long time, the 6 paths of reincarnation had been whittling away the only true deity's strength, but the 6 paths of reincarnation's power was also decreasing. There were no losses, and today, it had fallen to the point where the only true god could pierce through it. The Grand Empyrean had long foreseen this step, or rather, this step was inevitable. Thus, she had left behind a final countermeasure within the 6 paths of reincarnation world. The condition for activating this countermeasure was for the only true god to forcefully break it. At this moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation world could already be forcefully broken. If the only true god forcefully broke it, the countermeasure would be enough to severely injure him. If the only true god didn't forcefully break it, the 6 paths of reincarnation world would eventually dissipate. The only true god would eventually lose most of his strength, but he could still cultivate it back. The Grand Empyrean had left this countermeasure for Luin and the others. She believed that Luin and the others could force the only true god to act before the 6 paths of reincarnation world dissipated. The only true god had seen this clearly, which was why he didn't forcefully break the 6 paths of reincarnation world when he could. This was because he would also be severely injured. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't do this. Now, in the face of death, he could only act. However, he only had one chance to do so. Easily breaking the primogenitor's sword and piercing through the primogenitor and Luin. This was the only true god's strength. However, this was also the final glory of his life. Primogenitor, do you still remember our agreement? The only true god's body was on the verge of collapse. The golden light had disappeared, and he was walking towards death. The primogenitor looked at the only true god. Die at the hands of the enemy so that your body won't be eaten by the wild beasts. The only true god laughed, his mouth filled with blood. In that era, our enemies were the astral beasts. Countless powerful astral beasts were the rulers of the universe. You, I, and Taihong, we made an agreement that whoever died would have to be destroyed by the living so that their bodies wouldn't be eaten by the wild beasts. Taihong's death is resplendent. I don't want to die too miserably. I hope that you will abide by the agreement. The primogenitor raised his hand, and the other 2 intact primogenitor swords flew over to him. All right. He then looked at the only true god and said to Luin, Zhuzi, leave this to me. I won't let him leave alive. Luin nodded and didn't refuse. At this moment, the only true god's body was basically crippled. Luin could sense that he would definitely die. The wish of the older generation would be fulfilled by them. The primogenitor clearly had something to say to the only true god. Luin looked at He Wuxian. The endless road stretched out, and even Hongyan Mavis couldn't catch up to Wu Tian, who had come out of the God Sealing Catalog. Luin took a step forward and arrived beneath the Divine Seal Catalog. The starry sky in his heart extended towards He Wuxian. A similar scene occurred. Luin could clearly see He Wuxian, but he couldn't catch up to him. He Wuxian looked back, and when he saw Luin, he panicked. However, Endless Path had already been released, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Master Lu, if Lord Eternity dies, I will also change my name and not become enemies with the Tian Yuan universe. Please let me off this once. Luin looked at He Wuxian. You want to return to the consciousness universe? He Wuxian didn't know where to go. He was a traitor of the consciousness universe, a traitor of the spiritualized universe, and a remnant of the Eternals. He had nowhere to go. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Since you don't know where to go, then stay here. Then, the consciousness planet in his heart trembled. A majestic consciousness extended through the starry sky towards He Wuxian. He Wuxian's eyes turned as he stared at Luin. Master Lu, you can't stop me. None of you can stop my consciousness. If you attack me again, you will regret it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Impossible. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's consciousness planet's consciousness connected to the endless path. Then, it followed the endless path towards He Wuxian. He Wuxian was stunned. Astral level. This was definitely a consciousness at the astral level. Someone in the Tian Yuan universe had actually cultivated their consciousness to the astral level? How was this possible? Even Luin couldn't do it. Furthermore, shouldn't his consciousness have been broken by the one true God? How could this be? It was precisely because Lu Yin's consciousness had been injured by the one true God following the turbid treasure that He Wuxian was confident that he could use the endless path to delay Lu Yin during the battle in Immemorial City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. Lu Yin had created too many miracles. Now, not only was Lu Yin's consciousness intact, but it was also majestic. No, this was a familiar feeling. Bai Wuxian, you swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness. He Wuxian was shocked. Luin frowned. He hadn't swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness. Bai Wuxian had willingly fused his consciousness into Lu Yin's consciousness planet, so how had He Wuxian sensed it? The power of consciousness was still power, so how could it be distinguished? Was it because of the consciousness universe's life forms? You swallowed Bai Wuxian's consciousness? Impossible. No life form can swallow the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. There has never been such a thing. Spiritualized universes can't do it either. They can only destroy it. How did you do it? He Wuxian had suffered a huge blow, one that was far more severe than when the Eternals had been defeated. This was a blow to his understanding of life. It wasn't something that had happened in the outside world. It was like a person who had lived for so many years only to discover that he wasn't human. He Wuxian felt this way at the moment. It was absurd, unbelievable, and even terrifying. Luin didn't care about what He Wuxian was thinking. His consciousness moved towards He Wuxian. This guy couldn't escape. The endless path could be extended because of the majestic consciousness. It allowed a person's consciousness to be extended endlessly. Once a person's consciousness caught up, the path would be broken. He Wuxian was terrified and in despair. Impossible. How can this be? This has never happened before. Master Lu, spare my life. Master Lu, I beg you, spare me, spare me. Luin followed his consciousness and moved towards He Wuxian. He raised a hand and enveloped He Wuxian. Weren't you threatening me? He Wuxian begged, Master Lu, please spare me. I gave you a chance. If I hadn't given you a chance and used my full strength to kill you, you wouldn't have survived until now. Luin looked at He Wuxian. Why did you give me 100,000 years back then? He Wuxian watched as Luin drew closer and closer. That hand continued to envelop him, carrying with it a majestic consciousness. Endless despair caused his breathing to stagnate. Because of Bai Wuxian. Luin stopped and stared at He Wuxian. Continue. He Wuxian was bitter. Firstly, I admired you. The one true God wanted us to find cultivators with innate gifts who were suitable to join the race. You were definitely the most talented, and the one true God wanted to pull you into the race at that time. Secondly, it was also because of Bai Wuxian. When we betrayed the consciousness universe, I owed her a life. She was the one who used that life to exchange for 100,000 years of life for you. She allowed me to give you a chance to live. Lu Yin stared at He Wuxian in a daze. Boundless consciousness whistled around him, and he felt like he was seeing Luotian again. Her every frown and smile, as well as her beautiful dance, were deeply engraved in his mind. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. Bai Wuxian was an enemy of the human race, and she possessed the list of immortals. She had caused too much damage to the human race, and from Lu Yin's standpoint, he should have killed her. However, Bai Wuxian had saved him more than once. Her feelings weighed heavily on Lu Yin's heart. Your consciousness can't be devoured? Black Wuxian said bitterly, definitely not. If she wasn't willing, Master Lu, you wouldn't have been able to obtain her consciousness. Without her consciousness, He didn't know if he hated Bai Wuxian or his own bad luck. If not for Bai Wuxian's consciousness, he could have escaped. However, it was thanks to Bai Wuxian that he hadn't died in the consciousness universe. What was going on? Why did Bai Wuxian care so much about Lu Yin? He could never understand human emotions. Just like how Bai Wuxian couldn't understand why he had been affected by Ming Yan's emotions, which had led to the current situation. Lu Yin lowered his hand. Black Wuxian relaxed. Thank you for not killing me, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked down at Black Wuxian. Who said I wasn't going to kill you? Black Wuxian was stunned, and before he could react, a planet exploded in front of him. Sirius's power combined with the limits of a living being tore Black Wuxian's body to shreds. Black Wuxian's consciousness spread out, and his voice was filled with hatred. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. One day, you will die at the hands of the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. You will die a horrible death. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out and rushed towards Black Wuxian's consciousness. Black Wuxian's consciousness frantically tried to escape. But it was impossible. The consciousness planet descended like a whirlpool that continuously devoured Black Wuxian's consciousness. Black Wuxian was shocked. The consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms should not be devoured, but you are an exception. Lu Yin, you are the consciousness universe's greatest enemy, and you are even more of a threat than the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin, one day, your consciousness will be destroyed, and you will die a horrible death. Black Wuxian's voice gradually weakened as his consciousness was devoured by the consciousness planet. The consciousness life and thoughts vanished the moment his consciousness was devoured, leaving behind only Lu Yin's purest consciousness. Lu Yin had killed Black Wuxian not only because of their different standpoints, but also because he wanted to try and see if he could steal the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. From the results, he could. Bai Wuxian's sacrifice gave Lu Yin a possibility to limitlessly strengthen his consciousness. Lu Yin could strengthen his consciousness by stealing life forms from the consciousness universe. To the consciousness universe, he was its greatest enemy, as the spiritualized universe could only be destroyed, not devoured. When Black Wuxian's consciousness completely dissipated, Lu Yin stood in space. The planet had become much larger. How terrifying. His consciousness had swelled up by a lot. It was completely at the level of the primordial realm. No, it should be said that it was at the level of the bitter disaster realm. On his consciousness planet, it was equivalent to the starry sky realm. He had not reached the level of tribulation transcendence. He had not even reached the primordial realm, but his consciousness had reached it ahead of time. This was the shortcut. The consciousness universe could give him unlimited consciousness, and the spiritualized universe could give him unlimited sequence precepts. These two universes seemed to have become his supplements. Looking back, the only true God was constantly being injured by the primogenitor. He was getting closer and closer to death. He had no ability to resist at all. On the other side, the Azure King was knocked down by a single punch from Lu Yuan. He was still holding Yan Gang in his hand. The surrounding insects were almost completely wiped out. In a battle of this level, it didn't matter how many insects there were. Yan Gang coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was protected by the Azure King, just a little bit of the remaining power was enough to kill him. His right leg was gone. Just now, it had been grazed by the residual power. Blood flowed continuously, and the pain seeped into his bone marrow. He regretted it, extremely regretted it. He should have handed the hive over. Sensing something, he looked into the distance. At that moment, Luin was also looking at him. Time seemed to turn back 100 years. They had both been on Earth at that time, and Yan Gang had looked down on Luin with a sense of superiority. He had treated Luin as a native that could be easily crushed. 100 years passed quickly. Yan Gang had never imagined that they would meet again in such a manner. He looked at Luin with pleading eyes. He wanted to live, not die. Luin looked at Yan Gang as well. Everything that had happened on Earth flashed through his mind. 100 years had been like this. What about 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000,000 years? What would happen to the universe? He would become a legend in the end. He would experience too much after parting. Bang! The Azure King's head was smashed by Hongyan Mavis, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto Yan Gang's face. The scorching blood melted Yan Gang's skin, and he wailed, "Kill me! Kill me!" It was not that he did not fear death, but the pain made him want to die. The Azure King casually smashed Yan Gang's head. This person was no longer of any value. Even the only true god was about to meet his end. Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis charged over. The Azure King's gaze relaxed. "I want to buy my own life." Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis subconsciously stopped and surrounded the Azure King. "Buy your own life?" Azure King turned to look at Luin and slowly said, "I know that you view us as enemies, but we have never intended to be your enemy. The insects reproduce instinctively. If you don't want to, I can kill all of them and give you the hive." Luin raised his brows. "You really want to live?" After entering Furball's body, Luin knew that the most important thing for Xianxia was to survive. This was not just an instinct, but also an order from the Immortal Master. When the Immortal Master had sent the hive into the Heaven's origin universe, the only order he had given was to survive. Xianxia faithfully carried out the Immortal Master's orders. The Azure King respectfully said, "Master Lu, please give me a chance to live. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. I have a secret that can be exchanged for your life." Luin laughed, "Your secret is worthless to me. You are not the only one. If Xianxia wants to live, kill him." The ancestor of giants appeared from behind, his right arm shattered as he grabbed at the Azure King with his left hand. Luin didn't have time to waste with the Azure King. The ancestor was about to finish, and he planned to attack the Heavenly Hound. This dog was really resilient, as expected of a creature from before the human civilization. The Azure King dodged the ancestor of giants' attack and shouted, "With Master Lu's strength, Xianxia won't be able to escape no matter how strong she is. It is normal for you to obtain other Xianxia, but my secret is more valuable than all of them. If Master Lu is willing, I can tell you. Please give me a chance." Luin ignored him and attacked the Heavenly Hound. The Azure King shouted, "The only true god is not here." Luin paused and looked at the Azure King in shock. "What did you say?" Suddenly, Azure King's divine power surged, and his expression changed drastically as he looked at the only true god. The only true god's gaze was bone-chilling. He didn't expect his secret to be seen through by an insect. He also saw the scene of the Azure King killing Yan Gang, but he didn't expect to be fooled for so long. This insect couldn't be controlled by Yan Gang at all. Not only that, but it had also discovered his secret. The Azure King suppressed his divine power and shouted, "Master Lu, save me. The only true god is not here." Luin quickly appeared beside the Azure King and pressed down on him, wanting to absorb his divine power. But it was too late. The divine power exploded from the Azure King's body, and not only did it shatter him, but it also injured Luin. Luin took a few steps back and looked at the only true god in the distance. The ancestor was shocked. "What do you mean? Eternal, what did you do?" The only true god shook his head. "I didn't expect an insect to see through me. You were right to be afraid of the hive. Be careful, this insect might turn around and become the host. The threat is greater than the spiritualized universe." The ancestor stared at the only true god. He hadn't seen wrongly, and the only true God was here. But what did he mean by that? Did he admit to what the insect said? Luin looked at the only true God and thought quickly before blurting out, a spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens. The only true God praised, smart, Luin. The Tianyuan universe is yours. I lost to you once here. See you in the spiritualized universe. Then, he looked at the ancestor, Tai Chu. Didn't you realize that my divine power doesn't exist? The ancestor stared at the only true God. He didn't realize that even if the only true God didn't use his divine power, he was still extremely powerful. The only true God's divine power wasn't in this body. He had gone to the spiritualized universe with the spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens. But how did he go? Meng sang. Luin clenched his fist. It was Meng sang, but how did he do it? Meng sang didn't know. From the beginning, the only true God had led He Wuxian and the rest to avoid progenitor Chen's pursuit. But in fact, whether it was the Forgotten Ruins God or progenitor Chen, they were just bait to divert everyone's attention. He made Luin and the rest think that he was with the Forgotten Ruins God, and in fact, they were. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered progenitor Chen's pursuit. However, he had used his divine power to carry the turbid spiritual seed that was bestowed by the heavens. He had found Meng Sang at some point in time, and had followed her out of the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe without Meng Sang noticing. Other than Meng Sang, there was no one else. After the spiritualized universe invaded the Tianyuan universe, Meng Sang was the only one who built the springboard and left. As for whether Meng Sang knew, Luin wasn't sure. Logically speaking, she should know, but with the only true God's power, it wasn't impossible for Meng Sang to not notice. But the only true God in front of him was definitely powerful. How did he transfer his divine power? Why did he transfer it? To get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Yes, this was the only way to get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation and leave the Tianyuan universe. Under the premise that no one knew, he could cultivate again in the spiritualized universe. It wasn't considered cultivating again. His divine power would follow him, and his power would increase very quickly. If not for the Qing King's reminder, no one would know about this. Luin stared at the only true God. He was sure that Meng Sang didn't know because the only true God who left with him was very weak. In this state, the only true God couldn't let anyone know. The only true God looked deeply at Luin. Do you still remember what I told you before? Master Lu, let's meet again in the spiritualized universe. After he finished speaking, he took out the hive from his cosmic ring. This is a parting gift for you. The hive continued to flicker in the void under the only true God's power, like a star in the night sky flying into the distance. Luin and the others subconsciously looked at the hive. Around the one true God, countless sword shadows shone brightly and flew in the opposite direction of the hive. That direction was the Heavenly Hound, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and Wang Xiaoyu. Endless sword shadows swept through the void like fragments of time. They directly pierced through Celestial Lord Battle God, Wood God, and the others, but they were not harmed at all. At the same time, they pierced through Heavenly Hound. Finally, they pierced through Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Xiaoyu. Luin abruptly turned around and stared blankly. Heavenly Lord Victor and Wood God looked at their own bodies. They didn't know what had happened. They didn't feel anything in that instant, but they had been penetrated. As for the God of Forgetting Ruins and Wang Xiaoyu, they slowly disappeared. The only true God surveyed his surroundings. Tianyuan Cosmos, we Eternals will return. After saying this, his body exploded. Fortunately, the primogenitor had made preparations and had suppressed the might of the sole true divinity's explosion to the limit. Otherwise, this destructive force would have been enough to kill an ancestor, and this spacetime would have been finished. The only true God's body was dead, completely dead. If not for the Green King, everyone would have thought that the only true God was dead. However, he did not die. He would reappear in a different form. His origin power, the godly power, was still there. Whether it was the 3 ultimate skills of a true God or the turbid treasure, he had them all. Furthermore, because of the turbid treasure bestowed by the heavens, he had obtained the power to spiritualize the universe. Lu now understood why the one true God was willing to betray Xianxia and be viewed as an enemy by the spiritualized universe in order to steal Xianxia's turbid treasure. The turbid treasure bestowed by the heavens was too important to him. Perhaps he had thought of this the moment he was sealed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only through rebirth could he break free from the Grand Emperor's 6 paths of reincarnation. Xianxia had long been targeted by him. There was also the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu. What was up with them? Lu looked over. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle, Wood God, and Heavenly Hound were still there. Only these 2 women had disappeared. They didn't die, but rather were sent away by the only true deity. But why? Why did the one true God care so much about them? He Wuxian was dead, Tiango was going to die as well. Azure King and the Eternal's 3 pillars and Lu Hao had all died, but the sole true God didn't seem to care that much. He only cared about these 2 women. There must be something wrong with these 2 women. This was especially true for Wang Xiaoyu. They could all tell that there was a problem with Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal of the 5th mainland. Wang Xiaoyu herself was aware of this, yet she still followed the sole true God and the others. The sole true God also did not attack her. All signs indicated that there was a big problem behind these 2 women. Progenitor Chen arrived and looked around, but he didn't see Wang Xiaoyu anywhere. He quickly went to Lu and asked, "Master Lu, where's Wang Xiaoyu?" Lu looked at Progenitor Chen, "Why are you suddenly here?" "I can't sense Wang Miao's aura," Ancestor Chen said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not only had he sent the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others away, but he had also erased the power that Progenitor Chen had left behind in her body. Before the one true God's body had died, he had deliberately used the hive to divert their attention in order to help the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others escape. What exactly was the secret that they were hiding? Not long after, the insect nest was brought over by the ancestor of the giants. He went to chase after the insect nest. Among those present, the hidden danger that the sole true God had left behind in the Tianyuan universe had been resolved. Blacklist God and Azure King were both dead, and although the Forgetful Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu had been sent away, they would not be able to cause any big waves for the time being. They definitely represented some sort of secret that Lu had no clue about. The only thing left was the Heavenly Hound. And the reason why they were able to find the one true God and the others was because they had schemed against them. Tengu. In the Battle of Immemorial City, the only true God and the others were able to escape because of the Heavenly Hound. This creature that had existed for longer than the entire history of mankind had finally met its end. The Heavenly Hound opened its eyes. Its body was in tatters, having endured too many attacks. It could withstand the attacks of the Celestial Champion Celestial and the attacks of the 3 realms and 6 paths, but there was a limit. During the battle at Immemorial City, it had already reached its limit in order to escape with the bone galleys. Now, against the above heaven sect's well-prepared methods, the Heavenly Hound could not withstand them. Lu stood in front of the Heavenly Hound. "Can you speak or not?" The Heavenly Hound's eyes were wide open, and blood flowed from the corners of its eyes. It did not look at Lu, but rather at the stone orb with a look of desire. The Desolate God walked over with the stone orb and pushed it in front of the Heavenly Hound. The Heavenly Hound raised its head with difficulty. Wanting to approach the stone orb, Lu looked at the Desolate God. The Desolate God stood beside the stone orb and faced the Heavenly Hound. In this battle, it had also attacked the Heavenly Hound. However, regardless of whether it faced the Desolate God or the other above heaven sect experts, the Heavenly Hound only stood in front of the Forgotten Ruins God and the others. It was not surprised to see the Desolate God. Chaos cannot return. It died a long time ago, the Desolate God said. The Heavenly Hound's eyes were ferocious as it stared at the Desolate God and bared its teeth. The Desolate God looked at the Heavenly Hound. "Back then, I asked you why you followed the Eternal. You have yet to answer me." The Heavenly Hound retracted its gaze and lowered its head to stare at the stone orb. No matter what the Desolate God said, the Heavenly Hound ignored it. In the end, the Heavenly Hound hugged the stone orb and died. Watching the Heavenly Hound die was like the end of an era. Back then, the Eternals had been at their peak. The 7 sky gods, the 3 pillars, the 6 boundless gods, the true god guards, the progenitor realm corpse kings, and so on had suppressed the humans until they could not breathe. Now, all of this had become history. One by one, they left. Luin stood in the starry sky, thinking about something. The primogenitor also returned to Immemorial City. Before he left, he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Zhuzi, we should be glad. At least we know that the Eternals are not dead, and that Wang Miao Miao and the others have secrets. If not for this battle, we would not have known any of this, and we would not have cared. You have done very well. No one can control everything. I did not expect the Eternals to have such a move and neglected his divine power. What you did not do or think of, there will always be others who can fill in the gaps. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You are the one who saved the Tianyuan universe. After the primogenitor left, Mr. Mu arrived. Master, why do you think people want to see the future? Luin looked at the starry sky and asked. He did not know what he was thinking. Was he unwilling? That was not the case. The one true God had lived for so many years, and he was already very lucky to be able to defeat the Eternals. He had gathered the resources of the entire Tianyuan universe to defeat the first wave of enemies from the spiritualized universe. He was also very lucky. Why should he take all the good things? But at this moment, he was confused. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies, they disappeared one by one, taking away the imprint that belonged to him. Although he was still very young, he always felt that his existence was being diluted. Everyone was born with a mission. If his mission ended, would he still exist? This universe had karma. If he ended the karma brought about by the karma, then would he belong to the next karma? Or the karma that had already ended? If this karma ended, would he still exist? Humans were too insignificant compared to the universe. So what if he stepped into the eternal realm? Wasn't he still living in the universe? What was the meaning of cultivation? When an ordinary person died, another related person would be born. Was this reincarnation? Reincarnation was not the reincarnation of life, but the reincarnation of karma. Humans were just a part of the reincarnation of karma. That was all. Under Lu Yin's seemingly calm appearance, his thoughts were like an ocean in reverse, constantly churning. The sound of the flute came from Mr. Mu. He did not answer, but used the flute to calm Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin closed his eyes and did not think about anything. His mind was empty as he sensed the starry sky of the universe. Mr. Mu's flute echoed in the starry sky. After an unknown period of time, the flute stopped. Lu Yin opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Perhaps the eternal immortality saved you. Lu Yin was surprised, not understanding what Mr. Mu meant. Mr. Mu sighed. You've gone mad. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Was that so? Yes, he did not know what he was thinking just now. Little 7, Master has also gone mad. In the final battle, I lost. I did not lose to an old enemy, but to an omnipotent existence. At that time, I also asked myself, what was my persistence? What was the point? In the end, it was just another person's game. Master has also been confused, frustrated, and even had thoughts of dying. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. But in the end, I figured it out and came to this universe to help Taichu stabilize the Mirage domain. Faced with the eternal realm in this universe, I also saved Taichu and took you as my disciples. I broke the game and helped you cultivate. Have you ever seen Master's frustration? How did Master figure it out? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu smiled. He rarely smiled and could recall it all. Even if you're an eternal realm expert, aren't you also a part of the game? Lu Yin looked at him silently. In a game of chess pieces are not enough. There must be a chess player. Aren't chess players also a part of the game? Can a chess player get rid of the game? Then he is not a chess player. It's the same for an eternal realm expert. You think he's making the game, but in my opinion, he's making the karma. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Making the karma? Mr. Mu nodded. An eternal realm expert is very strong, invincible, and can kill anyone. But why is there a game? Is it boring? Maybe, but in my opinion, it's more about making the karma. In this game, an Eternal Realm expert is worse off than us. We're passive participants, but they have to create a game and actively participate. The outcome is uncertain. Because they're limited by karma, they're worse off than us. Since they're worse off than us, why bother whether this is a game or not? Whether it's a game created by an Eternal Realm expert, the laws of the universe, or karma, just let it be. Your birth was given to you by the universe. What's wrong with playing a game with it? Just treat it as being filial to the laws of the universe. You can be filial to your parents and elders. In this universe, aren't you the greatest elder? Luine stared at Mr. Mu in a daze. Was there such a saying? Haha, what's wrong? Are you a rebel? Luine took a deep breath and smiled happily. Master, I'm very lucky to be your disciple. Mr. Mu smiled and nodded. I'm also very lucky to have a disciple like you. The boundless battlefield, the great stone void. Everyone here was carrying a stone on their back. This was because this spacetime had given birth to sequence law experts before. Because they had reversed the natural order, they had been obliterated by the natural order, causing the great stone void to become chaotic. Killing intent constantly descended. Only by carrying a stone inscribed with the power of the progenitor realm would one be able to resist the killing intent that violated the natural order. There used to be a lot of people in Dashi Kong, but now, there was almost no one left. After the Eternals were defeated, Dashirkong's people moved to another parallel universe. No one was willing to carry a rock for the rest of their life. Walking outside the Great Stone Sky Imperial Palace, Tuo Lin wiped the sweat off his forehead. The statue of Luine on his back was very heavy. Xiaoyu, we are here. This is the Great Stone Sky Imperial Palace where Master once came and carried the stone on his back. It is said that Master was once here. The stone that Master once carried? I don't know either. We'll have to look for it. Don't worry, we'll definitely find it. We'll see Master's footprints. When Luine stepped into the Imperial Palace, he saw that this place had once been filled with song and dance. Even though the Great Stone Emperor had been one of the endless battlefields at that time and had fought to the death against the Eternals, the Imperial Palace had still been extremely prosperous. Luine had been puzzled at the time, and it was only later that he learned that the Great Stone Emperor had been preparing to feign death and escape from the Great Stone Emperor. He could let go of everything about Dashi Kong. There was no one guarding the Imperial Palace. Tuo Lin entered and searched. After a few days, he finally found the stone pit. This was the place where Luine had chosen the stones under the guidance of the Great Stone Emperor. At this moment, there were many people around the stone pit, including a tour guide. Everyone, please take a look. This is the stone pit of Dashi Kong. The stones on your heads came from here. We have to return them after we leave, the tour guide shouted and introduced everything about Dashi Kong. Master Lu, did you choose this stone to participate in the Great Stone Sky battlefield? That's right. It's here. Where are the stones that Master Lu used? Let us see. That's right, where are the stones used by Master Lu? Everyone, please calm down. The stone that Master Lu used has long been destroyed in the war. Even with Master Lu's strength, he was unable to protect the stone. One can imagine how intense the battle was. It is said that not only were there ancestor realm corpse kings and the bearer of the art of feeding, there was also the captain of the true god guards. Nonsense. Dashi Kong is one of the gathering points of the endless battlefield. Of course it's intense. Listening to the conversation between the tour guide and the crowd, Tuo Lin didn't approach. He was also listening. It was such a wonderful thing to be able to hear his master's legendary story everywhere. That's right. Master had a hard time. Every battle he fought was very difficult. What? You want to write Master's biography? That's great, I've thought of it too. Xiaoyu, our minds are really connected and we've thought of the same thing. Don't worry. When they leave, we'll go and take a look. Master left his footprints there. A familiar aura? Is it an old friend of yours? Forget it, Master's footprints are more important. That's right, I don't want to look for it either. There's nothing that can disturb us from walking the path that Master has taken every time. Beside the stone pit, Yulin looked around. Strange, there was a familiar aura. What was going on? Ever since the insectoid nest was being hunted down by the Above Heaven sect, he had been participating in all kinds of traveling. He was afraid that the insectoids would catch up to him. This endless battlefield was one of the places that he constantly traveled to. He had already been here 3 times. Kong had also been here twice. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. The sect above heaven was like the sun in the sky. He didn't dare to breed insects now. He could only wait. Only when there were no more insects in the sect above heaven would he be able to find a place to develop in peace. The time will come. It will. Not long after, the group of people left. Tuo Lin walked to the side of the stone pit happily. We're here. Xiaoyu, where do you think Master will choose the stone? Yes, I think so too. You can feel Master's aura? That's great. You're getting closer and closer to Master. Don't worry, when we return to the Above Heaven sect, Master will be very happy to accept you as a disciple. You'll be 3rd junior sister. After all, there's still a senior brother above you, and that's weak and don't say that. Junior brother has his strong points. Master has seen them, but we haven't. This means that we haven't cultivated enough. We must work hard. You too. Everyone should work hard. They stayed beside the stone pit for a few days. During this time, another group of people traveled here. Tuo Lin avoided them, unwilling to interact with the crowd. After that group of people left, Tuo Lin also left. He felt that Master's statue on his back had become even heavier. Lu Yin arrived on Earth in the primordial space. He had come not only to meet old friends, but also to understand Han Ji's situation. After cultivating in outer space for so many years, he had never seen such a creature outside of Earth. It had to be related to Earth. Even though Earth was so close to the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had never been here before. Coincidentally, Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were also on Earth. Lu Yin's arrival was beyond their expectations. Even though the interval between each meeting was not long, Lu Yin's leap was so fast that it was unimaginable. It made them feel as if Lu Yin was too far away. Aside from these people, Zhou Shan's daughter, Zhou Sisi, had also brought her son and husband along. Master Lu. Master Lu. Uncle Lu. Everyone was a little nervous. Although they knew that Lu Yin was not high and mighty, this change in status was real. Even Zhou Shan was not as relaxed as before. Zhou Sisi was even more so. In the past, she could act coquettishly with Lu Yin, but now, she was very reserved. Lu Yin chatted with them for a while before they gradually relaxed. Lu Yin was still the same Lu Yin. Karma and effect would eventually lead to the end. Earth was Lu Yin's starting point. He did not know where his end was, but perhaps it was also on Earth. In a city not too far away, Lu Xiaoga had also returned. He was sitting in a bar, swirling his glass as he listened to the noisy singing and laughing. Who would remember him now? He had once been able to compete with Lu Yin, but now, he did not even have the right to enter the Above the Sky sect. However, this was just as well. He looked at his palm. Knight King Zhenwu, if you were still alive, I wonder what would have happened. After catching up with Zhou Shan and the others, Lu Yin asked them to help him investigate Earth's legends about Huangji. There were many legends about Huangji on Earth. Lu Yin did not ask the Above the Sky sect to interfere, as he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. Huangji should be dead, but if he was not, then where was he now? Had he gone to another universe? No one knew. Investigating Huangji was also for the sake of peace. Lu Yin completely relaxed on Earth for a period of time. He was like a normal person, lying on the beach and looking at the sea. He suddenly thought of Bai Qian. She had been captured by the Eternals in the hyperspace, and he had not been able to find her after that. She was probably dead. The two of them had been plotting against. He ran on the beach, and the scenes from the past kept replaying in his mind. Although it had only been 100 years, too many things had happened. Without these 100 years, what would the history of the Tianyuan universe have been like? After a period of time, Zhou Shan and the others organized all the legends about Huangji and told them to Lu Yin. Most of these legends were illusory and fabricated, but there was one that caught Lu Yin's attention. The divine dragon swung its tail, roamed the stars, and escaped at the end of the year. These short words came from a tortoise shell, and they were the most ancient characters. This tortoise shell has a long history that surpasses the history of any known civilization. It's said to have come from a civilization that was even more ancient than that, Zhou Shan said. Every once in a while, Earth would experience the extinction of a civilization. Because of this, the Hidden Earth sect would deliberately attack other planets with primeval surnames to prevent Earth from being noticed, as it was too outrageous. However, to this day, no one knew the reason for the extinction of a civilization. The Hidden Earth sect had approached Lu Yin, hoping that he could help Earth. Lu Yin had also asked Lu Bujing to investigate, but he had not been able to find anything. Zhou Shan's words implied that this tortoise shell belonged to a civilization that had once been extinct. As for how long ago it had been, no one knew. What does that mean? Lu Yin asked. Zhou Shan replied, it means that the divine dragon roamed the stars before finally disappearing on Jupiter. Lu Yin was surprised. Jupiter? Yes, that's Jupiter. Lu Yin looked up at the sky and saw Jupiter. It was Jupiter again. He knew that Jupiter was very special, but it was no secret to him at this point. Jupiter could travel to the cosmic tree domain because of the existence of spacetime cracks. It was similar to how Shenwu continent could travel to the three monarch spacetime continuum. As for the power inside Jupiter, it came from the Hidden Earth sect, a sourcebox array that had once existed, so it was no big deal. The Hidden Earth sect's existence was to prevent civilizations from being wiped out, and people were constantly being guided away from Jupiter. Jupiter's secrets had long since been seen through. Now, it was actually connected to Huanji. Could it be that Jupiter was not only connected to the cosmic tree domain, but also to other universes? That couldn't be. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Lu Yin left Earth and arrived outside Jupiter in a single step. The Hidden Earth sect's people had already returned to Earth, and this place was now empty. Descending on Jupiter, Lu Yin went to the place where the Hidden Earth sect's people had once stayed. There were still traces left behind. With a single thought, Lu Yin understood the entire situation on Jupiter. He had not paid much attention to this place before, but now, he had discovered something that caused his body to disappear. It was an altar, a very ordinary and ancient altar. Because Earth was very close to the above heaven sect, and Jupiter was the same. With Lu Yin's strength, he could easily see through the surroundings. He had seen this altar more than once, but he had not discovered anything special about it. He had originally thought that it had been built by the Hidden Earth sect. Now that he had combined this information with Huanji, he immediately discovered that something was different. There was an empty space on the altar that was just the right size to place the stone orb. There were also 4 stone pillars around the altar that were carved into the shape of dragons. He remembered that the first time he had seen this altar, he had not paid much attention to it because of the dragon pillars. There were too many buildings on Earth with dragon carvings, which was why he had thought that it had been built by the Hidden Earth sect. Now that he thought about it, that might not have been the case. Lu Yin looked at Earth and could easily find someone from the Hidden Earth sect to ask. He was on Jupiter, but his voice rang out in the ears of a man who owned a grocery store on Earth. Why was the Hidden Earth sect's people on Jupiter? The man was confused at first, but his expression quickly changed as he bowed respectfully. Jupiter has a sourcebox array that distorts space and time. The first batch of Earth informants saw an altar when they entered, and the carvings on it were the same as those on Earth. They guessed that it was once related to Earth, so they hid it on Jupiter. Lu Yin looked at the altar in front of him, lost in thought as he stared at the dragon carvings. The man who opened the grocery store just stood there and didn't move. He was afraid that he would miss something. The people around him were confused, and they all pointed at him. Only the man himself was excited. How many people in the universe could speak to Lu Yin? His life had been worth it. On Jupiter, Lu Yin took out the stone orb and placed it in an empty spot. The stone orb trembled, and then the carvings on its surface seemed to come alive. The entire planet's airflow began to rotate, and it was immediately observed by Earth, attracting its attention. Lu Yin looked at the carvings on the stone orb, which had really come alive and exuded an ancient aura. This aura was compatible with the Tianyuan universe, but it was also different. More accurately, it was different from Lu Yin's own aura. When chaos had existed, there had been no one in the Tianyuan universe. Perhaps humans did not even exist, but its aura covered the entire Tianyuan universe, and it was the ruler of an era. After chaos came the primogenitor, and after that came Lu Yin. When chaos's aura appeared, the primogenitor, as well as Mr. Mu, sensed it from beneath Immemorial City. Even though chaos's aura was not strong, it was still just a sacrificial item. No one disturbed Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood in front of the altar and walked up step by step. He raised his hand and pressed it against the stone orb. A roar entered his ears, and he dreamt of ancient times. In the vast expanse of space, he saw a divine dragon that stretched out endlessly, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. Every movement of the divine dragon was imprinted in Lu Yin's mind, and he seemed to hear and feel something. At that moment, not only him, but everyone on Earth also froze as the image of the divine dragon appeared before their eyes. Even in the parallel universe of White Cloud City, where Jiang Feng could not see anything, the image of the divine dragon appeared in the darkness, its claws tearing through the darkness to guide the light. The image of the divine dragon only appeared for a moment. Lu Yin understood that the reason why Earth's civilization was constantly reincarnating was because of chaos. Earth should be the birthplace of chaos, even though this planet was very small. Chaos had left its power on Earth and Jupiter, which could be obtained through sacrifices. It was far more than what could be obtained in other regions of the Tianyuan universe. This was also why Earthlings were so talented. As long as the conditions were right, Earthlings could cultivate much faster than others. However, primal chaos had disappeared, and the power it had left behind would be activated under certain conditions. Perhaps it was time, or perhaps it was the emergence of a cultivation civilization on Earth, and so on. Lu Yin did not understand primal chaos, so he could not understand the composition of its power. The power of chaos did not flow from the outside world. Instead, it existed on Earth itself and in the bodies of everyone who lived on Earth. The calamity of a civilization's reincarnation was both a calamity for Earth and an opportunity to cultivate the power of chaos. Before ancient times, when there were no humans on Earth, there must have been creatures that cultivated the power of chaos. Those creatures should be the descendants of chaos. Lu Yin looked at Earth. This matter had been weighing on his mind for a long time, but he had never thought that it would be this reason. The power of chaos? Hunji was no weaker than the primogenitor. He had once dominated the entire Tianyuan universe. Was he dead or alive? If he was, where did he go after disappearing? Why did the stone dragons in the hive look so similar to primal chaos? Could primal chaos have encountered the immortal master? The higher one stood, the further one could see. In the past, Lu Yin had seen the competition between species. Now, he could see the replacement of civilizations over time. He did not know what other civilizations existed before primal chaos, but he hoped that they would not appear. Once they did, it would be difficult to deal with them. After all, they had lived for so long that even if they were not immortal, they would be immortal. Right, was it a coincidence that humans only appeared after primal chaos disappeared? If the stone orb was placed on the altar, it could suppress primal chaos's power and prevent Earth from experiencing another reincarnation calamity. Lu Yin wanted to return to the above heaven sect, but there was no point in going back. He might as well stay here and study primal chaos's power. Perhaps he could gain some inspiration. At the same time, the Forgotten Ruins god brought Xianxia across countless parallel universes in search of something. After half a year, they finally arrived on a desolate planet. Xianxia did not understand what the Forgotten Ruins god wanted to do. She was not surprised that the only true god had sent them away in the previous battle. Sigh, Lord Eternity ran away, and the hive is finished. That interesting guy, He Wuxian, is dead. Needless to say, those from the spiritualized universe are either hiding, being captured, or dying. The Tianyuan universe is getting more and more boring. What do you think, Xiaoyu? The Forgotten Ruins god stretched and took off her veil. The flower tattoo left by progenitor Chen disappeared on her face. The disappearance of the tattoo meant that progenitor Chen could no longer find her. Xiaoyu was calm. What are you doing here? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at her with a smile. many interesting things have ended, but you are still here. Wang Xiaoyu and the Forgotten Ruins god looked at each other and did not speak. The Forgotten Ruins god walked around Wang Xiaoyu and praised, Xiaoshang chased after you and refused to leave. She came behind Wang Xiaoyu, leaned close, and whispered into her ear, tell me, what do you want? Wang Xiaoyu's face was cold, you don't trust me? Hee, of course I trust you. The god of Forgetful Ruins smiled and slowly walked to Wang Xiaoyu. She stared into her eyes and said, for me, you betrayed the fifth mainland and started a war between the fifth and sixth mainland. You are known as the greatest traitor in the history of the fifth mainland. You joined the battlefield on the backside of the starry sky of trees and became one of the 12 marquises. After you defeated your ancestor, you joined the True God Guard and became a captain. You never interfered in the battle against Xiaoshang. You even lured him to his death. Everything you've done has made the patriarch trust you. Wang Xiaoyu's gaze swept past the god of oblivion and looked into the distance. There were countless strange bugs. They were not born from the hive, but the bugs of the planet itself. They were disgusting and there were many of them, but they were not powerful. Those bugs were besieging a base. The base came from a neighboring planet. That planet had developed technology and built a base on this planet. They fought with the bugs and wanted to occupy this planet. There's nothing to say. I have no feelings for Xiaoshang. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. I'm only loyal to the clan and listen to the patriarch's orders, Wang Xiaoyu said coldly. The god of oblivion's lips curled up. At this moment, she was extremely beautiful. Good girl. Cute girl, you're so obedient to the patriarch. The patriarch will not disappoint you. Let me show you something good. After saying that, she lowered her gaze and looked down. Looking down, her gaze turned cold. The planet shook. In the distance, in the base, many people panicked. Earthquake? Why didn't we predict it? Why are you panicking? It's just an earthquake, not a planet cracking. Stupid. With our methods, we should have predicted an earthquake in advance. If we didn't, there's only one possibility. It's not an earthquake. Then what is it? Look? Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at the screen. Actually, they didn't need to look at the screen as they could clearly see what was happening outside. A blood-red sword emerged from the ground and floated in the sky. The blood-red light enveloped the entire planet, causing the bugs that were attacking the base to tremble and not dare to move. In the base, the screen exploded with a bang. Everyone looked at the blood-red sword in shock. How could this be? A sword? Wasn't that an ancient weapon? How could it appear here? A sword floating in the sky. What kind of power was that? It could cause the planet to shake. Even with their technology, they couldn't do it. What was wrong with this universe? Not only were the people in the base shocked, but Wang Xiaoyu was even more shocked. She stared blankly at the blood-red sword. It was it. Yes, it was this sword. In the second battlefield, Lu Yin had killed Tian Feng. This was the sword that had appeared from Tian Feng's body, a blood-red sword. The blood-red sword slowly descended and landed in the god of oblivion's hand. Under the blood-red light, the god of oblivion's beautiful face was like a blood-red orchid blooming in the abyss. She was beautiful but also dangerous. She looked at Wang Xiaoyu with a smile and made a shushing gesture. Don't tell anyone. This is the Tianyuan universe's biggest secret. This is the sword of that lord. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the god of oblivion in confusion. Which lord? The god of oblivion smiled. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Eternal Realm Lord. With that, the sword suddenly landed on Wang Xiaoyu's neck and slashed horizontally. Blood splattered on the ground. More than 2 years had passed since the battle where the only true god was found. During this time, Progenitor Chen had been searching for the god of oblivion and Wang Xiaoyu, but there was no trace of them. The Tianyuan universe was still gathering resources to create mechas, microarray weapons, and so on. They couldn't find any more bug nests. Lu Yin released Furball, Xianxia, to travel through the parallel universe. Firstly, he wanted to find bug nests. Secondly, he wanted to find people from the spiritualized universe. He couldn't find any bug nests, but he did find a few people from the spiritualized universe. However, compared to the spiritualized universe, there were too few people who had escaped. Those people were waiting for the second wave of reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. It was useless to search like this. Those bug nests that couldn't be found now must be hidden. The reason why he was sure that the bug nests hadn't been completely destroyed was because there were still progenitors following the bugs. The bugs would look for the nearest bug nests. Those bugs that were targeted by the heavenly sect had been searching for them purposefully. Also, Yulong hadn't been discovered yet. Luyin had given a strict order that the person who slaughtered the Six Direction training rites must be found. Now, the entire Tianyuan universe seemed to be under his control, but there were still many hidden dangers. On this day, the Lady of Destiny suddenly found Luyin. The last bead has appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He put away Furball, Xianxia, and hurriedly brought the Lady of Destiny to search. The Lady of Destiny had a bead chain with 13 beads. 2 of them had been given out. One was given to the Lu family, and the other was given to a child. Luyin did not know who that child was, but that pearl had been given to Little Sher by Zhao Ran. Logically speaking, that child should be Zhao Ran. However, Zhao Ran was the bitter calamity of unmarried. Would she appear as a child in that era? Luyin did not know, and he could not be sure. Even Zhao Ran herself had forgotten. The other pearl that had been given to the Lu family was now in by Xian'er's hands. Luyin had once asked Fate's daughter and the others to use Fate to find the whereabouts of that pearl. At first, it had been to find the Lu family, but after the Lu family returned, he had wanted to use that pearl to find by Xian'er, but he had not been able to find her. Who would have thought that after so many years, the last pearl would be found? Unmarried, it had to be unmarried. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He actually did not want to interact with unmarried. She was the ferryman of the river of time and represented the flow of time. Fate had ambushed unmarried and created a tributary of the river of time. He did not want to start all over again for fear of disturbing unmarried. However, he was not satisfied. Unmarried was one of the greatest hidden dangers of the Tianyuan universe. If he did not solve this problem, Luyin would not feel at ease going to the spiritualized universe. This was especially true when unmarried had sent the one true God, the President, and the above heaven sect to the Mirage domain. There had to be an ulterior motive, one that had nothing to do with her bitter calamity. Luyin had fought the President and the others in the Mirage domain, and the river of time had descended. There had to be something wrong with that small boat. He wanted to find an answer. The more he understood, the more clues he could find. Connecting all the clues together would give him an answer. There was something that had been in Lu Yin's heart for a very long time. He hoped to obtain new clues from unmarried, and only unmarried would give him new clues. Luyin returned to the starter space with Fate's daughter leading the way. He was shocked. The last pearl is here? Fate's daughter nodded. I don't know why, but it's in the starter space. The two headed towards the astral wilderness of the starter space. Luyin frowned. What did unmarried want? Why had she come to the starter space? The progenitor's sword was suppressed here, and she could not use Papercut's power. Why had she come here? Far away, on a meteorite in the astral wilderness, unmarried suddenly opened her eyes. Trouble. She got up, tore through the void, and was about to leave. However, her movements paused, as if she had misgivings, and hesitated for a moment. Behind them, Luyin arrived and saw Wei Nu. The maiden that appeared before Lu Yin's eyes was no longer as radiant as before. She seemed to have been heavily injured, and her face was deathly pale. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked very weak. She looked at Luyin. You used this to find me, right? She took out a pearl and tossed it to him. Before coming here, Luyin had told Life's daughter to enter Mount Supreme. She couldn't be seen by Life's daughter, otherwise, Life's daughter could easily sense that fate was ambushing her. Luyin took the bead. Why did you come to the origin space? Are you hurt? Wei Nu's expression was ugly. She did not want to come to the origin space either. It was all because of that sword. 2 years ago, she was suddenly injured by a sword. She couldn't see the origin of the sword, but she knew what it was. It was a sort of karma. He had schemed against someone else, and someone else had used karma to stab him with a sword. It was because of this sword that she was heavily injured. In order to avoid the sword edge that might appear later, she could only hide in the beginning space. Only the beginning space could avoid the sword of karma. But there was also a problem in the primordial space, and that was Luine. This place was too close to Luine. If she wanted to heal herself, she might be discovered. In the end, she was discovered by Luine. If you schemed against someone, you would eventually be schemed against. Wei Nu panted heavily. She couldn't heal herself in 2 years, and she was no match for Luine now. The grudge between you and Xianxia has already been settled. Why are you still chasing after me? Luine sized up Wei Nu. You're quite injured. Who could injure you like this? I'm asking you, why are you chasing after me? We're not enemies, Wei Nu said. Luine put his hands behind his back. Xianxia is a part of you. The source of the hatred for the Lu family is you, not her. At that time, she wouldn't have banished the Lu family. Wei Nu laughed. So, the Lu family's hatred made you target me? Luine, the Tianyuan universe is facing a strong enemy, the spiritualized universe, and the insect hive. You still want to increase the number of enemies. Although I'm injured, I'm not someone you can easily deal with. I've already said that we're not enemies. Luine said, why did you lure me and the spiritualized universe's people into the mirage? Wei Nu said, didn't you always want to enter the mirage? Only in the mirage can the spiritualized universe's people not escape and be killed by you. I also belong to the Tianyuan universe, and I don't want anything to happen to the Tianyuan universe. You're in the bitter adversity realm, right? That's right. Restarting the Tianyuan universe will only benefit you. The reason just now doesn't count. I control the Tianyuan universe, and if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, your ending won't be much better than eternity's. Wei Nu shook her head. It's lonely at the top. Back then, Tai Hong and Mr. Mu were his companions. What about you? Who do you have? You've surpassed all of them. You've even surpassed the legends of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Who else can stand shoulder to shoulder with you? Luine, don't treat everyone as an enemy. Otherwise, your ending will be the same as eternity's. Luine nodded. That's true, but there are also many people following me. I once thought that I was alone, but the further I walk on this path, the more people I have, including the ordinary people of the Tianyuan universe. They rely on me and are my companions. Currently, you are in the Tianyuan universe, and you only have 2 sides, be my enemy or be my friend. There are no other sides. Wei Nu frowned. We don't have any grudges, so why force me? Luine did not mind. He had definitely been schemed against by Wei Nu during the mirage. This woman had always been scheming against him. Just treat it as me being overbearing. I don't wish for the Tianyuan universe to have anyone or anything outside of my control. You are quite overbearing, but I don't want to choose between the 2 sides. If you force me, we can only be enemies. Wei Nu's surroundings distorted as a gray color circulated. This was the power of time. The spiritualized universe's greatest disadvantage against the Tianyuan universe was the domain of time. Within the Tianyuan universe, everyone's greatest disadvantage against Wei Nu was also the domain of time. Even though Luine could reverse 1 second and traverse the river of time to trace back to the past, he still could not defeat Wei Nu in the domain of time. Papercut's method was the symbol of her control over the river of time. The difference between Luine and Wei Nu was obvious. One could only cross the river, while the other could create it. The only one who could match Wei Nu in this aspect was fate. If possible, Luine did not want to force Wei Nu too much. However, he had to obtain the clues that Wei Nu represented. Furthermore, this woman was hiding a plan that made him uneasy. When one's cultivation reached Lu Yin's level, especially when one dabbled in the domain of time, one would feel a sense of danger in the future. Every time Luine saw Wei Nu, he would feel a sense of danger. If he had to choose between the one true god and Wei Nu, he would even hesitate, even though Wei Nu did not seem as threatening as the one true god. Along the way, Luine had experienced many life and death situations. He trusted his intuition. Being an enemy or being a friend is not easy. Even if you choose to be my friend, you will not truly believe me. Luin looked at Wei Nu. However, as long as you answer one of my questions, I will treat you as my friend and will not force you. Wei Nu narrowed her eyes. Her pretty face was so weak that it made one's heart ache. Speak. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. The real reason why you lured me to the Mirage Domain. Wei Nu frowned. I told you to kill the spiritualized universe's people and the Eternals. Since you can find the Eternals and spiritualized universe's people, why bother going to the Mirage Domain? Just tell me the location, and it will be easier to kill them. No matter how attractive the Mirage Domain is to the spiritualized universe, they will not die for it. Mr. Wei Nu, I do not wish to hear such a stupid answer a third time. Wei Nu's eyes flashed. Why do you think? Luin pondered for a moment. He suddenly stepped forward and pressed down on Wei Nu. Those who oppose me will not have a good ending. You will not be an exception. Wei Nu retreated. The river of time vaguely flowed as she headed towards it alone. Since Luin could not get the answer he wanted from Wei Nu, he could only snatch it from her. He had imprisoned many high and mighty people, and he had killed many powerhouses that he had once looked up to. Wei Nu was just one of them. There was nothing that he could not do. Wei Nu entered the river of time alone. Her figure was illusory, and she had no intention of fighting. A small boat of flowing light appeared around Luin, and he flew out and entered the river of time. Wei Nu looked at the small boat and waved her hand, causing time to reverse. Even progenitors would be frightened by the power of time reversal and would not dare to come into contact with it. However, the small boat of flowing light floated above the river. No matter how much the river reversed, Luin used tracing back to the past as a coordinate and swallowed the time that did not merge with the river of time to cross it. The two chased each other through the river of time, one in front and one behind. Wei Nu's face paled, as this Luin was too troublesome. No one dared to casually enter the river of time, but he did. If this person had just broken through to the progenitor realm and entered the river of time, he would not have been able to withstand it and would have been swept out by her. However, this person had learned tracing back to the past. Tracing back to the past could cut off the river of time and stabilize the Mirage Domain. Even Wei Nu was afraid of that power. This person was Mr. Mu's disciple, and he was rather troublesome in the domain of time. Since that was the case, she could only go to the Mirage Domain. Dao Master Lu, there are powerful enemies from the spiritualized universe and the Hive. I can tell you that even more powerful enemies from the outside universe will appear in the future. They are things that you cannot imagine and should have appeared long ago. You should not chase after me, Wei Nu said. Lu Yin's body rose and fell along with the river of time. Tell me the real reason. Also, who injured you? His desire for clues grew closer and closer, and Wei Nu would definitely be able to give him an answer. Wei Nu looked back. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? I just want to know the answer, Luin barked. Wei Nu's gaze turned cold, and she instantly disappeared. She had entered the Mirage Domain. The moment she entered, Luin also saw the shore of the Mirage Domain and hurriedly entered. At the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, Ancestor Ku turned to look at the river of time and saw Wei Nu passing by. He reached out to stop her, but Wei Nu's face changed into Zhao Ran's. Ancestor Ku's pupils shrank. Zhao Ran? Wei Nu rushed into the Forbidden Zone while he was still in a daze. The next moment, Luin walked out and saw Wei Nu rushing to the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. He sighed, but it was still too late. Ancestor Ku regained his senses. Who was that? Wei Nu, Luin said. Ancestor Ku was shocked. Wei Nu? Zhao Ran? Luin nodded and sighed. She's Wei Nu, but she's also Zhao Ran. Ancestor Ku looked at the Forbidden Zone with a complicated expression. Zhao Ran had been with him for many years. He was born ugly, but he walked step by step with a strong will. Outsiders thought that he was invincible, but he also needed peace in his heart. Zhao Ran accompanied him when he was weak. During those years, he was the only one in Zhao Ran's world, and she was the only one in his world. There was no love between them, nor was there any kinship. They were more like two confused fledglings snuggling together, heart to heart. As his cultivation increased, he knew that he was not the one Zhao Ran was waiting for. Then, a great war broke out. He rushed into the Eternals to fight for the survival of the human race and parted with Zhao Ran. The next thing he saw was the Above Sky sect. However, Ancestor Ku did not say anything to Zhao Ran. The past was the past, and Luyin was the one Zhao Ran was waiting for. Although the past had dissipated, suddenly seeing Zhao Ran again, that familiar feeling still made him hesitate. I'm sorry. Luyin shook his head. Wei Nu is good at manipulating people. Senior, you might be one of her schemes. There's nothing to be sorry about. By the way, did the president come out? Ancestor Ku said, no, he hasn't come out since he entered. Luyin and Ancestor Ku stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone and looked inside. Luyin really wanted to go in and look for him, but his rationality did not allow him to be impulsive. Even the primogenitor was afraid of this Forbidden Zone and warned the Three Realms Six Paths not to go in. Although he was stronger than the Three Realms Six Paths, he was not as strong as the primogenitor. Could he only wait? Now that Wei Nu was here, Ancestor Ku could not protect her alone, but once he left the Mirage, he would only have one chance to enter. Luyin pondered for a moment and decided to bring people into the Mirage domain when he returned. He wanted to make use of the resources that the Tianyuan universe had gathered. Just as Luyin was about to leave, ripples spread out, and space distorted. The Forbidden Zone expanded, enveloping both Luyin and the desolate ancestor. In the blink of an eye, everything began to spin, and when he looked around, he couldn't see the river of time, nor could he see the bamboo forest or the log cabin. All he could see were grotesquely shaped trees, all of which bore fruit that resembled Luyin. Luyin looked around. What was going on? Did Wei Nu expand the forbidden area? Did she have the ability to do so? Before he could think further, a familiar voice came from behind him. You're awake too. It's not too late. Forget it. Since you're awake, eat it. Luyin turned around and saw a giant looking up at him. This giant was Luyin. Luyin was stunned. Himself? Everyone who wakes up looks at me like this. This karma is the best fit for my former self. Unfortunately, the path to immortality is heartless. Between the universe and my former self, I have to give up on one. If I eat you, I will soon reach the Great Circle. The giant's gaze was unfamiliar to Luyin. It was a kind of indifference, or rather, a numbness to the outside world. Why do I have such a gaze? Wait, what am I now? What did I eat? Luyin looked down and realized that he was no longer a human, but a fruit. Like the fruits around him, he was just an awakened fruit. Karma? Self? Path to immortality? The giant raised his hand and grabbed at Luyin. Luyin's fruit was on a branch and was relatively tall, but the giant could still reach it. The giant hand was getting closer and closer. What was going on? What was happening? With his strength, he had unknowingly become a fruit? Was this the Forbidden Zone? Darkness enveloped him, and the giant hand was about to grab him. Luyin gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this. This giant wasn't him, and he didn't want to be eaten. No matter what, he couldn't be eaten. He was Luyin, the Tao master of the Above Heaven sect, the master of the Tianyuan universe. He surpassed the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and was close to the primogenitor. He was one of the strongest people in this universe, so how could he be eaten? The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting rivers, the ancient earth's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's rejection, condensing qi. Leaping through the starry sky to lie down. Communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse to lie down. Luyin recited the primogenitor scripture, and the giant hand in front of him became illusory. The primogenitor scripture? I know it too, and you can't avoid it. On the path of karma, you and I are just one of many. Luyin's pupils shrank, and he growled as he released the starry sky from his heart. At the same time, he released his consciousness from his consciousness planet. His consciousness was as firm as a boulder. This was all an illusion. Suddenly, a beautiful dance from the Luotian appeared. A smile bloomed in front of him as she looked at him in a daze. Brother Lu. The hand suddenly shattered, and everything in front of Luyin's eyes and around him started to shatter, including his own body. This was just a fruit, and it was so fragile. heaven and earth flipped, and the forbidden area dispersed. Lu Yin hurriedly tore through the void and returned to the above heaven sect. The scene just now had left him horrified. The feeling of being eaten by himself had been so real, and the Luotian's final smile had been filled with infatuation. Lu Yin didn't know how to face it. At this moment, he didn't even know what he was thinking. He just wanted to leave the forbidden area as quickly as possible. As soon as he returned to the above heaven sect, insects swarmed over from all directions, covering the entire sky. In the distance, Yan Gang sneered, "Lu Yin, I'll return the fear and despair you brought to me tenfold today." Lu Yin was stunned. Yan Gang? Wasn't he dead? With a boom, the above heaven sect shattered, and the hellworm was torn apart. The Azure King was drenched in blood as he stepped on a shattered turtle shell from the ancestral turtle. Behind him, the strength beast's giant head floated, along with the corpses of Su Wang, Wood God, Wu Tian, Hong Yan Mavis, and the others. When he saw this, Lu Yin knew that he hadn't left the forbidden area. But this was too real. He had ignored Meng Seng's dream, but this was even more realistic than a dream. Even though he knew it was fake, Lu Yin couldn't control himself. He was like an outsider watching his own body madly attack the Azure King, being suppressed by the Azure King's 3 ultimate techniques. He watched as he was injured and charged out again and again, attacking crazily, but he couldn't change the outcome. At this moment, Lu Yin was like an outsider. When the above heaven sect shattered, a person appeared in front of Zhao Ran. It was the Destiny Daughter. "Choose again. You are my future daughter." The showerhead fell from Zhao Ran's hand with a soft sound. She looked at the Destiny Daughter in confusion. "You're not dead?" The Destiny Daughter smiled. "I should have died at your hands." "Me? You?" The confusion in Zhao Ran's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a deep gaze filled with indifference and coldness. "Destiny, since you ambushed me, the tributary must return to the mainstream." As soon as she finished speaking, everything seemed to rewind, as if time was flowing in reverse. At this moment, no matter how strong the Azure King was, everything was rewinding. In just an instant, Lu Yin's body trembled, and when he looked again, he saw a wedding taking place in San Dios. He was actually back here? At this moment, Lu Yin was real. He looked at his hands, himself, and controlled himself. He was no longer a third party. "You. Why are you here?" Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Baser walked out and glared at Lu Yin. "Student Lu, you're not invited to this wedding. Leave." Lu Yin didn't speak and just looked around. He saw Xianxia and Yan Gang. The moment he saw Yan Gang, boundless killing intent rose in his heart. This was the person who had used the insectoid nest to nurture the Azure King, who had then slaughtered the above heaven sect. So that was how it was. This was a cycle of karma that had given him a chance. Everything seemed so logical. He originally had a chance to choose again, but the cycle of karma had brought this chance forward to 100 years ago, to that wedding in San Dios. It was that wedding that had started the destruction of Fire's Melt Planet, and it was here that he had dealt with Yan Feng and Yan Gang. Now, this cycle of karma had given him a chance to choose again. Would he destroy this wedding, or would he fight to the death with Fire's Melt Planet? Lu Yin stared at Yan Gang. Was this the karma that had been given to him? Baser, Yan Feng, and the rest followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw Yan Gang. Lu Yin should be paying attention to Yan Feng and Xianxia, but why was he staring at Yan Gang? Yan Gang was stunned as well. "Why are you staring at me? I'm just a nobody, a follower." He would never have dreamed that everyone's attention would be focused on him at a time like this. Karma and karma. There was only one path to take, and if one chose karma, there would be karma. This wedding was a trap that Yan Feng had set for Lu Yin. It didn't seem like a big deal, but at the time, Lu Yin had an engagement with the Ana family. If he had allowed Yan Feng and Xianxia to be together, he would have been ridiculed. It didn't seem like a big deal in the short term, but as time passed, he would have to pay a huge price. Who would want to follow a man who didn't even dare to steal his own woman? Lu Yin's current glory was built on his numerous battles, and he was seen as a legend by countless people in the Tianyuan universe. If there was such a blemish, his future would change. Besides, this wedding had already been watched by many people. His choice would definitely change the future. Did he really have to choose again? If he couldn't see through this karma, then he would. The Forbidden Zone was very powerful, and he couldn't see through it right away. However, he was still one of the strongest in the Tianyuan universe. If the primogenitor could leave the Forbidden Zone, then so could he. The Forbidden Zone couldn't completely change his thinking. Louis knew that this was a karma within the Forbidden Zone that had nothing to do with the outside world. How could the Above Heaven sect have been destroyed by the Azure King? Yan Gang and the Azure King were both dead. But since he had to choose again, then he might as well choose again and see what this karma was. Wei Nu wanted to use the Forbidden Zone to deal with him, and he wanted to see what would happen here. He made the same choice again. Louis made the same choice as before, wanting to see if it would bring about the same results. As Yan Feng and Bezer fell, time around Louis sped up, just like what had happened to him in the past. Louis watched himself go through the Sovereign Tournament, the battle with the 4 Libras, the 6 Directions Association, the battle at Immemorial City, the battle with the Spiritualized Universe, and finally, Wei Nu brought him into the Mirage Domain and the Forbidden Zone. Louis opened his eyes and looked around. There were still trees and fruits that looked like him. He hurriedly looked at himself and relaxed. He wasn't a fruit. But if he wasn't a fruit, then was he the giant Louis? Wasn't he the giant Louis to those fruits? Was he Louis or the giant Louis? Louis was confused. He couldn't see clearly as the fog of time enveloped him. A figure walked out of the fog. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Was it the president or Wei Nu? There wasn't just one figure. 4 people had entered the Forbidden Zone: himself, the Desolate Ancestor, the president, and Wei Nu. 2 figures had appeared at the same time, so there had to be enemies. Louis stared ahead, ready to act at any moment. When the figures walked out of the fog, his expression changed. How could it be them? It was Jenny Anna and Yan Gang who appeared in front of him. Louis stared blankly. How could it be them? Yan Gang was definitely dead, and Louis hadn't paid any attention to Jenny Anna. She was either dead or on Xenu Star, so why was she here? Louis approached the 2. Their eyes were dazed, and they walked like puppets as they approached Louis. Louis frowned and walked off in a different direction. The rest of the group followed him in the same direction. Their eyes were filled with confusion, and they stared at Louis. Louis didn't move, and so did they. Louis looked at the 2. Was this his own karma? He didn't care about Yan Gang. An enemy was an enemy, and Louis didn't regret it. However, he had once felt guilty towards Jenny Anna. Everyone was born with freedom, and Jenny Anna had never liked him. It was only because the Anna family needed her that she was forced to marry him. It was unfair to her, and she had resisted. She liked Yan Feng. She married Yan Feng because she wanted to marry someone she liked. She didn't want to scheme against her. Fire's Melt planet had been destroyed, and Yan Feng had died. She had been imprisoned by the Anna family and abandoned by many of Lu Yin's supporters. From the beginning to the end, this woman only wanted her own love. He didn't regret ruining that wedding, as he wanted to fight for himself. He didn't regret it then, and he still didn't regret it now. The only thing that had affected him was Jenny Anna. Jenny Anna was born into the Anna family and received the resources and protection of the Anna family. She had also acted willfully and recklessly in the past. This was her cause, so she had to bear the consequences of the Anna family's actions. There was no exception. He had already discussed this with Jenny Anna and asked the Anna family not to make things difficult for her. He had no idea what had happened to this woman. Jenny Anna and Yan Gang were his fruits. Were they following him now, or had they always been there? Was it just that he couldn't see them? Louis stared at the 2 in a daze. Were they following him now, or could they not see him? This was very important. He slowly approached the 2. They seemed to maintain a certain distance from him, and as long as he didn't cross that distance, they wouldn't move. Louis walked up to them and raised his hand to touch Jenny Anna. In an instant, the world spun once more, and Louis returned to San Dios, where he stared straight ahead. You. Why are you here? Jenny Anna stared at Louis in disbelief. Bezer walked out and glared at Louis. Student Lou, you're not invited to this wedding. Leave. Luin looked around, amused. Karma. So these two were his karma, and he had to touch them. In that case, he should try a different option this time. He obediently left. Yan Feng, Baser, Xianxia, and the rest were all shocked. He left just like that? Countless people who saw this scene could not believe their eyes. Luin had ruined the wedding in such a high-profile manner, and he had left just like that? Luin left, and time began to pass. After he left, the wedding went on as usual. Xianxia happily married Yan Feng, and Yan Feng ascended to the top. However, no matter how glorious he was, that was only in the outerverse, and he was still far from the level of the 10 arbiters. The only one who could truly replace Luin was Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu possessed absolute power and terrifying schemes. Luin had once died, and Night King Jinwu had been known as the leader of the 10 arbiters. He had been expected to participate in the contest for the Star Tower in the Neoverse, and even Star Sibyl had been his subordinate at that time. This time, Luin had chosen not to show off his abilities. The future had changed, and he had lost a lot of support and opportunities. To others, such changes did not exist. Night King Jinwu successfully became the leader of the 10 arbiters and defeated the other 10 arbiters. Star Sibyl had dressed him in robes, and he had continued to make breakthroughs in the Star Tower battles. He had become one of the 5 children of the stars, and he had headed to the Astral Tree domain. There, he had helped the Day-Night clan break free from the cold immortal sect's control and return to the 5th mainland to unify it. Time continued to pass. Aside from his absolute power and innate gift, Night King Jinwu's schemes were also terrifying. Even though the Day-Night clan had once been servants of the cold immortal sect, they had gradually risen to a position comparable to the 4 cardinal scales under his leadership. They had led the 5th mainland to compete for the Astral Tree domain and participated in the battle on the back of the Astral Tree domain. In the end, they had won the recognition of the 4 cardinal scales and become the 5th cardinal scale. They had bent down to contact the 6-way society and replaced the 3 sovereign spacetime. They had opened up the 3 sovereign spacetime and lured the Eternals into a trap. They had forced the 6-way society to fight the Eternals, causing both the 6-way society and the Eternals' first zone of disaster to suffer heavy losses. Night King Jinwu had taken advantage of the situation to rise up and establish the Arbiters sect. One by one, even though the paths taken were different, the results were similar. The Arbiter, the sect, the Eternals' first zone of disaster. Whatever Luin had done in the past, Night King Jinwu could do the same with his strength and methods. He was like the sun in the sky, known as the master of the sect above. Even though he was not respected by the primordial space because he did not have a bottom line, he did not need to be respected. He only recognized his own strength. He had survived numerous life and death crises. No one knew how many times the Fire Plume race had died in his place. He would always stand up again. Compared to Luin, his scheming personality made Xianxia and the other guardians feel less threatened. The more shameless a person was, the less of a threat they were. The guardian of the 4 directions could not be used, and the threat of the spiritualized universe had not come for the time being. Some people were still alive, and some were dead. The Abandoned Path, Calamity Crusade, Yiro, and the others had also gathered at the Above Heaven sect for various reasons. This was karma, and even if Luin wasn't around, the situation would still develop in the same way. In the eyes of the universe, what was a good person? What is a bad person? It was just a cycle of karma. Luin walked forward. He had people he cared about, people who supported him. Night King Jinwu also walked forward. He also had people he cared about and people who supported him. Luin returned to the forbidden area once more. This time, Night King Jinwu walked out of the fog of time. His gaze was not dazed, but rather profound as he looked at Luin. You made the right choice, Night King Jinwu said. Luin met his gaze. Let you take the position? At the very least, the Tianyuan universe will not face such a great crisis. Night King Jinwu clasped his hands behind his back, just like when he had ascended to the position of master of the Above Heaven sect. Luin calmly replied, the crisis won't disappear just because it won't come. The Tianyuan universe will have plenty of time to develop under my leadership. But you have no bottom line. Are you really protecting the Tianyuan universe? How many people are born every day? How many people die? This is just a cycle. Haven't you seen through it yet? This is the cycle of karma. Night King Zhenwu was confident. You can change the history of the Tianyuan universe, and this cycle can also appear. Those ordinary people also have their own cycle of karma. If one person causes the death of another, then that person will eventually be harmed by the karma brought about by the other person. No one can escape the cycle of karma. Lu Yin stared at Night King Zhenwu. What about you? Without a bottom line, how many people have you caused to die? What kind of karma will you bear? It's the same for you. Many people have died because of you. Otherwise, why would you be talking to me? Night King Zhenwu asked. Lu Yin laughed. I want to see through karma. Night King Zhenwu proudly replied, karma is to let you see clearly that I am the one who can stand at the peak of the Tianyuan universe. Didn't you boast about protecting those ordinary people? Because of you, too many dangers have erupted in the Tianyuan universe. How long can those ordinary people live? I'm different. I can allow the Tianyuan universe to exist for countless more years. Generation after generation. The result will still be the same, Lu Yin retorted. Night King Zhenwu shouted, at least they won't die. Who was the first to be deified by you? Nong Yi, he's dead. Who went to the dark spacetime to look for you? Who fought alongside you against Mo Shang? Danjing is dead. Who supported you the most? Leng Qing is dead. Who was the most selfless to you? Even the ancestral realm exists for you? Elder Chan is dead. Who taught you? The crazy headmaster who helped you rise from nothing is dead. Lu Yin, these people died because of you. They died because you were too much of a threat. You didn't know how to hide your strength and bide your time. You showed off your abilities, and you protected your bottom line. But it was precisely because of these bottom lines that these people died. Can you face them? Lu Yin closed his eyes, and familiar faces flashed past his mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt tired. Very tired, so tired that he wanted to sleep. The Lu family will return, and I will resolve the conflict between the Lu family and the four cardinal scales. At that time, you will still be Lu Xiaoxian. Isn't it good for you to live your life happily? Why let so many people die for you? Night King Zhenwu shouted. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at Night King Zhenwu. Then go ahead and do it. I want to see what kind of consequences there will be for your actions. Night King Zhenwu disappeared. Lu Yin once again saw the karma, as well as the passage of time. When the Lu family returned, the four-way Libras and the Lu family would not rest until one of them was dead. In the end, Night King Zhenwu chose to help the four-way Libras and destroy the Lu family. Immemorial City was also destroyed, and the primogenitor and Mr. Mu both died. Night King Zhenwu chose to join the spiritualized universe, and because of his contributions and innate gift, he was hailed as the next Ju Sang Tian. He had led a group of people to the spiritualized universe alive. Among them were the four scales, those who supported him, and even the Fire's Melt planet. He also had people he cared about. But what he cared about wasn't what Lu Yin cared about. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting out 100 rivers, the ancient land's harmony, imitating the high sage. The heavenly Tao's refusal, the Qi's induction. Leaping through the starry sky to lie down. Being good at communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting out 100 rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse to lie down. His consciousness was as steady as a rock. Lu Yin instantly returned to San Dios. His choice had not been wrong. Whether it was the cause or effect, since he was the one who had done it, he should bear the consequences. Lu Yin could almost hear Night King Zhenwu's unwilling roar. I just made a choice, but you can't walk out of it. This time, Night King Zhenwu walked out of the fog once again. The only difference was that this time, Night King Zhenwu's eyes were dazed, just like Jenny Anna and Yan Gang's. This Night King Zhenwu was not the real Night King Zhenwu, as it was just a strand of Lu Yin's own karmic imagination. It could be Night King Zhenwu, Lu Xiaoga, or even Silver. It could be anyone. Could karma be changed? If Night King Zhenwu had come to the Mirage domain during Lu Yin's second choice, would Night King Zhenwu really replace him? Would the outside world really change? Who wrote down the laws of the universe? If karma existed, would it replace karma? Everything was like a dream. Whose karma did his existence replace? Luin stood in place and pondered for a long time, forgetting the passing of time. After an unknown amount of time, the fog around him dissipated. Luin walked in a certain direction and saw the desolate ancestor's corpse. The desolate ancestor wasn't dead, but he was sitting cross-legged in the same state as Luin had been. Luin did not dare to disturb him. Karma was an interrogation of one's soul. It was one's understanding of the universe. Once one couldn't figure it out, it would be easy to go berserk. In fact, even he couldn't tell if he was real or an illusion. He walked in a different direction. The time fog didn't affect him at all, but it was as if he had a passive choice. Wherever the fog dissipated, he would go. This time, he saw the round-faced old man from the headquarters. It wasn't just the president himself, but rather a group of people surrounding him. There were humans and creatures of other forms, but Luin knew that all of those surrounding him were his karma. The main guild leader just stood there motionlessly with his eyes closed. This seemed to be the only way to interrogate himself. Was he experiencing a choice? Luin approached him and reached out to touch one of the figures. The president's eyes widened as he stared at Luin in shock. I don't want to start over. You. I didn't kill you, I had no choice, you go find them, choose again? How should I choose? If I don't help them, they will deal with me. I have no choice. If there is only one choice in karma, why should I choose again? I've had enough, the president's figure was illusory, and Luin stared at him. He was changing. He had made a new choice. The president's figure gradually blurred and was replaced by another figure. There would always be a figure here who would lead the spiritualized cultivators to invade the Tianyuan universe and fight with Lu Yin's group. They would then be lured into the Mirage domain and brought to this forbidden area. This process would not change, only the person. The president had changed, but to the Tianyuan universe and Luin, nothing had changed. Luin casually waved his hand, and his palm swept past the other figures. The figure that had replaced the president suddenly vanished, and the president reappeared. No matter what he chose, the choice of karma would affect the karma of others. If he decided on those karma beforehand, it would be the same as deciding the karma of the past. Golden light bloomed, and the president suddenly attacked in front of Luin, catching him off guard. Luin hurriedly dodged, but by the time he came back to his senses, the president was already gone. The figures around him had also vanished. Luin sighed. He had been so focused on karma that he had forgotten about him. Luin looked around. Karma. Cultivation was a line, time was a line, and karma was a line. These lines were all the same, and this was a law of the universe. How a person cultivated and what realm they reached were all predetermined. Even if the person changed, karma would not change. Where did this line begin? Who held it? Luin slowly sat down. Since he was already here, he would take a look at karma and see if he could see through it. He had once thought that karma was the path to eternal life. Since he had already embarked on this path, he would continue down it. Let me see how this karma will continue. Around him, the trees were still the same, and they were filled with fruits. They were still the same as Lu Yin's. It was as if as long as he was in this forbidden area, these trees and fruits would follow him wherever he went. It was just like the karma of Night King Jinwu, Geniana, and Yan Gang. Luin closed his eyes and recalled the past, searching for karma that could be changed. He found the pirate port. If the pirate port had not been attacked and he had not been severely injured, he would not have been tossed to Driftcharge Planet like a living corpse. He would not have met Luozha, and he would not have been able to recite the Stonewall scriptures and those numbers. Then, what would the future hold? Luin had chosen not to go to the pirate port. Xianxia had died, and her injuries could only be healed if he met Xianxia there. If he did not go to the pirate port, he would only be able to watch Xianxia die while he safely returned to Astral 10. Since he had not experienced life and death, and he had not gone to Driftcharge Planet to cultivate the arcane art of life and death, Lu Yin's power was only average, and he could not shine in the astral combat tournament. No matter how hard he worked, some people would never surpass him, and they would always be replaced by Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu was too dazzling, and the head of the 10 arbiters seemed to be the same. Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture and opened his eyes to look at Night King Jinwu. No matter how he changed his choices in the Fifth Mainland, unless he walked up to the top himself, the person who would replace him would always be this person. Ever since Lu Yin had started cultivating, only Night King Jinwu had been able to bring him several life-threatening situations and even kill him. Night King Jinwu was not only powerful, but he was also scheming and meticulous. If not for Lu Yin's good luck, he would have died long ago. Night King Jinwu was indeed qualified to replace Lu Yin, but this person could only reach the astral tree realm. After that, it would be a karmic illusion. That was if he did not go to the pirate port, but what if he did not recite the primogenitor scripture? Karma. Lu Yin had to constantly experience karma and grasp the threads of karma in order to walk this path. Intense pain spread throughout Lu Yin's body. He looked in front of him. This was Drift Charge Planet. Luoxia, it had been a long time. He had not known that this old man was one of the Kuei Luos, Luoxia, who had escaped from the astral tree realm with the Lu family's primogenitor's scripture and numbers. Memorize it. Lu Yin stared blankly at Luoxia. Actually, he had another choice, which was to reveal his identity to Luoxia. I told you to memorize it, Luoxia barked as he glared at Lu Yin. A foul stench assaulted Lu Yin's nostrils. It was the stench of white meat. Kid, if you don't memorize it, I'll eat you. Lu Yin slowly said, Luoxia. Luoxia's body trembled, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. What did you call me? Lu Yin looked at Luoxia. I'm Lu Xiaoxian. Luoxia stared at Lu Yin in a daze, and his trembling hands helped Lu Yin up. He scrutinized Lu Yin's face, and his eyes reddened. You look like the young master. You're really the young master? Lu Yin sighed. It's hard to believe. Luoxia suddenly twisted Lu Yin's neck forcefully and tore Lu Yin apart as if he had gone mad. Impersonating the young master, the 4-direction scales. You finally found me. I'm not afraid. Then die. Time passed, and Lu Yin died on Drift Charge Planet. Everything in the Fifth Mainland continued on its path, and Night King Jinwu rose to power, repeating what he had seen through karma. In the Mirage Realm's forbidden area, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Sure enough, this choice's outcome was within his expectations, and Luoxia would not believe it. He had only wanted to die once during this choice and see what kind of effect it would have on karma and the flow of time. The result was the same as when he had first seen the destruction of the Above Heaven sect. He had become a third party, watching the Fifth Mainland's development. It was as if he had become the embodiment of karma. That's right. Lu Yin looked at his hands. Wasn't this karma that he had chosen again and again? Wasn't this karma? When he chose again, he had taken control of karma, but he could not see the karma's future. Only I am absent, and I am replaced by benefits. Only I am transformed, and I am replaced by no longer existing. This was the karma that he had seen so far. These two sentences suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and they represented his current understanding of karma. He looked around and saw that the fruits of his appearance had increased. If he continued, he would comprehend even more karma, and one day, he would be able to grasp the threads of karma. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have forgotten about the outside world. He had forgotten that he needed to find the president and his daughter, and he had even forgotten that he wanted to leave the forbidden area. This time, he had chosen not to participate in the Star Tower struggle. He had defeated Night King Jinwu and stomped him to death. One by one, the 10 arbiters had walked out, and Star Sibyl had stood behind him, draping his clothes over him. He had become the strongest youth in the Innerverse and Outerverse. From now on, you will replace Jinwu and join the ranks of the Universe Youth Council, which is commonly known as the 10 Arbiters Council. First you defeated Lan Si, then you destroyed Jinwu. Brother, you're ruthless. If you're a man, then drink it. Joining the 10 Arbiters Council means that you have to fulfill your obligations. The first thing you have to do is work together to deal with that group from the Neoverse. This was Lu Yin's first meeting with the 10 Arbiters after becoming one of them, and it was on Night King Planet. Lu Yin looked around. I refuse. Lu Tianmu and the others were stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin repeated, I refuse to participate in the Star Tower struggle. Do as you please. He then left, leaving behind the other 10 arbiters with confused expressions. No one would have thought that Lu Yin would refuse to participate in the Star Tower contest in the Neoverse. Lu Yin had assumed that if he did not participate in the Star Tower battle in the Neoverse, he would not be captured by the Eternals and would not be able to comprehend death energy in the depths of the Eternal Kingdom. In the end, however, the Eternals had captured him and imprisoned him beneath the Eternals. Lu Yin had defeated Night King Jinwu and become one of the 10 arbiters. His innate gift could not be ignored, and the Eternals would not forget about him. To be more precise, the Eternals had been eyeing him for a long time. Otherwise, Bai Wuxian would not have tried his best to secretly alter Ming Yan's consciousness in an attempt to have her betray Lu Yin and lead him to the Eternals. The karma of this choice still existed. Even though there was no Star Tower battle, the result returned to normal in the Eternal Kingdom. In the Forbidden Land of the Mirage, another fruit that resembled Lu Yin had appeared. Lu Yin continued to choose karma. This time, he had sealed off Shenwu continent and prevented Wu Junshi from coming over, which meant that she would not be able to understand the space-time continuum of the 3 sovereigns. This caused Lu Yin's curiosity towards the 6 Direction Society to decrease significantly. However, even after Zijing had been found, the results had not changed. Lu Yin continued to make choices as he continued to locate karma. Karma was a very mysterious existence. It had its own laws. If Lu Yin had changed his mind earlier, then Night King Jinwu could have filled in the gaps and allowed the universe to continue on its path of karma. Even if Night King Jinwu had betrayed the Tianyuan universe, he had still taken away a group of people who he cared about and who had supported him. Thus, a group of people from the Tianyuan universe had survived. But in the later stages, when Lu Yin defeated Night Queen Jinwu, he would have to bear the karma himself. He tried again and again, but the result was the same. All of these attempts made Lu Yin see a terrifying outcome: the Tianyuan universe would be defeated. Lu Yin looked at the increasing number of people in front of him, especially Night King Jinwu. Would the Tianyuan universe be defeated? Night King Jinwu had replaced Lu Yin, and he had acted according to karma. In the end, he had betrayed the Tianyuan universe, and the Tianyuan universe had been rebooted. Night King Jinwu had become Yusang Tian, but that was only from Lu Yin's perspective. If Night King Jinwu saw it from Lu Yin's perspective, then Lu Yin's actions had also replaced Yusang Tian's karma. No matter who replaced who, the Tianyuan universe would still be defeated. Lu Yin clenched his fists, as he did not want to accept this reality. They had worked very hard and thought of all sorts of ways to deal with the spiritualized universe, but in the future of karma, the Tianyuan universe would still be defeated. It would be a complete defeat, and even the survivors of the Tianyuan universe would be considered traitors. Why did this happen? Who set the cause and effect? Lu Yin did not want to believe in this karma, but through it, he was very clear that he could see the future outcome. He had to grasp the path of karma. If the future couldn't escape karma, then he would change karma. He didn't know who had set up karma, but he couldn't accept this result. Lu Yin did not know how much time had passed, but he continued to make new choices. There were early and late stages, and the dividing line was Night King Jinwu. He wanted to see if there was a different karmic future. The outcome had never changed. Night King Jinwu would definitely lead the Tianyuan universe to failure in the future, and the Tianyuan universe would be rebooted. Wasn't this the karmic future that Lu Yin would have to face? Lu Yin tried again and again, hoping to see a different future, but he was disappointed time and time again. Too much disappointment led to despair. He didn't know how many times he had tried. He was already numb. He couldn't tell how many choices he had made and how many different paths he had walked. Until this time, he saw Longxi. From now on, although you and I will not be husband and wife, we will be husband and wife in name. I'll lend you my strength, and I won't let you down. In this life, I, Longxi, will only be your wife. This was the second time Lu Yin had heard such words. Lu Yin looked at Longxi in front of him. At this moment, he had disguised himself as Longqi and married Longxi. It was their wedding night. On this night, Longxi had given her essence blood to him. After this night, she would be his wife. At that time, he had only thought of Ming Yan and hadn't cared about Long Shi. He couldn't understand her despair at that time. She had loved Lu Xiaoxian deeply, but her heart had died the moment Lu Xiaoxian married by Xian'er. Lu Ying stared at Long Shi. Her long blue hair looked dreamy and beautiful under the dim candlelight. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. She would never marry anyone else in this life. At this moment, Lu Yin's heart was filled with guilt. He had been too selfish and had never truly considered Long Shi. He had only thought that she had treated him as a substitute for Lu Xiaoxian. Actually, both Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoxian were the most important people to Long Shi. Lu Xiaoxian was her true love. Lu Yin was Long Shi's husband. This could never be changed, and Long Shi had never thought of changing it. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and asked, "Do you know why I was willing to marry you?" Lu Yin exhaled slowly. The constant trials of karma had made him numb and tired. Looking at Long Shi now, he felt the warmth of home that he hadn't felt in a long time. This girl's love for him was no less than Luotian and Ming Yan's, but she had never mentioned it. Where was she now? What was she thinking about? The White Dragon clan had been destroyed. How lonely was she? Subconsciously, Lu Yin hugged Long Shi. A familiar fragrance filled the air, calming his restless heart. He would do everything he could to prevent the Tianyuan universe from being defeated. Karma. No matter how much karma there was, no matter how illusory it was, he would grasp it all. Let go. How dare you? Long Shi shouted, and fine draconic patterns appeared on her body. Her pupils were vertical, and dragon horns appeared on her forehead. She broke free from Lu Yin's grasp and struck out with her palm. Her palm stopped in front of Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. Long Shi's eyes were filled with anger and unspeakable grievances. She was already in despair. Tonight, she would bid farewell to brother Xiaoxian, but she would protect her innocence for him. She didn't expect this person to take advantage of her. Lu Yin exhaled. "I'm back, Sister Shi." The anger in Long Shi's eyes disappeared, and they were filled with shock and disbelief. She looked at Lu Yin blankly. What did you call me?" Lu Yin smiled and rubbed his nose. He pressed his hand on Long Shi's head and scratched her dragon horn. "This is the White Dragon transformation? Interesting. Sister Shi, teach me. I'll teach you the Earth Treasury needles." Lu Xiaoxian had said this to Long Shi when they first met. Lu Xiaoxian had only called her Sister Shi once. Later, Long Shi found it unpleasant and didn't allow him to call her that. He never called her that again. In this world, only Lu Xiaoxian would call Long Shi Sister Shi. This title belonged to Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin recovered Lu Xiaoxuan's memories and saw the past. Long Shi's eyes were red as she looked at Lu Yin blankly. Her hand fell limply. You are? Brother Xiaoxian?" Lu Yin wiped the corners of her eyes. "The four-way scales banished the Lu family, and I was also struck down to the fifth mainland. Now that I've returned as Lu Yin, I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me. Not only me, but also big sister, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, and sixth sister. I know who the enemy of the Lu family is. I also know your pain. Sister Shi, this time I will make a new choice." Long Shi's eyes narrowed as tears rolled down her cheeks. She squatted down and wept weakly. Lu Yin looked at the starry night sky and hugged Long Shi. The two talked for a long time, and they lost track of time. Lu Yin told her what he owed her during Lu Xiaoxuan's era. There were many things that Long Shi did not understand, but she did not need to understand. She knew that this person was brother Xiaoxian. That's right, her brother Xiaoxian had returned. "Brother Xiaoxian, I missed you." Long Shi's face was flushed as she curled up in Lu Yin's arms. Her long blue hair was loose, and her fragrance permeated the air. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked into Long Shi's eyes, which were as bright as stars. Unknowingly, his worries about the future had been soothed. Countless attempts at karma had exhausted him physically and mentally, but at this moment, he did not want to think about anything else. He let go of everything, and at this moment, he just wanted to go home. He slowly lowered his head, and the warmth of her lips dispelled the cold wind. Her clothes were all removed, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her blue and white colors complemented each other beautifully. This night's reselection did not change the future, but it did change the relationship between Lu Yin and Long Shi. Karma continued to move in the same direction. The ruler's realm had fought for the origin artifact, and Lu Yin had taken Long Shi into Mount Supreme and registered her in the White Dragon clan's genealogy. His identity had been exposed, and he had fled Dragon Mountain. Nothing had changed except for Long Shi. He had captured her not because he had no choice, but because he wanted to protect her. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin took Long Shi away. She was pregnant and had given birth to a child. The moment he saw the child, Lu Yin felt something he had never experienced before. This attempt at karma was not something he wanted to wake up from. He did not want to leave this karmic choice. He could not bear to part with Long Shi and the child. They called this child Xianxia, and it was very cute. Lu Yin returned to the Mirage Domain and looked around. He subconsciously looked for Long Shi and Xianxia, but they were all fake. They were all fake. This was just a single attempt at karma. The result was still determined. No matter what happened between him and Long Shi, it could not change the karma of the universe. He was anxious and desperate, and he wanted to find his wife and child. That's right, the fruit. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there was another fruit. This fruit represented the karma that had just occurred. Lu Yin stared at it. He plucked it and ate it. He thought that this would allow him to enter karma again, or rather, that the Long Shi and Xianxia of that karma would appear. Had there been any changes? If there had not, then he would continue. Lu Yin ate the fruits one by one, and he seemed to have returned to karma. This time, he saw the karma of his dreams. He saw Long Shi disappear with Xianxia in her arms. They were fated to be fake, just a choice of karma. Lu Yin tried to stop them like crazy, wanting to bring them back, but they still disappeared. Eternal life. Only eternal life could stop it. Only eternal life could see through karma. Lu Yin had never yearned for eternal life so much. He saw another fruit being born, and this one opened its eyes to look at him. Lu Yin saw everything this fruit had experienced and felt pity. Everyone that wakes up looks at me like this. This karma is the most in line with my original heart. Unfortunately, the path of eternal life is ruthless. In front of the universe and my past self, I have to give up one. After eating you, I will reach perfection. Suddenly, Lu Yin stopped moving and stared blankly at the fruit. Was he the one who said that? Wasn't that what the giant Lu Yin had said when he had entered the Mirage Domain? At that moment, the world spun, and countless voices rang out in his ears. He heard a voice from afar. The heavenly Tao's bestowal, swallowing and spitting rivers. The ancient earth's harmony, imitating the high sages. The heavenly Tao's rejection, condensing qi. Leaping through the starry sky to lie down. Communicating with people. Swallowing and spitting rivers. Leaping through the vast expanse to lie down. Primogenitor's scripture. Lu Yin punched the ground, causing his surroundings to tremble. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the forbidden zone, and he was still surrounded by those trees. The fruits were still there. Night King Zhenwu and the others' shadows stood around him, which was his own karma. Beads of sweat dripped down Lu Yin's forehead. He had almost gone mad. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. He clutched his chest and sat down. Everything that had just happened was karma. He had constantly tried to test karma, but he had eventually lost himself within it. If not for the same words, he might never have been able to leave this forbidden zone, let alone grasp the threads of karma. He finally understood why the star toad had kept shouting "great-grandmother" and spitting out blood. This forbidden zone was terrifying. In the distance, a figure walked out from the fog of time. Lu Yin looked over, and his body trembled. He spat out another mouthful of blood as a heart-wrenching pain assaulted him. It was Long Shi, and she was holding Xianxia in her arms. They had been chosen by karma, and they had finally appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not bear it, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He wanted to take Long Shi and Xianxia away, as they were his wife and child. They had accompanied him in the cycle of karma, but he could not capture them. Karma, karma. Lu Ying panted heavily as he looked at the ground with a bitter expression. If this was the path to eternal life, then he really could not continue down this path. Eternal life was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This was why they had to restart the universe and enter eternal life. Even though it would cause the universe's life forms to be destroyed, it was the smallest and most selfish price they had to pay. Lu Ying clenched his fists, as he had almost fallen to the same fate. Cultivation? What did he cultivate? What did he cultivate? Was it selfishness? No, it was not like that. The bottom line that he had always maintained was correct. Scenes repeated in front of him, and Lu Ying spat out the words one by one. Reflect. Fear. Boulder. I ben. Only I am absent, I shall be replaced by benefits. Only I, the one who transforms, shall not exist. With a clear heart, I am fearless of selfish desires. I am as firm as a rock. I am fearless of myself. I am the one who illuminates the heavens. Wheel of karma, I look up to the heavens and see the endless wheel of life. I protect the return of life in the universe. As Lu Ying spat out each word, Yan Gang's silhouette transformed into a spiral that spiraled upwards. Geniana, Night King Zhenwu, and Lan Shi also transformed into spirals as they circled around Lu Ying, connecting the heavens and the earth. Lu Yin's body spun around, going from slow to fast. His entire being was immersed in some sort of comprehension, and his voice grew louder and louder. Outside the domain of annihilation, inside the forbidden lands, spirals entrenched themselves in the starry sky. The entire starry sky seemed to be connected by endless spirals. A pair of eyes opened from an unknown direction and looked at the mirage. How can this be? He had actually comprehended the Tao of Karma? Is it out of control? Archaic City, the primogenitor, and Mr. Mu were all shaken as they gazed at the boundless starry skies. This feeling? They couldn't tell what this feeling was, but it was both familiar and foreign to them. This is the kind of thing they should applaud. It was the feeling of holding, but he couldn't grasp it. It was as if the stars of the universe had come alive. The star-toad stared blankly at the sky. How can this be? This feeling appeared again. Great-grandmother, don't come over, great-grandmother. Within the mirage, Weinu looked at the forbidden lands in shock. Impossible. He actually came into contact with karma? Impossible. He's not even in the primordial realm, so how can he come into contact with karma? What did he experience? What did he comprehend? Could it be real? Karma, eternal life. Is this path real? What he said is real. No, it's fake. It can't be real. This path will never work. It can't work. Weinu did not realize that a new branch had appeared in the river of time. This branch had not been intentionally created by fate's sneak attack. Instead, it had been taken away from the heaven's origin universe with Meng Sang's departure. With the appearance of this branch, cracks appeared in Mr. Mu's method of fixing the river of time. At the same time, with the appearance of this branch, the spiritualized universes in the endless distance sensed this scene. The spiritualized universe's experts were all shocked. They did not know what this feeling was, where it came from, or why. They did not know at all. They only knew that there was only one person who had given them this feeling before, Yu Sang Tian. Within the Supreme Heaven Palace, Yu Sang Tian opened his eyes. I can't wait any longer. With that, he took a step and vanished. Within the heaven's origin universe, within the mirage, Lu Yin's figure was basically invisible. He was spiraled upwards for an unknown amount of time before coming to a stop. He landed on the ground and opened his eyes. His gaze turned cold as he looked in a certain direction. He was being stared at. Sure enough, he was being stared at. He had not sensed it before, but he had just sensed it. It was a connection from karma. Someone was staring at him, so there was karma. Through karma, he could come into contact with karma. Was that a blood-red sword? With a whoosh, the blood-red sword followed the karma. It flickered with cold light, and the karma spiral was immediately severed. The next moment, the feeling of being stared at vanished. Lu Ying raised his hand to grab the blood-red sword, but he stopped. This blood-red sword had not slashed at him, nor had it appeared in the mirage. Instead, it had slashed at the karma binding him from an unknown location, severing it. From now on, he could no longer use this karma to find the person who was staring at him. However, he did not need to find that person. The blood-red sword belonged to that omnipotent existence. Was it Grandmaster Grass? The Forbidden Zone had completely changed in Lu Yin's eyes. Regardless of whether it was the karma that had followed him or the trees, they had all turned into karma spirals. These spirals gradually shrank in Lu Yin's eyes, but they truly existed. These karmic threads actually existed around everyone. They could be many or few, but almost no one could see them. There were countless threads of karma around Lu Yin. The longer one lived, the more karma there would be, and the greater one's influence, the more karma there would be. If Lu Yin wanted to see all of his karma, it would be enough to cover the entire sky. This was the ability that he had comprehended in the Forbidden Zone. He could see karma, and this was what he had created, the self-illuminating technique. The self-illuminating technique was the result of Lu Yin's repeated attempts at karmic reincarnation. In the end, he had almost sunk into karma under the stimulation of Long Shi and Xiaoxiaxuan. He had almost sunk into karma, but it was not the karma that had caused him to sink, but rather that he did not want to come out. He did not want to leave his wife and children, but that was just a karmic reincarnation. The heart-wrenching pain made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. Emotions were the hallmark of intelligent creatures. The Eternals believed that emotions were the weakness of humans, but many times, it was precisely because of these emotions that a person could improve. Lu Yin had comprehended the self-illuminating technique because of these emotions, but he would rather not have this comprehension and would rather sink into karma forever. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stood in place. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. It was difficult to describe what kind of gaze it was, but under this gaze, karma spiraled upwards and disappeared into the sky. Lu Yin was searching for karma. The one that had just been severed by the blood-red sword was the karma that he had been spied on. Lu Yin did not believe that the person who had been spying on him had done nothing but watch him. If that person had done something, then there would definitely be karma, and Lu Yin had to follow those karma to find clues. To that person, the karma created by spying on him would definitely be beneficial to that person, but it did not matter to Lu Yin. He could allow those karma to be severed, and he could bear the loss. Karma appeared one after another, and Lu Yin had to slowly sort them out. This was a huge project, but it could dilute the sorrow of the karmic reincarnation cycle. Days passed, and the president continued to search for an exit in the forbidden area. More and more figures appeared around him, and they were all his karma. He could not see through them, nor could he escape from them. The desolate ancestor sat cross-legged, his body becoming more and more withered. No one knew what he was doing. Even Wei Nu, who had passed by earlier, could not see through him. The desolate ancestor was a shocking genius who had created the concept that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. He was an existence that stood at the peak of his era. In the era of the above heaven, even if he had not been accepted as a disciple by the progenitor, he would have reached the level of the three realms' six daos. Wei Nu had acknowledged the desolate ancestor, which was why Zhao Ran had approached him. The desolate ancestor had said that he was not the person that Zhao Ran was waiting for, but he could be considered the person that Zhao Ran was waiting for, or rather, the person that Wei Nu was waiting for. This included the former progenitor, Lu Tianyi, and progenitor Chen, who had been in the same generation as the desolate ancestor. They were all people that Wei Nu was waiting for. No one could calculate the time in the Mirage domain, and it was difficult to detect. The karmic reincarnation cycle's time was dispensable. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly stared at a strand of karma and found it. Was this the battle in the Mirage domain? The river of time flowed backwards, and that small boat had come from Wei Nu. Yes, this was the reason why he had chased after Wei Nu. He had guessed correctly, the battle in the Mirage domain had been too strange, and Wei Nu must have been plotting something that they did not know about. And now, this strand of karma actually involved the blood-colored sword? The karmic spiral coiled around Lu Yin's fingertip, and he flicked it lightly. Where there was cause, there was effect, and he made the karmic spiral fly towards the forbidden area. If that did not work, then he would fly towards the entire Mirage domain. There had to be karma that intersected with it, and he wanted to see what kind of karma this strand of karma had created. The karmic spiral flew towards the forbidden area, and at the same time, Wei Nu also entered the forbidden area. She wanted to see what Luin had done. She could not see karma, but she longed to see it. Right now, she hoped that this path would not lead to eternal life. As soon as she entered the forbidden area, the strand of karma flew past her and pierced through her body, creating another strand of karma. Wei Nu felt as if she had been hit by an invisible attack. She was clearly not injured, but she felt as if she had been pierced through. What was this feeling? At the same time, Luin looked over and found it. Luin took a step forward and appeared in front of Wei Nu. She looked at Luin in shock. You? Luin shouted, your injury came from that sword. Wei Nu's pupil shrank. How did he know? By the way, could it be? Luin grabbed her. Who does that sword belong to? Who are you scheming against? Wei Nu took out paper cut and cut it into two. Paper cut could cut off the past, but the river of time couldn't be reversed. The waves from the river of time were enough to severely injure Luin. Back then, Luin borrowed the ancestor's sword from the future to injure Wei Nu. But now, he didn't need it. Cutting off the past was both time and cause. Without the cause of the past, how could there be the effect of the future? Wei Nu wanted to cut off Lu Yin's karma, but Lu Yin's self reflected the heavens. He used karma to trace the cause and forcefully connected them. There was no need to disturb the river of time. Wei Nu stared blankly at paper cut and was shocked. You really comprehended karma. How is that possible? The next moment, Luin grabbed Wei Nu's neck and shouted, who does it belong to? Wei Nu's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She looked behind Luin blankly. Luin was horrified and suddenly turned around. A figure had appeared out of nowhere and was looking at him calmly. It belongs to me. Luin stared at the person and said word by word, Master Xianxia. The person who appeared in the forbidden area and frightened Wei Nu was Master Xianxia. Luin didn't expect Master Xianxia to appear here. Master Xianxia looked at Luin, Master Lu, long time no see. Luin let go of Wei Nu's hand and stared at Master Xianxia, that sword belongs to you? Master Xianxia smiled faintly, who else could it be other than me? Luin slowly clenched his fist, why are you here? Master Xianxia praised, congratulations, Master Lu. You have walked a path that even I don't want to walk, a path that truly leads to immortality. Karma? Yes, this path is too difficult. It's not something I want to walk, but the timing is not right. You shouldn't have stepped into the immortality realm. Luin stared at Master Grass. Can one step into the immortal realm after comprehending karma? Master Green Grass said, this is a path. I'm not sure if you can take it or not, but I can't let you take this path so easily. Originally, I wanted to deal with you here. However, the karma is too heavy. In that case, I will seal you for 100 years. After 100 years, I will return to the Mirage Domain and release you. After he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Luin. Luin had long since been prepared for this. He released the starry sky from his heart, and a terrifying surge of consciousness blasted towards the Grass Grandmaster. At the same time, he released a frenzy of sequence particles. Beneath the Sky Palace, he struck out with a palm, causing a blackish-purple substance to spread out. His other hand struck out with the overturning palm. In the face of a Grass Master, he unleashed everything he had mastered in his life at this moment. He only had one chance to escape from the Mirage Domain. This was his only chance. Master Green Grass praised, since ancient times, including the previous civilization, no one has been able to surpass your achievements. You have achieved this in just over 100 years. If you are given time, you may not necessarily be unable to set foot on eternal life, but after all, you are not eternal. Consciousness, sequence particles, overturning palm, power, everything flowed back in an instant. Master Green Grass raised his hand and restored everything around him to its original state. It was not time, not space, and all of Lu Yin's methods were ineffective at this moment. Luin watched as Master Green Grass's hand pressed down on him. His fingertips were entangled in a karma spiral. Master Green Grass saw the karma spiral penetrating him, but he remained motionless, allowing the karma spiral to sweep past him without any damage. In fact, Luin did not know how to fight with karma, but he instinctively felt that perhaps only karma could deal with the eternal realm. However, he knew too little and had no direction at all. Master Green Grass pressed one hand on Lu Yin's forehead. Around him, karma spirals once again rose into the sky like blooming flowers. However, they only bloomed for a moment before all the karma spirals shrank like flowers, completely suppressing Lu Yin. Everything happened in an instant. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Yin's attack had been unparalleled, and Wei Nu had been unable to retaliate. Then, a Grandmaster Grass had appeared. Wei Nu did not react and stared blankly. Master Green Grass retracted his hand and looked surprised. Whether it is the ancient gods or Jiang Feng, it is impossible for me to take the initiative to attack. To be able to reach this level after more than 100 years of cultivation, it is rare. After saying that, he did not look at Wei Nu and turned to leave, taking the president with him. It was as if Wei Nu was worthless in his eyes. After Master Green Grass left, Wei Nu heaved a sigh of relief and looked in Lu Yin's direction. There, Lu Yin stood in place like a statue. Other than Lu Yin himself, there was nothing else. However, Wei Nu knew that Lu Yin was suppressed by karma from the Forbidden Land. Not seeing it did not mean that it did not exist. The more she could not see it, the more horrifying it made her feel. She was bitter. She had spent so much effort scheming, but it turned out that in the eyes of others, she was just a joke. She had the ability to scheme against everything outside the eternal realm, including powerhouses like the primogenitor. However, the eternal realm was another level, a level that could ignore her. She looked at Lu Yin for a long time and finally walked out of the Forbidden Land and looked at the River of Time. Master Green Grass's disregard embarrassed her. She was indeed not worthy of the eternal realm's attention now, but she was the ferryman of the River of Time. As long as she returned to the River of Time, even the eternal realm could not ignore her. She could choose to return to the River of Time and borrow the power of the entire River of Time. The price was that she could not step into the eternal realm and could only be trapped in the River of Time. In the end, Wei Nu left. She could not be trapped in the River of Time. She still had to find a way to step into the eternal realm. In the Mirage Domain, Ancestor Ku woke up 3 years later. He got up and continued to look for the exit of the Forbidden Land. He did not find the exit, but he saw Lu Yin. Walking towards Lu Yin step by step, Ancestor Ku frowned and stopped 10 meters away from Lu Yin. Karma, seal. During this period, he had not wasted his time sitting in the Forbidden Land. Just as Wei Nu praised him, he also felt something, but it was not as exaggerated as Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would not be able to walk in the Forbidden Land with a clear mind. Those who did not control karma could not see why Lu Yin was sealed, not even Wei Nu. Ancestor Ku did not see Master Green Grass attack Lu Yin, but he could stop 10 meters away. This was what he had achieved in the past few years. But it was not enough. It was far from enough. Sitting 10 meters away from Lu Yin, Ancestor Ku slowly closed his eyes. He wanted to help Lu Yin remove the seal. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ancestor Ku opened his eyes again and said to himself, there is a cause and effect. This is the limit. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. There is no limit. After that, he closed his eyes again. Another 5 years passed. On this day, Ancestor Ku opened his eyes and said to himself, since there is a cause and effect, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Karma, karma, karma. I am willing to sacrifice myself to achieve karma. Let's see if this Forbidden Land can tolerate me. After that, he closed his eyes again. Not long after, the Forbidden Land shook. Around Ancestor Ku, trees appeared one after another. The trees were full of fruits that looked like him. Finally, they turned into a karma spiral and suppressed him. Ancestor Ku smiled and said, not enough. It's still not enough. I used the reverse karma to overturn the Forbidden Land and suppress the karma of the Forbidden Land. Lord Lu, this is the only thing I can help you with. We may meet again in the future, or we may never meet again. The Tianyuan universe is in your hands. karma started to press down on Desolate Ancestor. It was as if Desolate Ancestor had done something immoral. This was what it meant when things reach an extreme. Ancestor Ku wanted to destroy karma, which was equivalent to destroying the Forbidden Land. This was a different path from Lu Yin's. Lu Yin controlled karma and could see the future and deduce the years through different karma. Ancestor Ku did not control karma, but he wanted to destroy it. In the end, karma would not tolerate him. This move was to let all the karma in the Forbidden Land suppress him, so that he could remove the karma that sealed Lu Yin. This was because the karma that sealed Lu Yin came from the Forbidden Land and not Master Greengrass himself. Master Greengrass also used the karma in the Forbidden Land to seal Lu Yin. He said that he would seal Lu Yin for 100 years, ignoring Wei Nu and everyone else except Lu Yin. He also ignored Ancestor Ku, who was trapped in the Forbidden Land. Little did he know that Ancestor Ku had done such a thing. Wei Nu came to the Mirage Domain, which meant that the domain was refreshed 3 years ago and then 5 years later. The domain was synchronized with the outside world. She looked at the Forbidden Land in shock. What was happening? The Forbidden Land was shrinking? She had lured Lu Yin into the Mirage Domain and used the River of Time to expand the Forbidden Land in order to escape, including Lu Yin and Ancestor Ku. But now, the Forbidden Land was shrinking continuously. She hurried in. What was happening? Did Lu Yin do something? Soon, she saw Ancestor Ku and was stunned. How could this be? If Lu Yin's control of karma had overturned her worldview, then Ku Zu's reversal of karma and doing something that was immoral to the forbidden area was not as simple as just overturning her worldview. Was this something that a human could think of? Wei Nu looked at Ancestor Ku blankly. This person's talent was not below Lu Yin's, but he had been ignored. She had a feeling that Master Greengrass's biggest mistake was to ignore Ancestor Ku. She didn't plan to disturb Ancestor Ku, she just wanted to see if he could help Lu Yin. In the outside world, between the Heaven Origin universe and the spiritualized universe, Chewie used the springboard to head towards the Heaven Origin universe. His face was pale. I have to catch up, I have to catch up. One day, 2 years later, a figure appeared outside the stone door. This person was wearing a white robe and the space around him was twisting. One couldn't see his face. There was only a half circle behind the robe with the word "you" in it. With the arrival of this person, invisible ripples caused the surrounding void to sway. The weird thing was that no matter how it shook, the experts outside the Stone Gate and Zhongsho didn't feel anything. This is the Heaven Origin universe, that direction. The person muttered to himself and then disappeared. Not too far away from the Stone Gate, old ancestor Lu Yuan and celestial venerable Victor were guarding it and they didn't feel anything either. On the city wall, Su Wangtian was vexed. Is that crazy woman done? If I knew, I would have just died. At the side, the giant ancestor laughed weirdly. Who told you not to let her come to Immemorial City for her own good? Hee hee, you can't guess a woman's heart, hee hee hee. Further away, Mu Zhu glanced and didn't say anything. Su Wangtian dug his nose. It doesn't matter. If I can't offend her, can't I hide? If she comes, I will hide. Anyway, you are famous for being shameless, the giant ancestor said. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes. In another direction, flames burned beneath the city walls. Mr. Mu looked at the sky and frowned. He had had a bad feeling since the beginning, and it was growing stronger by the moment. Where was this feeling coming from? Underground, the progenitor looked up. Old Mu. Mr. Mu arrived. You felt it too? The progenitor nodded with a serious expression. This feeling is not right. It feels like something is about to happen. Even the Eternals didn't feel this way when they led the 3 high and 6 fast. Something is wrong. Where's Zhu Zi? He hasn't come out of the mirage yet? Mr. Mu was solemn. He hasn't come out yet. Did something happen to Little Seven? That's possible. Anything can happen to anyone, but not Zhu Zi. The mirage is difficult to find. If you really can't find him, you can withdraw tracing back. The moment you withdraw it, you can enter the mirage through the River of Time and see what happened to Zhu Zi. Mr. Mu thought about it. All right. He then left. Not long after, in a corner of Immemorial City, Mr. Mu looked up at the void with his hands behind his back. Mu Zhu stood quietly around him, protecting his master. Tracing back had cut off the river of time and stabilized the mirage. This was the beginning of many things. Mr. Mu had not expected to withdraw tracing back after defeating the Eternals. Once he returned, he would recover some of his strength. However, other universes could also interfere with the river of time, and the Tianyuan universe's advantage would be gone. He did not want to withdraw tracing back, but he had no choice. He had to do this for Luin. Mr. Mu raised his hand and struck the void as if he was trying to grab something. Mu Zhu looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, Mr. Mu's expression changed. No, it was not Little Seven. It was a pair of eyes that appeared in front of him. There was a thump, and a bloody mist erupted behind Mr. Mu. The newcomer had struck Mr. Mu's chest and said in a low voice, "Spiritual universe, Xianxia. Please enlighten me." Mr. Mu looked at the pair of eyes in front of him and pressed down with both hands, trying to suppress this person. However, this person was like a monster. He struck out dozens of times in an instant, accompanied by an indescribable sense of mystery. Mr. Mu was sent flying. Mu Zhu finally reacted and attacked angrily. Xianxia's figure flashed 9 times, and his aura reached its peak, causing Immemorial City to tremble. The progenitor looked over, and his face turned pale. Who could have such terrifying strength? It was old Mu. Change of the 9 heavens, parting the heavenly clouds. Mu Zhu only heard these 8 words before her vision turned black. She did not know anything else. Her body was beaten into a pool of blood. "You're courting death." Many people rushed over and attacked Xianxia. Wang Tian slammed his slipper downwards as the gigantic ancestor punched out. Xianxia's gaze was cold to the extreme. As he swept his gaze across, the flames beneath the primordial city were suppressed. Bang bang bang. After a few soft sounds, no one could block Xianxia's palm. That palm was like a death god. The progenitor raised his hand and released the azure heavenly palace. The progenitor's sword fell down and slashed towards Xianxia along with the 6 grains of dust. Xianxia raised his head. "If you were at your peak, you would indeed be able to fight me. I won't kill you. I'll keep you alive to suppress the Tianyuan universe and become the limit of the future." With that said, he raised his hand and grabbed the primogenitor sword. Exerting force, the primogenitor sword shattered, and the 6 grains of dust scattered. The primogenitor was shaken. This was the bad premonition they had just now. This person had the combat strength of an entire universe. Xianxia disappeared and was about to leave Primeval City. Mr. Mu stood up from the ruins of the ancient city. Ever since he had arrived in the Tianyuan universe, he had never been so heavily injured. He had only been so heavily injured when he was fleeing from his own universe. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Mr. Mu. He exclaimed, "I admire your strength, but your strength is not complete. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Mr. Mu turned the wooden flute and lowered his face, engulfing the flames of the ancient immemorial city. The ancient turbid treasure shines once again. "Help me kill the enemy." Still water? The archaic city collapsed. Flames scattered in all directions. The wooden flute shattered. Not long after, Xianxia walked out of archaic city. The flames gradually extinguished. He looked in the direction. Above Heaven Sect, is it there? Beneath archaic city, the primogenitor coughed out blood. With a wave of his hand, the void shattered. "Run. We must run." In the primordial space, the void shattered. A ray of light blasted into the above Heaven Sect. Wu Tian, Jiaolan Jilua, and the others suddenly stood up. "Master's power. Run, run, run quickly." The primogenitor's voice resounded. Wu Tian and the others were shocked. They did not understand what was happening. The next moment, the world changed drastically. Time and space distorted. Everyone looked at the sky and saw a huge millstone slowly forming. It stirred up the wind and clouds and gradually pulled the entire sky. Xianxia looked at the above Heaven Sect. "There is no aura of that person. Let's see how long you can hide. Destroy this space." Outside the stone door, Chui landed on the springboard and looked into the distance. Lu Yuan, Celestial Lord Victor, and the others were all there. They looked at Chui at the same time. "Why are you back?" Chui shouted, "Quick, Xianxia is here." In the Mirage domain, Luin slowly opened his eyes. Master Grass wanted to suppress him for 100 years, but he had neglected Ancestor Ku. Ancestor Ku sacrificed himself to karma and became the enemy of all the karma in this forbidden land. Even the karma that suppressed Luin was led away by him and released Luin. Luin knew what had happened. His consciousness was clear. After getting rid of the suppression, he quickly rushed to Ancestor Ku. "Go back. I have my own path." Ancestor Ku's voice sounded. Luin raised his hand, and karma spirals appeared on his fingertips. He wanted to save Ancestor Ku, but he was powerless. There were too many karma in this forbidden land. It was far from what he could handle with his newly comprehended self-illuminating technique. Otherwise, he would not have been so helpless against Master Grass. "Master Lu, everyone's path is different." Ancestor Ku's voice sounded again. Luin exhaled and bowed to Ancestor Ku. "Thank you for your help." He then bowed again. He did not know how much time had passed in the outside world. He wanted to find the president here. At that moment, Wei Nu's voice sounded. Xianxia killed his way into the Tian Yuan universe. Most of your people are dead. Lu Yin's expression changed. "What did you say?" Wei Nu did not speak. Lu Yin quickly left the Forbidden Land and returned to the Above Heaven sect. He did not know if Wei Nu was telling the truth. "Why did Xianxia suddenly come? Was it because of Palace Lord Jiao? Or was it because of something else?" It was fake. He hoped it was fake. The next moment, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. He saw a huge millstone in the distance that was constantly stirring up spacetime. The Milky Way was torn apart by the millstone. Many people rushed over as if they were seeking death. Wu Tian was surrounded by the martial god scripture. Hong Yan Mavis was carrying the Mavis god tree. Jiao Longjilua was holding a spear. Lu Yuan and even Chui had returned. Celestial Champion Lu Tianyi, Wood God, and the others were also there. Everyone was attacking one person under the millstone. It was Xianxia. To attack Xianxia, one had to pass through the millstone. That millstone suppressed almost half of the people around it. It was the third-ranked foundation of the sequence, the Monolith Foundation. It was formed by an indescribably strong consciousness. Anyone who tried to break through it would have their consciousness crushed, and it would be difficult for them to use their true strength. Xianxia's figure moved. He did not travel through space or disrupt spacetime, but he made it difficult for people to touch him. He destroyed the Mavis god tree with one palm and pierced Hong Yan Mavis's forehead. He waved his arm and shouted, "Void Master. There are quite a lot of ants here." Imperial robe. With that, his white robe fluttered, tearing apart Dan Gu and Yirua's bodies along the way. Formless flames spread throughout the primordial space. Mu Feng, Mu Xia, Qing Ping, Big Sis, and the rest of the Above the Sky sect charged towards the millstone. Lu Yin's face paled. In just an instant, he had seen several people die. Was this fake? Was it still within karma? It was fake. The starry sky distorted as countless people wailed. The primordial space welcomed its doomsday. The second anima also charged forward. Huge mechas, fortresses, and progenitors with black energy sources all charged towards the millstone. Xianxia raised his hand. The changes of the 9 heavens are formless and formless. Today, I will show you the Tianyuan universe what Xianxia is. Xianxia's figure flashed continuously, a total of 9 times. Each time, his aura was several times stronger than before. This was an invincible battle technique. Beneath Primordial City, Palace Mistress Xiao was excited. Xianxia had come to save them. No one could stop Xianxia, absolutely no one. These people simply did not understand how strong Xianxia was. Primordial had once said that Xianxia might have made up the limitless pole in order to suppress the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, Xianxia might not have been able to suppress the 7 great Xianxians. However, that was actually wrong. Otherwise, how could Luin dare to oppose Xianxia? Xianxia's strength wasn't something these people could imagine. Xianxia was only one step away from the eternal life realm. He was at the peak of the bitter disaster realm. His sequence precepts were so strong that they could rival the sequence foundation. As long as he remained in the eternal realm, he would be invincible. This was Xianxia. Luin took a step forward. With his consciousness, he would not be crushed by the boulder's foundation. He sent a palm towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked up and his lips curled up. "You've finally come out. I've been waiting for you. You want to walk the path of karma and enter the eternal realm? You're courting death." He then sent a palm towards Luin. The two palms collided, and Luin spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He had reached the current limit of the Heaven Origin universe, but Xianxia's palm was comparable to an eternal realm expert using the True God Freedom technique and Corpse King transformation. Luin could not take it head-on. At this moment, Xianxia was equivalent to a primogenitor or the sole true god at his peak. They were besieging such a powerhouse. Only now did they realize just how much the Grand Empyrean had sacrificed. If not for the Grand Empyrean using the 6 paths of reincarnation to seal the sole true god, the sole true god's strength would have been enough to suppress everyone. Although the Grand Empyrean had not gone to Immemorial City, he had remained here to suppress the sole true god. Xianxia used the boulder's foundation to attack Luin. Nearby, Sapphire Zhilua used 8-star Sapphire and borrowed Xianxia's own strength to attack him. Xianxia snorted and allowed the attack to pass through him without a single injury. "Thank you. Desert dust is over. Long live Flamingo. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you." Sapphire Zhilua was shocked. How could this be? The next moment, his body was pierced through by Xianxia, and blood splattered everywhere. Chewie carried Optimus Prime and smashed it down towards the boulder's foundation. He had to destroy it, or all of their attacks would be in vain. Optimus Prime could not destroy the boulder's foundation at all. Instead, it was split in two by the boulder's foundation. The flames from Xianxia's robe descended and burned Chewie into nothingness. These flames were no weaker than Primeval City's flames. Lu Yin's eyes turned red as lanterns appeared one after another. He used the True God's Freedom technique and pressed down on Xianxia at the same time. Overturning palm. Xianxia sighed, as expected of someone who can walk the path of karma. "Your strength has reached my level, but it's still not enough." Far from enough. Around him, sequence particles suddenly exploded. His heart was like a boulder that pressed down on the stars. Around him, Wu Tian and the rest disappeared, leaving only him and Luin standing close to each other. Xianxia struck out at Luin. "Even if you die, the Tianyuan universe can continue to exist." Die. Luin finally understood that Xianxia had come for him. He had comprehended the path of karma, and Xianxia believed that this path would lead to eternal life. A lantern shattered. Xianxia's eyes went wide as the boulder around his body trembled. "You want to use this to shatter my sequence technique? Laughable." He struck out again. Luin retreated step by step, as he was no match for Xianxia. Although Xianxia was not as difficult to deal with as a grass master, he was still unrivaled. This was the strength of the number one person below the eternal realm. At this moment, they were facing Xianxia. Although they were having a difficult time and people were constantly dying, he was not unshakable. As long as the boulder's foundation was destroyed, everyone could work together to fight him. They might not be able to win, and Xianxia would not have it so easy. However, if they were facing a grass master, none of them would be able to survive as long as he was willing to go on a killing spree. Luin did not know what he was rejoicing about. Rejoicing that the grass master had not attacked? Rejoicing that Xianxia had given the Tianyuan universe a chance to survive? He continuously retreated and waved his hand, setting Sunday. The boulder in front of Xianxia trembled again, but it was only a slight tremor. Concept battle techniques were unable to affect it. Luin raised his hand, and the karma spiration shot Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Karma was a power he had yet to comprehend. He didn't dare to be careless and avoided it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luin returned to the Above Heavens sect to look for Fate's daughter. Fate had given him a chance to make a new choice, and if he didn't choose now, when would he? The imperial robe suddenly descended, burning the heavens above. Su Wang, Li Shou, and the other creatures hastily fled. They had shrunk their bodies to hide the moment Xianxia attacked. They did not expect that Xianxia would suddenly burn down Heaven's sect. Luin struck out with his palm, using the flames from the robe to push it away. The might of the flames was extremely terrifying. Even sequence particles could be burned to nothingness. Senior Chu had been burned by the flames. On the other side, Progenitor Chen arrived and similarly launched a series of palm strikes. "Leave it to me." Patriarch Chen roared, unleashing a series of palm strikes as he closed in on the imperial law robe. Luin ignored everything else and hurriedly searched for his fate daughter, but all he found was her corpse. When the flames of the imperial magic robe descended, the entire above heaven was burned to ashes. Li Shou and Su Wang were both severely injured. As for Lady Fate, she was only a half-martial ancestor. She could not even hold on for an instant. Fortunately, Zhao Ran did not die. As a virgin, Kuai did not have much strength, but she would not be burned to death in an instant. At this moment, Zhao Ran was hiding under a stone table in the back of Heaven's sect. She trembled, not understanding what had happened. Blood dyed the sect red. Now that Fate daughter was dead, who would awaken Zhao Ran? In the distance, Xianxia continued to approach, and the flames on the imperial law robe grew even more intense. Even Progenitor Chen's hair was burning, and his body was cracking inch by inch. However, he continued to approach the imperial law robe, dragging it along as he charged into the distance. Xianxia stood on top of the boulder's foundation. Behind him, Big Sis, Shening, Zhu Meng, and the desolate god appeared and charged towards him. Even Luo Shan had arrived to fight to the death with Xianxia. Far away, the Forgotten Ruins deity appeared with Wang Xiaoyu and watched this scene with sorrow. Heaven's sect is so glorious now, but it was destroyed just like that. What a pity. If Heaven's sect had been prepared, they would not have been beaten so badly. Even if Xianxia from the spiritualized universe brought the 7 great Xianxians here, they would not have been defeated. Wang Xiaoyu stared blankly at Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen was being incinerated as he dragged the imperial law robe away. There was no doubt that he would die. Unknowingly, tears fell from her eyes. Previously, when the blood-red sword had slashed down, she had thought that she would definitely die. However, the sword had slashed in another direction. She did not know who the Forgotten Ruins deity had killed, but she was still alive. However, at this moment, she would rather die than live. The end of the Genesis space and the Tianyuan universe had fallen into despair. No one had expected this to happen so suddenly, and the Tianyuan universe was completely unprepared. At the back of Heaven's sect, Luin found Zhao Ran. He looked at her and trembled. He raised a hand and sent a karmic spiral into her. This was the only way. Xianxia turned around and struck out with both palms, shattering Shening and Zhu Meng. The remaining power sent Big Sis and the desolate god flying. He looked back again and saw Luin send a karmic spiral into Zhao Ran's body. He did not understand what Luin was trying to do and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to act, the ancestral turtle blocked outside Heaven's sect. Its body suddenly enlarged, and Xianxia struck down with a palm. With a boom, the ancestral turtle shattered, and blood filled Heaven's sect. Luin was dyed red by the ancestral turtle's blood as he stared at Zhao Ran. The karmic spiral pierced through Zhao Ran, and her body trembled. The fear and confusion in her eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by clarity and rationality. She looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Luin looked at her. "Destiny, I believe in you." Zhao Ran and Luin stared at each other for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly filled with rage. She stood up and flipped the stone table over. She did not look at Luin or Xianxia, and instead, she roared like a madwoman, "Destiny, how dare you ambush me? How dare you ambush me? I'm the ferryman of the river of time. It's me, not you. You can't take what I don't want." Xianxia was stunned. The river of time? Zhao Ran leaped into the river, and a small boat appeared. The moment she boarded the boat, she felt that something was different. At the same time, within the mirage, Maiden saw Zhao Ran board the boat and was shocked. No. But it was too late. Destiny had ambushed her, and Zhao Ran had just regained consciousness. Even Xianxia's murderous intent could not hide her anger, so there was no way she would care about Maiden. Although she was Maiden, she was still the ferryman of the River of Time. The moment Zhao Ran boarded the small boat, she became Maiden, not just Kuai. Zhao Ran picked up an oar and dove into the river. At that moment, the universe fell silent. Xianxia stopped. Luin looked up at the river and saw not only Zhao Ran, but also Maiden. He saw another shadow. Was that destiny? Time flowed backwards around them. Everything that was happening now was a result of destiny ambushing the ferryman of the River of Time. When the ferryman regained consciousness, the tributary would disappear and return to the mainstream, making it seem like time was flowing backwards. Luin crushed the stone in his hand and used his compass to tear through the void. Others could reverse time, but he could not. He had to avoid it. Looking back, what about Xianxia? Did he have the ability to avoid it? Xianxia exhaled and sighed. This is the power of the River of Time. That woman must be the ferryman. As expected, only eternal life can avoid time. He then looked at Luin. Kid, just you wait. I'll be back. You won't be able to escape death. If you want the Tianyuan universe to survive, you must die. Luin relaxed. Xianxia could not escape either. Yes, the Mirage domain was fixed in the Tianyuan universe, which meant that the Tianyuan universe could interfere with the River of Time. It did not mean that other universes did not have time. They also had time, but they could not interfere with the river. Luin stepped into the void and headed towards the Mirage domain. He looked back again and saw the blood-red heavens sect, the distant millstone, and the shattered primeval city. They all originated from Xianxia. He would not forget this grudge. Xianxia had come too suddenly, and they had not been prepared. Next time, it would not be the same. Next time, he would return this blood-red color to the spiritualized universe. Luin entered the Mirage domain. Here, he could avoid the tributary and return to the mainstream, which meant that he could avoid the reversal of time. This domain did not have any concept of time, and it also avoided the River of Time. When he arrived, Luin saw Maiden. Maiden's expression was ugly. I was ambushed. Destiny, you're ruthless. She turned to look at Luin, her expression turning strange. You want to avoid the reversal of time here? Can't I? Luin asked. He had grasped too much during this time, such as information about the spiritualized universe, the strengthening of his consciousness, the sequence foundation, the self-illuminating heaven technique, and so on. If he did not avoid the reversal of time, all of this would disappear. He did not know if he could grasp it again. He did not want to experience karma again. The pain was unforgettable. Wei Nu laughed mockingly. Fate ambushed me once, causing me to be used by you all. However, you actually didn't reverse the flow of time. Consider yourself unlucky, thinking that you were smart. Luin did not understand. What do you mean? He had a bad feeling about this. In terms of understanding of the River of Time, he was far inferior to Maiden. Since Maiden said this, there must be a reason. Didn't you control karma? Then comprehend it yourself. You're unlucky, Maiden said. At the same time, time reversed in the primordial space. However, the Forgotten Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu did not. They grabbed the blood-red sword. This was the power of an eternal life realm. Only an eternal life realm cultivator could transcend the River of Time. Between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe, Meng Sang was heading towards the spiritualized universe. When time reversed, he would be reversed as well. This reversal of time did not only affect the Tianyuan universe. It covered all the universes. The Tianyuan universe was a fixed mirage that could interfere with the River of Time. Other universes could not interfere with the River of Time, but they would still be enveloped by time. The distance of a square inch was no exception. But in the next moment, a seed appeared and suppressed Meng Sang. The Tianyuan universe actually reversed time. I underestimated them. This move was probably prepared for me. However, when Xianxia attacked, he saved them once. He even caused me to use the power given to me by Grandmaster Greengrass. I'll have to make up for this karma. There's also the karma bestowed by the heavens. How troublesome. Thank you. Desert Dust finished. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Zhao Ran put away the oars. Luin immediately left the mirage and returned to the above heaven. The above heaven was the same as it had been in the past. This should be 37 years in the past. Luin suddenly saw Grandmaster Xianxia's image from the ancient god. It was indeed 37 years in the past. Luin stepped out and headed for the starry sky tree. He hoped that he could make it in time, ancient god. At the same time, the starry sky tree dominated the realm, and the scene from the past reappeared. The ancient god had used up all of his strength to punch beyond his limits. His legs, bones, and flesh had long been shattered, and the flesh on his fist had faded away. Only his bones were close to Grandmaster Xianxiao's. After using the Primogenitor Sutra, his entire body fell to the ground. Only his human form could be seen, and his appearance could not be seen at all. In the distance, Nongyi looked at the central realm and the seed garden, sighing with emotion. Grandmaster Xianxiao had his hands behind his back. He did not attack the ancient god, nor did he ask the only true god to attack, as the only true god was not here. Not only the only true god, but even the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu were not here. There was only Grandmaster Xianxiao, the ancient god, Black Wuxian, and Tiango. Black Wuxian was at a loss. Where was the only true god? Tiango also looked around. Shouldn't the only true god be here? The ancient god had gradually lost consciousness. He muttered something in a hoarse voice, but no one could hear it. It was too soft. At this moment, he was immersed in his own memories. He had been prepared to die when he had punched out. No one knew what he saw, but he smiled. Death was just a moment in his memories. Luin stepped backward and tore through the void. He came to the place where the ancient god had fallen and saw Grandmaster Xianxiao and the others. Lu Yin's appearance shocked Black Wuxian. How could this be? How did he find this place? Grandmaster Xianxiao was not surprised at all. Tai Chu's disciple is really powerful. He could actually sneak up on the ferryman in the river of time and cause the flow of time to diverge. I'll give you another chance to choose. Luin stared at Grandmaster Xianxiao. You are an eternal realm. Why did you reverse time? Grandmaster Xianxiao looked up at Luin. I did not reverse time. I'm just curious. How did you break the seal? Luin stared at Master Grass. Even if you are invincible in the eternal life realm, you can't do whatever you want. Master Grass nodded and lamented, yes, nothing goes according to one's wishes. This has nothing to do with whether one is invincible or not. With your control of karma, it's impossible for you to lift the seal. At that time, no one in the mirage could help you lift the seal, except for one person. He looked at Luin, dry up. This person's innate talent is top-notch, and the things he created will only move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Even this old man sighed in admiration. He has the ability to turn something rotten into something miraculous. Many people say that Xia Shang is the most talented of his generation, but this old man feels that he is lacking. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Regardless of whether it was Progenitor Chen or Elder Ku, they were both absolute geniuses. Two such geniuses should not have existed in a single era, but they had. One of them was extremely resplendent, illuminating the universe and causing the starry sky to be silent. One of them was silent to the extreme. Even though they were all in the progenitor realm, no one knew his true strength. Yet, he dared to charge into the Calamity region and fight for a chance of survival for the human race. Such a life in the same era was destined to be compared by later generations. But in their time, who would know? Luin suddenly attacked, unleashing a karma spiral. It was not aimed at Master Grass, but at the ancient god. He was not Master Grass's match. Compared to Xianxia, Master Grass had not even given him a chance to retaliate. He had come here because Master Grass had not killed him in the Mirage domain, so he would not kill him here either. Lu Ying wanted to increase the karma of the ancient god. Master Grass could kill the ancient god, but the increased karma would make Lu Ying very uncomfortable. Master Grass did not stop him. I didn't kill this person in the past. I don't care if he lives or dies. Lu Ying, on the other hand, you hid in the Mirage domain to avoid the reversal of time. Can you bear the burden of this karma? With that, his body vanished. Lu Yin's heart trembled. It was this sentence again. Wei Nu had said something similar before, but this time, Master Grass's words were even more obvious. Karma, karma. Lu Ying suddenly understood. He knew that he was going to be unlucky, just as Wei Nu had said. He had hidden in the Mirage domain to avoid the reversal of time in order to preserve the increased power in his body and his memories. However, this increased power and memories were all karma that he had obtained through battle and interrogation. Where was the karma? Karma, karma, karma. If there was no karma, what would happen? He thought of the desolate ancestor, who had wanted to reverse karma. In the end, he had been suppressed by the karma of the Forbidden Zone, and no one knew if he would be able to escape in the future. And that had only been the Forbidden Zone. Now, Lu Ying was reversing the various karma that had occurred in the universe. If he suffered the backlash of karma, then Wei Nu and Master Grass's words would become true. He was going to be unlucky. The only way was to make up for the karma. However, he had obtained too many karma. Through his battle with Meng Sang, he had comprehended the true God's freedom technique, and he had cultivated the Dream Heart Sutra in order to fight against Meng Sang. He had experienced Palace Mistress Xiao's absolute reversal sequence technique, endured the invincible Jade Sword, and learned about Royal God Mountain. The void in his heart was still suppressing the Cauldron Bell, and the 8 had already broken down the landscape map. He had also comprehended the self-illumination technique in the Mirage Domain's Forbidden Zone. He had also learned about the springboard through Tianxi, and so on. There was too much karma, and as long as he had grasped the karma within the past 37 years, he had to make up for the karma. Otherwise, the karma would backfire. At this moment, because of the reversal of time, the landscape map and the 8 still existed. In other words, the spiritualized universe existed, and so did the void in his heart. The spiritualized universe's existence was the karma, and the void in his heart was the karma. Nothing would happen because the spiritualized universe was under his control. Only his own karma would backfire. All of these thoughts flashed through his mind. Black Wushan and Tiango wanted to escape. Lu Ying immediately attacked, and the void in his heart spread out and enveloped them. He struck out with a palm, and the terrifying power caused Black Wushan to panic, who quickly hid behind Tiango. Tiango howled, and Lu Yin's palm struck it into the sovereign realm. Nongyi finally sensed that something was amiss and rushed over, but he was too weak and could only watch. Black lines flashed through Black Wushan's eyes, and they filled the void in an attempt to obstruct Lu Ying. However, with Lu Yin's current power level, Black Wushan could not block a palm that contained absolute power. The crafty prison was pierced through by 3 black lines, and Black Wushan tried to trap Lu Ying, but Lu Ying easily broke it apart. Helpless, Black Wushan used his consciousness to escape through the endless path. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The astral planet in his heart contained both White Wushan and Black Wushan's consciousnesses. This was also karma, and if Lu Ying did not make up for this karma, he would also suffer a backlash. Black Wushan's consciousness had reached the astral body realm, which was the primordial realm. Lu Ying did not dare to use his own consciousness for fear of karma backfiring on him. Thus, he raised his head, and his die appeared. He tapped it out. The die spun slowly, and it immediately revealed 6 pips. Black Wushan was unlucky. Lu Ying rolled the die and revealed 6 pips, which instantly merged into Black Wushan's body. This had originally been a gift for the only true God, but now that the true God was not around, he had probably avoided the time reversal. This gift was now meaningless. The moment it merged into Black Wushan's body, Lu Ying charged towards himself while also heavily injuring Black Wushan. When Black Wushan was within 5 meters of Lu Yin's consciousness returned, and Black Wushan spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ying pressed down on Black Wushan's head. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? At that moment, Lu Yuan rushed over. He had guessed what had happened when he saw the Grass Grandmaster's image, but he could not find him. Fortunately, the battle here had caused a huge commotion, which had attracted his attention. Ancestor, capture him, but don't kill him. Lu Ying hurriedly had Lu Yuan suppress Black Wushan. Lu Yuan pressed down on Black Wushan's head, making it impossible for Black Wushan to escape. Tiango was very slippery, and it took advantage of the moment when Lu Ying grabbed Black Wushan to escape. It did not matter. Lu Ying had a way to find it, and the stone ball of chaos could lure it out. Little Seven, what are you doing? Lu Yuan asked anxiously when he saw Lu Ying tearing through the void to leave. The ancient god was still lying there, and Lu Yuan did not know what had happened. Lu Ying said, I came back to explain. I hope I can make it in time. He wanted to save Jiang Feng. Back then, they had spent a lot of time to find the ancient god, and they had guessed that the Grass Grandmaster was about to leave. They had gone to the stone door, only to see Jiang Feng being harmed by the Grass Grandmaster. Now, Lu Ying had retained his memories of the past, and the Grass Grandmaster had retained his memories as well. They had both avoided the reversal of time, and Lu Ying wanted to save Jiang Feng as much as possible. Time might not be as he had thought. Walking out of the void, Jiang Feng stood in front of the stone door, and the Grass Grandmaster stood in front of him. The Grass Grandmaster looked at Lu Ying. Don't worry, I won't kill easily, but I will make up for the karma I left behind. With that, he stepped out and disappeared outside the stone door. Lu Ying was powerless, and he still could not catch up. Actually, it was meaningless even if he did. With the Grass Grandmaster's abilities, who could stop him? Mr. Mu? Ancestor? They could not stop him. He could figure out the karma and wanted to make up for it. The Grass Grandmaster also had to make up for it. Was the Eternal Life Realm an exception? But why did he have to make up for Jiang Feng's karma? What was the impact of beating Jiang Feng to this state? Only the Grass Grandmaster could give him the answer, but he would not appear again. Lu Ying silently sent Jiang Feng back to White Cloud City, and the scenes that had happened before replayed. At this time, Bai Wuxian should be at the 5 spirit clans. It was not time yet, and Lu Ying had made up for the time spent searching for the ancient god. Bai Wuxian should not have reached the Ice Spirit clan yet. Lu Ying left White Cloud City and secretly went to the Ice Spirit clan. He looked at Bing Xian and hid, waiting silently. Not long after, Bai Wuxian arrived and turned into a ripple. You are the consciousness I don't want to disturb the most. You are too simple. Your world only has him, and even I am affected. If it were not for your consciousness, I would not have saved him and caused a disaster. But now, I have no choice but to look for you again. With that, white mountains and white water appeared around the ripple and blasted towards Bing Xian. In the distance, the Ice Master's expression changed. Not good. She waved her arm, and an extremely cold white swept towards Bing Xian. Bai Wuxian did not care about the Ice Master at all. But the next moment, Lu Ying walked out of the void and looked at her calmly. Bai Wuxian was shocked. Why are you here? Lu Ying looked at Bai Wuxian with a complicated expression. He had killed her once, and he did not want to do it a second time. Bai Wuxian was a great enemy of the human race. She had the Eternals list and had instigated too many betrayals. It could be said that she had contributed greatly to the development of every human spy. Such an enemy had to be killed. However, in that tributary of the River of Time, Lu Ying had already exhausted his desire to kill her. He had indeed killed her once. In the end, Bai Wuxian had willingly fused her consciousness into Lu Yin's consciousness planet. This outcome filled Lu Ying with complicated feelings. He did not know what choice he should make this time. Bai Wuxian turned and left. Lu Ying did not need to cross the River of Time to catch up to her. They left the 5 spirit clans and traveled through parallel spacetime. Finally, the two of them landed on a desolate planet. Lu Ying looked around and was shocked. This was the tributary of the River of Time where Bai Wuxian had died. Although time had flowed backward and the process had changed, had the result not changed? He wanted to make up for the karma, but the universe's laws also wanted to make up for the karma. Lu Ying looked around in a daze. Across from him, Bai Wuxian looked at him. You're not going to ask me? Lu Ying looked at Bai Wuxian. There were some things in his memories that needed to be said, and he wanted to give Bai Wuxian a chance to explain. He also wanted to make up for the karma that had caused him to learn the truth about Yan Er. Brother Liu, you've already killed me once. Do you want to kill me again? It's not just one person who has a second kill. Isn't the ancestor the same? Brother Liu, have you ever liked me? I envy Ming Yin. Actually, the root cause of the Eternals' defeat is Ming Yin. If not for her, the Eternals would not have lost. Yeah, Night King Changfeng. He's a very handsome young man, isn't he? Whether you believe it or not, human emotions are the most difficult power to understand. This power is something that even I, a creature of a different species, can't break free from. I see Ming Yan in your eyes again. I know that I can't replace her, but I'll make sure that you won't forget her. She then attacked Lu Yin. Bai Wuxian was no longer Lu Yin's opponent. She was not fighting Lu Yin to win, on the contrary, she wanted to die. She told him everything about the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin's battle was different from the one in the tributary of the River of Time. Back then, he had wanted to kill Bai Wuxian. Despite his complicated feelings, he hadn't shown any mercy. However, at this moment, he was in a passive position. But regardless of whether Lu Yin had taken the initiative or not, Bai Wuxian would still die. Even if Lu Yin didn't want to make up for this karma, Bai Wuxian would still help him. She didn't make up for karma, as she didn't know about karma. What she made up for was emotions and the source of his pain. She wanted Lu Yin to remember her for the rest of his life. Big brother Liu, will you kill me? Will it be uncomfortable? Pain and regret can never replace the deepest imprint. Big brother Liu, I don't want you to feel pain, but I want you to remember me forever, forever and ever. After she finished speaking, Ripple charged towards Lu Yin. The moment she got close to him, her boundless consciousness dispersed like a gust of wind and poured into the consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart. Even though Lu Yin knew that something like this would happen, when Bai Wuxian actually merged his consciousness with his body, Lu Yin was still shocked. He's still here. Just like the last time, he stared blankly at the consciousness planet and stayed there for a long time before leaving. This woman had successfully left a deep imprint in his heart that he would never forget. Longxi in the Mirage Domain and Bai Wuxian right now were both unforgettable to Lu Yin. He didn't want to face Bai Wuxian, nor did he dare face Longxi, whether it was the current Longxi or the karmic reincarnation Longxi. Longxi had become a pain in his heart, and there was also that child, little Xian. That small smile had made Lu Yin's heart ache so much that he found it difficult to breathe. A single karmic cycle was equivalent to losing a life. Foresight would always lead to success, but it would also lead to emotional entanglements. Compared to the entire cultivation world, Lu Yin was very young. He was only a little over 100 years old. Even if he included the Dai's 4 pips, the time spent cultivating in different spacetimes, and the 37 years of reverse time, he was at most 1,000 years old. However, his heart had suffered too much. Just like the karmic cycles in the Forbidden Zone, he was too tired, so tired that he was numb. Next, Lu Yin went to Immemorial City and told Mr. Mu, the primogenitor, and the others what had happened. After seeing Mr. Mu and the primogenitor again, Lu Yin felt much better. Not long ago, he had experienced the massacre in the primordial space in the tributary of the River of Time. When he saw the ruins of Immemorial City, he knew that Mr. Mu had most likely met with misfortune. The deaths of his seniors, comrades, and loved ones were the reason why he had chosen again. This time, he told Mr. Mu and the others not only about Master Grass, but also about the tributary of the River of Time and what had happened in those 37 years. Mr. Mu and the others were stunned. Although Mr. Mu and the primogenitor weren't weak, they couldn't avoid the River of Time unless they reached the Eternal Realm. Only Eternal Realm experts could avoid the ferryman of the River of Time. No one else could, including the primogenitor and the others. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how the one true god had avoided it. There was also the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. They should have been in the Sovereign Realm, but they had avoided it as well. Zhu Zi, are you daydreaming? The primogenitor asked in a daze. Lu Yin said, if not, how would I know where the ancient god was? The primogenitor fell silent. That was true. The ancient god had been taken to the above heaven, and his injuries were too severe. Although he hadn't died, he was close to death. It would be difficult for him to recover. Still, it was better than dying. The primogenitor was happy that the ancient god had survived. He had thought that the ancient god would definitely die. Mr. Mu praised, "You really did choose again. Niao gave you a chance to choose again. The river of time is truly mysterious." Luin asked the primogenitor, "Where is Senior Destiny?" The primogenitor shook his head. Niao is the most mysterious child. Even I can't find her. After all, she cultivated the power of time. Time is different from time, just like how you cultivated karma. Speaking of which, you were able to comprehend karma in the Forbidden Zone. That Xianxia came because you comprehended karma. It seems that this path really leads to eternal life. Luin nodded. Judging from Xianxia and Master Grass' attitude, it really is possible. But it's too difficult and tiring. The primogenitor sympathized. That's right, it's too tiring. I've been there before and I don't want to experience it again. Mr. Mu said in a low voice, "Karma is a power that touches the laws of the universe. Time is the same. This is the path to immortality, but this path may be more difficult than rebooting the universe." Nonsense. Otherwise, why do you think the Eternals want to restart the universe? Also, that Xianxia didn't restart Little Ling's universe and came all the way to the Tianyuan universe to kill Zhu. Zhu stepped on their tail. Oh, and that Master Grass wants to seal Zhu for 100 years. How dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that the pillar had been sealed for 100 years, the entire Tianyuan universe would have been wiped out by him. There would be no way to reverse time. Eh? Mr. Mu shook his head. You're underestimating your disciple. Niao isn't stupid. If that's the case, she'll definitely take the initiative to awaken Zhao Ran. Luin nodded. That's possible. But Zhu, your karma is quite troublesome. Luin didn't tell the primogenitor that he had avoided the backlash of time reversal, but the primogenitor and Mr. Mu could see through it immediately. Their cultivation experience was much richer than Lu Yin's. Lu Yin's head hurt. Let's talk about this later. Zhu, no matter what, you saved De Chang's life. I owe you my life. What do you want? Zhu? Luin was speechless. Please don't call me Zhu. Alright, Zhu. It seems like you don't like this name. I'll give you another one. What do you think of Gooden? I think Zhu suits me very well. There's no need to change it. You don't know how to appreciate it. Luin pursed his lips. Wait, he suddenly stared at the primogenitor. And thought of something. No way. Zhao Ran was the bitter misfortune of a virgin. She wanted to brew tea, but the tea she brewed was terrifying and strange at first. It looked like poison, but this was her bitter misfortune. Everyone's bitter misfortune was different. For example, Baoqi's bitter misfortune was unknown, but his personality had changed greatly. The Startoad's bitter misfortune was its business and its treasures. The primogenitor kept giving people new names. Could this be his bitter misfortune? Luin stared at the primogenitor, feeling that this was a possibility. No way, this was too childish. The primogenitor felt goosebumps under Lu Yin's stare. Fine, I won't change it. Zhu, don't stare at me like that. Luin then returned Shuchen to the primogenitor, who reconnected his arm and temporarily regained his strength. This scene shook the Tianyuan universe once more. However, Luin had already seen it once, so he was very calm. The primogenitor stretched his arm and clenched his fist. I'm back. I'm not used to not using my hands for so long. He then grabbed the sequence's string and opened his mouth to roar, his voice echoing through countless parallel spaces. On the first day of the new year, Hongyan Mavis and the others were overjoyed, as their master was finally free. Old Mu, it's your turn. You suppress it. The primogenitor looked at Mr. Mu and laughed. Mr. Mu laughed. It has nothing to do with me. The primogenitor rolled his eyes. How cold. Outside Primeval City, Shining and Zhu Meng rushed over. One stood on the primogenitor's shoulder while the other wrapped around his waist. The primogenitor opened his other hand, and the primogenitor's sword that was suppressing the above heaven sect flew over. He held it in his hand and pointed it at the stars. Eternal realm. Since there are restrictions, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, and Jialan Jilua were excited. No. The primogenitor looked at Luyin. Zhu Zi, are you afraid? Luyin pursed his lips. I don't want to answer that again. Ha ha ha, then forget it. It doesn't matter if you're afraid or not. We still have to charge. However, the biggest problem right now is. He pulled the sequence's string. Who can help me grab it? Master, I want to learn to trace the past. Luyin and Mr. Mu stood on the city wall of Immemorial City. Mr. Mu asked, You learned to trace the past in the tributary of the River of Time? Luyin nodded. Mr. Mu did not ask further and taught it to Luyin, making up for another karma. Right, the yellow spring water. Luyin found the ancestor and asked him to tell him about the yellow spring water. The ancestor told him about it and made up for another karma. Now that the Azure Sky Palace has turned into the yellow spring water, I have lost this power. The ancestor said regretfully. Luyin was speechless. You didn't lose it, I know. The ancestor was speechless. You even know this, alright, you can be considered a prophet. Luyin returned to above heaven and saw He Wuxian. He Wuxian was now imprisoned under above heaven and his only use was his consciousness. His consciousness planet had He Wuxian's consciousness, so this karma had to be made up for. Then, there was the Six Paths Dojo, Yu Lung. Under above heaven and below heaven, Luyin looked at He Wuxian coldly. He Wuxian was in a sorry state. Seeing Luyin, he said bitterly, Master Lu, I don't know what happened, can you explain? Let me die with a clear understanding. In the sovereign realm, he had clearly been with the only true god, the Forgotten Ruins god, and Wang Xiaoyu, but in the end, only Tiango had been left. That green grass grandmaster must have known something, as he had understood from their conversation. What he did not understand the most was where the only true god and the rest went. Even if the only true god left in an instant, it was impossible for him to not know. And now, the only true god was not in the sovereign world, including the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. It was as if there was a gap in time and space. He knew that he was going to die, but even if he died, he wanted to know why. Luyin put his hands behind his back. Why did you give me 100,000 years? Of course, he knew the reason, but this karma had to be made up. He Wuxian smiled bitterly and sighed, 100,000 years, ridiculous, really ridiculous. But who would have thought that you, Master Lu, would cultivate from an ordinary person who lost his memories to this step in just 100 years? Even Lord Eternal would not have thought of it, even the Eternal Realm Grass Master in this universe would not have thought of it. Otherwise, this 100,000 years is too ridiculous. Luyin did not interrupt him as he calmly looked at Blacklist. In the tributary of the long river of time, He Wuxian wanted to use the endless path to escape, so he straightforwardly told him. And now, this was He Wuxian's last words before his death. He could not escape. Luyin could see bitterness, self-mockery, and regret on the old man's face. If he had known that things would end up like this, how could he have given Luyin a chance in 100,000 years? If he had killed Luyin the first time they had met, he wouldn't have ended up like this. After a while, He Wuxian sighed. Master Lu, I gave you a chance for 100,000 years, which is equivalent to giving you a way out. Now, can you give me a way out? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he met He Wuxian's gaze. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Black Wuxian's eyes widened. Really? You can? If they could avoid death, no one would be willing to die, especially He Wuxian. He had betrayed the consciousness universe and joined the spiritualized universe because he did not want to die. Compared to Yuan Shi's unwillingness, he simply wanted to live. He just wanted to live. Therefore, he had given Luyin a chance of 100,000 years in exchange for Bai Wuxian's favor. Luyin coldly said, I can give you a chance, but whether or not you can grasp it is up to you. You are a life form from the consciousness universe, so I will compete with your consciousness. If you lose, you will die. If you win, you can live. He Wuxian clenched his fists. Really? Luyin nodded. Of course. He Wuxian was excited. Alright, thank you for giving me a chance to live, Master Lu. Lu Ying was powerful, but He Wuxian was very confident in his own consciousness. Aside from that monster, there should not be anyone in the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe who could force him to stay. As long as he used up his consciousness, Lu Ying would not be able to defeat him. I still have the same question. Why did you give me a chance for 100,000 years? Lu Ying asked. He Wuxian hesitated. He was afraid that Lu Ying would go back on his word if he said it, because he had not willingly given Lu Ying a chance for 100,000 years. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. If you lie to me, you will lose your chance to live. He wanted to make up for the karma and did not want any accidents to happen. He had given He Wuxian this chance because he was afraid that He Wuxian would not say anything even though he knew that he would die. He Wuxian could feel Lu Yan's killing intent, and after thinking about it, he still did not dare to take the risk. He helplessly said, because of Bai Wuxian. Lu Ying relaxed. He Wuxian had not lied to him, and this karma could be made up for. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Who would have thought that he would be limited by karma when he tried to avoid time reversal? This was something that existed in the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe, but no one knew about it. This was under the premise that he had the initiative. If others knew that he had his own karma, would he still be able to make up for it? He could endure one karma backlash, but what about two? What about the third one? Or even more? How could he endure it? If others knew about this, they would not even need to meet him. For example, He Wuxian just needed to hide in advance, and there would be a day when Lu Ying would have to bear this karma backlash. It would not change because of the difference in their power levels, and Lu Ying would have to endure it. For Lu Ying, it would not be easy for him to make up for every single karma. He once again thought of Wei Nu's gaze when she saw him hiding in the Mirage domain. There was nothing wrong with that gaze, but he was about to be unlucky. But if Lu Ying could choose again, he would still hide in the Mirage domain. Everything else was fine, but he could not lose the self-illuminating technique. Yu Sang Tian had come to the Tianyuan universe because he had comprehended the self-illuminating technique and karma. One could imagine the influence of this technique. Lu Ying could not guarantee that he would be able to comprehend it again if he went to the Forbidden Zone, and he did not want to endure the cycle of karma again. He was not sure if he would be able to leave this place again. Time reversal was the choice that destiny had mentioned. It did not choose whether or not to reverse time in the Tianyuan universe, but whether or not to hide in the Mirage domain. Only now did Lu Ying understand the meaning behind destiny's words. I'm giving you 100,000 years because I admire you. The sole true God wanted us to find cultivators with innate gifts suitable to join our race, and you are definitely the most talented. The sole true God wanted to pull you into our race, and I felt the same way. I saw your continuous improvement. Cut the crap, Lu Ying interrupted. He Wuxian was clearly trying to put in a good word for him. Black Wuxian said helplessly, the second reason is because of Wuxian. When we betrayed the mind universe, I owed Wuxian my life. It was she who used her life in exchange for 100,000 years of life for you. She asked me to give you a chance to live. Actually, even if Bai Wuxian did not use that favor, I would not have killed you. However, I would still have given you 100,000 years, Master Lu. Let's begin. Whether or not you can live will depend on yourself. Lu Ying did not need to listen anymore, as he had already made up for this karma. He released the starry sky in his heart, and his consciousness planet surged out as a majestic consciousness shot towards He Wuxian. He Wuxian had not expected Lu Ying to actually compete with his consciousness. He had thought that Lu Ying was deliberately giving him a way out. However, it did not matter. As a life form of the mind universe, his consciousness was his main body. His consciousness had reached the level of celestial phenomenon, which was the primordial realm of the Tianyuan universe. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's consciousness was, even if he had devoured Ruin's consciousness, he could not compare to He Wuxian's. However, when Lu Yin's consciousness collided with He Wuxian's, He Wuxian was stunned for a moment before he was shocked. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Your consciousness? Lu Yin's gaze was cold and emotionless. Would he let He Wuxian go? Of course not. This was the final karma related to He Wuxian. At first, He Wuxian was shocked by the vastness of Lu Yin's consciousness, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Bai Wuxian, this is Bai Wuxian's consciousness. You. What did you do? Lu Yin used his own consciousness and Bai Wuxian's consciousness to suppress He Wuxian. Although He Wuxian's consciousness was powerful, even after burning his consciousness, he was only on par with Lu Yin's consciousness. Master Lu, you said that you would give me a chance. Are you really going to kill me? Master Lu, I'll help you. I can definitely help you deal with the spiritualized and conscious universes. Even without this karma, Lu Yin would not have allowed He Wuxian to live. He Wuxian had pretended to side with Lu Yin, which had already led to his death. Furthermore, He Wuxian had been sealed by the one true God, so he could not betray the one true God. His existence was worthless. You lied to me. You never planned on giving me a way out. You devoured Bai Wuxian's consciousness. I'll kill you. He Wuxian roared as he burned his consciousness. His terrifying consciousness shook the void, causing the deathly aura to surge and spread throughout the above heaven. In the above heaven, the cultivators all looked down at the ground and felt the collision of consciousnesses. They trembled from the depths of their souls. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation P. This was a clash of primordial realm powers. In the end, He Wuxian was still no match for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had devoured his consciousness from the tributaries of the river of time, and this time was no exception. Lu Yin, you will die a horrible death. One day, you will die at the hands of the spiritualized and conscious universes. You will die a horrible death, a horrible death. The consciousnesses of the conscious universes should not be devoured, but you are an exception. Lu Yin, you are the greatest enemy of the conscious universes. You are an even greater threat than the spiritualized universes. Lu Yin, you will be destroyed by your consciousness one day, and you will die a horrible death. The same words echoed in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin heard it again, but this time, he could tell that it was different. He Wuxian was not cursing him. The consciousnesses of the conscious universes should not be devoured, but Lu Yin could. Once the conscious universes discovered this, they would definitely treat him as their greatest enemy. He would be an even greater threat than the spiritualized universes. Lu Yin exhaled. A spiritualized universe had given him a path of sequence laws, while a conscious universe had given him a path of consciousness. These two universes had opened a staircase to greater heights for him. Although climbing back up was difficult, once he reached the peak, he would transform and no longer be limited to the Tianyuan universe or any other universe. For some reason, he thought of a springboard. If there really was a springboard for civilization surveillance, would he become such an existence in the future? After dealing with He Wuxian, Lu Yin ordered the entire above heaven to search for the insectoid nest. In the tributary of the River of Time, there were still 3 years before Yulin massacred the Hexway training hall. Lu Yin had recorded the locations of all the insectoid nests he had discovered while he was in the tributary of the River of Time, all for the sake of this moment. He had personally gone to the Hexway training hall to meet Yulin. This person was the only known carrier of the insect nest in the tributary of the River of Time that had managed to avoid being captured by the sect above heaven. He wasn't very strong, but he had managed to escape from the sect above heaven, so he definitely had some outstanding points. When he arrived at the Hexway training rites, Lu Yin swept his domain around and saw many familiar faces, including Su Xianxia. Lu Yin sighed when he saw that Su Xianxia was still alive. It was good that he was still alive. Where's Yulin? Lu Yin couldn't find Yulin. He appeared directly in front of Su Xianxia. Su Xianxia was teaching 2 youths when Lu Yin's sudden arrival gave him a fright. He was delighted to see Lu Yin, and he hurriedly bowed. Su Xianxia greets Master Lu. The 2 youths were stunned and stared at Lu Yin in a daze, as if they were ordinary people who had just seen a god. Lu Yin smiled and helped Su Xianxia up. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Su Xianxia was delighted. Even though Lu Yin had hidden his identity to cultivate at the 6 direction training rites, Su Xianxia truly liked this youth. He was too talented, and the two had gotten along very well. Even though Lu Yin had climbed to a high position step by step, Su Xianxia did not feel any sense of superiority when facing Lu Yin. This made Su Xianxia very happy, as if he was watching his own child grow up. He slapped the two youths on the head. What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you see Master Lu? Hurry up and pay your respects. Only then did the two young men react and hurriedly salute. Greetings, Master Lu. Louis nodded and allowed them to leave. They were excited. They didn't expect to see Master Lu at such a close distance. This was Master Lu, the master of the Above Heaven sect. Once upon a time, their family's perception was the Six Paths Association. However, after Master Lu's arrival, he continuously opened up parallel universes. Now, everyone knew that the strongest in this universe was the Above Heaven sect. Master Lu had led the Above Heaven sect to defeat the Eternals. Master Lu was also the strongest. Senior Su Xianxia actually knew Master Lu. They had thought that it was just a bluff. In the future, he would definitely interact more with Senior Su Xianxia and strive to join the Above Heaven sect. Even if he was just a gatekeeper, it would be glorious. Master Lu, please don't blame them. These two children are extremely excited to see you. Su Xiang laughed sinisterly. Senior, how are you doing in the Six Direction training rites? Good, everything is good. Haha, Su Xianxia said happily. What brings you here, Master Lu? He knew that something must have happened for Lu Yin to come to the Six Direction training rites. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I'm looking for someone, Yu Leng. Su Xianxia was puzzled. Yu Leng? I think I've heard of him before. Right, it's him. That young man? Where is he? Lu Yin asked. Su Xianxia said, it should be in the Lost Dao Academy. No, he's not in the Six Direction training hall. Su Xianxia was surprised. Why isn't he here? Soon enough, all of the instructors from the Six Direction training rites were called over, and all of them were extremely respectful when they saw Lu Yin. When it came to Yu Leng, only a middle-aged man answered. Yu Leng disappeared. I've been looking for him these days. Why not? Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, he's a loner, and he has many competitors here. He even fought with Su Kong 3 years ago. After that, I tried my best to take care of him to prevent him from getting revenge. I saw him half a month ago, but he disappeared not long ago. I don't know where he went, and I can't find any traces of him. Lu Yin's gaze darkened, and he dismissed everyone, including Su Xianxia. He knew that Lu Yin was thinking about something. Lu Yin frowned as he thought of a possibility. He took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and released Furball, Xianxia. He was so busy patching up his karma that he had forgotten about this guy. However, this guy's existence didn't mean anything. He had also avoided the time reversal in the Mirage domain. Now, all he had to do was wait for news from the Above Heaven sect. Soon, news came from the Above Heaven sect that Lu Yin hadn't found a single hive in the location he had given. Lu Yin's expression darkened. It was just as he had guessed. This was troublesome. There were 2 ways to avoid the time reversal. First, he could avoid the River of Time, which was the Mirage domain. Second, he could use the power of the Eternal Realm. The one true God and the others should have relied on the power of the Eternal Realm to avoid the time reversal. It was the same for the hive because it came from the omnipotent Immortal Master. Through Great Elder Shangu, he learned that the Immortal Master was definitely at the Eternal Realm. He had defeated everyone in the 3rd stronghold and had karma chains on his wrist, just like Master Greengrass. Since the hive came from the Eternal Realm, or rather, it was created by an Eternal Realm expert, it wasn't impossible for time to not be reversed. Those hives had been destroyed in the tributary of the River of Time. Even if time was reversed, they wouldn't appear again. Similarly, Yu Leng, who controlled the hive, wouldn't return to the 6-directional training hall because of the hive. He was still hiding somewhere in the universe and saw the time reversal. The hive jumped out of karma and wasn't in the cycle of reincarnation. This was the power of an Eternal Realm Immortal Master. What about Xianxia? Lu Yin looked at Furball, Xianxia. Furball also looked at him and was very nervous. Master, how can I help you? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Did Song Xiaxua's Xianxia exist? If the hive jumped out of karma, would Xianxia, who was born from the hive, also jump out of karma? In the tributary of the River of Time, Luin had asked people to leave the bugs behind so that it would be easier to find the hive. Now, those bugs were also gone. Obviously, the bugs didn't have the ability to jump out of karma. He hoped that Xianxia couldn't jump out of karma. This was equivalent to solving a hidden danger. If he had known this would happen, he would have left Furball, Xianxia, in the Above Heaven sect. After time reversed, he would know if Xianxia could jump out of karma. Right, Furball, Xianxia, existed, but the hive of the Xishan dynasty was destroyed. What about this karma? Was there no karma, just like the other hives, or would the karma backfire on Furball, Xianxia? Luin continued to stare at Furball, Xianxia. This karma had nothing to do with him. It was Furball's karma. However, he could use this karma to know if Xianxia's Xianxia existed. If the karma backfired on Furball, it meant that Xianxia couldn't jump out of karma. It meant that Xianxia's Xianxia didn't exist. If the karma didn't backfire on Furball, it meant that Xianxia could jump out of karma. Then, Xianxia's Xianxia existed. Be alert during this period. If you get hurt, tell me immediately. Luin warned as he stared coldly at Furball, Xianxia. Furball, Xianxia, panicked. Master, I'm hurt? Why? Master, you need me. I can help you deal with your enemies. I can do many things. I can help you find the other Xianxia. Luin kept Furball, Xianxia. What was his plan? He would look at it every once in a while. He hoped that Furball, Xianxia, would suffer from the karma backfire. That would be good. At the same time, in the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, in the same courtyard, Tuolin was buried in a pile of books and reading. He muttered to himself from time to time. Littlekin had a headache and ran far away. Find me? What do you mean find me? You want me to call you Xiaoyu? You are called Yanruyu? Good name. Did I come up with it? I didn't. Alright, you came from the books. You should be called Yanruyu. Travel? But Master hasn't allowed me to travel. That makes sense. Walk the path that Master has walked and see the scenes that Master has seen. You will definitely understand Master better. Xiaoyu, you worship Master so much. Are you the same as me? I worship Master more than you. You won't. I definitely worship Master more than you. Alright, let's not argue. We are the same. Then, when do you think we should travel? You are so smart. Carrying Master's statue while traveling. This way, you can feel Master's footsteps more. I didn't think of it. You thought of it. Xiaoyu, you are so smart. Little Can? No, you just didn't see his brilliance. Master must have taken him in as a disciple because he saw the advantages that we can't see. This is Master's realm. We still have to work hard. Yes, reading books is the most comfortable. In the endless battlefield, in a parallel space, Yulin looked at the unfamiliar crowd around him and the migrating spacecraft in the distance. He was stunned. How could this be? He was clearly traveling with them. Why did the surroundings suddenly change? Where were the people traveling? Where was the tour guide? Also, wasn't this place empty a long time ago? It was empty the last time he came. What was wrong with these people? After a while, Yulin found out that time seemed to have reversed. He was stunned. There was such a thing? Time had reversed. These people should have migrated 37 years ago. Now, they were actually migrating. Also, these people didn't know about the Zerg's nest at all. They had never heard of it. If time hadn't reversed, how could no one know about such a big topic like the Zerg's nest? Who could tell him what exactly had happened? Right, since time had reversed, what happened to the Six Direction training grounds? What happened to those useless people who should have been killed by him? Thinking of this, he had the urge to go to the Six Direction training grounds to take a look. However, he quickly suppressed the urge. Since time hadn't reversed for him, there must be others who hadn't. They had retained the memories of these 37 years. If those people who had retained their memories were related to the Above Heaven sect, he would be caught the moment he appeared. He should have slaughtered the Six Direction training grounds 3 years later. Then, there might be people watching the Six Direction training grounds and waiting for him during this period. He couldn't go. He definitely couldn't go. He had to continue traveling. No, he didn't need to travel anymore. He just needed to find a place to hide. Although the reversal of time had stunned him for a while, he knew that his opportunity had come. He had retained the memories of these 37 years, and he was about to reach the Azure Immortal Realm. Soon, soon. Right, if time had reversed for everything that had happened in these 37 years, then what would happen to the things he had obtained? Although he didn't know the cause and effect, he instinctively felt that there was a problem. However, he didn't know how to solve it. This height was unreachable for him. He could only take one step at a time and hope that nothing would happen. It wasn't just him. Anyone who wasn't affected by the reversal of time would definitely have karma that needed to be fixed. However, there were too few people who knew about this. On the other side, Lu Yin returned to the above heaven. Since he couldn't find Yu Ling and the hive jumped out of karma, there was no need to worry. What he needed to do now was to make up for the karma. This should be the time when Progenitor Chen met Xianxia. However, Progenitor Chen had encountered the landscape map because he was chasing the Forgotten Ruins deity. He had then used the map to bring back the information. Since the Forgotten Ruins deity was no longer in the Sovereign Realm, he must have escaped from time reversal. Would Progenitor Chen meet Xianxia again? Regardless, Lu Yin had to contact Progenitor Chen first. A few days later, the landscape map stretched across the sky. Progenitor Chen looked into the distance with a cold gaze and stepped forward, heading towards the map. Within the map, Xianxia was puzzled. Someone actually found us. Zhang Yan also looked outside the map. That person is Xiaoshang? I saw him fight in the Battle of Immemorial City, but how did he find us? Could it be the Forgotten Ruins deity? She was here just now. Xianxia frowned. The Forgotten Ruins deity had just found them and then left. Now that Progenitor Chen was here, they couldn't help but feel strange. No matter what, let's avoid him first. The tributary of the River of Time. Because the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others were within the landscape map, Xianxia knew that Progenitor Chen was chasing after the Forgotten Ruins deity. That was why he wasn't afraid and wanted to keep Progenitor Chen here. However, he didn't know how Progenitor Chen had found them and was worried about being surrounded by the above heaven sect. But it was too late. The moment Progenitor Chen saw the landscape map, Lu Yin also saw it and entered before him. Just as Xianxia was about to leave with the map, Lu Yin's figure distorted and entered. Xianxia was shocked. Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked at Xianxia and smiled. Old man, I finally found you. Xianxia was puzzled. You're looking for me? Just the two of you? As they spoke, Progenitor Chen also entered the map. Xianxia sneered. Junior, do you know where this is? Lu Yin looked around and asked, is this the landscape map that has yet to be consumed? It's bigger than the one I snatched, but it doesn't matter. It's better if it's bigger. Xianxia did not understand what Lu Yin was saying. You two are courting death in front of my spiritualized universe's sequence foundation. As he spoke, the surrounding rivers, mountains, and land turned into countless sequence particles that pressed down on Lu Yin and Progenitor Chen. Patriarch Chen was shaken. How could these sequence particles be so majestic? Lu Yin stepped forward and waved a hand. Senior Chen, keep an eye on that woman. Leave Genesis to me. As his voice faded, the starry sky in his heart was released. Terrifying consciousness whizzed out and pressed down on Xianxia. You are an orderly particle, but I have consciousness. Even though the sequence particles were extremely vast, they were rejected by the cosmos in Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin's consciousness had devoured the monochrome godless and ruins. Coupled with himself, he had definitely surpassed the primordial realm. He was at the peak of the entire universe. His consciousness transformed into a storm visible to the naked eye and blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Impossible. He had participated in the war of the universe of consciousness and faced the celestial level life form of the universe of consciousness. That was already the pinnacle life form of the universe of consciousness, second only to the starry sky level. Above that was the legendary universe level, which corresponded to the eternal life realm. That was only a legend and did not exist. In other words, the celestial phenomenon realm was the peak of the primordial realm. However, Lu Yin's current consciousness had far surpassed the celestial phenomenon realm. Even among the cosmic realm, he was at the peak. At the very least, the primordial origin had never encountered a life form with a greater consciousness than Lu Yin's. If progenitor Chen was shocked by the sequence particles, then Yuanqi was shocked by Lu Yin's consciousness. Faced with such a terrifying consciousness, Yuanqi turned to leave. When he had participated in the war of the universe of consciousness, he had relied on the bell to block the celestial level consciousness. Now that the bell had been damaged, the enemy's consciousness was even stronger. He had no intention of continuing the fight. How could this be? During the Battle of Immemorial City, this kid did not have such a terrifying consciousness. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape even if he was an eternal. How long had it been? This kid's consciousness had actually evolved? How did he do it? Yuanqi wanted to escape, but Zhang Yan wanted to escape even more. Her spiritualized weapon, the brocade sky painting, had been destroyed by Lu Yin before, and her strength had declined greatly. Now that she was facing progenitor Chen, even with the help of the landscape painting, she was no match for him. Progenitor Chen's consecutive palms had also used the landscape painting sequence particles, which she found hard to understand. How could an outsider from the Heaven Origin universe use the landscape painting to attack? In the tributary of the River of Time, progenitor Chen had been able to escape from progenitor Chen's attack using the landscape painting, let alone Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan was much weaker than Yuanqi. The entire landscape painting was shaking, and the mountains and rivers were constantly disappearing. Lu Yin raised his brows. This would not do. If the landscape painting sequence particles were less than what he had obtained from the tributary of the River of Time, then this karma would fail. Thinking of this, Lu Yin took a step forward and used parallel time to get closer to Yuanqi. Yuanqi shouted, "Junior, this is the sequence foundation of my spiritualized universe. Do you really think you can deal with me here? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, this old man will bury all of you and perish together with the sequence foundation." "Old man, what is the sequence foundation?" Yuanqi suddenly moved away, and Lu Yin suddenly appeared. The two of them looked at each other, one indifferent and the other fearful. Yuanqi could see through time. Although he did not have a mirage domain, which caused the spiritualized universe to be much weaker in the domain of time, it was still not something that Lu Yin could deal with by using parallel time. "My spiritualized universe has the heavens beyond heaven, and the 10 base sequences are supreme techniques. The so-called heavens beyond heaven is." This was something that Yuanqi had told Lu Yin during his battle with the tributary of the River of Time. The process today was the same as that time. "Junior, why aren't you retreating? Otherwise, I will bury you even if I have to give up this sequence foundation," Yuanqi threatened. At some point in time, the consciousnesses stopped attacking Yuanqi and instead gathered in the sky. Yuanqi noticed this as well, and his expression changed. These consciousnesses were too much of a threat to him, and once they landed, he would definitely be heavily injured. In front of him, Lu Yin sent a palm towards him from afar, the terrifying force of the palm crossing the void and striking Yuanqi. Yuanqi raised a hand and parted the clouds, colliding with Lu Yin's palm. A powerful shockwave shot out in all directions, scattering even the sequence particles. Yuanqi's palm turned red, and he was similarly shocked by Lu Yin's strength. This junior's palm strength actually surpassed his ultimate technique, parting the clouds. This technique came from the Beyond Heaven Palace, and it was the same technique that Yusang Tian had cultivated. Yuanqi no longer hesitated and turned to leave, leaving the landscape painting. He did not want to fight anymore, as Lu Yin clearly would not let him go. The consciousnesses hanging above his head were like sharp blades that could slash down at any moment. Seeing Yuanqi leave, Lu Yin waved a hand, and the small boat shuttled back and forth for a second. The next second, Yuanqi reappeared in shock. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin waved his hand again, using Setting Sun, a concept-type battle technique that ignited Yuanqi's martial arts. Yuanqi's pupils shrank, a concept-type battle technique? Before he could react, his consciousness crashed down. Not only Yuan Qi, but Zhang Yan as well, bombarding the entire landscape painting. Progenitor Chen was shocked. He had never seen anyone cultivate their consciousness to such a level. This was no longer a realm, but a terrifying level. Yuan Qi and Zhang Yan both spat out blood as their consciousnesses crashed down. Zhang Yan collapsed, half dead, while Yuan Qi felt dizzy. He took out a broken bell and rang it. The bell shook the landscape painting, and he only wanted to buy himself a split second to escape. He had been completely defeated by this junior, but that was only because the bell had been broken. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated so easily. Lu Yin had long since been prepared for the bell's final chime. When the bell rang, both he and Progenitor Chen felt dizzy. At the same time, Lu Yin tore open a lantern in the corner, which contained the True God's Freedom technique. Yuan Qi's name was engraved on the lantern. The bell rang and the lantern broke at the same time. Lu Yin was dizzy, and Yuan Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. This heavy injury delayed his escape with the bell, but it also allowed Lu Yin to regain consciousness. Yuan Qi was indeed very strong. If he had been at his peak, Lu Yin would have been able to fight against the bell with his 37 years of experience, but it would have been extremely difficult. After all, Yuan Qi was someone even Mr. Mu could not defeat. Lu Yin could only use the self-illumination technique and fight with karma. With a bang, the bell completely shattered. Yuan Qi wanted to escape again, but there was no chance. Lu Yin's palm struck him from behind, and a palm print pierced through his heart, causing him to fall to the ground. Yuan Qi's consciousness whizzed past him again, and he bled from his orifices. He struggled to get up, but in the end, he collapsed. Lu Yin sighed. It was over. He looked around. Although the landscape painting had shrunk a little, it was enough to make up for the loss of karma. Progenitor Chen put down his hand. He had not done much besides holding back Zhang Yan. Lu Yin had defeated two powerhouses on his own. That terrifying consciousness was still fresh in his mind. Lu Yin walked over to Yuan Qi, picked him up, and looked at Progenitor Chen. "Thank you, Senior." Progenitor Chen shook his head. "I didn't help much, but you're getting stronger. Every time we meet, you seem to have transformed. You far surpass me." Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, you're too humble. Whether it's you or Desolate Ancestor, you're both the strongest of your generation. Given enough time, you'll surpass anyone." Progenitor Chen did not refute Lu Yin's words. This was his confidence. He, Xiaoshang, could surpass anyone. Given enough time, it was not impossible for him to surpass Progenitor Chen. As for Desolate Ancestor, although he kept a low profile, it was difficult to see through him. No matter how high Xiaoshang went, this guy would always be able to catch up. He also knew about the reversal of time. Desolate Ancestor was not in the Tianyuan universe, but in the Mirage domain. He had sacrificed himself to help Lu Yin escape, but he did not know how long he would be trapped there. Lu Yin had tried karmic reincarnation, and he did not want to try it again. As for Desolate Ancestor, who knew how many times he would have to endure it? Lu Yin admired his fearless spirit. The Forgotten Ruins god left after finding this place. "It seems like she deliberately lured you here. She should have avoided the reversal of time as well," Lu Yin speculated. Progenitor Chen asked, "But why did she lure me here?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He did not know either. Could it be karma? Yuan Qi, Zhang Yan's death, and the landscape map being snatched away. Did he need to help her make up for the karma? It was not impossible. Or maybe he just wanted to kill Yuan Qi and them. Lu Yin could not see through the Forgetful Ruins deity. This deity of the seven sky gods was able to survive until the end and was sent away by the only true god. What kind of power did she use to avoid the reversal of time was what Lu Yin was most curious about. Only the power of the eternal life realm could do it. Did she master the power of the eternal life realm? What about this woman? Progenitor Chen asked, looking at Zhang Yan on the ground. Lu Yin looked over. In the tributary of the River of Time, Zhang Yan died at the hands of the Forgetful Ruins deity. He wanted to get rid of Zhang Yan in this battle, but Zhang Yan's karma had nothing to do with him. Instead, it might be related to the Forgetful Ruins deity. Lu Yin also took Zhang Yan away, reminding Progenitor Chen to be careful of the Forgetful Ruins deity. It was very dangerous for Progenitor Chen to continue tracking the Forgetful Ruins deity. But this was his choice, and Luyin could not interfere. However, it was difficult to track the Forgetful Ruins deity now. The pattern on the Forgetful Ruins deity's face was gone. Unless she deliberately led Progenitor Chen here, he would not be able to find her. Locking Xianxia and Zhang Yan under the above heaven sect, Luyin put the landscape map into the starry sky in his heart to complete the karma. Death aura filled the air. Xianxia was seriously injured, but these injuries were not enough to kill him. When the death aura dissipated, Xianxia's blurred vision gradually became clear, and he saw Luyin standing in front of him. He coughed, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. "If not for the Dao Bell, you can't beat me." Xianxia's voice was weak, and his face was pale. There was a pool of blood on his chest from Lu Yin's palm strength, and a faint palm print could be seen. Luyin agreed, "Yes, but the result is already like this. You don't think I will give you a chance to fight me, do you?" Xianxia panted, staring at Luyin through his blood-stained hair. "You want to kill me?" "Yes." Xianxia's gaze trembled. "I am more valuable alive." "What value? Tell me." Lu Yin's head was hurting. Progenitor Chen's exile, and the Little Ling universe. These were his life-saving secrets. He would not tell them unless it was his last resort. It was unlikely that he would talk if they interrogated him like this. A tributary of the River of Time. The only reason he had mentioned it was because the spiritualized universe had invaded, and both universes had gone to war, resulting in countless casualties. He was uncertain about Lu Yin's intentions, and he also had to fight for his life against Palace Mistress Xiao and Tianxi. That was why he had only mentioned it at the last moment before the incense stick burned. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned it. Currently, there was no war with the spiritualized universe, and no one was fighting for his life. He believed that he was useful and had information about the spiritualized universe. No matter what, he could not reveal the most important secret. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but that he was unwilling to accept it. But before that, if he didn't believe that Luyin would really kill him, he wouldn't reveal this secret. Xianxia thought for a moment. "You should know about the spiritualized universe. Did the life form from the consciousness universe tell you? However, regarding the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, you definitely don't know as much as I do. There are 7 major mulberry skies, and there are countless experts under them. Do you know all of this? The foundation of the sequence, the 88 sequence methods." Luyin listened quietly. He knew all of this, but he could not interrupt Xianxia. He was also trying to think of a way to force Xianxia to reveal the secret. It was very difficult to make up for karma, and it was completely different from killing. Xianxia said a lot, and Luyin also heard a lot. There were some things that Luyin had never heard of before, but they were not too important. Spiritualized the universe was an entire universe. If he wanted to talk, Xianxia could talk until the end of time. In the end, Luyin could not think of a way to force Xianxia to reveal the secret of the spiritualized universe. "Why did you come to the Tianyuan universe?" Luyin asked directly. Xianxia did not hesitate. "To support the Eternals." "The Great Mulberry Sky wants to support the Eternals?" Luyin did not believe it. Xianxia said, "The Eternals are a major event that involves restarting the Tianyuan universe and the Eternal Realm. Let alone one mulberry sky, even several mulberry skies would not be surprised. The path to the Eternal Realm is too difficult. It's almost impossible to reach it by crossing the bitter adversity. Restarting the universe is the most direct way." In order to make Luyin believe him, Xianxia kept talking about the need to support the Eternals. He also talked about the past of the Battle of Immemorial City. His attitude was so certain that Luyin could not find a reason to refute him. Helpless, Luyin left. He could not act rashly and alert the enemy. If he revealed that he knew about Xianxia's exile, Xianxia would become suspicious and add to the problem. He had already thought of a way to deal with Xianxia, but he still needed time. "Master Lu, this old man is not afraid of death, but rather unwilling. The Tianyuan universe will be restarted sooner or later. You do not understand the power of the spiritualized universe. This is a universe that is destined to be restarted. This old man is not willing to die here, so I will do my best to help you, even if it means betraying the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin left the underground and happened to meet Ji Dong and the others. They looked at Lu Yin eagerly and asked all kinds of questions about the bottlenecks they had encountered in their research of microarray weapons. In the tributary of the River of Time, these bottlenecks had trapped them for hundreds of years. Of course, it was the 5 spirit races. Lu Yin naturally understood these bottlenecks. Reversing time could help them overcome the technical difficulties and develop microarray weapons hundreds of years in advance. Lu Yin also recorded the locations of various materials to make microarray weapons, mechas, and black energy sources. Now, the Tianyuan universe was constantly transporting materials. The tributary of the River of Time used to take more than 30 years to complete the process, but now it would not take long. With the extra time, he could continue to search for materials. Lu Yin's previous goals would be completed quickly, and his next goal would be even bigger. This was the benefit of knowing the future. Lu Yin was no different from a god in the eyes of Ji Dong and the others, and he had the ability to predict the future. They did not necessarily worship powerful cultivators, but Lu Yin could overcome technical bottlenecks. This was enough to make them worship him to the extreme. Soon, this matter spread, and it became more and more exaggerated. In the end, there were various versions of it. Lu Yin went to White Cloud City, where the primordial thunder locust should be arriving soon. In the tributary of the River of Time, Jiang Feng had become like that and lost his innate gift for thunder. The primordial thunder locust had attacked White Cloud City, and it was only because of Lu Yin that they had been able to capture the locust. The primordial thunder locust had also been captured by karma. It was because of the primordial thunder locust that Lu Yin knew that the caged Wyrm had been struck dumb by the primordial thunder locust. Little 7, Fruits. Thank you, Auntie Lu. Auntie Lu should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, Ah Feng might have died. Lu Pianran looked at Jiang Feng, who was sitting not far away, hugging a sword in his arms. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio P. Even though Lu Yin had stopped Bai Wuxian from attacking Ming Yen, Bai Qing still came out because Jiang Feng's sword had appeared outside Bing Xian and awakened her. She had brought the sword to White Cloud City, and it was now on Jiang Feng's leg. Jiang Qingyue stayed by Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Chen went to cultivate, and swore to take revenge on Master Green Grass. Even though he was usually sloppy, he actually worshipped Jiang Feng. Seeing Jiang Feng become like this caused his temperament to change. Not long after, thunder rumbled, and the primordial thunder locust arrived. Next to Lu Yin, Su Wang and Li Shou rushed out to beat up the locust. In the tributary of the River of Time, the primordial thunder locust could not stop Su Wang and Li Shou. Now, it could not stop them either and was beaten up. Lu Yin took it away. After bringing it back to the Above Heaven sect, Jaildrake's reaction was within Lu Yin's expectations. It was exactly the same as the tributary of the River of Time, which made up for the karma. At this moment, time was only a few months away. Many things had been brought forward a long time ago. Lu Yin found Great Elder Shangu and told him about the insectoid nest. Great Elder Shangu was shocked. Everything about the third stronghold was within his expectations, which made up for the karma of the insectoid nest. Previously, Lu Yin had ordered the Above Heaven sect to search for the insectoid nest, but he had not announced it to the public. Although Great Elder Shangu was one of the 6 lords of the 3 suns, he would not ask about the Above Heaven sect without permission. As for the time reversal, Lu Yin did not tell everyone about it either. To Great Elder Shangu, the appearance of the insectoid nest was a disaster, and he constantly reminded Lu Yin to be careful of it. Lu Yin did not let Furball Qingxian out. Otherwise, Great Elder Shangu would definitely keep an eye on it and think of a way to get rid of it. After sending Great Elder Shangu away, the next step was to wait for the first batch of black energy sources and mechas to be completed. Then, he could destroy the spacetime void of intelligent life and reduce the number of sequence strings. He also had to wait for the spiritualized universe to attack 10 years later. However, would the spiritualized universe really attack? Could Yu Sang Tian avoid the time reversal? Lu Yin was not sure. If he avoided the time reversal, then the spiritualized universe might not attack. This was because Xianxia also knew that Luin wanted to make up for the karma, and he had said something similar to what Wei Nu had said. Although Xianxia did not seem to have avoided the time reversal, he could not rule out the possibility that he had deliberately said it for Luin to hear. Wait, no. If Xianxia could avoid the time reversal, then he should be in the Tianyuan universe right now and would not have allowed Luin to live until now. Yes, he had not avoided the time reversal. He was in the spiritualized universe. If he did not avoid the time reversal, then that meant that the spiritualized universe would attack as usual. Xianxia would also lose his memories of the past 37 years. He would not know that Luin had comprehended karma, and he would not personally attack. That should be the case. In that case, the next step was to wait for the spiritualized universe to attack 10 years later. However, before that, he had to deal with Xianxia. Right, was Xianxia still around? That was a problem. Time reversal could not affect the power of an eternal life realm cultivator, and Xianxia definitely had the power of an eternal life realm cultivator in his body. Was he still around? Would it be like the hive, which would disappear after one death? Luin frowned. If Xianxia died, then he would not be able to make up for his karma with Xianxia. No. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If Xianxia could also use the power of an eternal life realm to escape his karma, then his karma with Xianxia would no longer exist, and there would be no need to make up for his karma with Xianxia. When he thought of this, Luin relaxed. However, these were all guesses, and he could not be sure if Xianxia was still around. He would assume that Xianxia was still around and act according to his plan. Xianxia was not in the spiritualized universe, and there was no springboard outside the stone door for him to return to the spiritualized universe. If he was still around, then he would be outside the stone door. The stone door was very difficult to open, as it was a tributary of the river of time. During the battle between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe outside the stone door, Luin had paid special attention to it. There was indeed something similar to a door bolt outside the stone door. He had wanted to study it, but he had forgotten about it. Even with his current strength, he could not open it from the inside. The only way to deal with Xianxia was to enter a dream. This was a reminder from Meng Sang. There was no stone door in the dream. Luin left the Above the Sky sect and headed towards the 6th mainland's Dream Manor. The Dream Heart Sutra also required karma to be replenished, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, the stone gate at the border of the Tianyuan universe extended into the distance. It was only an inch away. Outside the stone gate, Xianxia sat cross-legged, waiting for the spiritualized universe to attack. The closer it was to the square inch, the darker it became. Along the way, Meng Sang was making a springboard. She had lost 37 years of memories and could not remember invading the Tianyuan universe. She should have gone back in time, but because she was controlled by the only true God, she avoided the reversal of time and numbly headed toward the spiritualized universe. Further in the distance, there was a gigantic celestial body. It was like a springboard magnified billions of times, stirring up the winds and clouds of the universe. Outside the gangplank, a battleship slowly sailed away. On the battleship were the president, Bao Qi, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others. Where did Meng Sang go? The president asked curiously. Palace Master Yao was puzzled. I didn't see him. He should be on the battleship. The president frowned. That was impossible. He didn't even see Meng Sang leave. She couldn't have left without a sound. Furthermore, this battle concerned the reopening of the Tianyuan universe. It was even more impossible for Meng Sang to retreat. At this moment, the battleship suddenly stopped. The president's expression changed, and he said respectfully, Xianxia. Not going to the Tianyuan universe? Yes, Xianxia. Reporting to Xianxia, Meng Sang has disappeared. No one knows where she went. Is there another mission? Understood. Return to the spiritualized universe immediately and follow Xianxia's orders. Soon, the battleship changed direction and headed toward the spiritualized universe. From this huge celestial body to the spiritualized universe, there were small springboards on the way. They were all created by the spiritualized universe's Xianxia. The true springboard could not be casually used to prevent being monitored by unknown civilizations. Bao walked out. What's going on? Why did you turn around? The president was also puzzled. Xianxia's order. Return to the spiritualized universe. What? Why would Xianxia give such an order? Wasn't it his order to go to the Tianyuan cosmos? Bao was dissatisfied. Even though Xianxia was in charge of the spiritualized universe, they were still saying Tian. This matter was related to their plan to invade the Tianyuan universe. How could they cancel it just like that? Go back and gather the other Xianxia and discuss it with Xianxia. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they couldn't disobey Xianxia's orders at this moment. At this moment, Xianxia was also puzzled. How did Mengseng disappear? Could it be that he had avoided the reversal of time? I couldn't even avoid it. He looked in the direction of the Tianyuan universe. Although he couldn't avoid the time reversal, he managed to preserve his memories. Luyin had grasped the laws of karma, and he knew of this. He had wanted to attack the Tianyuan cosmos again, but after some thought, he decided against it. The Tianyuan universe was not weak, and Luyin had relied on a sneak attack to easily deal with the powerhouses from Primeval City. The Tianyuan universe would definitely be prepared, and if he went there again, he might not be able to do anything to Luyin. He might as well wait for him to come knocking on his door. His greatest mistake was that he had avoided the reversal of time. The karma that needed to be repaired would have consigned him to eternal damnation. He would soon come to the spiritualized universe. A giant stone door towered in space. Luyin stood beside it with his hands behind his back. He had been standing there for 10 days. During this time, he had continuously deduced the Dream Heart Sutra from the tributary of the River of Time, replenishing the karma of the Dream Heart Sutra. At the same time, he had also thought of a way to drag Xianxia over. As long as Xianxia was behind the stone door, Lu Yuan and the others were further away. Originally, only Lu Yuan had been guarding the stone door, but Luyin had been afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he had asked Hong Yan, Chu Yi, and the others to accompany Lu Yuan. Because of the tributary of the River of Time, the spiritualized universe had attacked, and Lu Yuan hadn't been able to escape. If Luyin and the others hadn't arrived in time, he would have been killed by the spiritualized universe. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all he saw was an illusion. This was the world of the Dream Heart Sutra. Luyin had already deduced the Dream Heart Sutra to the point where he could force someone into a dream without needing them to fall asleep. Otherwise, waiting for someone to fall asleep would be extremely foolish. Mengseng could temporarily force a progenitor into a dream, even if the progenitor saw through it. In the tributary of the River of Time, crazy Principal Xiaochen had died because he had been forced into a dream. Behind the stone door, Xianxia had been waiting for reinforcements from the spiritualized universe. Soon, the Tianyuan universe would be reactivated. Eh? Was that a battleship? Xianxia was delighted. So soon? He had thought that he would have to wait a little longer. This was great. As the battleship approached, he saw the president, Palace Empress Xiao, and Bao Qi. His lips curled up in a cruel smile. Were there two Xianxia? Not necessarily, but there might be more. It was time for the stone door to open. Open the door. Bao Qi shouted. Xianxia turned around and pressed his hand against the stone door. He exerted force, and the stone door opened with a bang. What welcomed him was a terrifying palm strike from Luyin that struck Xianxia's heart and pierced through his body. The void rippled, and at the same time, the color of blood spread out. Xianxia stared blankly at Luyin, who was so close to him. How could this be? I guessed that you were behind the stone door, but I didn't expect you to be so close, Luyin said. If he had known earlier that Xianxia was so close to the stone door, he would not have needed to think for 10 days. He could have just entered the dreamland. It was not easy to convince someone to enter a dreamland, especially a primordial realm powerhouse. Mengseng had seen through the primogenitor's dreamland, and Luyin had done the same for Xianxia. He was far inferior to Mengseng in this aspect, and his only advantage was his foresight of the spiritualized universe. He had allowed Xianxia to see the president, Bao Qi, and the others without any suspicions. However, if Xianxia had been too far away from the stone door and the battleship had approached, Lu Ying would have known that the battleship was fake. Thus, Lu Yin's original plan had been to directly attack Xianxia in the dream and heavily injure him. However, he had not expected Xianxia to be so close to the stone door. He had been so eager for the spiritualized universe's invasion that he had opened the door without waiting for the battleship to approach. Even Lu Ying had been caught off guard. It was Lu Yin's fault for allowing the president, Bao Qi, and the others to appear. How could Xianxia have known that Lu Ying knew these people? Although Xianxi's opening of the door had caught Lu Ying off guard, it did not matter. One palm strike was enough to heavily injure Xianxia. This was the limit of the Tian Yuan universe's life forms, and even the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian feared it. If it struck Xianxia without any protection, it would cripple half of his strength. Xianxia gritted his teeth as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. A sword suddenly appeared, and he stabbed at Lu Ying with azure edge, limitless. It was only a meter away, and once Lu Ying saw through it, he would be no threat at all. Lu Ying grabbed Xianxi's arm, and no matter how Xianxia struggled, he could not escape. Xianxia had the innate gift of celestial perspective, which allowed him to see through all attacks and cultivation methods. He also had the stacking sequence, which was ranked 13th out of the 88 sequence techniques of the spiritualized universe. He also had a spiritualized weapon, limitless. He was also a primordial realm expert, and he could use the law to avoid close combat. If one did not understand him well, it would be very difficult to defeat him. He was the strongest of the protectors. However, Lu Ying understood Xianxia far too well. Whether it was the 37 years they had spent together or the battles before, Lu Ying had seen through Xianxia far too well. In particular, Lu Ying had used intrusive to sneak up on him this time. Xianxia had been unable to resist at all. Xianxia had not attacked to defeat Lu Ying. Instead, he had been waiting for the battleship to arrive. He was waiting for Sang Tian to attack and massacre the Tian Yuan universe. Even now, he still believed that the battleship was real. However, even when Lu Ying forcefully broke his arm and took away his sword, Xianxia still did not see it. Lu Ying slowly turned around. Where was the battleship? You can't wait any longer. It's all fake. Lu Ying kicked out, and Xianxia slammed into the stone door. He coughed up blood again as his strength drained away. In the distance, Chui and the others sighed emotionally. A mighty primordial realm expert was actually in such a miserable state against Lu Ying. If Lu Ying was given a few more years, even a primogenitor might not be his opponent. Cough cough. Impossible, no, impossible. Xianxia could not believe it. He had already woken up from his dream, but he still refused to believe that the battleship was fake. How could it be fake? He had clearly seen the president, Bao Qi, Empress Xiao, and the others. It was impossible for the Tian Yuan universe to know these people, nor did they know of their existence. If that was the case, how could they have lied to him? Impossible. Impossible. Lu Ying appeared in front of Xianxia and looked down from above. He grabbed Xianxia and took him to the above heaven sect. Even when Xianxia was crushed under the aura of death, he still could not understand how Lu Ying had made him believe that he had entered a dream. How did Lu Ying know about the president and the others? If he had not seen the president, Bao Qi, and the others, it would have been impossible for him to enter a dream and open the stone door. How had Lu Ying done it? The aura of death dispersed, and Lu Ying stood in front of Xianxia. You ambushed a primogenitor, suppressed the development of the humans, helped the Eternals, and lured the spiritualized universe to attack. How do you want to die, Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Lu Ying, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Die? He did not want to die. It was impossible. He was the protector of the 4 cardinal regions, the strongest innate gift of an era in the spiritualized universe. He had seen that Lord, and his understanding of the universe was even greater than Sang Tian's. That Lord had promised him that he would have a chance at eternal life. He was different from the others, so why should he die? Impossible, he couldn't have died. Lu Ying was puzzled. Why was Xianxia here? Previously, he had thought that because Xianxia had those 2 words must have the power of the eternal life realm, which could allow him to escape karma. This meant that Xianxia should have ceased to exist like the worm nest. But he was still here. Could it be that those 2 words did not have the power of the eternal life realm? Or could it be that even if those two words belonged to the eternal life realm, they did not have the power to escape karma? Luin could not figure it out. How do you know the president and the others? Xianxia looked at Luin, his voice low. Luin put his hands behind his back. I'm asking you, how do you want to die? I don't want to die. Xianxia's voice became even lower. Lu Yin's lips curled up. With what you have done to the humans of the Tianyuan universe, how can you not die? Let's not talk about other things. You slaughtered the lost clan right in front of me. Speaking of this, Lu Yin's cold eyes pierced Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly said, I have value. I can help you. The spiritualized universe will definitely attack. I don't know how you know about the spiritualized universe, but it can't make up for the difference in strength. The 7 major mulberry skies and you mulberry sky are extremely powerful. I can help you deal with them. Also, I'm a primordial realm expert. You need someone to help you secretly. I know too much. I know everything you ask. Luin looked at Xianxia calmly for a while. Behind him, the death aura dissipated, revealing Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia? You've been captured too? Xianxia was also surprised that Xianxia was captured. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and then at Luin. She didn't understand what he was going to do. Luin looked at the three and paused on them. For the spiritualized universe, it doesn't seem difficult to restart the Tianyuan universe, right? The three didn't refute. This was the truth, at least in their eyes. Luin laughed. The upcoming war may be like a game to them. Since that's the case, I'll play a game with you. A stick of incense appeared in front of Xianxia and Xianxia. You two go first. Each of you has a stick of incense to fight for your lives. Use people, things, and things that you know can prove your worth to fight for your lives. Everyone only has one chance. After that, he looked at Xianxia. Let's start with you. The other two were drowned in the death aura. Xianxia didn't participate in this game. Basically, this game was for him to see. What awaited him was the second game. In the second game, he had to use his life. Luin stood in front of Xianxia and lit the incense. The smoke rose vertically. He closed his eyes. In the tributary of the river of time, Xianxia and Luin fought on the bone boat. She even tried to rope him in. That fight damaged her brocade sky map. After that, they never met again. She was killed by the god of forgotten ruins. Facing Xianxia now, Luin didn't know what secrets she had. Luin didn't know whether this woman's existence had anything to do with the god of forgotten ruins leading them to the landscape map. Judging from the tributary of the river of time, this woman had no influence on the future. Don't play this kind of child's play. I won't say anything. Xianxia was disdainful. These words sounded familiar to Luin, as Palace Mistress Xiao had said the same thing before. Speaking of which, the current scene was very similar to the tributary of the river of time. The only difference was that Xianxia had replaced Palace Master Yao. Now that he looked at them again, these two women seemed to be quite similar. They were both absolute powerhouses. Palace Master Yao considered herself to be the strongest under Xianxia. Her strength was indisputable. What gave her the confidence to say this was because of Xianxia. She had a special relationship with Xianxia. As for Xianxia, she gave up on Origin in the tributary of the river of time. Not only was she unable to save Origin, but she had never thought of saving him. Perhaps the real reason was because of the position of Xianxia. She was confident that she could obtain the position of Xianxia. On what basis? Why did Xianxia have the confidence to compete? She had been in the Tianyuan universe for a very, very long time. Although she had not arrived at the same time as primordial origin, it was still an extremely long time ago. After leaving the spiritualized universe for so long, what gave her the confidence to vie for Xianxia's position? Now that he thought about it, this woman was not simple. She had been killed by the god of forgotten ruins in the tributary of the river of time because Luin had once struck her with a palm. That palm strike had severely injured Xianxia, and it was fortunate that she had not died. Palace Mistress Xiao was a cold and arrogant beauty. Her temperament was similar to a Grand Emperor's, and she was aloof. Xianxia, on the other hand, was a lively beauty. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luin did not speak. He simply waited, allowing the incense to slowly burn. Actually, regardless of whether Xianxia revealed the secret or not, she would still live. Killing Xianxia would be a greater deterrent to primordial origin than killing Xianxia. No matter how one looked at it, Xianxia was more valuable and stronger. There was still a bit of incense left. Xianxia stared at Luin, as if trying to see through him. However, she could not see anything. Luin was too calm, as if he was deciding the life of an ordinary person rather than a powerhouse like her. She was not sure whether Luin would kill her or not. She recalled everything she knew about Luin, especially the Battle of Immemorial City. That soil spear that rained down like rain, this young master of the universe did not seem to care about her life at all. Xianxia's eyes flickered. If we start a war with the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe will eventually be destroyed. This is inevitable, but I can save your life. Luin was expressionless. I once said that if you show your sincerity, I can bring you into the spiritualized universe. Even Xianxia will have to give you face. Luin was shocked. He opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia strangely. Even Xianxia had to give her face? He had never heard of this before. Xianxia was the ruler of the spiritualized universe. Other than the illusory ultimate pinnacle, no one could suppress him. In particular, he controlled the small spiritual universe, so it was very likely that he had stepped into the eternal realm. Especially when Xianxia had killed his way into the Tianyuan universe. This person's strength had refreshed Lu Yin's understanding. It turned out that other than the eternal realm, those at the perfect bitter disaster realm could also be so powerful that they could suppress the entire Tianyuan universe. Would such a person give Xianxia face? Xianxia glanced at the end of the incense stick. Xianxia is also human. He can't control the entire spiritualized universe alone. He also needs supporters. There are many factions in the Beyond Heaven's palace. The strongest one is the Door of Techniques. I represent the Door of Techniques. Luin stared at Xianxia. The Door of Techniques? Xianxia nodded. She had a lively appearance, and when she heard Luin speak, she rolled her eyes. The Gate of Technique specializes in creating the Sequence Foundation, and the Sequence Foundation is one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. Even Xianxia wouldn't be able to ignore it. Let me put it this way, the importance of Xianxia might not be more important than the Sequence Foundation, because the creation of the Sequence Foundation takes a very long time. Luin knew most of what Xianxia said. He just didn't expect Xianxia to represent the Door of Techniques. Why do you represent the Door of Techniques? Luin didn't understand. Xianxia was arrogant. Because the Door of Techniques is surnamed Xian. The incense stick burned out. Luin looked at Xianxia deeply. He didn't expect someone who should have died long ago to have such a past. If she could represent the Door of Techniques, why did she come to the Tianyuan universe? Luin was curious about Xianxia, but now wasn't the time to ask. The aura of death drowned Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. Hey, I haven't finished. You won't really kill me, right? My surname is Xian. Ask around. Luin appeared in front of Xianxia and lit the incense stick. The scene that had happened before happened again. Xianxia was frantically expressing his loyalty and only wanted to live. The only difference was that he didn't hate the one true God, but his desire to live was stronger than anyone else's. The one fighting for his life was Xianxia. If Luin wanted to know whether Xianxia was important or not, he just had to listen to Xianxia. If he was fighting for his life with an unimportant person, Xianxia could hide some secrets. The secrets he casually revealed could surpass others. As the incense stick burned halfway, Xianxia became more and more nervous. Luin didn't say anything. Master Lu, have you heard of the jump? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Springboard? Luin relaxed. It was here. This karma could be made up. In the following time, Xianxia told Luin about the jump. Just like the tributary of the River of Time, Luin checked Xianxia's forehead again. Xianxia told him the same thing as the tributary of the River of Time. When the aura of death drowned Xianxia, Luin left the underground. A few days later, screens of light appeared in various parts of the universe. The bell in the sky rang, and countless people looked up, waiting for that figure to appear. The 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, 6 lords, and 8 paths had all arrived. Luin stood on the sky stairway and looked down. He saw many familiar faces that no longer existed in the tributary of the River of Time: Nong Yi, the abandoned person, Su Wuwei, Dan Jing, Wang Jian, Lin Qing, Elder Chan, and the crazy director. These people had already died, but now, time had reversed, and they were all still alive. Looking at them, Luin let out a long breath. It was good that they were all still alive. On the day that Yusang Tian had attacked, Luin didn't know how many people had died. He couldn't accept what he saw, and that day would never come again. Luin looked past the sky stairway into the distance and saw Longxi. The moment he saw Longxi, his heart trembled, and a heart-wrenching pain made his face pale. Karma reincarnation, real or fake? Little Xian, his child. Pathmaster, Chui reminded him. Luin retracted his gaze and looked up at the stars. This universe is called the Tianyuan universe. The primogenitor was born and created a cultivation civilization to protect us humans. He started a prosperous era, but because of a thief, the primogenitor met with disaster. We will not forget this. The Eternals have been fighting with us humans for so long because there was a mastermind behind all this. He was called the Protector of the 4 Directions and supported the Eternals to suppress us humans. We will not forget this. In the final battle with the Eternals, Xianxia killed the innocent people of the lost race. We will not forget this. The protectors of the 4 directions are the greatest enemies of the Tianyuan universe. I, Luin, have killed 3 of them. Now, this is the 4th. With that, Xianxia was thrown down the sky stairway. He looked up and saw Luin standing at the top of the long sky stairway. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face turned ashen. Master Lu, I've told you everything. Please spare my life, Master Lu. Although time had turned back, some things had still happened. This scene was so familiar. In the virtual god spacetime, Su Wuji crushed his wine gourd and stared at the screen. It was this person who had massacred the lost race and killed his true love. Master Lu had said that he would avenge him one day. However, this was not his personal grudge, but the grudge of the entire Tianyuan universe. This person should have died in the sect above heaven. Everyone should have seen him die as a sacrifice. Master Lu, don't underestimate the spiritualized universe. Really? I will help you. I can help you. You can't kill me. I can't die, Xianxia shouted. Lu Yin's voice was cold. You can't die, but the people of the Tianyuan universe can die? You plotted against the primogenitor, Tai Chu, suppressed the living space of humans, tried to stop the Tianyuan universe's civilization, and killed ordinary people. It's time for you to pay back this blood debt. Spears of soil appeared one after another, covering Xianxia. Xianxia's face was ashen. No, I can't die. I shouldn't die. I am Xianxia. The spears of soil whizzed down and pierced Xianxia's body. Blood spilled and dyed the ground red. Brothers, it's the new year. No matter how anxious you are to go home, safety first. Safety, and still safety. End of chapter. Xianxia clutched his neck, but he could not stop the blood from flowing elsewhere. His body was numb, and his vision blurred. All of his senses vanished at that moment. Only his mind remained clear. He stared at Luin with resentment. Why you will die a horrible death. All of you, the Tianyuan and the universe, will die a horrible death. With that, Xianxia collapsed on the ground. The universe fell silent. He was the first primordial realm expert to be killed in front of everyone. The primordial realm was above the progenitor realm. There were still sequences and laws between them. In the past, the progenitor realm was already something that people could only look up to. It was unreachable, but now, a primordial realm expert had been killed so easily. Afterwards, a tsunami of cheers followed. Countless people looked at him in admiration as they called out his name, Master Lu. Luin raised his hand. That action suppressed everyone's excitement, and the universe fell silent once more. What you see is the universe. It's dark and deep, with no end in sight. You don't know when enemies will come. You don't know when war will suddenly descend. I cannot guarantee that I can protect every single one of you, but I swear that I will stand before you. As long as I am alive, the human race will not be destroyed. I swear that I will lead everyone in the Tianyuan universe to face any enemy. I will not retreat or surrender. Unless I die, you will always see me standing before you. Countless people's eyes reddened as they clenched their fists. Many of you have shed blood for me. My blood will also flow for you. That was the final sentence before the screen of light closed. It also became the sentence that left the deepest impression in the minds of countless people. Yuanqi stared blankly as the screen of light closed. A long-awaited shock left him at a loss. This was not the shock of strength. Instead, it was the shock of unity. The unity of the entire universe, the unity of the entire race. Luin did not represent just himself. Instead, he represented countless people behind him. He represented the entire human race. This person's influence posed a greater threat than his strength. It was far, far greater. Zhang Yan was shocked as well. Her lips were dry as she stared at the screen of light in the sky. She was speechless for a very long time. The Tianyuan universe could not compare to the spiritualized universe. This was what they knew, as well as the truth. However, why did the Tianyuan universe give her a feeling that it would definitely defeat all powerful enemies? Would the Tianyuan universe really be rebooted? Should it really be rebooted? What was that man trying to do by standing in front of everyone? Didn't he want to restart the universe and step into the eternal realm? Humans and living creatures were nothing more than the reappearance of the universe. Why did he have to protect these people? You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? He had made a vow, which was more true than any promise. What was this man after? She was suddenly extremely curious about Luin. The screen turned off, and Luin arrived at the bottom of the stairway. He looked at Tianxi's corpse and wondered where his turbid treasure was. At the same time, on their way to the spiritualized universe, an illusory figure appeared beside Meng Sang. It was the only true God. The sole true God looked back at the Tianyuan universe. Karma chaos? Who is it? You want to snatch the turbid spirit seed bestowed by heaven? The reason why he gave up his previous body and headed to the spiritualized universe was because of the turbid treasure spirit seed. Now that time had reversed and Tianxi had been killed, Luin was also looking for his turbid spirit seed. There was only one turbid spirit seed, so it was impossible for both of them to have it. The sole true God's eyes were cold. If he gave up the turbid spirit seed, he could give up his karma with Tianxi and would not have to bear the backlash of this karma. Because Tianxi was killed, he could not make up for this karma. But could he give up the turbid spirit seed? Impossible. Once he gave it up, what was the point of going to the spiritualized universe? He would rather betray the spiritualized universe and snatch the turbid spirit seed bestowed by heaven. This would not only allow him to get rid of the 6 paths of reincarnation of the great celestial master, but it would also allow him to reach new heights in the spiritualized universe. This was his rebirth, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He would not hesitate even if the karma backfired. At the bottom of the stairway, Luin found Tianxi's turbid spirit seed. Looking at the seed, Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. The sole true God, how do you plan to make up for this karma? He reached out to grab it. Suddenly, the turbid spirit seed disappeared. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How could it be? Beside Meng Sang, the sole true God closed his eyes. In his hand, a strange object was broken. This object was also a turbid spirit seed. It was his own turbid spirit seed. After so many years, how could he not have a turbid spirit seed? Now, for the sake of Tianxi's spirit seed, he had sacrificed his own turbid spirit seed as the price to snatch this karma. He had kept the spirit seed, but not only had he lost his turbid spirit seed, but he also had to bear the karma backfire. The price was unimaginable. But there was no other way. He had to pay this price. Looking back at the Tianyuan universe, the sole true god muttered to himself, "It should be you, Luin." Time flowed back, but it wasn't long. "I'd like to see how you deal with the spiritualized universe. Or perhaps, we'll meet in the spiritualized universe." In the Tianyuan universe, under the celestial stairway, Luin looked at the disappearing spirit seed and slowly looked up into the distance. He did not know what the sole true god had done, but he had to pay a terrible price. Karma was not easy to resolve. Moreover, he had snatched away the karma. Since the sole true god had gone to the spiritualized universe, Luin would definitely go as well. Although no spiritualized universe would attack, killing Xianxia was still a sacrifice. Lu Yin's words were no different from the River of Time's stance. No matter who the enemy was, whether they came or not, this sacrifice would not change. The Tianyuan universe was not afraid of any other universe. The only thing that bothered Luin was the fact that his karma had been snatched away. Although the sole true god had obtained the spirit seed, the karma was with Xianxia. If he did not make up for the karma should disappear. Luin had obtained the karma, but he could not snatch the karma. Was the karma or the karma more important? Or was there some other way to determine it? No one could give Luin an answer, including the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. In terms of battle power, the primogenitor might be able to fight Xianxia, but he had suppressed the sequences string too early and had not cultivated during this period. Even if his battle power was sufficient, his realm could not keep up, let alone his understanding of karma. Mr. Mu was the same. He was more like Luin now. He had led his universe to the point where he could defeat the enemy, but in the end, he had been defeated by an omnipotent existence. Only Xianxia had cultivated step by step. After a long period of time, he had grasped the small spiritual universe and could attempt to enter the eternal realm. He had also slowly passed the bitter adversity and understood the passage of time and karma. This was why Xianxia had been able to slaughter the Tianyuan universe once. The sole true god was very similar to Xianxia. Actually, in the Tianyuan universe, the mortal enemy of the humans was meaningless to the sole true god. He could suppress them with the first disaster domain. The humans could not catch their breath, but he had also been cultivating and passing the bitter adversity all these years. Perhaps the sole true god was the only one in the Tianyuan universe who could truly rival Xianxia. The primogenitor's battle prowess was not weak, but his realm and knowledge were much weaker. The sole true god's battle prowess was definitely not below the primogenitor's, so he should be able to rival Xianxia. His realm and knowledge might not be below Xianxia's. Compared to these people, Luin was the weakest. However, he had cultivated for too short a time. This was a shortcoming, so there was nothing he could do. Before long, Luin returned underground and appeared before Xianxia and Zhang Yan. This time, they looked at Luin in a different light. This was a vicious person who would really kill them. He could kill a primordial realm expert just like that, and Xianxia was no ordinary primordial realm expert. They had heard what Xianxia had said before he died. A primordial realm expert who was willing to submit to him and work for him was actually so unimportant. What about them? It's not that I don't value primordial realm experts. Luin looked at Xianxia. It's because the above heaven sect can't keep too many experts under control. If you break free one day, the above heaven sect might not be able to capture you again. If they take revenge, I won't be able to handle it. So, I'm sorry, but one of you will have to die. Zhang Yan paled. This guy would really kill her. It was true. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Master Lu, we can't break free. Unless the above heaven sect is defeated by the spiritualized universe, we won't be able to break free. Keeping us alive is beneficial to you. Luin did not care. Xianxia said the same thing. Can't you say something else? With that, he waved his hand and lit the incense before Xianxia. Death Qi swallowed Zhang Yan. Only Luin and Xianxia faced each other. Zhang Yan was shocked. Wait, I still have to light incense to fight for my life. Otherwise, it won't be fair to me. Both Luin and Xianxia heard this. Their faces immediately became ugly. They were really fighting for their lives now. They did not doubt that Luin would kill one of them. Xianxia did not want to die. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that he was unwilling. He had been in the Tianyuan universe for so many years. With Xianxia's status, he had endured humiliation. Why should he die in the end? Yuanqi wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe and gain eternal life. He did not deserve to die. The smoke slowly rose, blurring Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin closed his eyes and calmly stood in front of Yuanqi, just like when he had been in the tributary of the River of Time. However, compared to then, Lu Yin was clearly more intimidating now. This game was becoming more and more cruel. Lord Lu, I have a secret, a huge secret. This secret concerns the survival of your Tianyuan universe, as well as your survival. A deal. I need a deal, even if it's an unfair one, Yuanqi said. His words were different from what he had said in the tributary of the River of Time. He had no confidence at all. Even a deal could not be fair. He only wanted Lu Yin to ensure his life. He wanted to live until the end. Lu Yin ignored him and continued to stand there quietly with his eyes closed. Yuanqi waited for a while and looked at the incense. It continued to burn, as if it was burning his life away. Master Lu, this secret concerns the survival of 3 universes and the eternal realm. I only need you to protect my life and ensure that even if the Tianyuan universe is defeated, you will not kill me to vent your anger. That's all I want. Not only that, if I survive, I swear that I will take away everyone you care about and protect their lives. No matter how many people there are, or even yourself, I will do my best to keep you alive. Lu Yin still closed his eyes and ignored him. Yuanqi gritted his teeth. I swear that this secret is related to the eternal realm. If it's false, then may the heavens punish me, and my cultivation will never improve. This oath was extremely vicious, and it was the most serious oath for a powerhouse like Yuanqi. However, Lu Yin still closed his eyes and ignored him. The incense continued to burn as Yuanqi struggled in his heart. Seeing that more than 2/3 of the incense had burned, Yuanqi gritted his teeth. I know Xianxia's secret, and it's definitely different from what you heard from her. She's lying to you. Although I don't know what lies she'll tell you, I definitely won't tell you the real secret. I can tell you that this is a secret that I've discovered after fighting alongside her in Immemorial City for many years. Even if she doesn't know that I've discovered it, she's still too shallow. She can represent the Door of Arts, and I should tell you that. The Door of Arts' surname is indeed Xian, and she has value in staying, but there's a secret that she won't tell you. She holds the key to opening the Door of Arts. Lu Yin closed his eyes, but he was surprised. The key to opening the Door of Arts? He suddenly thought of the Forgotten Ruins Godslayer, Zhang Yan, and seemed to have grasped something. Seeing that Lu Yin still didn't respond, Yuanqi sighed heavily and looked in Zhang Yan's direction. The Door of Arts is a place that specializes in creating sequence bases, but it's also a door. No one knows what's behind it. Many speculate that it's the strongest sequence base in the history of the spiritualized universe, while others speculate that it's a place where the ultimate extreme cultivator secludes himself. No matter how many speculations there are, no one has been able to open the Door of Arts for so many years. One of the keys is in Xianxia's hands. If Xianxia doesn't take out the key, no one will be able to open it. After so many years, Xianxia has never mentioned this matter. The entire spiritualized universe knows that Xianxia is already standing at the peak of the spiritualized universe. Because the pinnacle of supremacy is too illusory, no one has seen it before. It's equivalent to him controlling the spiritualized universe. Since that's the case, why would he create an accident and open the door to the arts? Because of this, as long as Xianxia exists, the gate of laws will never open. Apart from Xianxia, the other key to open the door of various laws is in Zhang Yan's hands. It's guarded by the Zhan family, and it has been passed down to Zhang Yan in this generation. The reason why Zhang Yan came to the Tianyuan universe is because of this key. The Zhan family is afraid that Xianxia will snatch it away. It can be said that in the entire spiritualized universe, Xianxia is most wary of the gate of techniques. No matter what is inside, it will definitely affect Xianxia's control. Zhang Yan will definitely not tell you this secret. That key is the life of the Zhan family, so he would rather Zhang Yan come to the Tianyuan cosmos. However, this girl has always wanted to return to the spiritualized universe to compete for the position of Xianxia. As long as she can become Xianxia, she will be able to keep the key. This is one of the conditions that the Xian family has for her to return to the spiritualized universe. She must have the strength to compete for the position of Xianxia, or she will not be allowed to return. Luyin finally understood. During his battle with Xianxia in the flow of time, Xianxia had clearly been defeated, and Zhang Yan had no intention of saving him. Once Xianxia died, she would be able to compete for the vacant position of Xianxia. Also, at that time, Luyin had found it strange. Although Zhang Yan was very strong, she was still far from Xianxia's level. Why had Xianxia risked his life to stop Luyin from killing Zhang Yan? He had even said that Zhang Yan would definitely become Xianxia. At that time, Luyin had thought that Xianxia had done it for the Xianxia painting. Now, he understood that Xianxia had done it for Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan had the support of the Gate of Techniques, and she wasn't any weaker than Palace Mistress Xiao. As long as she was strong enough, the Zhang family would definitely do everything in their power to help her become Xianxia. Her chances of becoming Xianxia were not any lower than Palace Mistress Xiao's. Xianxia understood. So that was how it was. The spiritualized universe was an entire universe, and there were also conflicts and killings that were even more serious than in the Tianyuan universe. It was just that everything was hidden under the so-called upper extremity and lower immortal. Beyond heaven. So why had the god of forgotten ruins killed Zhang Yan? Actually, Luyin had also been puzzled at that time. Was it for the Xianxia painting? To the god of forgotten ruins, the Xianxia painting was completely useless. After progenitor Chen caught up to her, she could have given up on the painting and didn't care too much about it. So what was the point of killing Zhang Yan? After hearing Xianxia's words, Luyin guessed that it might be related to the key. The question now was, how did the god of forgotten ruins know about the key's existence? Even if she had the key, there was still one in Xianxia. What use would that be? Unless Luyin thought of the one true god. He had left behind his body in the Tianyuan universe and gone to the spiritualized universe because of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If that world hadn't been there, would he have gone to the spiritualized universe as well? He had his eyes on Xianxia's key. Then, in the tributary of the river of time, where was Zhang Yan's key after her death? If it was with the one true god, then Lu Yin's guess was correct. If it wasn't, then it was with the god of forgotten ruins. Then, there would be plenty to think about. Why hadn't the god of forgotten ruins given the key to the one true god? What was the point of keeping it for herself? Could she have gotten the other key from Xianxia? As he thought about this, Lu Yin gradually sorted out the situation. Even though there were still many doubts, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The door of techniques? He was glad that he had left Zhang Yan behind. This woman was definitely someone else's karma, and whoever held the key would be that person's karma. Master Lu, the spiritualized universe is very powerful, but on the surface, the strongest is still Xianxia. Passively waiting for the spiritualized universe to attack isn't a wise choice. You can only go to the spiritualized universe and destroy Xianxia's control to save the Tianyuan universe, Xianxia said. He only wanted to survive, so he considered things from Lu Yin's perspective. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Who else have you told about the key? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin had opened his eyes, which meant that the secret he had told him was valuable enough. He was afraid that Lu Yin would not react at all. If he was not interested in the key or the door of techniques, then Xianxia could only use his own secret to save his life. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he was about to speak when Lu Yin spoke again. I'm warning you. You only have one chance. If you lie to me, you will die immediately. Xianxia bitterly said, I won't lie to you. My life is in your hands, and I have no interest in the door of techniques. Other than you, I also told the eternity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Only the eternity? Xianxia thought about it. Because I don't care about the door of techniques at all, and I didn't plan on keeping this a secret. The eternity also heard about the eternity. One was the corpse king in the bone galleon that was destroyed in the Battle of Immemorial City. The other was the god of forgotten ruins. The god of forgotten ruins knows? Luin raised his brows. Xianxia nodded. She was there too. Luin knew that he had guessed correctly. The god of forgotten ruins had killed Xianxia not for the landscape painting, but for the key. Eh? He wondered if she had kept the key for herself or if she had given it to the one true god. Logically speaking, it should be given to the one true god. It was meaningless for her to keep it for herself. Even if she went to the spiritualized universe, she would not be able to get the other key from Xianxia. Only the one true god could get it. Moreover, she did not go to the spiritualized universe. In the tributary of the Time River, the key that was taken away after Xianxia's death was the effect. Then, the cause was also here. Luin looked in Xianxia's direction. The key was with Xianxia at the moment. Interesting. He had grasped another cause. Then, where was the effect? With Xianxia as an example, Luin did not intend to touch this cause and effect easily. If the one true God could take away the cause and effect once, there might be a second time. He would keep this cause and effect in the future to give a surprise to the person who had the key. He Wuxian's surprise had been used up. Luin hoped that the key was in the one true God's hands to give him another surprise. The one true God might be able to guess that Xianxia had been captured by him and might even know about the key. But just like the spirit seed, he had to accept it. His cause was in the Tianyuan universe, and the Tianyuan universe belonged to Luin. The incense stick had burned out. Luin looked at Xianxia. You are really not afraid of death. The incense stick is about to burn out, but you did not tell me any secrets. I admire you. Xianxia was stunned. Didn't I tell you? Luin was calm. That is Xianxia's secret. What does it have to do with you? Xianxia was stunned. How could this be? That was too shameless. Why? His face turned red. He wanted to scold Luin, but when he looked at Lu Yin's calm face and his lack of words, he could not scold him. The incense stick was almost gone. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. He looked at Xianxia with mockery and killing intent. Xianxia gritted his teeth. I was exiled. Luin narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had no choice but to spit out his biggest secret, which was the small spiritual universe. At this point, Luin had made up for this karma. Xianxia thought that he could exchange Xianxia's secret for his life, but he did not know that Luin already knew the secret of the small spiritual universe. Otherwise, he would have succeeded. This was the horror of foresight. Luin had everything under his control. The incense stick had burned out long ago, and Xianxia had told his own secret. At this moment, he was sure that he would not die. His secret was far more than Xianxia's. This was also the reason why he did not hesitate to tell Xianxia's secret. Xianxia's identity and secrets were not as important as the small spiritual universe. The death chi swallowed Xianxia. Luin appeared in front of Xianxia again. Xianxia looked at Luin. I should have one more chance. You asked me to fight for my life with Xianxia, but you did not say that I should fight for my life with Xianxia. Luin disdainfully said, you have already lost. Xianxia's pupil shrank. Why? I already know your secret. For example, the key. Luin smiled. Who do you think Primordial is? After so many years, he's seen through you. Xianxia was able to come to the Tianyuan universe alive even though he knew the biggest secret of Yusang heaven. In the tributary of the long river of time, he tried his best to survive and made Meng Sang believe in the existence of the small spiritual universe. Luin knew how shrewd this old man was. Compared to him, Xianxia was too inexperienced. Xianxia's face turned pale. How is it possible? That old man actually knows? Luin nodded. Maybe it was a fluke. He used me to test you, and your expression tells me that it's true. I don't care if the primogenitor used me, I know this secret anyway, and it's not a bad secret. Then, see you in the next life. Today is New Year's Eve. Farewell to 2021 and welcome 2022. Thank you for your support. 6 o'clock in the evening. Thank you for your support. Xianxia was shocked. Wait, give me a chance. I want to fight for my life with him. you can't go back on your words. Since it's a game, there should be rules. Louis nodded. I don't care about the time. Sure. Then, an incense burned in front of Xianxia. Looking at the smoke slowly rising, Xianxia suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. Last time, Qingyan had taken her life, but this time, Qingyan had saved her. That old bastard must have guessed. I never mentioned this when I came to the Tianyuan universe. He guessed that the key was in my hands and guessed the Zhan family's plan. It's not difficult, but these secrets belong to me, not him. Luin felt strange. He had just said the same thing. He thought he was a rascal, and Xianxia was even more so. But why did it sound reasonable? Because the key is in my hands. I was going to tell you, but you broke the rules of the game. You should have asked me first, not him. If I told his secret in advance, wouldn't he be finished? Xianxia was agitated and angrily accused Luin. Luin shrugged. Try me. Xianxia opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she could only say, that old bastard was cuckolded. Luin was speechless. Not interested. Xianxia was furious. Anyway, the key is in my hands. The secret is not his. Whoever says it first gets to say it first. Luin said. If Yuanqi had heard this, he would have vomited blood. Xianxia kept cursing, and Luin closed his eyes. He was obviously not interested. Seeing the incense burning, Xianxia was powerless. Her eyes were struggling, and it was obvious that she wanted to say something but was hesitating. The incense continued to burn and became less and less. Luin could not help but open his eyes and look at Xianxia. Xianxia looked up and met Luyin's eyes. Her hesitation melted away, and in exchange, she became gloomy and hopeless. She stopped talking. Luin frowned. This woman still had secrets, but she was unwilling to say them even at death's door? What kind of secret was more important than the key? Although this secret was not as important as the Ling cosmos, it still piqued Luyin's curiosity. However, it was useless to be curious. If Xianxia did not say anything, he was helpless. Luin could not think of any way to force someone who did not even care about death. The incense finally burned. Xianxia waited for death to come. The aura of death engulfed her, and before Luin left, he whispered into her ear, the key is in your hands, and the secret is yours. You win. Xianxia stared blankly at the darkness engulfing him. Was he going to die? He won? Does that mean that old bastard Primordial is dead? She suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards Luin. Luin was her enemy, someone who could take her life at any time. He had even spied on her secrets, but she couldn't help but feel grateful towards him. This man was quite upright. After leaving the underground world, he sat down at a stone table in the back mountain of above heaven. Zhao Ran, serve me some tea. There was no response. Luin could not help but laugh. Zhao Ran was already gone. She had gone to the Mirage Domain and was now in charge of the River of Time. She was now the ferryman of the River of Time. Zhao Ran, who had recovered her memories, was no longer the simple Zhao Ran who only knew how to make tea. He suddenly missed her dearly. However, they would meet very soon. He also had to go to the Mirage Domain. He also had to make up for the karma with Maiden Daughter. Before that, let's awaken the Aragami first. It was precisely because he had awakened the Aragami that the tributary of the River of Time knew about the primordial chaos and found Tiango. Awakening the Aragami was very simple, and the same scene repeated itself. On the first day, Lu Yuan and the others watched. When the Aragami woke up and saw the Yao Emperor kneeling, it immediately attacked Luin. Luin knew that this battle was unavoidable, and there was no need to avoid it. The Aragami was an astral beast, and if he did not subdue it, they would not be able to get along in the future. After a short conversation, the Aragami successfully led to the primordial chaos. But where was Tiango now? Tiango had been lured out previously because progenitor Chen had targeted the location of the Forgotten Ruins deity, but today, Tiango's whereabouts were unknown. Progenitor Chen could not find the Forgotten Ruins deity either. The traces on the Forgotten Ruins deity's face had been erased by the one true god, and the two women's whereabouts were now a mystery. Forget about them for now. Luin went to Earth and then to Jupiter to resolve the disaster of Earth's civilization. He placed the stone orb on Jupiter. At that moment, the people of Earth saw the shadow of a dragon. In a parallel universe, in White Cloud City, Jiang Feng also saw the shadow of a dragon in the boundless darkness. He muttered to himself, "Is this a dragon? I see it again." In the Heaven's Origin universe, Luin continued to replenish his karma and was almost done. Next was Maiden. Under the starry sky, a small boat of flowing light flickered around Luin. With a wave of his hand, it traveled through the void, and the river of time rolled down. Unlike before, this time, the river of time was not under Lu Yin's control, and it did not have the feeling of being at will. On the river of time, a small boat slowly approached. There was a beautiful figure on the boat, familiar yet unfamiliar. "Zhao Ran," Luin called out. On the boat, Zhao Ran looked through the void and met Lu Yin's eyes. Her gaze was no longer confused, but cold. "You are not allowed to use the river of time as you wish. Violators will be punished." Luin looked at the current Zhao Ran. Although she looked the same, there was no trace of her past self. "But this is the power that I cultivated. It has nothing to do with me. The river of time is not to be disturbed. Didn't you want to leave the river of time?" As a result, the river of time was left unguarded. This allowed me to cultivate the power to cross the river of time. Zhao Ran's tone was cold. "If you use the river of time as you wish, you will be punished." Luin smiled. "The old Zhao Ran is still cute. I'm used to drinking your tea. When will you make it for me again?" Zhao Ran looked at Luin coldly. Luin also looked at her. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Master Lu, you're looking for me, right?" It was Wei Nu's voice. Zhao Ran was one of Wei Nu's misfortunes. Now that she was in charge of the river of time, Wei Nu was also in the Mirage domain. Luin said, "I'm looking for you, but I also want to see how my mate is doing. If possible, I really don't want to leave her alone in the river of time." Zhao Ran retracted her gaze and disappeared on the boat. "Master Lu, you want to make up for your karma?" "Yes." Luin did not hide it. "My karma with you is because of the Destiny Pearl and because I led you to the Mirage Domain's Forbidden Land. However, you don't need to make up for either because I also avoided the reversal of time," Wei Nu said. Luin looked at the disappearing river of time. "The pearl's karma can be explained in this way because you don't have the pearl now. The pearl is with me. However, the karma of the Forbidden Land is not right." "Why is it not right?" "I don't know, but it's not right." This was Lu Yin's instinct. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint the exact reason. Perhaps this was the feeling that came from controlling karma. Wei Nu did not want him to make up for the karma of the Forbidden Land, so she must have some tricks up her sleeve. Luin would not allow her to do so. Even if Wei Nu was right, he had to go to the Forbidden Land to complete his karma. Wei Nu was silent for a moment. "Master Lu, since you don't believe me, let's go to the Forbidden Land. I will help you complete your karma." As soon as she finished speaking, the Mirage Domain opened. Luin stepped into the Mirage Domain and looked into the distance. Beside the river of time, Wei Nu stood calmly. Behind her was a faintly discernible boat. Zhao Ran's slim figure held the oar and seemed to be looking at him. Luin looked around. The Star Toad was not here. Could it reverse time? After all, the Star Toad also came from the Mirage Domain. Even if time was reversed in the Tian Yuan universe, it should have stopped by the time it entered the Mirage Domain. "Are you looking for the Star Toad?" "It has entered the Forbidden Land and its time has been reversed," Wei Nu said. "Why?" Luin asked. Wei Nu looked in the direction of the Forbidden Land. "If you want to avoid time reversal, you have to be in the Mirage Domain from the beginning." Luin understood. The Star Toad was not in the Mirage Domain when time was reversed, so it must have been reversed along with time. The Star Toad had said that it had been in the Forbidden Land for almost 10 years. According to time reversal, it should have been in the Forbidden Land. However, it did not matter. It was not easy to determine time in the Forbidden Land. There was a cycle of karma there. Who knew what was real and what was fake? "Let's go." Wei Nu walked towards the Forbidden Land. Luin followed behind her. Are you willing to help me complete my karma? Wei Nu did not turn her head. Why not? Since you don't believe me, we will do what you believe. I've said that we are not enemies. Luin did not refute. Wei Nu had always been hiding her intentions, and he had roughly sensed it when he was comprehending karma in the Mirage domain. It seemed that they were not enemies. They just had a tacit understanding. Looking back, the boat disappeared. If Zhao Ran stays in the Mirage domain, you will never reach the Eternal Realm, Luin said. Wei Nu paused for a moment and continued walking forward. Perhaps this is also my misfortune. She then turned back to look at Luin. The river of time has flowed through many universes, and I've seen too many life forms. Master Lu, you are one of the most talented life forms I've ever seen. My greatest failure in life was to underestimate Nyonyo. Luin smiled. None of the progenitor's disciples are simple. Compared to them, your master's only good disciple is you, Wei Nu said and continued walking towards the Forbidden Land. Luin shook his head. That's because the time is not right. Senior Mu Zhu is from the same generation as the Three Realms Six Paths. Her strength is not inferior to the Three Realms Six Paths. Senior Mu Tu, Senior Mu Xia, and Senior Qing Ping are too young compared to the Three Realms Six Paths. If they are given enough time, their achievements will not be inferior to the Three Realms Six Paths. As for me, I am an exception. Wei Nu said, one is Old Mu, one is Absolute Beginning. They fixed the Mirage Domain, cut off the Mirage Domain, disturbed the universe, and nurtured many monstrous disciples. They are the heroes of mankind, but also the source of the chaos in the universe. The universe is never peaceful. Whatever they took from the universe, they will eventually return it. Master Lu, we have the same goal. We can be considered allies. Let me remind you, don't take too many things from the universe. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Luin looked at Wei Nu's back. For example, the karma of the Forbidden Land? Wei Nu stopped and turned around slowly. She looked at Luin with bright eyes. You are really smart. On New Year's Eve, Sui Feng thanked his brothers for taking care of him in the past year. Thank you. In the new year, Sui Feng would not let everyone down. Since the first word of the book was written, Sui Feng's attitude had not changed. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Luin stared at Wei Nu and said, aren't you afraid that I will hate you for being so direct? We are not enemies. You know it, Wei Nu said. At this moment, she was standing outside the forbidden area. The area suddenly expanded and covered both Luin and her. Luin saw the trees again. They were tributaries of the river of time. When he first entered the forbidden area, he was a fruit that looked like him. He picked it and wanted to eat it. But now, karma could not confuse him. In his eyes, the trees turned into karma spirals that spiraled upwards. He found the desolate ancestor who was sealed by karma. He did not know if they would ever meet again. Luin bowed to the desolate ancestor and said, Senior, I swear to protect the Tian Yuan universe and the humans. Then, he turned and left. He found the star toad. It was hiding under a lotus leaf and mumbling something. Luin could hear it when he got closer. Great-grandmother, don't follow me. I miss you, great-grandmother. But don't come so close. Let's keep a distance. Great-grandmother, don't come over. Luin raised his hand and slapped the star toad's head. The star toad was startled awake. Its eyes flashed fiercely and its body turned colorful. It stabbed out with its fork and said, Go away. Luin grabbed the fork and used his strength to stop it from moving. The star toad turned around and kicked at Luin. Luin snorted and grabbed the fork from the star toad's hand. He waved his hand and threw it at the star toad. The star toad finally reacted and turned around in midair. It looked behind and saw Luin clearly. It's you? The star toad landed and looked around. It was still in the forbidden area. Luin waved the fork and said, You see your great-grandmother again? How did you get here? Alone? The star toad was afraid and thought about what happened just now. Where did this brat get so much strength from? Luin stabbed the fork into the ground. The star toad's eyes were still glowing fiercely. Its body was colorful like poison and the skull on its neck made a soft sound. I'm the only one. I came here by accident and saw you. The toad stared at Luin, and Luin stared back. A moment later, the star toad broke into a grin. The colorful hue on its body receded, and it reverted back to its original golden color. A lotus leaf appeared on its head, and the skull on its neck turned back into a copper coin. Congratulations, Taoist Lu. You have grown stronger yet again. Luin laughed. It's just that I'm a bit stronger. After all, it's been more than 10 years, so it's not strange for me to gain some strength. That's right, you're naturally gifted. That's right, how did you accidentally enter the forbidden area? It's only been 10 years, and you're here again? Did something happen outside? Did the guardians of the four directions find trouble with you? The star toad kept asking. Luin was vexed. There's a lot of trouble. Let's hide inside. The star toad swayed its lotus leaf and said, those four idiots are shameless. Taoist Master Lu, you are doing your best for the human race and yet they are trying to sabotage you. How shameless. Luin said, it can't be helped. He's a primordial realm expert after all. That's true. I can't afford to offend him either. It's better for me to hide. The star toad agreed. Speaking of which, why are you here again? Luin asked. The star toad smiled. I can't accept it. You still want to find the path to eternal life? Kai Hong said it so confidently. It should be true. It's true, but it's very difficult. Luin was certain that karma could lead to eternal life. Otherwise, why would you Sang Tian be so anxious? The star toad's eyes burned with passion. What did she say? Nothing. I just think it's true. The star toad was helpless. No matter what, thank you for waking me up. This place is very strange. Why don't we talk outside? Can you get out? Luin asked. The star toad looked around. I should be able to. All right. Luin threw the pitchfork to the star toad. The toad caught it and its body instantly turned multicolored. It threw the coin at Luin and the pitchfork followed. A terrifying aura descended. Die, brat. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The toad had been testing him just now, but it would never have guessed how strong Luin was now. Compared to Sha Tianfeng's time, Luin had broken through to the progenitor realm. The starry sky in his heart was complete, and the laws couldn't get close to him. He had broken down the sequence foundation and comprehended karma. All of this had only taken him 37 years. To the star toad, the last time it met Luin was 10 years ago. What could he do in 10 years? If it was any other cultivator, they might not even be able to threaten the star toad in 100,000 years. As for strength, the star toad knew that Luin was strong to begin with. So what if he was strong? It would be fine as long as he didn't compete with him. It wasn't like there weren't any strong cultivators. That idiot Li Shou was even stronger. Luin raised his hand and easily caught the coin. The star toad's coin had unfathomable power. Mr. De Heng had used it to force Luo Shan back. However, the coin was useless in Lu Yin's hand. The star toad's eyes widened. What was going on? Where were the laws? Luin exerted his strength and crushed the copper coin into powder. It slowly fell from his palm. What are you doing? The star toad was stunned. This had never happened before. Even Tai Hong and Old Man Mu could ignore its laws, but they couldn't crush the coin. Was this kid a monster? Luin took a step forward and slapped the star toad in parallel time. The star toad swept its pitchfork. Parallel time was meaningless to a powerhouse like it since it could see through time. However, Luin didn't intend to use parallel time to gain the upper hand. He just wanted to close the distance. The pitchfork swept out, but Luin caught it again. The star toad had expected this, so it let go of the pitchfork and made a strange pose before leaping up and kicking towards Luin. In that instant, the star toad exploded with a power that shocked even Luin. Its four flippers connected together to form a killing technique that pushed through the void and sealed off the surrounding area. It didn't seem to have much destructive power, but it focused all of its destructive power into a single point and displayed the true strength of a bitter disaster realm powerhouse. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. He raised his hand and punched out. Boundless energy transformed into a constellation and his arm was covered with a dark purple substance. With a loud bang, the star toad was sent flying. Its limbs were numb and it felt like they were broken. Its mind went blank. How is this possible? Just now, he had actually been defeated? This brat definitely isn't as simple as his strength. A shadow loomed over his head. Luin stomped on the star toad and pressed it into the ground. Ouch 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 ouch. Down Master Lu, I was wrong, I was wrong. Please spare me. The star toad begged loudly. Luin stomped the star toad into the ground. His eyes turned cold. I really underestimated you. Back then when I killed Tianfeng, you didn't try your best. The star toad howled. I tried my best, I definitely tried my best. This is something I comprehended in the past few years. Luin sneered. He lowered his head and stared at the star toad. You comprehended it recently? What is it called? The star toad rolled its eyes. 4-palm combo. It's called 4-palm combo. I think it's more appropriate to call it toad combo. Fine, listen. You can call it toad combo. Down Master Lu, please spare me. This is the forbidden ground, it's the forbidden ground. I don't know what I've done. Please save me. Luin retracted his foot. The star toad was flattened and laid on the ground. Its body had already turned golden. It looked extremely pitiful. It trembled. In the face of Lu Yin's overwhelming strength, there was no way for it to resist. It couldn't understand. Where did Lu Yin's strength come from? How could he suppress it so ruthlessly? Luin looked at the star toad and suddenly thought of something. He would definitely go to the spiritualized universe in the future, and it was a problem who to bring along. This star toad was perfect. It would be dangerous to leave it in the Tianyuan universe, but it would be a good idea to bring it to the spiritualized universe. The star toad was frightened by Lu Yin's stare. It smiled apologetically. Congratulations, Dao Master Lu. You are invincible in the universe, and your name will be passed down for billions of years. Humans will never forget it. Luin smiled. That's nice to hear. Thank you. The star toad licked its lips. When Luin didn't smile, it was afraid. When Luin smiled, it was terrified. It felt like something bad was about to happen. Luin stared at the star toad. Star toad. Just call me Toad. Toad, are you interested in going on an impromptu trip? Star Toad smiled flatteringly and said, whatever Taoist Master Lu says. I'm not trying to brag, but wherever Taoist Master Lu wants to go, I can go and scout ahead. I'll definitely help Taoist Master Lu find out everything. Is that so? Thank you, but it's a bit far. Let's go together. It's not far, definitely not far. It's just some parallel spacetime. We just need to find the path that connects them. Don't worry, Dao Master Lu, I'll definitely scout it out. If the above heaven sect needs anything, just tell me. Luin raised a hand and slapped it down, causing the star toad to subconsciously take a step back. Not bad, not bad. With this attitude, I believe that what happened just now was a misunderstanding. It's all because of this forbidden area. You're an eternal friend of the above heaven sect. The star toad smiled. Yes, friend. We're friends. Alright, then it's settled. We'll go to the spiritualized universe together. Alright, let's go together. Wait, what's the spiritualized universe? The outer universe is rather far away. Right, it's the universe behind Xianxia, the immemorial battlefield. Primordial Fiend and Zhang Yin. Their homeland is the spiritualized universe. The star toad's mouth fell open, then. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the star toad. The star toad gulped. That far? Luin nodded. Yes, it's very far. But if we work together and use the stars, we'll be able to reach it in a few decades. It's not that far. The star toad really wanted to kick Luin to death. Was the distance a problem? That was a question of courting death. It was not as if it did not know that their auras were different. They were creatures of the Tianyuan universe. Once they entered the spiritualized universe, they would definitely be detected by the spiritualized universe. When that happened, they would be hunted down by the entire spiritualized universe. It did not know how strong the spiritualized universe was, but it was an existence that dared to scheme against the Tianyuan universe. Xianxia, Yuanqi, which one of them was not terrifyingly strong? It did not dare to provoke them. If such a monster had been sent by the spiritualized universe to help the Eternals, one could imagine how powerful the spiritualized universe was. If they went to the spiritualized universe to cause trouble, they would be courting death. On the first day of the new year, make a fortune, make a fortune, make a fortune. Drifting Wind was short on words, but his heart was the most sincere. Brothers, you must make a fortune. Stillwater? Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Well, Tao Lord Lu, are you sure you want to go to the spiritualized universe? Don't worry, I've thought it through. It's a bit dangerous, but we can definitely survive if we go together. I believe in your strength, friend. Star Toad really wanted to slap him, but he didn't dare. Then, Tao Lord Lu, shall we go out now? Luin nodded. It's not easy. After all, it's a forbidden ground. How about this, you come in. Then, he took out Mount Supreme and let Star Toad in. Star Toad's face twitched. Luin was going to put him under house arrest. Luin stared at Star Toad. How could he let him go? Once he left, he wouldn't be able to find him again. Star Toad wouldn't be able to escape before leaving the spiritualized universe. Star Toad wanted to refuse. But Luin pressed down again and forced Star Toad into Mount Supreme with a bitter expression. Furball Xianxia was still in Mount Supreme. She was confused when she saw Star Toad enter. Star Toad also saw Furball Xianxia and glared at her. Luin didn't care how these two got along. They weren't good people. He put away Mount Supreme and glanced at Desolate Ancestor again before leaving the Forbidden Ground. Out of the Forbidden Ground, Wei Nu was still standing beside the River of Time. Since we can be allies, I can enter the Mirage Domain whenever I want, right? Luin asked. Wei Nu looked at him, then, please teach me the way to comprehend karma. Luin smiled, is this an exchange? You don't lose anything. I can enter the Mirage Domain whenever I want because of my identity as a ferryman. And because of that, I can't reach eternal life. So you want to walk the path of karma? It's an exchange of equal value. Luin nodded, it's fair. Unfortunately, I can't teach you. Comprehending and teaching are two different things. Wei Nu said, I understand. When you can teach me the path of karma, I'll open the Mirage Domain for you. Luin looked around. He didn't have any more stones to enter the Mirage Domain. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to enter again unless Wei Nu was willing. The stones that the progenitor mined weren't in the forbidden ground of karma, so Luin didn't dare to enter other forbidden grounds. With Lu Yin's current strength, Wei Nu was no match for him. Her control over time wasn't enough to overwhelm him. But so what if he won? Putting aside whether or not he would be able to keep her, even if she did, he wouldn't be able to force her to open her domain for him. Wei Nu was different from the people of the origin. Even though Wei Nu kept saying that Zhao Ran was suffering, wasn't she also suffering? There was no meaning in defeating Kuo. However, Lu Yin really needed to enter the Mirage Domain again. At the very least, he would have the opportunity to do so before he went to the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, in fact, the time stop of the Mirage Domain is meaningless to most people. You need to comprehend and recover from your injuries. It's useful here. But for ordinary cultivators, if they can't make a breakthrough, it's just a waste of time. Lu Yin replied, but for the entire Tianyuan universe, the wasted time is worth it. She looked at the River of Time, I'll give you a chance to enter the Mirage. A stone appeared in front of him. Lu Yin accepted it, not suspecting that it was fake. Wei Nu would not resort to such methods. Leaving the Mirage, Lu Yin returned to the Above Heaven sect. Now, the karma with the Tianyuan universe had basically ended. The next step was to wait for the people from the spiritualized universe to arrive and make up for the karma with them. This time, Lu Yin actually hoped that they would come. At the same time, under the starry sky, the red light of the blood-colored sword shone on the faces of the god of Forgotten Ruins and Wang Xiaoyu. Not far away, Tiango had found them. The god of Forgotten Ruins stretched, revealing her beautiful curves, it's time to go. The Tianyuan universe is meaningless. With little Lu Yin's temperament, he will definitely go to the spiritualized universe. Wang Xiaoyu looked into the distance, searching for Lord Eternity? The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Yes, Lord Eternity wants us to help him. Woof, woof, how do we go? Wang Xiaoyu's expression was cold. The god of forgotten ruins rubbed her head. Yes, how do we go? If time reverses, the springboard outside the stone door will definitely be gone. Forget it, let's wait. We don't lack time. A year passed, and the 5 spirit clans sent news that they had completely grasped the technology provided by Lu Yin. They could create 108 microarray weapons, and at the same time, they had also developed a microarray weapon that could be timed. This was originally a technology developed by the tributaries of the River of Time, but Lu Yin had brought it over. After a year, the Above Heaven sect had finished collecting the material scattered in various universes that Lu Yin had provided. At the same time, they had also completely grasped the technology. Lu Yin had originally planned to bring them all to the Mirage domain, but it was not the time yet. There were still nearly 9 years before the spiritualized universe attacked. During this time, they could still collect some materials. The Above Heaven sect experts scattered in various parallel universes to search. Another few years passed. On this day, Shui Chuanxiao brought his plan. Treat the war as a precise machine. Look at the war from the perspective of the battlefield. How should everyone attack at each time and how to use a time period to avoid the enemy's attack? This requires a complete understanding of the enemy. Through the information provided by you, I can only make a rough plan, Shui Chuanxiao reported to Lu Yin from the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. Several years ago, Lu Yin had reported the first wave of information regarding the spiritualized universe's attack to Shui Chuanxiao. He had asked Shui Chuanxiao to formulate a plan for this war, along with Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others. Even though Shui Chuanxiao's strength was far from enough to participate in this war, if he listed out all of the power levels of both sides in detail and used those powers as data, then combined with Lu Yin's understanding of those people's strength, he would be able to formulate a strategy to deal with that encounter. This would minimize the losses. At first, Shui Chuanxiao had thought that Lu Yin was crazy. How could there be a strategy for a war at that level? The powerhouses could easily destroy a large area. This was a battlefield where the strong ruled. However, jumping out of the mindset of the powerhouses and continuously breaking down the details of the war, including the destructive power of those people and the abilities that they used, it was not that complicated. This included battle techniques, cultivation techniques, strategic thinking, choices, and countless other factors. Even with Shui Chuanxiao, Wei Rong, and the others' intelligence, they had researched for several years before coming up with a rough plan. This was definitely not the final plan. Lu Yin saw an extremely complicated war plan that was as precise as a machine's. Shui Chuanxiao was helpless. Pathmaster, forgive me for being blunt, but there's not much meaning in spending so much effort to come up with this plan. Even if the plan is feasible, will the people involved agree? In the face of life and death, everyone makes different choices. This plan is simply a fantasy. Lu Yin sighed, as he obviously knew that this plan was unrealistic. War was a matter of life and death. This was not a game of chess, and it was not a machine. Unless everyone was controlled from the outside and did not develop a sense of self even in the face of death, then it would be impossible to control a war as precisely as a machine. Even if one had an incomparable understanding of both sides, it would still be impossible. However, when Lu Yin thought about the battle at the tributary of the River of Time, he felt stifled. That single battle had killed so many people. Even if Lu Yin was prepared and used all of the power of the Tianyuan universe, he might not be able to guarantee everyone's safety. Casualties would be unavoidable. Pathmaster, the cruelty of war will never be reduced because of favors. Even if you can reduce the number of casualties, there will still be casualties. Shui Chuanxiao understood Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin nodded. If this path doesn't work, then let's change it. Shui Chuanxiao left, and Lu Yin wrote down the names of the spiritualized universes, which corresponded to the Tianyuan universe. They were fully prepared to surround and kill the spiritualized universes. This path was much simpler than the previous one, which had only been an idea. Unfortunately, it was too unrealistic. Very quickly, 9 years passed. In the tributary of the River of Time, 10 years after Grandmaster Xianxia had been discovered, the spiritualized universes had attacked. Now that time had flowed backward, Luin had completed his preparations for the next 10 years in just a few months. The next 9 years had been spent waiting and gathering resources. During the 10 years in the tributary of the River of Time, Luin had fought against the insectoid nests and gathered resources to create mechas and other weapons. These 9 years had been very peaceful for the Tianyuan universe, and it had also been very peaceful for Luin. He had been peaceful for 9 years, either fishing or playing chess. It was a pity that he did not have Zhao Ran's tea. There was still a year before the spiritualized universes would attack. It was time. Luin walked out of the Above the Sky sect and headed to the Ice Spirit territory. He took away all the people who were creating black energy sources and mechas, as well as their resources and equipment. At the same time, he also took some experts from the 5 spirit races and 9 star civilizations to the Mirage domain. There, he would make a final breakthrough. This included the ancient god. The ancient god had awakened, which was good news and timely. Only by awakening could he be taken to the Mirage domain for treatment. Looking at the blurry face in front of him, the ancient god spoke with difficulty. Fertile soil? In the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others had surrounded the ancient god for 2 days. After awakening, the ancient god had gradually regained consciousness and could see his surroundings clearly. Luin stood nearby and looked at the ancient god. The ancient god's body did not seem human at all. It was more like a skeleton with flesh and blood stuck to it. It was very horrifying. If not for the ancient god's strength, he would have died long ago. Luin could tell what the ancient god had gone through. The ancient god's body could not withstand the power of a primordial realm expert, but in the end, he could not even touch Grandmaster Xianxia's body. The strength of an eternal realm expert was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. The ancient god was like this. If Luin had been the one facing Grandmaster Xianxia, he would have been the same. There was no exception. Everyone below the eternal realm was like an ant. Luin looked away. Yu Tian could resist. No matter how strong he was, as long as the Tianyuan universe was prepared and a primogenitor took action, they might be able to put up a fight. However, an eternal realm expert was difficult to deal with. Fertile soil, the ancient god shouted again. Only Lu Yuan was the closest to him. Lu Yuan smiled. That's me. The ancient god's eye sockets were sunken, and his eyeballs moved like a skeleton. He looked to the side. Floey? I want to beat you up, Jialanjilua said. The ancient god grinned. The flesh at the corner of his mouth was torn, but he did not feel it. He looked to the side. Martial Arts University? Wu Tian sighed. If you don't die, you won't die in the future. Not necessarily. If you do this again, no one can save you, Hongyan Mavis said unhappily. The ancient god looked at Hongyan Mavis. I won't. Hongyan Mavis's expression softened. It's good that you know. Finally, the ancient god looked at Chui. Brother, you're pressing on me. Everyone looked over and saw Chui pressing on the side of the bed, pressing on a piece of flesh stuck to the ancient god's arm. He raised his hand awkwardly. Cough, cough, I'm sorry. It doesn't hurt, right? What do you think? The ancient god was weak. Then it doesn't hurt, Jialanjilua said bluntly. Lu Yuan sighed. Okay, it's good that you're not dead. You're lucky that Xiaoqi reacted quickly. The moment he saw the grass master, he immediately turned back time and found you. Otherwise, you'd be dead. The ancient god looked up. I'd rather die than live like this. You're called Dechang. You won't die. I think Xiao Chang is even more unlikely to die. Anyway, I'm just strong. Why are you guys so bad at talking? Mu Zhu came. She had a good relationship with the 3 realms and 6 paths. Back then, the ancestor and Mr. Mu were friends. As Mr. Mu's disciple, she naturally knew the 3 realms and 6 paths. Walking to the ancient god, Mu Zhu praised, not bad, Dechang. All these years of humiliation are worth it. The ancient god grinned, revealing his white teeth. Where's Mr. Mu? I want to apologize to him. No need. Although your actions were stupid, the result was not bad. That's what my master said, Mu Zhu said. Lu Yuan said, it was stupid. Very stupid. Not just a little stupid. I say, Hua Hua, how dare you say that? Back then, he dared to attack my master. How dare you rush in? Don't you know how to report? That's right. There's strength in numbers. If all of us were to attack together, those guardians of the four directions would be useless. In the end, you were stupid enough to charge forward alone. Not only did you end up being sealed by them, we also lost an expert on our side. Eh? We're talking about Dechang now. Don't talk about me. Come one by one. Chu Haizi is the same. Why is he showing off? What was the result? That's right. Chu Hiai was the stupidest of them all. If he hadn't died, the Eternals wouldn't have been able to destroy above heaven so easily. Chu Hiai is the stupidest. Dechang, you're better. Yes. Publicly acknowledged. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he listened to their conversation, and he looked into the distance. This feeling was very heartwarming. His gaze landed on a corner in the distance, where the desolate god had left. It had also waited until now, but it had yet to show itself. Dechang's eyes darted around as he listened to Lu Yuan and the others' discussion. A long-awaited warmth surged within him, and he laughed out loud. Even though his flesh was being torn apart and the pain seeped into his bones, he still laughed out loud. Chu Haizi laughed. Lu Yuan laughed. All of them smiled. Their smiles were so happy and warm. Outside above heaven, the desolate god turned around and grinned. Suddenly, it turned around, and the void distorted as a figure appeared. It was the primogenitor. When it saw the primogenitor, the desolate god shut its mouth and left with a cold expression. The primogenitor was helpless, as some estrangement was difficult to erase in a short period of time. He sighed, looked at above heaven, and took a step forward. Lu Yin looked up, the primogenitor had arrived as well. Time seemed to have flowed backwards more than once. It was as if they had returned to the era of above heaven. Back then, humanity had been at its peak, and the three realms and 6 Daos had dominated the world. In this era, the heaven's origin universe had developed for many years, but when compared to other universes, they were still considered to be in the wilderness. The ancient gods had been able to survive because of Lu Yin's kindness to the three realms and 6 Daos. The primogenitor met with Lu Yin alone, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, he slowly bowed. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him. Senior, you can't. The primogenitor's tone was deep and filled with gratitude. Thank you for protecting the heaven's origin universe and defeating the Eternals. Thank you for reversing time and saving Dechang. Thank you for everything you've done. Lu Yin supported the primogenitor, preventing him from bowing. The primogenitor was strong, but Lu Yin's strength far surpassed his. Even the primogenitor could not force Lu Yin to bow unless they fought. I cannot accept this. Protecting humanity is my duty as a human. Reversing time is not only for the ancient gods, but also for the heaven's origin universe and for myself. Senior, there's no need for that. The primogenitor stood up and sighed. Good. What you said is true and not false. Zhu Zi, you did not disappoint your master. You are the pillar of humanity, the pillar that holds up the sky. Lu Yin was speechless. Can you not call me Zhu Zi? The primogenitor's eyes lit up. You have a new understanding of Gooden? I think Zhu Zi is good. There's no need to change it. What a pity. Lu Yin felt that he was still too young. He had thought that he could change his name just because the primogenitor was so grateful. Gooden? A few days later, Lu Yin grabbed the stone, tore through the void, and crushed it to enter the Mirage Domain. After everyone was released, they all curiously sized up the Mirage Domain. Those who had never been to this legendary place were all very curious. There was no concept of time here. His daughter was gone, and no one knew where she had gone. Above the river of time, a small boat could be vaguely seen. Luin had everyone cultivate in the bamboo forest while he went to the side of the river of time, allowing the time to flow around him in the form of a mist. Zhao Ran. The boat slowly sailed over, and Zhao Ran looked at Luin coldly. Luin smiled. Can you do me a favor? Zhao Ran did not reply. I don't want the Mirage Domain to refresh. Let them do what they can here and then leave. How about that? Zhao Ran looked into the distance and then back at Luin. All right. She then rowed the boat away. As long as no one came in and the people in the Mirage Domain left by themselves, 1 second would pass in the outside world. It was like an enlarged version of the Dai's Enhance. However, as long as someone entered, time would refresh with that person. Luin knew that Zhao Ran would agree because she still had the jade around her neck. It was a record of her life when she had lost her memories. Although she had become the ferryman of the river of time and had become cold and indifferent, Luin knew that she still retained her memories and emotions from when she was Zhao Ran. I'll think of a way to get you out of here, Luin muttered before leaving the Mirage Domain. After leaving, Luin turned around and saw a group of people appear. They were the people he had brought into the Mirage Domain. Because there was no refresh time, no one could enter the Mirage Domain at different times. So much time had passed in the Mirage Domain that the people inside had left by themselves. However, to Luin, only 1 second had passed. He finally understood how others felt when he used Enhance on his Dai. Normal people would not be able to accept such a sudden change. At this moment, the people who appeared before Luin were all people who had converted the Tianyuan universe's resources into strength. The 5 spirit races, 9 star civilizations, and the other cultivators all left to gather at the stone gate. Luin saw Wu Tian, who had broken through to the primordial realm, as well as the ancient god who had recovered significantly. However, his recovery could not be accomplished with time, so he could only leave. Many of the Tianyuan universe's experts had been brought into the Mirage Domain to improve. Of course, not all of them. Sometimes, increasing one's cultivation required more than just time. For example, Hongyan Mavis and Jialan Jilua did not enter. They needed to break through to the primordial realm, and the time was not right yet. There was also Chu Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others. Giving them time was meaningless. It could be said that time did not mean much to those who had reached the progenitor realm. They needed to comprehend. What surprised Luin the most was that all the resources had been converted into strength. A tributary of the river of time. When he learned about the spiritualized universe, he gave transdimensional space the task of making 100 black energy sources. At that time, transdimensional space only had 12 black energy sources. According to their knowledge, they could only make 27 at most. Before the attack of the spiritualized universe, they had successfully created 100 black energy sources, using the 5 spirit races' time flow and the Tianyuan universe's resources. This time, they had 175 black energy sources, which was close to double the amount of the river of time's tributary. If not for the lack of resources, they would have been able to create even more. Yiju's symbiotic corpses were still 10, but there were not that many progenitor corpses for him. The Wo expedition also only had 50 corpses. They were a race, and no matter how much they developed, there was only one patriarch crazed. The Limitless Empire's mechas gave Luin a pleasant surprise. In the tributary of the River of Time, the mission he gave Limitless Empire was to increase the number of 10th ring mechas from the current 17 to 50, 11th ring mechas from 10 to 20, and 12th ring mechas from 6 to 12. Now, with the integration of resources and time in the Mirage Domain, Limitless Empire had 80 10th ring mechas, 30 11th ring mechas, and 18 12th ring mechas. They had surpassed the total number of mechas in the tributary of the River of Time. The Limitless Empire, who had originally thought that this mission was impossible, was stunned. The integration of the entire Tianyuan universe's resources was extremely terrifying. The spiritualized universe had its own unified cultivation method, and the Tianyuan universe also had the advantage of a faster time flow. Once used, their strength would continuously increase. Who would have thought that the fifth mainland had not even had a single progenitor, and that a 10th ring mecha could sweep through them? Now, a 10th ring mecha was considered a beginner, and those who did not reach the 10th ring were not qualified to participate in the war. The number of microarray weapons had also increased by a large amount, which exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. In Celestial Master Shou's words, there had been another breakthrough in microarray technology. The original 4,000 microarray weapons had increased to 5,000. In other words, the number of the Tianyuan army had increased from 3,000 to 5,000 from the tributary of the River of Time. This was an increase of 2,000. Microarray weapons had the destructive power of a progenitor, and they were much larger in scale than mechas. However, cultivators could only use them as tools for destruction. Comparing mechas to the Tianyuan army was like comparing an expert to an army. A new year, a new journey. Windborn thanks my brothers for their support. Thank you. Other than that, there were also 500 timed microarray weapons, which was a technology that Lu Yin had brought over from a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time had only been discovered after the spiritualized universe had invaded, and there should have been more than 20 years before it would have been discovered. Although there were only 500 of them, they consumed the resources of over 1,000 microarray weapons. Apart from that, there was also Guiju. This was a weapon that specialized in searching for sequence laws. The reason why Lu Yin had been able to find Elder Mo and the 7 sky gods was mostly because of Guiju. In the tributary of the River of Time, the Above Heaven sect also used Guiju to search for the spiritualized universe's hidden cultivators. Guiju's search for sequence laws was extremely obvious. If Lu Yin went to the spiritualized universe in the future, he would definitely have to rely on Guiju. After all, there were 88 sequence laws in the spiritualized universe. The conversion of strength depended on the Mirage Domain's time stop. When Lu Yin led a group of mechas and black energy source users to the Stone Gate, they were extremely shocked. Even Chui and the other primordial realm experts were speechless. In their era, the Above Heaven sect had never had so many destructive progenitors, especially the 5,000 soldiers of the Heaven's Origin army. A single volley was equivalent to 5,000 progenitors attacking together. This had never happened before. Now, all they had to do was wait for the spiritualized universe to attack. Just in case, Lu Yin asked Mr. Mu to help the progenitor suppress the sequence's string so that the progenitor would be free to attack. Only the progenitor could fight Yusang Tian head-on. 1 year later, according to his calculations, the spiritualized universe would arrive tomorrow. At that time, the Stone Gate would be wide open. In the tributary of the River of Time, Patriarch Lu Yuan had sensed the Stone Gate open and immediately wanted to retreat, but he had been surrounded by Palace Mistress Xiao and the President. If Lu Yin and the others had not arrived in time, Patriarch Lu Yuan might not have survived. This time, Patriarch Lu Yuan was still outside the Stone Gate. Lu Yin and the others surrounded him, ready to attack at any time. He wanted to launch a counterattack. Time passed, and soon, it was the second day. There was still no movement from the Stone Gate. Lu Yin frowned. Was it because he had killed Xianxia that the spiritualized universe's people had become cautious? In the tributary of the River of Time, Xianxia would meet up with the spiritualized universe's battleship outside the Stone Gate. Today, Xianxia, from the spiritualized universe, was not present, which was unexpected. However, there wouldn't be too great of a change. The spiritualized universe's people had used a springboard to reach the Tianyuan cosmos. Furthermore, they held the Tianyuan cosmos in contempt, so it was impossible for them to leave. They would definitely invade. As long as they came, this war would be unavoidable. What Lu Yin and the others needed to consider was how to minimize their own casualties. Time continued to pass, but there was still no movement from the stone door. 10 days passed, 1 month passed, 6 months passed, but there was still no movement from the stone door. Another half a year passed. They had waited here for almost 2 years, but there was still no movement from the stone door. Lu Yin's heart sank, as the spiritualized universe should not be coming. Even if the timing was off, it would not be off by 2 years. Why didn't he come? It was impossible for the spiritualized universe to give up on the Tianyuan universe. Could it be that Yusang Tian had avoided the reversal of time? This was the only explanation for why the spiritualized universe did not come. But that was impossible. If Yusang Tian had avoided the time reversal, he would still be in the Tianyuan universe and not return to the spiritualized universe. What was going on? Luin recalled what Xianxia had said when he had reversed time. He understood karma, and he had said something similar to Wei Nu. Thus, Luin had previously guessed that if he were to attack, Xianxia had avoided time reversal, as the wisest thing he could do wasn't to chase after Luin. Instead, he had hidden the karma that Luin needed to make up for so that Luin would suffer a karma backlash. That way, Xianxia wouldn't even need to do anything to kill Luin. However, if he could avoid the time reversal, he should have been in the Tianyuan universe. There was no need for him to return to the spiritualized universe. The primogenitor's voice rang out, "It seems that the spiritualized universe won't be coming." "Why is that?" Luin asked. The progenitor looked at Luin. "Perhaps this is Xianxia's realm, half-step immortality." Luin was puzzled. "Half-step immortality?" The primogenitor nodded. "Do you know when the protectors of the four directions ambushed me? That's when I reach the great circle of bitter calamity and take half a step into eternal life. The great circle of bitter calamity is not the bitter calamity realm. Instead, it means that one has already passed the bitter calamity and stepped onto the path of eternal life. After walking this path, I will reach the eternal life realm." This was the first time he'd learned that the primogenitor had already overcome the bitter calamity and was only one step away from attaining immortality. Perhaps it was because he sensed this that the Grass Grandmaster attacked me and stopped me from stepping onto the path of eternal life. At this point, the primogenitor's eyes were filled with disappointment. Overcoming the bitter calamity and attaining eternal life is the path to eternal life, not rebooting the universe. Of course, rebooting the universe is also a method. Although I didn't reach eternal life, I still walked that path. At that moment, I felt as if I had transcended the universe and the river of time. I wasn't restricted. Although the experience was short, it was the experience of the great circle of bitter calamity, the experience of transcendence. That was the experience of eternal life. He looked at Luin. That Xianxia was at the great circle of bitter calamity. Although he might not have been able to completely transcend the river of time and avoid the time reversal, it shouldn't have been a problem for him to retain his memories in that state. Previously, I guessed that he might have been able to retain his memories, but I still needed to verify it. Now, it seems like he did it. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. The great circle of bitter adversity was not bitter adversity, but the path to immortality. If that's the case, Xianxia can step into immortality without restarting the small spirit universe and the Tianyuan universe. Then, why did he hide the small spirit universe? Elder shook his head and said, "I don't know. After all, I haven't really walked down that path. After so many years, Xianxia must have walked further than I have." Luin frowned. The progenitor had not told him about this, but it did not affect him at all. Regardless of whether the spiritualized universe came or not, Luin still had to prepare to deal with it. However, the biggest problem now was that if Xianxia really retained his memories and stopped the attack of the spiritualized universe, then he would have to go to the spiritualized universe to make up for his karma with the president, Bao Qi, and the others. Xianxia was waiting for him in the spirit universe. "I'm inviting you to enter the trap." This was Xianxia's scheme, and Luin had no choice but to follow his lead. What awaited him in the spiritualized universe was the border between life and death. After waiting for a while, Luin finally accepted the fact that he was going to spiritualize the universe. Although it would be unfavorable for them to fight in the Tengen universe. However, going to the spiritualized universe would be even more disadvantageous. It would be just like how spiritualized people would be constantly surrounded and killed when they entered the Tengen universe. Luin could imagine what kind of encirclement he would face when he reached the spiritualized universe. This was different from the way he had imagined going to spiritualize the universe. He was passively facing a trap that had already been prepared to kill him. He did not know what Xianxia had prepared for him. Seeing the stone door slowly open, Yuanqi felt helpless. He was surrounded by primordial realm powerhouses, and there was even a progenitor suppressing him. He could not escape. "Master Lu, are you really going to spiritualize the universe?" Yuanqi asked. Luin looked at him. "Why? Don't you want to go back?" "Of course not, but Xianxia is too powerful." "It's very dangerous," Yuanqi said. Everyone in the surroundings felt strange. Was this something that Xianxia should say? Lu knew what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia also wanted to reopen the spiritualized universe and get a share of the loot. He wanted to test Lu Yin's confidence. Lu did not say anything and just locked Xianxia up in the above-the-sky sect again. He would definitely bring Xianxia and Zhang Yan to the spiritualized universe, but he needed to create a springboard first. The stone door had already opened, and Lu asked Xianxia, Lu Yuan, and Wu Tian to create it. Fortunately, he had learned how to create a springboard from a tributary of the River of Time through Meng Sang. Otherwise, he would have had to stay in the Tianyuan universe and wait for the karmic backlash. With the three of them working together, the springboard that would have taken 3 years to create was completed in 1 year. A year later, they would set off for the spiritualized universe. Going to the spiritualized universe was not something that Lu could do alone. This was different from when he had gone to the Cosmic Tree sect or the Six Paths Society alone. This time, it was a war between 2 universes, and there was a huge trap waiting for him. First of all, the Star Toad, Furball, and Xianxia would definitely follow him. There were also Su Wang and Li Shou. If Lu was not in the above-the-sky sect, no one would be able to keep them in check. Xianxia would definitely bring Zhang Yan along. They would lead the way and figure out the spiritualized universe. Next, they would have to find other people among the Tianyuan universe's experts. This trip to the spiritualized universe was a dangerous one. Yusang Tian's strength, Master Qingcao's unpredictability, and the many experts of the spiritualized universe made everyone feel pressured. However, there were many people who wanted to accompany Lu. They had all taken the initiative to find him. The 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 3 suns, and the 6 lords, none of them retreated, including the 8 paths. They knew very well that this was a universal war, and it wasn't Lu Yin's battle alone. If Lu died in the spiritualized universe, then the Tianyuan universe would be rebooted sooner or later. Thus, they might as well take a gamble. Stillwater? There's no need to be so pessimistic, the progenitor spoke up. He had been accompanying Lu at the stone door the entire time, waiting for Yusang Tian to arrive as well. I'll go too. Lu was surprised. You're going too? The ancestor smiled proudly. You have to go to the spiritualized universe to face Yusang Tian and Master Greengrass. You can't handle them alone, but I can help you deal with Yusang Tian. As for Primordial City, it will depend on how much Old Mu loves your disciple. Master would like to invite senior primogenitor to accompany junior brother to the spiritualized universe, the immemorial ancient city. Unless he dies, the sequence of strings will not move, Mu Zhu said. Mr. Mu had already prepared for this. The progenitor laughed. We've finally left Primordial City. Old Mu still has to help me suppress the sequence of strings. Haha. Lu looked in the direction of Primordial City and seemed to see Mr. Mu. Even though Mr. Mu hadn't interacted much with him all this time, Mr. Mu had helped him several times during the battle at Primordial City. Mr. Mu truly loved this disciple of his. Thank you, Master. Aside from the progenitor, no one else in the Tianyuan universe could deal with Yusang Tian. As long as Lu wasn't easily wiped out by Yusang Tian, he was confident that he could fight against him in the spiritualized universe. The Tianyuan universe had been able to unite against the spiritualized universe because of Lu Yin's influence and also because the spiritualized universe wanted to reactivate the Tianyuan universe. If they had gone to the spiritualized universe instead, they might not have faced the hostility of the entire spiritualized universe. This was because they didn't want to reactivate the spiritualized universe. Instead, they wanted to deal with Yusang Tian and the realm beyond heaven. To many people in the spiritualized universe, this was a chance for their power to be reshuffled. Perhaps many people in the spiritualized universe had been waiting for this day. After a period of time, Lu decided who would accompany him to the spiritualized universe. Primogenitor, Chu Yi, Lu Tianyi, Su Wang Tian, Mu Zhu, Yi Rou, and Second Fate. Originally, Lu Yuan had wanted to go, but the Tianyuan universe could not be left without experts. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hong Yan Mavis, and the others all had to oversee the Tianyuan universe, so having more people wasn't necessarily a good idea. Lu Tianyi was taking care of Lu in Lu Yuan's place. Celestial Victor wanted to kill the only true god. Su Wangtian wanted to avoid Big Sis since they had to be separated. Mu Zhu would take care of Luin in Mr. Mu's place. Luin had not expected Yi Ro to be willing to go. He had hoped that Yi Ro would go, as they could form symbiotic corpses and increase the number of experts in the spiritualized universe. Aside from them, there was also the Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was going to show off the Tianyuan universe's strength and make the spiritualized universe wary. This would increase their bargaining power in the spiritualized universe, as there was not much meaning in leaving the Tianyuan army behind. Only by following them would they be useful. This included mechas, black energy source users, and so on. The spiritualized universe did not know that these experts were the Tianyuan universe's vast resources and the Mirage Domain's accumulation of experts. The moment these experts appeared in the spiritualized universe, they would cause a huge commotion. Luin appeared in the Three Sovereigns spacetime alone, but he did not find Luo Shan. He then went to the Starfall Sea to find Nebula. Where is Luo Shan? Nebula shook her head. I don't know. She had not lied to Luin, as she truly did not know where Luo Shan was. Luin wanted to find Luo Shan and bring him to the spiritualized universe. He had not forgotten that Luo Shan had also acted when Yu Sang Tian had massacred the above heaven. It was not that Luo Shan was willing to sacrifice his life for the above heaven, but he knew that this was a war between universes. Once the above heaven was wiped out, the Tianyuan universe would also be gone. He did not care about anyone else when he acted, and he acted only because it was beneficial to him. It was also that action that had reminded Luin of Luo Shan. Luo Shan was selfish, and although there would not be any problems if he stayed in the Tianyuan universe because of Hongyan Mavis and the others, he was still a hidden threat. Luin would bring him to the spiritualized universe. Nebula did not know where Luo Shan's location was. After thinking about it, he released the Star Toad. Where is Luo Shan? The Star Toad was confused. Luo Shan? What about him? I'll bring him to the spiritualized universe. The Star Toad gloated. He's going too? Alright, but I don't know where he is either. He and Daheng are martial brothers, so I can only bring you to the place where their master used to be. Let's go. The starry sky seemed to be the same. No matter where he went, it was vast and boundless. Only the large number of stars in the distance told him that he was no longer in the Genesis space. He and the Star Toad arrived at a strange parallel dimension. This is where their master is, the Star Toad said. Luin was not interested in the past. Luo Shan and Daheng's master was already dead, and he would not go so far as to stick his neck out for a dead person. The past had nothing to do with him. Found it. He grabbed the toad and threw it into Mount Supreme before taking a step forward and appearing at the center of the lake. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake, and Luo Shan was there. Lu Yin's arrival caused Luo Shan's expression to change. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but it was already too late. Even if he hid in the realm of nothingness, he would still be caught by Luin. Dao Master Lu, why are you looking for me? The enmity between us has long been settled. Luo Shan was vigilant. Luin took another step forward and appeared within the pavilion, not far from Luo Shan. After a few meters. This distance was not safe for Luo Shan. Although he had not seen Luin for a long time, he knew about Lu Yin's deeds and had been secretly observing him. Luin defeated the Eternals and chased after the only true god after the battle in Immemorial City. Above Heaven sect commanded the universe, and no one dared to disobey him. Luin himself was very strong, and he knew that he was not his opponent. Follow me to a place, Luin said. Luo Shan squinted his eyes. I don't need to go with you. Luin put his hands behind his back and looked at the lake. The scenery is not bad. I am not interested in you betraying your sect, but you can betray your sect. In addition to my understanding of you, once Above Heaven sect becomes weak, you will take advantage of the situation to rise up. Now, I am leaving this universe, and I cannot allow you to stay here. Luo Shan was shocked. What do you mean by leaving this universe? A place called the spiritualized universe. It wants to fight with our universe. The losers will be reactivated, and no one will be left alive, Luin said calmly. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Luin suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on Luo Shan's shoulder. This action was not fast, but Luo Shan did not avoid it. He knew that if Luin wanted to kill him, he would not be able to leave this lake alive. Luin pressed his hand on Luo Shan's shoulder and looked at him. Follow me to the spiritualized universe. You have no choice. Luo Shan was helpless. Luin understood him, and he understood Luin as well. This was a tyrannical person who did not allow others to choose. Since Luin had already found him, he had no other choice. Not long after, Luo Shan entered Mount Supreme and stared at the Star Toad. The Star Toad grinned. Long time no see, Luo Shan. Luo Shan was shocked. The Star Toad was much stronger than him. He did not expect the Star Toad to be here. You? Luin put away Mount Supreme. Next, the Ancestor. After returning to Above Heaven sect, Luin waited for the Ancestor to come. He could directly contact the Ancestor. In order for the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, the Ancestor had told Luin both the truth and lies. But no matter what, she was definitely an enemy of the spiritualized universe. This person's existence was also a hidden danger. No one knew what she would do, so it was best to bring her to the spiritualized universe. A few days later, the Ancestor came to Above Heaven sect. The Ancestor did not avoid the time reversal, so she did not know that the spiritualized universe had attacked in the tributary of the Time River. She also did not know how much Luin wanted to take action against the spiritualized universe and how much he wanted to make up for his karma. She was still thinking of ways to incite Lu Yin's hostility towards the spiritualized universe. Tell me more about the spiritualized universe, Luin said. He fished with his back facing the Ancestor, just like when the Ancestor found him after the battle in Immemorial City. The Ancestor did not understand. What do you want to hear, Master Lu? Everything you said before. The Ancestor did not understand what Luin meant. Her words were both true and false, so she had to be careful when she said them again. Next, the Ancestor repeated what she had said to Luin before, and it was the same as before. She did not know that Luin had learned a lot about the spiritualized universe through the tributary of the Time River. He even knew some things better than her. Luin listened quietly, neither interrupting nor exposing her. The Ancestor waited for Luin to finish. Luin looked at the lake. You really want us to start a war with the spiritualized universe? The Ancestor emphasized, we have no choice but to start a war. This has nothing to do with the consciousness universe. The spiritualized universe wants to restart both the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. There are no exceptions. Alright, Luin shouted and put down his fishing rod. He then turned back to look at the Ancestor. Since that is the case, let's start a war with the spiritualized universe. The Ancestor was stunned. She did not understand why Luin was so agitated. Luin stared at the Ancestor. Let's go to the spiritualized universe. The Ancestor was at a loss. She hoped that Luin would lead the Tianyuan universe to start a war with the spiritualized universe, but wasn't this going too smoothly? It was so smooth that she could not believe it. When? Prepare. Within a year. So fast? If we don't hurry, the spiritualized universe will restart the Tianyuan universe and your consciousness universe. But why are you hesitating? You don't want to start a war with the spiritualized universe? No, it's just that. Are you afraid? No. Then let's go. Let's go to the spiritualized universe and start a massacre. Instead of restarting both our universes, why don't we restart the spiritualized universe? Who knows, we might even be able to step into eternal life by restarting the spiritualized universe. The Ancestor felt that something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong, but she could not pinpoint what was wrong. She carefully recalled what she said. Which sentence made Luin so agitated? Was the hatred stirred up too much? Wait a minute. I have to go too. Luin found it funny. Of course. If you don't go, who will lead the way? The Ancestor's expression changed. She did not know how to refute Luin. This was clearly the answer she wanted, but she felt that something was wrong. Let's enter Mount Supreme. Luin spoke and took out Mount Supreme. The Ancestor looked at Mount Supreme and knew that something was wrong. How are we going to the spiritualized universe? Luine smiled. Primordial origin will help us. Primordial origin? The ancestor was shocked. Luine pointed at Mount Supreme and stared at the ancestor. The ancestor's expression changed. She knew that something was wrong. Primordial origin actually helped Luine, which meant that Luine must have found out about the 3 universes through primordial origin. Her lie was seen through. No wonder he wanted her to say it again. A chill descended and the ancestor looked at Luine again. What she saw was cold killing intent. She had no choice but to enter Mount Supreme. The development of the situation was beyond her expectations. Her thoughts were in a mess. She felt that something was missing in the middle, but she could not find the source. Putting away Mount Supreme, Luine pointed at the void. Light shuttled through the river of time. A small boat appeared and Zhao Ran looked over. I'm going to the spiritualized universe. Take care. Zhao Ran did not say anything and left with the boat. Wei Nu, are you here? What's the matter? Wei Nu's voice rang out. She had returned to the Mirage domain. Luine looked at the river of time. Let's go to the spiritualized universe together? Wei Nu said indifferently, Master Lu wants to take away all the hidden dangers of the Tianyuan universe, but I'm not your hidden danger. Zhao Ran has become a ferryman, so I can't leave the river of time unless the Mirage domain is free. Luine did not know if she was telling the truth, but he could not force her to go to the spiritualized universe with him. The river of time disappeared, and Luine sat down. After an unknown period of time, the aroma of tea drifted over. Luine stared at the lake in a daze. Behind him stood a beautiful figure. It was Xianxia. I want to go to the spiritualized universe too. Luine blurted out, no. Why? You are not strong enough. Xianxia said, it's enough to replace Zhao Ran. I can make tea for you. I don't like tea. Luine didn't even turn around. He didn't dare to, as he hadn't expected Xianxia to come. Due to the cycle of karma, those scenes kept appearing in his mind. There was also that cute child, which made his heart ache. Still water? Xianxia did not know that Luine had experienced all of this. I've already become Jialanjilua's disciple, and my strength has increased very quickly. The White Dragon tribe specialized in spears, and Jialanjilua's weapon was also a spear. Luine had asked Jialanjilua to accept Xianxia as his disciple, and Jialanjilua had agreed. Alright, you don't have to go. Luine then disappeared. Xianxia looked at the empty lakeside with a gloomy expression. There were too many people who wanted to accompany Luine to the spiritualized universe, and people were constantly applying to the above-the-sky sect. These people knew about the spiritualized universe and that Luine wanted to go there, so their identities were not simple. Xianxia found out through Jialanjilua that the others had their own ways as well. However, they could not find Luine. Luine came to Astral 10. This was the place where he had started his cultivation. The tributary of the River of Time had been massacred, and everything had returned to normal. Luine walked around Astral 10 and saw that the students were full of vigor, and his mood improved greatly. These students could not see through his face at all. He walked to the treasure pavilion. Little brat, this is a money bomb. Youngsters these days are really ignorant. Even if you haven't heard of the money bomb, you should at least have heard of the above-the-sky sect. They specifically asked you to make one for me. What? You don't want it? Scram, scram, scram. You don't have any foresight at all. A few students hurriedly fled. I've heard that old Kai cheated his own students, and it's true. This money bomb only has the power of a hunter. It's useless against us. He even shamelessly said that Master Lu asked him for a money bomb. Master Lu is someone who doesn't even care about progenitors, let alone hunters. Liar, he's a liar. Luine brushed past them and walked towards old Kai with a smile. Old Kai saw Luine arrive, but he could not see through his face either. His gaze turned cold. Who are you? Luine revealed his true face. Long time no see, mentor. Old Kai was stunned. Lu Xiao no, Master Lu? Why are you here? Luine shrugged. I haven't graduated yet. Old Kai laughed. Graduate? Don't even think about it. You won't graduate. Astral 10 has a universe master who hasn't graduated yet. Do you believe it? Ha ha ha. Luing couldn't help but laugh. But I'm also one of the instructors who left their names behind. Old Kai rolled his eyes. That's true. By the way, why are you here? Lu Yin's current status was too high, but Old Kai only cared a little about the way he addressed him. He wasn't a reserved person to begin with. When he had first become an enlighter, not only had he seduced the Day-Night clan's Night Queen Shiryu, but he had also used a money bomb to blow up the Day-Night clan's ancestral land's stone tablet. At that time, the Day-Night clan was equivalent to a sect in the Tianyuan cosmos, and almost no one dared to provoke them. Even Old Kai had done such despicable things. Luing looked around. There's a lot of stuff here. Did you scam them all? What are you talking about? What do you mean by a trap? That's a business transaction. Bah, it's a transaction. No, it's a cooperation. Luing glanced at him before shifting his gaze to a corner where a girl walked out. It was Night Queen Shiryu. Night Queen Shiryu had a respectful expression on her face as she bowed from afar. Greetings, Master Lu. Luing looked at Old Kai. I still brought it back. Old Kai said proudly, my woman can't run away. Luing smiled. Congratulations. When will you have a son? Old Kai couldn't help coughing. Night Queen Shiryu maintained her saluting posture. It could be said that Luing had single-handedly destroyed the Day-Night clan, but none of them dared to offend him. The second Night King was like a doorman in the Tianyuan cosmos while the third Night King wandered the universe. The once glorious Day-Night clan had vanished into thin air, but because the second Night King was in the Tianyuan cosmos and Lu Yin's relationship with Shui Day-Night and Hui Day-Night, no one dared to provoke them. Luing stood at such a high position that the Day-Night clan could not even muster the slightest bit of hatred for him. Luing chatted with Old Kai for a while longer before leaving. He went to the River of Forgetfulness Sand Ocean and met with the Sand Master. He then went to the ruins of Stargazing Tower and the Trial Zone. He also met with Big Pow and Little Pow, as well as many old friends. Finally, he went to the Rain Observatory. Atop a large tree, the crazy headmaster opened his eyes and watched Luing walk over. He stood up. You're going to the spiritualized universe? Luing nodded. Boundless can be used. Luing looked at the endless trees in the distance. Thank you. Boundless does not belong to anyone. It only belongs to the humans of the Tianyuan cosmos. Anyone who fights for the human race can use Boundless. Lu Yin's goal in coming here was to use Boundless. This trip would be considered a war between the Tianyuan cosmos and the spiritualized universe, so he could not leave the progenitors at Mount Supreme. Just like how the spiritualized universe had battleships, the Tianyuan cosmos also needed battleships to invade the spiritualized universe. It was Boundless. Only Boundless could withstand the pressure of a springboard. Boundless was a bloodline that had been passed down for an entire era. It was the future of the Tianyuan cosmos humans, and it was also the vehicle that would be used to invade the spiritualized universe. If Boundless wanted to go, then the crazy headmaster naturally had to go as well. Sometimes, the path of the mortal world would bring about unexpected events. Baoqi had been forcefully pushed into a bitter predicament by the path of the mortal world. In a tributary of the River of Time, Astral 10 had been massacred, and rivers of blood had flowed. Now, time had reversed, and Astral 10 was also going to the spiritualized universe. Only the mentors and students had remained behind. However, Luing believed that in the near future, rivers of blood would flow in Astral 10 and above Boundless, but it would be the enemy's blood. The wheels of karma continued to spin. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year was almost up. Outside the stone door, the springboard was almost complete. Aside from the crazy headmaster, all of the mentors and students of Astral 10 had left. Boundless moved once more, and its first stop was the burial gardens. Luing stood atop Boundless and bowed towards the burial gardens. Luing respectfully invites all of you to enter Boundless to fight for the Tianyuan cosmos and pave the way for humanity. Within the burial gardens, the progenitor's hand had already returned, leaving behind an empty shell. Many wandering corpses were still walking on the shell. As Luin spoke, the yellow springs roared, and the wandering corpses all stopped and turned to face Boundless. Beneath the rain observatory, Silver looked at the burial gardens with a burning gaze. He would create another bone ark. After all these years in the Mirage realm, he had succeeded in his experiments. Whatever the only true god could do, he had done it. He would make Boundless the second bone ark. One by one, the wandering corpses stepped onto Boundless. Soon after, Boundless arrived at the Sky Sect. 5,000 Tianyuan soldiers, black energy users, and mechas all boarded. Countless people watched this scene, and the aura of the boundless universe shook the world. There had never been an era where so many experts had been gathered. Even the glorious era of the Sky Sect had not been as powerful as this one. This was the gathering of the entire Tianyuan cosmos power. To what extent could the power of an entire universe be unleashed? It was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The desolate god had come, and it wanted to go to the spiritualized universe as well. Luin had not expected this. Even though the desolate god hated the humans, Luin did not see it as a hidden danger. It did not want to take revenge on the humans, it just wanted to lead the astral beasts and live on peacefully. The desolate god did not say a word as it entered Boundless. The progenitor stood on the rain observatory, watching the rain fall as he sighed. Big Yellow had still come. Although he did not say anything, he knew that Big Yellow was worried about him. No matter what grudges his disciple had, Big Yellow was good, really good. Boundless left the Sky Sect and headed towards the stone gate. A bell rang in the Sky Sect, and the sound of the flute rang out in Immemorial City. Numerous gazes watched as Wu Jiang left. After this farewell, no one knew if they would ever meet again. In the astral tree, Lu Qi took a sip of wine and closed his eyes. In the cosmic sea, Big Sis and Heizage Leon sat on the deck and looked up. If we can't meet again after this farewell, we will still go. Generations of people from the Tianyuan cosmos will go. So what if the enemy is strong? The flames of war will never be extinguished. In every corner of the Tianyuan universe, countless people walked towards Lu Yin's statue. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel the solemnity and bravery of death. Must come back, must home. Wu Jiang passed through the stone door and landed on the springboard. As the springboard tore apart the universe surface, Wu Jiang was bounced up and disappeared. The spiritualized universe, Wu Jiang, had arrived. The stone door closed. When Boundless disappeared, there were only two futures for the Tianyuan universe. They could either return triumphantly or be destroyed. When the stone door opened again, that would be the outcome. This time, the closing of the stone door was different from the previous ones. Previously, there was a bolt outside the stone door, and only Tianxi and the people from the spiritualized universe could open it. Now, the bolt was not on, and anyone could open it. The purpose of closing the stone door was not to guard against the spiritualized universe, but to prevent people from the Tianyuan universe from using it as a springboard to leave. After all, there were still hidden dangers in the Tianyuan universe. Under the starry sky, the god of forgotten ruins held a blood-colored sword. He finally left. Looking at the time, we only need to wait a few more decades before we can leave. It's just a seclusion, right, Xiaoyu? Wang Xiaoyu looked calm. There's nothing worth staying for here. Woof. In the above heaven sect, in the courtyard filled with books, Huiqin found Tuolin. Senior, let's go. Tuolin was puzzled. Where to? To travel. Master let us go out? Master has already left. I heard that he won't be back anytime soon. We can't be trapped here. That's not good. Let's wait for Master to come back. Huiqin was anxious. Senior, Master didn't say that we can stay in the above heaven sect. He has already gone to a very far place. At least for 100 years, no, for a few hundred years, he might not be back. It's too long. Tuolin pondered. That long? I really need to travel. Then let's go. Master didn't say that we can't go out. Huiqin urged. Tuolin looked at the books around him reluctantly. He hesitated for a moment. Wait for me. I'll pack up. Okay. Huiqin was happy. Then, he watched as Tuo Lin carefully organized each book and placed them in different categories. This process took 10 days. There were simply too many books. Huiken was anxious and wanted to help. However, Tuo Lin didn't let him. In Tuo Lin's words, one must have a sincere heart to do it. He asked Huiken to touch his heart and say that he was sincere. Huiken was speechless and retreated. When he finished organizing the books, Tuo Lin dragged out a statue from the house and carried it on his back. He smiled at Huiken. Let's go. Huiken was stunned. Senior, this is Master's statue. Where did you steal it? Tuo Lin's expression changed. Don't be rude. I carved this for Master. Carrying Master's statue on my back is a sign of respect and sincerity. Huiken was speechless. He felt that Tuo Lin's brain was damaged. Imagine traveling with Tuo Lin with a statue on his back. He would be surrounded wherever he went. Although Master's prestige was at its peak and countless people worshipped him, it shouldn't be like this. He smiled. Senior, I've thought about it. Why don't we travel separately? Tuo Lin was puzzled. Junior, what are you worried about? No, it's just that I'm good at fighting while you're good at reading. Our goals are different, so the journey will definitely be different. Huiken hurriedly said. Tuo Lin thought about it seriously. That's true. Alright, take care. Senior too. Take care. Huiken hurriedly ran away as if he had been pardoned. After Huiken left, Tuo Lin said, Junior definitely has his strengths. It's just that you don't see them. Only Master can. Xiaoyu, let's go. Where do you think we should go? The Endless Battlefield? Are you familiar with that place? Oh, alright, then let's go to the Endless Battlefield. Why did you say again? Ever since the Dimensional Master's death, Ultra Space had become a vassal of the sect above heaven. However, not long after, Lu Yin's sect above heaven dominated the Heaven's Origin universe. Not just Ultra Space, but the entire Sixth Direction Association was also a vassal. He ran sad on the stairs. It was a familiar position and a familiar starry sky. She looked into the distance. So many things had happened in just a few decades. The Ultra Space had become so unfamiliar. At that time, the Dimensional Master was in charge while she and Bai Qian competed. The powers below were intertwined, but everything had changed because of Lu Yin. The Ultra Space of today was much stronger than before. Although it had lost its Dimensional Master, it was still connected to the Origin Space. It was equivalent to being protected by the sect above heaven. The black energy source users had not decreased. Lu Yin had taken away more than 100 black energy sources created in the Mirage domain. As for the original black energy sources in the Ultra Space, they were all left. Wu Zhang's departure represented a great war in the universe. No one knew how long this war would last and where it would lead to in the future. The universe was vast and endless. How many enemies would mankind face? Congratulations, you are once again in control of hyperspace. A cold voice sounded. He looked over and was surprised. Bai Qian? Wu Zhang's departure also took away countless thoughts. She held the silver spear in her hand and pointed it at Jialongjilua. Jialongjilua frowned. You can't even hold the spear properly because of love. I'm sorry, Master. Wu Jiang, this battle might not be the end. Perhaps it is. Hold the spear, you'll have to walk onto the battlefield in the future. Even if Lu Yin dies, you have to go with him. At least go with dignity. I understand, Master. In reincarnation spacetime, Wendy Yushan stared at the starry sky in a daze. How long had it been since she last saw Lu Yin? It wasn't that they couldn't see each other, but rather that there was no need to. This person stood too high, too far, and too fast. She couldn't keep up with him, and she didn't want to be a burden. She clearly had a progenitor as her master, but compared to Lu Yin, she could only be considered an ordinary person. But one day, she would reach that height. There was definitely a place for her on the stairway to heaven. Jiao Hao raised his wine flask. Have a safe journey, Wu Jiang. Mira, Shuade Knight, Madame Nailin, Zhou Shan, Ku Wei, and many others who had interacted with Lu Yin gradually learned of this matter and sent him off. On Night King Planet, a figure slowly walked. Ever since the Day-Night clan had been defeated by Luin, the Night King bloodline had been reduced to prisoners under the cage technique and had been unable to recover. Night King Planet had become the place where many people had witnessed Lu Yin's rise. This place had once attracted countless people, who had watched every inch of Lu Yin's battles and sighed in amazement. But now, there were gradually fewer people. After all, this was only the place where Lu Yin had fought in his early days. Back then, Lu Yin had still been too weak. Now, everyone wanted to see Immemorial City and the Disaster Zone. These were the places where Lu Yin had fought when he had reached the pinnacle. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 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 Editor, Nyoibo Studio P. The figure slowly walked forward, his shadow elongated as he walked through this desolate and cold place. Night King Planet had always been like this, and it had never changed. Regardless of whether Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan or not, Night King Planet would always be a lonely star in the heavens. The figure walked for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. He crouched down and touched a human-shaped hole in the ground. Brother. Her name was Night Queen Xianxia, and she had once been the princess of the Night King bloodline. It was because of her that the Day-Night clan had formed a grudge with Lu Yin, which had led to a series of battles of wits and courage. She had also witnessed the Night King bloodline's decline, and she had watched as Night King Xianwu was trampled to death by Lu Yin. At that moment, her pride and self-esteem had also died. Night Queen Xianxia had once been so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. She had been full of vigor and arrogance, but now, she looked as if she had aged 10 years. With her cultivation, her appearance could have remained unchanged, but she had forcibly aged 10 years. She now looked like a middle-aged woman, and her hair was now white, not black and white like the Day-Night clans. She wore ordinary clothes and did not look like a cultivator. Brother, I've come to see you again. I always come around this time every year. Lu Yin, you're probably not in this universe anymore. I vaguely heard that you died too early. This universe is too big. The Starry Sky Tree, the Hexagon Society, the Parallel Spacetime, and the Outer Universe. If you're still alive, you should be very happy. Night Queen Xianxia muttered to herself. She had worshipped Night King Xianwu, but she had also resented and feared him. Now, all of these feelings had transformed into longing for her family. Night King Xianwu, it's not bad to have a sister like you, a voice said. Night Queen Xianxia suddenly turned around and stared at the person who had spoken. Are you Lu Xiaoge? Lu Xiaoge looked up, his eyes hidden beneath his hat, and his lips curled up. Long time no see, Night Queen Xianxia. It had been almost a year since the boundless frontier had departed from the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin and the others quietly waited on the boundless frontier, and when they looked up, all they saw was darkness. He did not see any stars, nor did he see any celestial bodies. It was as if he had left the Tianyuan universe, and all that followed was boundless darkness. Were there no stars between the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe? Where did this complete darkness lead to? This was not the first time that Lu Yin had such doubts. The boundless frontier slowly descended, and this process had already lasted for several months. This was the leftover energy of the springboard pushing the boundless frontier forward. When the boundless frontier completely stopped, it would be time for another springboard to be built. This is clearly a starry sky, so why are there no stars at all? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The primogenitor appeared beside him. Zhuzi, what are you thinking about? Lu Yin was already numb to the primogenitor's title. Senior, do you think that this is a starry sky? Of course. But why aren't there any? Are there stars? That's a good question. I've been thinking about it, but I can't figure it out. Since it's a starry sky, then there should be stars. If there aren't any stars, then it's not a starry sky. No matter how big the universe is, and no matter how unsuitable it is for living creatures to survive, there should at least be some matter. However, there's nothing here. It's just darkness. The primogenitor looked up. Yes, it's just darkness. What's going on? I've had many guesses over the past year. What guesses? Don't listen to them. Some of them might scare you. This junior has been scared many times. Are you sure you're not afraid? Don't be afraid. Once you leave your own universe and return, you'll be able to see life forms that don't belong to your own universe. You know this, right? Yes. Have you thought about why? I have, but I'm not sure. I've asked Xianxia, but they don't know either. They only know that one's aura can be seen. For example, if the cultivators in the small spirit universe that Xianxia controls have never left the spiritualized universe, they won't be able to tell even if the people in the small spirit universe don't cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. However, due to the war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universes, they'll be able to see those who don't belong to the spiritualized universe. That's why Xianxia taught the people in the small spirit universe to cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. Have you ever thought that it has nothing to do with the universe itself, but it has something to do with this distance? Luin looked at the primogenitor. Here? The primogenitor's expression was solemn. It seems like there's nothing here, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing here. How can the aura change so obviously after leaving? If you can't even feel it yourself, then maybe it's not your aura that's changed. Instead, it's people who have walked through this distance that can see each other's existence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Contaminated by something? The primogenitor nodded. Yes, contaminated by something within this distance. You, me, and everyone who has left their own universe may have been contaminated by something within this distance. That's why we can feel each other's existence. Xianxia made the people of the little spirit universe cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique, which means that he can't get rid of this contamination, Luin said. The primogenitor looked at Luin. We can't see anything, but we're contaminated. Perhaps even an eternal life realm expert can't solve this problem. Otherwise, do you think that Master Grass wouldn't know about the little spirit universe? If he could tacitly acknowledge the existence of the little spirit universe, why wouldn't he help Xianxia solve this problem? You should know that once someone suspects something, they can confirm the existence of the little spirit universe. Just like you said, the Mengsang branch of the long river of time is very dangerous for Xianxia. Luin nodded. I can't solve it, so I can only use the heavenly spiritualization technique to cover it up. If even an eternal life realm expert can't solve it, then let's not solve it. After all, living things can't be bigger than the universe. Haha, Zhuzi, it's good that you've thought it through. I thought that you also had the idea of people conquering the heavens and going against the heavens? That's all fake. What is the heavens? It's the universe, a circle that covers everything. Everything you do is covered by the heavens. Even if you can go against the heavens, it's only because the heavens want you to. Everything has its own rules. The primogenitor smiled. Luin had never thought of going against the heavens. There was no need for that. Whether it was going against the heavens or following the heavens, as long as he was given what he wanted, it would be fine. All the tribulations and pain in the world had karma. Looking at the darkness above him, he realized that his thoughts were not like those of a youth. In fact, in the world of cultivation, he was very, very young. Look at this darkness, doesn't it look like a lid? The progenitor asked again. Luin was surprised, a lid? The progenitor nodded, maybe we're all covered and can't see the real sky. We can only see it when we open the lid. He turned to Luin and smiled, it's like food on a plate. Luin was speechless, Senior, this joke isn't funny. The progenitor smiled, I'm not joking, I didn't call you a pillar. Luin looked up again, but this time it felt weird. A lid, food? The more he looked, the more it looked like a lid. Was this what the progenitor meant by fear? Luin stopped looking. A few days later, Boundless came to a complete stop. Luin walked out of the boundless boundary. The core space felt no different from the true heavens, but there were bound to be some differences. It was just that at his level, the differences were no longer that obvious. Let's do it. Chui said. They were going to build a springboard. Luin took out Mount Supreme and released Xianxia and Startoad, together. Startoad was confused, what for? Xianxia frowned, build that constellation? Chui looked over, yes, come. Startoad was taken away, but when it looked back, it saw that they had really left Heaven's origin universe. It felt bitter, it didn't even have freedom in the bitter calamity realm. A year later, Boundless continued its journey through the springboard. Year after year, year after year. 18 years later, Boundless was ejected from the springboard. This was the last time. 1 year later, Boundless would reach the giant springboard between the three universes. That was the true springboard. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye, but there weren't many changes on Boundless. A mere decade passed in the blink of an eye. Luin had also passed the period where he could transform in a few years. Now, if he wanted to increase his cultivation level, he would either have an epiphany or increase his sequence particles and consciousness. Apart from making up for his karma, this trip was also related to his cultivation. That springboard is definitely guarded by spiritualized universe experts, but we don't know how many of them there are. Will the spiritualized universe notice our arrival? Ancestor, she was worried. Xianxia dug his nose, they definitely have a way to contact us. Look, before time flowed back, the spiritualized universe took 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. This means that they used that springboard. No matter how they set off from the spiritualized universe, it took them 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. Time flowed back from the moment they set off. What about Xianxia? He shouldn't be at the springboard. After time, Xianxia stopped the spiritualized universe's Heaven's origin, which means that they have a way to contact us. Luin and the rest looked at Xianxia in astonishment. This guy was right, he had some brains. All along, Xianxia had always been a greasy man in their minds. He would pick his nose and throw his slippers whenever he had nothing to do. No matter how they looked at him, he was always sloppy and had never expressed any opinions. Xianxia shook his nose. Hey, what's with your expressions? Luin retracted his gaze. Senior, Xianxia is right. There must be a way to contact the spiritualized universe and that springboard. Although we don't know what method they use, if they can't contact us, Xianxia won't be able to stop the first wave of invaders. So, when we reach that springboard, we will immediately take action and control the spiritualized universe's origin universe. However, it shouldn't be that simple. That springboard is located between the three universes. The spiritualized universe has been fighting the consciousness universe for a long time, so there might be a large number of spiritualized universe experts there. He then looked at Ancestor Shi. Senior, do you have anything to say? Ancestor Shi was the one who had mentioned the spiritualized universe's origin universe. Luin and the others knew that Ancestor Shi had mentioned it because she knew something. She might not know of the springboard's existence, but since it existed between the three universes, it was normal for the spiritualized universe to place a large number of cultivators there to attack the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's words caused Ancestor Shi's expression to change. It wasn't because of the springboard, but because of the three universes. Initially, she had told Lu Yin that there was a spiritualized universe between the consciousness universe and the heaven universe, and that the spiritualized universe could attack both universes. She had always thought that the consciousness universe was on the other side of the spiritualized universe. Now that Lu Yin had mentioned the three universes, it meant that Lu Yin knew. Actually, she had already guessed it the moment she appeared, and now, she had confirmed it. She looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in her eyes. Lu Yin didn't have the time to lie to her. He had directly mentioned the three universes to remind Ancestor Shi to speak her mind. It was fine to lie once, but if she lied again, even if he agreed, the people around him wouldn't. Ancestor Shi took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Yin. As I have been away from the consciousness universe for too long, and with the appearance of the springboard, my understanding of the situation is a little blurry. Master Lu, please allow me to consider for a while before telling you my conjecture. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Ancestor Shi bowed again and left. Looking at the ancestor's back, Chui said, the beings of the mind universe cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us, and they have their own standpoints behind them. Her words must be taken with a grain of salt. Still water? Lu Yin understood. She lied to me several times. When we fought against the spiritualized universe in the tributary of the River of Time, she also tried to lie to me. Compared to her, I'm more willing to trust the origin. Xianxia said, agreed. That old man Yuanqi doesn't want to die. He's afraid that you'll kill him if you're unhappy. He'll tell you everything you ask, and he'll definitely tell you the truth. It's a pity that he's been away from the spiritualized universe for too long. Otherwise, he'd be even more valuable. No matter what, there will be a great battle waiting for us in a year. It might not be very intense, but it is extremely important. If we can't control the people in the spiritualized universe right away, we will face an unprecedentedly tough battle when we go to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's voice spread throughout the boundless expanse. Everyone, even though we're going to risk our lives, I, Lu Yin, do not wish for anyone to die. Please take care. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the forest below the rain observatory. Every tree was huge. Lu Yin walked through the forest and looked at the wandering corpses of different shapes and sizes. Pathmaster Silver arrived and bowed. How is it? Lu Yin asked. The bone grafters were very important. If they could replicate a bone ark, it would be a disaster for the spiritualized universe. The bone ark could fight against Immemorial City, and Immemorial City had gathered many of the top experts of the Tianyuan universe for countless years. A single bone ark was at least comparable to Royal God Mountain. Silver said, I've succeeded a little, but wandering corpses are different from corpse kings. They can't immediately change their bones and gain strength like the bone ark. I'm still researching. How many? 12. Where's the strongest one? Lu Yin looked in a direction and saw a wandering corpse. He didn't know how strong it was when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at a tree root. Wandering corpses had no self-awareness and were completely different from corpse kings. They were more like corpses that did what they cared most about when they were alive. For example, the one-legged old man Lu Yin had seen liked to step on people's feet with his wooden leg. There was also the little girl Tong Lao who liked to slap people's heads. Gu Eccentric liked to play hide-and-seek. Lu Yin didn't know what this wandering corpse had encountered when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at the tree root while muttering to itself. Lu Yin felt a trace of sharpness from it that was familiar. It must be a power that had appeared in the Immemorial City battlefield. Silver replied, yes, that wandering corpse can use 7 swords. 7 swords? Lu Yin looked at the wandering corpse. He hadn't fought against a corpse king with 7 swords in the Battle of Immemorial City, but he could feel the sharpness of the entire battlefield. The 7 swords were invincible in their combined attacks and could use sequence laws to kill Immemorial City's experts. Their master must have dominated an era. There was no need to fight. Lu Yin could feel the wandering corpse's current strength. It was at the level of sequence laws. Continue. Hopefully, we'll have more wandering corpses by the time we start the war with the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said. Silver bowed respectfully. Yes, Pathmaster. After all, Silver wasn't the only true god. If he was, Lu Yin might have already replicated a bone ark. In fact, what limited the only true god wasn't the bones, but the powerhouse's bones. If he was given 10,000 sequence laws powerhouse's bones, he could even destroy the spiritualized universe, let alone Immemorial City. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The only true god had arrived in the spiritualized universe ahead of time, and he definitely wouldn't expose his identity. If he could do that with the spirit seed bestowed by the heavens, then what would he do? Meet Xianxia? If Lu Yin was the only true god, it would be impossible for him to meet Xianxia. It was too dangerous. With the turbid spirit seed and the power of his former godly power, the only true god would transform in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had to find him before he transformed. There was a huge celestial body in front of the boundless universe. It was like a springboard that had been magnified billions of times. This place was in the middle of the 3 universes. This springboard was the real one that had been discovered by the spiritualized universe. The springboards that the spiritualized universe and the Heaven's Origin universe could create with the help of primordial realm powers could only cover a tenth of the distance of this springboard. This wasn't something that could be achieved by increasing the springboard's power by 10 times. That was an unimaginable difference. Even if all the primordial realm powerhouses in the 3 universes worked together, they wouldn't be able to create such a huge springboard. It was precisely because of this that the spiritualized universe had misgivings. If this springboard was naturally formed, then it would be fine. However, if it was created by a living creature, then that creature's strength would far exceed everyone's imagination. Perhaps even an Eternal Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with it. This was also why the spiritualized universe couldn't use the springboard. The springboard's celestial body was like a colossus that occupied space. There were no stars or other celestial bodies around it, but there was a man-made city that was circular in shape and surrounded the entire springboard. This city had been built by the spiritualized universe, and it was called Torch City. Torch was a warning to all living creatures not to use the springboard rashly. The springboard was like a torch in the darkness of space. Once it was used, it was unknown what would target it. Torch City was built around a springboard. It was a base for the spiritualized universe in the middle of the three universes, but it was also a springboard. Outer space was dark, but Torch City was brightly lit. Countless spiritualized cultivators were stationed there, and it was the front line to attack the consciousness universe. Cultivators were different from mortals. Every cultivator had their own cultivation environment and method. Even if the spiritualized universe invaded the consciousness universe, it was impossible for them to arrange their cultivators like an army. The ancestor had already told Luin this in the boundless universe. Small teams? Luin was surprised. The ancestor, Chui, and the rest were surprised as well. The ancestor's tone was heavy. The spiritualized universe used many methods to attack the consciousness universe. At first, it was, as everyone knew, a large-scale attack to sweep through our consciousness universe. However, the strongest thing about the consciousness universe is its consciousness, and you've all heard me say that consciousness is completely illusory. It's connected by the thoughts of living beings, and the consciousness will appear in whatever form the living being imagines. This caused the spiritualized cultivators to be unable to fight as one. Furthermore, consciousness is an area of effect attack. It doesn't matter if it's a single person or a group of people, they're all enveloped by this consciousness. A large-scale attack was not worth it. After that, the spiritualized universe constantly changed their methods of attack. Before I left the consciousness universe, they had a fixed method of attack, which was small teams. Every small team depends on the strength of the leader. They can have 10, 100, or even 1,000 people. Every small team has an extremely powerful consciousness cultivator who matches the members of the team according to their attacking methods. This ensures that they can deal with all the consciousness life forms that have appeared in the consciousness universe. Although this method is not as efficient as a large-scale attack, it's more stable. They can advance step by step, and some powerful teams can use the Boulder's Foundation to attack the powerful life forms of the consciousness universe. This can be considered as training for the spiritualized universe. The ancestor's expression was ugly. When I left, the consciousness universe had already been suppressed by countless small teams from the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is now, but the situation should be even worse. Why doesn't the consciousness universe work together to wipe out those small teams? Muzhu asked. The ancestor of the past said bitterly, squads can communicate with one another. For every 10 or 100 squads, there's a distance where you can avoid them as quickly as possible and reinforce them as quickly as possible. Moreover, there will definitely be captains. Captains are usually primordial realm experts. Even in our universe, how many primordial realm experts do we have? At the end of the day, their absolute power is still inferior to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe has the absolute advantage. Luin frowned. A small team attack? It didn't seem like a problem, but if he wanted to defeat the consciousness universe as soon as possible, this method would waste too much time. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the universe of consciousness, both sides might have thought that this was for the sake of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They wanted to reduce the losses and would rather take a longer time. However, Luin was certain that this was because Xianxia did not want to restart the universe of consciousness so early. He controlled the small spirit universe, so restarting the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe would not benefit him. In the past, there were 7 Sang heavens in the spiritualized universe. 5 of them went to our universe of consciousness, and Xianxia took the Boulder's Foundation. In that battle, our universe of consciousness suffered heavy losses. More than half of the absolute elites were slaughtered. Some surrendered, and some fled. Black Wushan and White Wushan joined the spiritualized universe during that battle, and I also fled during that battle. She guessed, at that time, I didn't know about the existence of a springboard, and the spiritualized universe shouldn't have been able to use it either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 10,000 years to reach the Tianyuan universe. Since the springboard exists between the three universes, there must be many spiritualized teams stationed there. They can switch teams from the consciousness universe at any time. Although I don't want to admit it, to the spiritualized universe, going to our universe of consciousness to fight is both a training and an honor. It can pave the way for many people to climb to a higher position. If we can eliminate all of those teams, the spiritualized universe will definitely be turned upside down. At this point, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Ying expectantly. Master Lu, if there are 100 teams attacking our universe of consciousness, then there must be at least 100 people who are related to the spiritualized universes Xianxia, and other absolute higher-ups. These people might be juniors or disciples. As long as we control these people, the spiritualized universe will definitely be shaken. They can't afford to lose them. Lu Ying nodded. That makes sense. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the ancestor's neck. The ancestor subconsciously wanted to resist, but with so many experts around her, she forcefully endured it and didn't dare to move. She allowed Lu Ying to grab her and forcefully pull her down. She couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood that spilled onto the ground. Eh? Lu Ying looked down at Ancestor Shi. Are you used to lying to me, or do you think I'm stupid? The tremors of the spiritualized universe brought no apprehension or compromise, but slaughter, revenge, and hatred. You want to shift the hatred of the spiritualized universe onto me? You're courting death. Ancestor Shi coughed. Master Lu, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Lu Ying stared at her. If you want to resolve the crisis of your universe, then cooperate with me. I will deal with the spiritualized universe. If I help you deal with those small teams now, I will only bring about the attacks of Xianxia and the 7 great Xianxia. What I want is to disintegrate and completely destroy the spiritualized universe, not a battle where I know that I will die. I can't care if you want to court death, but if there's a next time I will kill you. With a casual wave of his hand, the ancestor Shi fell into the distance with a pale face. She had once been the Qing Luo Sword Sky who had killed her way up to Lu Tianjing. She was extremely powerful, and even after she joined the everlasting race, she was considered the housekeeper of Disaster Region. Even the 7 heavenly gods didn't dare to act rashly. To a certain extent, she could command the everlasting race in battle, and she had indeed done so many times. If not for her value, Lu Ying would have killed her long ago. The ancestor She looked calm, but her heart was filled with countless schemes. These schemes constantly wanted to push Lu Ying to the opposite side of the spiritualized universe so that she could exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. Lu Ying had experienced the 37 years in reverse, and he was very clear about the status of those elites in the spiritualized universe. Those who had been able to accompany the president and the others in the first wave of attacks against the Tianyuan universe were all geniuses amongst the elites. All of them had reached the level of envoys at a young age, and all of them had spiritualized molts that were related to the Yusang Sky and the 7 great Sang Skies. Even so, when Lu Ying had captured those people in the tributary of the River of Time, he had never thought of using them to threaten the spiritualized universe. A universe with a unified cultivation model had no lack of geniuses. If this generation couldn't do it, then the next generation could. Killing those people would only bring about hatred. The ancestor She had hoped that Lu Yin's Limitless would directly enter the consciousness universe and sweep through the spiritualized universe's numerous small teams. How could that be possible? At first glance, this seemed better than Lu Ying and the others directly attacking the spiritualized universe. At the very least, they would be working together with the consciousness universe. However, the true result would be that Limitless would become bait and help the consciousness universe exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. In the end, it would be spiritualized. The universe would be massacred, and not a single person would be left alive. The consciousness universe would then take the opportunity to recuperate. If they went to the consciousness universe, they wouldn't be working together. Instead, they would be schemed against by 2 universes. Luin had started as an ordinary person and slowly climbed to his current position. Although it had only been a short time, what had he not seen? He had Wei Rong and Wang Wen by his side, and he had heard of all sorts of plots and schemes. He had also devised many of them, and he had seen through the ancestor she at a glance. It wasn't just him, the progenitor, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, and the others had all seen through it. The consciousness universe's life forms could not be trusted. Even if they had been invaded by the spiritualized universe, it did not mean that they were good people. Different life forms did not understand each other, and if they truly wanted to cooperate, it would be impossible unless one side was in a desperate situation. Survival in the universe was cruel, and kindness did not apply to the universe's laws, much less to war. Furthermore, Luin still had to make up for his karma. Xianxia could not possibly send those who had karma with Luin to the consciousness universe. He was not stupid. Limitless continued to head into the distance. A year's time was almost up, and Luin and the others had solemn expressions. Soon, soon. At the same time, some distance ahead of them, Torch City had been brightly lit, but many of the lights had been extinguished. Bang! There was a loud bang as ripples spread out into the distance. Torch City was in chaos. They won't be able to escape. Seal off the news and don't spread it back to beyond heaven. Once Lord Xianxia finds out, everyone will die. Don't worry, the other members of their team have already been controlled. No one will help them. What about the people from the Myriad Beasts border and Imperial God Mountain? They want to kill that bastard couple even more than we do. That bastard couple actually dared to break the rules and implicate us. They'll die a horrible death. Cultivators shuttled through Torch City, searching for them. In a corner of Torch City, two figures were hiding under a wall. It was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was strange, and he looked like a human. However, his ears were twice the size of a normal person's and were dark green in color. They were vertical, as if they were being blown by a gale. His dark golden eyes rippled with a cold aura, and he had a tail that was also dark green in color. The woman had a tranquil appearance, and although she could not be considered beautiful, she gave off a warm feeling. The two were curled up under the wall, hugging each other tightly. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the ground red. It came from the man's back. The woman pressed her hand on the man's back, and blood dyed her sleeves red. Her eyes were red as she said with heartache, "You shouldn't have done this." The man hugged the woman tightly and smiled. "If I didn't do this, would you still be able to come back? That old man knows about us and doesn't dare to make a move here, so he specially arranged for you to enter the consciousness universe again. You won't be able to survive there. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to escape back to the spiritualized universe and live in seclusion for the rest of our lives." The woman shook her head. "This is Torch City. How can we escape? I won't make a move if I'm not fully prepared. That old man wouldn't even dream that I would make a move at this moment. He has already followed this team to the consciousness universe, and the team from the consciousness universe hasn't returned yet. Now is the time when Torch City has the least number of cultivators. The city lord is still here. I have a way." Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads and looked down. Immediately after, a majestic pressure descended and shattered the house. The two of them hurriedly dodged, and the ground caved in. The walls of Torch City were made of the toughest stones in the spiritualized universe. Even ordinary half-martial ancestors would find it difficult to destroy them, but now, they had collapsed. In the surroundings, quite a few people were implicated. They came out from their broken houses, but they didn't dare to speak out. They didn't even know what had happened. In the distance, Xianxia was furious. Which idiot doesn't know how to make a move secretly? Go quickly. As the city lord of Torch City, Xianxia was the ruler here. One expert after another came from all directions. There were progenitors and half-progenitors. In the spiritualized universe, progenitors were known as spirit progenitors. Half-progenitors, including envoys, were known as spirit warriors. There were many of them at this level, and they were the most numerous among the teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Without reaching the level of an emissary, one was not qualified to attack the universe of consciousness. Similarly, a demi-ancestor was also considered to be at the level of an emissary. The pressure descended once again. Ba Lu, Yao, you are too presumptuous. The person who attacked stood in the air and pressed down with his palm again. Ba Lu's face turned ugly. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? As he spoke, a flying knife appeared in his hand and shot out. The attacker was terrified and hurriedly dodged. He avoided the flying dagger, but inexplicably spat out blood. The 8-willow flying dagger never missed its target. Its form did not meet its intent, and its intent did not meet its form. Although he was only a half-martial ancestor, he was strong enough to challenge those of a higher level. The person who had attacked was the spirit patriarch, yet he was unable to evade the saber strike. Around them, a violent wind blew, changing the sky and earth. It seeped into the void and turned into a slash from behind, slashing towards the 8 willows. Bachiliu turned around and had no time to react. A lantern appeared in front of Yao, raising 9 flames. When the slash swept past, one of the flames was extinguished. The 2 of them were unharmed. Ba Lu once again shot out a flying knife, piercing through the wind. Blood spilled out along with the wind. Yao said anxiously, I can sense that a sequence law powerhouse has made a move. Before the 8 willows could reply, attacks appeared in the void one after another, all of them originating from the ancestor realm. The flames were constantly being extinguished. There were clearly 9 flames, but now there were only 3 left. Still water? Pi Yao was in the progenitor realm and possessed a spiritualized weapon, the fire of the 9 lanterns. Every wisp of flame could replace an injury. When the 9 flames were extinguished, the person would die. Ba Lu shouted, City Lord Xianxia, what will happen if the springboard is activated? Around them, all the attacks stopped. Figures appeared one after another, surrounding the 2 of them. They could not escape at all. Even though the number of cultivators in Torch City was the smallest, it would not be a problem for them to take care of the 2 of them. Xianxia walked out and stared at the 2 with a gloomy face. What did you say? Ba Lu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they came out. He was afraid that the people around them would make them unable to even speak. If that happened, all their plans would be in vain. On the side, Yao's face was pale. Out of the 9 flames, 6 of them had been extinguished. She had used up a lot of energy, but if she hadn't extinguished the 6 flames, they would have already died. In the face of so many powerful beings, even if they possessed the power of the spirit patriarch, it was useless. Ba Lu and Xianxia look at each other. If the springboard is activated, will this taboo be more serious than ours? How do you want to activate the springboard? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that other than him, there was anyone else in Torch City who could activate the springboard. However, he did not dare to take the risk. If Ba Lu could really activate the springboard, he would be finished. Even if he was the grandson of Xianxia, he would still die. This was the taboo of the spiritualized universe. Fresh blood dripped down Ba Lu's arm. Yao quickly grabbed his hand. This scene made Xiao's face even gloomier. I can't activate the springboard, Ba Lu said bluntly. Yao was surprised. The surrounding people's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Are you playing with me? Ba Lu transmitted his voice to Xianxia. I can't activate the springboard because both of us are here. However, I can tell others how to activate it. As everyone knows, the springboard is sealed by 8 powerful beings who cultivate the sequence law of the cross-section technique. The 8 directions have completely sealed off the springboard. Only you, City Lord, or the 3 deputy City Lords can enter at the same time, right? However, in reality, those 8 people are not the only ones who have sealed off the springboard. Xiao's pupils shrank. City Lord, I don't need to activate the springboard. As long as this matter is transmitted to the spiritualized universe will know that I have spied on this matter and spread the news. What do you think Lord Yu Xianxia will do? Will you be able to continue being the City Lord of Torch City freely? I heard that Xianxia is trying his best to give you the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella. Once you obtain the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella, you will have the qualifications to fight for the position of Xianxia in the future. Once this matter is out, do you think you still have the qualifications? Xianxia stared at Ba Lu. How do you know about the cross-section foundation? This matter was not serious. It was just a sequence foundation that had not been ranked into the sequence of 10 foundations. The serious thing was that this was a secret. Once this was spread, how would Yu Xianxia and the 7 major Xianxia view him? His future would be over. He could not understand how Ba Lu, a cultivator who had not even reached the spirit ancestor, knew about this matter when even the 3 deputy city lords did not know. Ba Lu exhaled, I guessed. Xiao looked at him deeply, you are very smart. He did not suspect that Ba Lu guessed because this matter was not explained in words and there were no traces. Other than him, only the Door of Arts, which created the sequence foundation, knew about the 7 major Xianxia and the 7 major Xianxia. Ba Lu's 10,000 beast territory was at odds with the Door of Arts, so he could not have known about this matter through the Door of Arts. Moreover, there were very few people in the Door of Arts who knew about this matter. The Door of Arts did not create the sequence foundation together. Every sequence foundation was created by a fixed person and had nothing to do with others. The person who created the cross-section foundation had never appeared in Torch City. I can help you hide this matter. You should know that I am also responsible for you breaking the rules. After all, it happened right under my nose. I will help you make this matter disappear, but the condition is that you will never meet again. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. How about it? Xianxia said in a low voice. Ba Lu laughed, as expected of the grandson of the Chamber of Commerce's president. You want to make a deal just like that? Unfortunately, I do not agree. Xiao's expression was gloomy, you are threatening me. Ba Lu said, I just want to leave Torch City, leave everyone's sight. If you let me go, the words cross-section foundation will never come out of my mouth. Xiao stared at Ba Lu. Ba Lu also looked at him. They looked at each other. Let me think about it. Impossible. You can let us go immediately. We will not return to the spiritualized universe and go to the consciousness universe. Ba Lu said. Yao was surprised, not returning to the spiritualized universe? Ba Lu was helpless, we can't go back. Even if we go back, we will be hunted down. Actually, I planned to take you to the consciousness universe from the beginning. Yao held Ba Lu's hand tightly, wherever you go, I will go. Ba Lu nodded, I have been delaying it. Otherwise, I could have used this to negotiate with Xiao long ago. The main thing is to let that old man arrive at the consciousness universe earlier. He will never expect that we will go again. This way, we can avoid each other. I understand. Yao touched Ba Lu's face with heartache. She touched Ba Lu's face. Right, if Torch City sends a message to the consciousness universe. They can't do it. I destroyed a few springboards in advance. Without those springboards, they will not be able to send a complete message. It will take at least 12 years to build them. By then, we will already be in the consciousness universe. From here to the consciousness universe, it will only take 10 years. After all, we don't need to build our own springboards. With that, Ba Lu looked at Xiao with a determined gaze, if we go to the consciousness universe, we will no longer be a threat to you. City Lord Xiao, it is not worth sacrificing your future for 2 ants like us. Xiao nodded, okay, let them go. The surrounding people were puzzled but did not dare to disobey the city lord's orders. They could only open the city gate to the consciousness universe. Outside the city were springboards that could be used to reach the consciousness universe. Someone reported to Xiao. Xiao looked deeply at Ba Lu again. The spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and Torch City were the springboards for information transmission between the 3. Through the construction and destruction of the springboards, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe could form a connection with Torch City's springboards to read information. Torch City naturally built many springboards around it. As long as the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had many springboards, they could sense each other and create waves to read information. Ba Lu destroyed some of the springboards that Torch City used to transmit information to the consciousness universe. This meant that before they reached the consciousness universe would not know what was happening here. Ba Lu had calculated a lot of things. However, he did not consider one thing. Behind Xiao was Xianxia. Xianxia's ability was unimaginable to ants. When Ba Lu brought Xiao to the city gate, they did not see it open. The city gate was still tightly shut. He looked at Xiao warily. What do you mean? Xiao's lips curled up. Just now, Xianxia announced to the public that the broken base has officially replaced the landscape map as the sequence of the 10 bases. The location is Torch City. Balu's pupils shrank. How could this be? Xiao's heart sank. Xianxia had exposed the broken base. In this way, even if Balu spread this news to the spiritualized universe, it would be Xianxia who spread it and not Xiao's fault. When? Balu was shocked. Xiao was pleased, not long ago. Then why did you bring us to the city gate? This place is the closest to the consciousness universe that you escaped from. I gave you the hope of this path. Xiao's face darkened. Balu, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? I am the grandson of Xianxia, the future president of the spiritualized universe Chamber of Commerce, the city lord of Torch City, and someone who can compete for Xianxia's position, yet you dare to scheme against me. I won't let you die so easily. The consciousness universe is right in front of you. Once you step through the city gate, you can board the springboard and fly far away, but can you do it? Everyone looked at him with ridicule. This person did not understand the city lord at all. Who could threaten the city lord? Ants. Originally, I wanted to get rid of you immediately, but now, I've changed my mind. Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness. You dare to threaten me and make me ask the ancestor for help? Although this matter will not be leaked, I will be punished by the ancestor. Brat, I will make you suffer 1,000 times the pain. Since you like Yao, I will let you watch your woman being tortured by others. Catch them. Under the city gate, Yao grabbed Balu's hand, her eyes dim, and she smiled bitterly. We still can't escape. Instead of being humiliated, little Lu, let's go together. Looking at Yao's determined gaze, Balu said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Yao smiled and shook her head. I'm very happy. You did everything you could for me. I'm really happy, really. Attacks enveloped them from all directions. They were not meant to kill, but they had nowhere to run. Balu held Yao's hand tightly and shouted, there's still one more chance. Prepare to attack the city gate. Yao was surprised. Suddenly, the entire Torch City turned pitch black. The lights that were originally brightly lit seemed illusory. Everyone was surprised. What had happened? The cultivators who could come to Torch City had all reached the level of void exploration. Darkness and lights did not affect them much. However, Torch City had a rule that the city had to be brightly lit. This was an order from Xianxia. At this moment, the lights were extinguished in an instant. Xiao was furious. What's going on? Balu shot out 5 throwing knives to defend against the surrounding cultivators who wanted to catch them. Yao shook her hand. Green ripples spread from beneath her feet and bombarded the city gate. This was a power similar to the ancestral world. Progenitor realm cultivators often reached the same goal through different means, even though their cultivation methods were different. The green ripples swayed the city gate, but it did not immediately break open. Balu coughed out blood and shot a throwing knife at the city gate. The throwing knife pierced through the city gate. He was excited and pulled Yao to rush out. A gloomy face appeared in front of him. It was Xia. A terrifying aura suppressed Balu and Yao until they could not breathe. Their faces were pale. This was the difference in strength. Balu was only a half-step progenitor. In the spiritualized universe, he was at the level of a spiritual warrior. Yao was only a spirit progenitor, but Xiao was a sequence law progenitor. There was a difference of a major realm. Balu and Yao worked together, but it was useless in front of Xia. Xiao's sequence particles easily disintegrated their attacks. A deep sense of powerlessness exhausted Balu. He had used all means to get here. Extinguishing the lights in Torch City was a backup plan he had left behind. In fact, it was used to activate the springboard to buy time. Just now, he had staked everything. He knew that it would be difficult to escape from Torch City, but he was unwilling to give up. When he saw Xiao blocking the city gate, he knew that it was completely over. He was far from being a match for a sequence law progenitor. Yao was helpless. How difficult was it to escape from Torchfire City? In the end, he still failed. At this moment, Xiao's fury had reached the heavens. His eyes were somewhat red. First, he was forced to confess to the ancestor and let the ancestor take responsibility for leaking the foundation. He thought that he would be fine with Xianxia, but he did not expect Ba Lu to extinguish all the lights in Torch City. This matter would also become a stain on his record. A mere Ling Zhan, a mere piece of trash, had actually caused him to suffer losses just because of this bit of love. Detestable, detestable. You're courting death. Xia clenched her teeth in anger. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body trembled, his pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. Not only Xia, Ba Lu, Yao, all the cultivators in the surroundings, and even all the cultivators in Torch Fire City collapsed in an instant. There were 8 sequence law experts around the springboard, all of them cultivating the sequence law of the cross-section to protect the springboard. Now, he had also fallen in an instant, without any power to fight back. Torch City instantly fell into a deathly silence. In the distance, a huge battleship descended. It was Wu Jiang. At the bow of the ship, Lu Yin, the primal ancestors, and the others looked at Torch City. As expected, there are many cultivators here. There are many more springboards. That's just too many. Only primordial realm experts can create springboards. Just how many primordial realm experts did the spiritualized universe use? How many years did it take? What's the point of these springboards? That's the true springboard. Originally, I thought it would only be a few hundred or a few thousand times larger than the ones we created. I never thought it would be so much larger, like a planet. With each jump, even if it's just a tiny increase in distance, the size of the springboard will multiply. There's nothing strange about that. The spiritualized universe is very cautious, completely protecting the springboard and creating a city. It's both a transit point for attacks from the consciousness universe and our heaven's origin universe, and it's also a place to keep an eye on the springboard. However, there were clearly lights in this city earlier, but they were extinguished all of a sudden. We hadn't done anything back then, right? Lu Yin looked at Torch City, 14 sequence law experts. There aren't a lot of them, just a little less than I expected. 8 of them surround the springboard, using the same sequence law. As for the other 6, 3 are in a corner, and the other 3 are scattered in 3 other directions. From the looks of it, something has happened in Torch Fire City. Interesting. It's not so boring anymore. After 20 years of traveling, Wu Jiang finally arrived at Torch Fire City. Although 20 years wasn't a long time, traveling in pitch-black darkness for 20 years was very lonely. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yao. It seemed that the people around them were attacking them, and they weren't very strong. The spiritualized universe was finally about to meet. When Wu Jiang arrived, he naturally took action immediately and took control of Torch Fire City. With Lu Yin and the others' strength, whether it was their domain, spiritual force, or consciousness, they could instantly take control of Torch Fire City, unless Xianxia was overseeing it. But now, it seemed that Xianxia wasn't in Torch Fire City. It was normal for Xianxia to be overseeing Torch Fire City, but it was also normal for there to be no Xianxia. The spiritualized universe was aware of Torch Fire City's importance, but it was also dangerous here. If the spiritualized universe's apprehensions were real, and there were unknown civilizations eyeing the springboard, Torch Fire City would be the first to suffer. Furthermore, there was the war between the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, as well as Xianxia's memories of time reversal, leaving behind the president and other people who had karmic ties to Lu Yin. There was probably no free Xianxia to oversee Torch Fire City. Boom! Wu Jiang shook and landed outside Torch Fire City. Lu Yin and the others stepped into Torch Fire City. This was their first step into the spiritualized universe. Su Wangtian stretched lazily. It feels good to have one foot in the ground. The ancestor of the past looked in a certain direction, which was the consciousness universe. How long had it been since they returned to the consciousness universe through Torch Fire City? She had thought that she would die in the Tianyuan universe. Even though life forms in the consciousness universe could live for a long time, they were not immortal. She had never thought that she would one day pass through the core space and return to the consciousness universe. She looked at Lu Yin's back. If she wanted to return, she would need this person to make the decision. The group split up, with some going to check the springboard while others were curious about Torchfire City. More than 100 black energy users spread out and captured all the spiritualized cultivators who had fainted. Lu Yin arrived at the city gate where Ba Lu and the others were, with Second Life following behind him. Second Life's group of 5 had also followed Wu Jiang. During the battle at the Stone Gate in the tributary of the River of Time, Second Life had been on the brink of death several times. Now that time had been reversed, they could not avoid the war with the spiritualized universe and had followed Lu Yin here. Ba Lu had a splitting headache, and he opened his eyes in a daze. What was going on? Yao. He suddenly stood up and looked to his side. Yao had collapsed on the ground, but he did not have time to check his surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yao had only fainted. It was only then that he looked around and saw that everyone had collapsed on the ground. His eyes narrowed as he saw Xianxia, who had also collapsed on the ground. Xianxia was the city lord of Torchfire City and was an absolute powerhouse. What had happened? He suddenly turned around and met someone's gaze, his expression dazed. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sat there leisurely. Second Life was behind him, and even further behind them was the enormous Wu Jiang, which loomed over Torch Fire City like a colossus. Torchfire City was huge, and so was the boundless expanse. Against this backdrop, Ba Lu looked at Lu Yin and felt the pressure from the boundless expanse. She was stunned for a moment, as if she had been struck by something. She couldn't say anything. Lu Yin smiled leisurely as he sat there. Behind him, Second Life had their own unique characteristics, like a painting from the abyss. Please explain this scene, Lu Yin said. His tone was calm, and his expression was casual. Everything was under his control. In Ba Lu's eyes, the high and mighty city lord of Torchfire City, someone he had never been able to scheme against, was now lying there like a dead dog. He did not even have the ability to stand in front of this youth. Who was this person? Was he a god? Second Bone's gaze turned cold, and pressure descended. Ba Lu was instantly pressed down, and he coughed up blood. Our lord is asking you a question. Ba Lu's eyes widened. A powerhouse of the sequence laws. Could it be that the 5 people behind this person were all such powerhouses? No wonder they could control Torchfire City. Who was this person? Countless possibilities flashed through Ba Lu's mind. The consciousness universe? Impossible. He had fought in the consciousness universe for too many years, and such a person would definitely know about it. Spiritualized universes? Yes, only those hidden ancient families in the spiritualized universes would have such a person. Those hidden families and sects would only appear when Xianxia's position was empty. Under Xianxia's suppression, they would not show themselves. Who knew how strong their foundations were? These thoughts only lasted for a moment. Ba Lu did not dare to delay. He half squatted on the ground and raised his head to look at Lu Yin. My lord, this lowly one is called Ba Lu, and the woman beside me is called Yao. We were surrounded and attacked in Torch City. Fortunately, my lord came to our aid. Otherwise, we would already be dead. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Why were they surrounded? Ba Lu opened his mouth, trying to find a reason, but his heart palpitated inexplicably. He had a feeling that he could not lie to this person. This was a human instinct. This instinct had allowed him to survive in the universe of consciousness. Now, this instinct had never been so strong. He could not lie, absolutely not. He would die. Xianxian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan p. He gritted his teeth. This lowly one is from the 10,000 beasts border, Yao, from the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Lu Yin did not speak and waited for Ba Lu to continue. Ba Lu did not speak either, waiting for Lu Yin's response. The people from the Myriad Beasts border and the God-governing mountain were together, which violated 2 taboos. First, the God-governing mountain could not marry outsiders. They could only marry their own people. This was a rule set by Xianxia that could not be violated. Second, beast-shaped spiritual molts could not be together with human-shaped spiritual molts. This was a rule of the entire spiritualized universe. Ba Lu was a cultivator from 10,000 beast border. 10,000 beast border, as the name suggests, all of them were in the form of beasts. For example, Meng Sang was in the form of a beast while Yao was in the form of a human. Even though they were both humans before they started their cultivation, but after they transformed into different species, they could not be together. Moreover, Yao came from Divine Dominion Mountain. This was also the reason why Xianxia had pursued them. If something like this happened in Torch City, he would be held accountable. Yao's identity involved the god governing mountain, which was a taboo of Xianxia that could not be violated. Ba Lu did not know which family in the spiritualized universe Luin came from, or if he came directly from beyond heaven. He could only wait for Luin to deal with him. Luin was also waiting. From his point of view, Ba Lu was completely clueless. One was from the 10,000 beasts border, and the other was from the divine governing mountain. What was the connection? Ba Lu looked like he had finished speaking. Luin guessed something. Could it be that the 10,000 beasts border and the divine governing mountain were mortal enemies and could not be together? That's right. The people of the divine governing mountain all came from the small spiritual universe. If he was Xianxia, he would not allow the people of the divine governing mountain to marry outsiders. Otherwise, the children born might not be able to tell that they came from another universe. This should be the reason. However, guessing alone was not enough. Continue. You were surrounded and killed because of these two identities? Ba Lu suddenly raised his head and looked at Luin in shock. You're not from the spiritualized universe? Luin said casually, no. Ba Lu was stunned. How was this possible? He was not from the spiritualized universe? It was impossible for the people of the spiritualized universe not to know the taboos that these two identities represented. Where did this person come from? He slowly turned his head and looked at the springboard. An unknown civilization? Ever since the springboard was discovered, the spiritualized universe had experienced the initial excitement. They felt that they could open up the distance between the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe. However, this was followed by worry, apprehension, and countless guesses. As time passed, these guesses became heavier. Over time, the springboard was like a blade hanging over one's neck. The spiritualized universe did not dare to use it for fear of being discovered by the unknown civilization. Humans were always fearful of the unknown. The spiritualized universe was no exception. That was why there was the broken foundation, the 8 sequence law experts guarding the springboard, and Torch City. The existence of Torch City was to inform the spiritualized universe as soon as possible. Once an unknown civilization appeared, the spiritualized universe would be notified. However, not everyone in the spiritualized universe thought this way. Some people had never thought of an unknown civilization and only thought that it was a kind of astrological phenomenon. Ba Lu had also never thought of an unknown civilization. It was not that he did not believe in it, but it was not the time to think about it. He was not qualified to think about it. Who would have thought that this unknown civilization would be the first to appear in front of him? The entire Torch City, including City Lord Xianxia, had collapsed. Only he was clear-headed. He was the first person in the spiritualized universe to face the unknown civilization. He created the history of the spiritualized universe. Luin looked at Ba Lu, amused. Tell me, what's wrong with these two identities? Ba Lu swallowed his saliva and subconsciously glanced at Yao. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but at least they wouldn't be killed because of their identities. He told them about the taboo that the two of them had violated. Luin wasn't the only one who was listening. Within Torch City, the progenitor, Chuyi, and the others were scattered all over the city, but they were also listening. It was just that the 8 willows did not know of their existence. Luin sat there quietly and tapped the void with his finger, causing faint ripples to appear. Taboo? Spirit molting in the form of beasts, spirit molting in the form of humans. Myriad beasts border, divine dominator mountain, the foundation of the sequence. Ever since he had set off from Limitless, Luin still had not thought about how he should appear in the spiritualized universe. Should he fight directly? If that was the case, they might as well join forces with the consciousness universe. However, if they did not fight, their auras would definitely be detected by the spiritualized universe. They would not be able to hide or disguise themselves, and even Xianxia would be able to find them. He originally had some ideas, but now, Balu's experience gave him a new idea. Perhaps it was time for the spiritualized universe to change. The spiritualized universe was controlled by Xianxia, and there were 7 major Xianxians under his command. Countless experts from grandmasters were entrenched there, and there were also mad dogs vying for the position of Xianxia. It would be very difficult for the people of the Limitless Belt to resist such a colossus. Even if the top experts could resist the spiritualized universe, how long could they last? Luin wasn't here to court death. He was here to destroy the spiritualized universe as much as he could so that the spiritualized universe would not be able to plot against the Tianyuan universe. What was more destructive than violating a taboo? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's gaze landed on the 8 willows again, and he smiled. Congratulations, your dream has come true. The 8 willows felt like he was dreaming. Ever since this youth had told him that his dream had come true, the 5 people behind him had looked at him with much gentler gazes. Then, one expert after another appeared in the surroundings. Their auras were piercing to the eyes, and none of them were weaker than City Lord Xia, even though he could not sense the difference. Then, although their auras were not strong, they appeared in large numbers and gathered all of the cultivators in Torch City. The 8 willows was sure that these people were not his match in a one-on-one fight, but they outnumbered him. There were more than 100 of them. More than 100 spirit progenitors? There were definitely not that many in the spiritualized universe, but that was an entire universe. The 8 willows had participated in the invasion of the consciousness universe for so many years, but at most, there were only a dozen spirit progenitors in a small team, which was already very exaggerated. The teams that he had participated in usually only had 2 or 3 spirit progenitors. More than 100 spirit progenitors were enough to split into 20 teams. What kind of civilization was this? The 8 willows felt a warm touch, and he turned around to meet Yao's confused gaze. He shook his head and did not speak. At that moment, the 2 were standing beside Luin. Yao looked at Luin, and the 8 willows hurriedly pulled her back. He did not know what Luin was planning, so he did not dare to be impudent. At that moment, Xia moved. As the strongest person in Torch City and an expert of the sequence laws, he was not weak and could rival the 8 Daos above the Sky One sect. The one who had knocked him unconscious was a primogenitor. Xia woke up with a stabbing pain in his head. He looked around and saw that the ground was littered with people who had fainted. His expression changed, and he suddenly turned around to see Luin staring at him. There were also 8 willows and Yao standing beside Luin, as well as several other experts. He wasn't impulsive, and he didn't dare to be impulsive. He could tell at a glance that those experts were very strong. Slowly getting up, Xiao looked at Luin. May I ask who you are? Luin sized him up, ranked 16th in the sequence, Devour. To be able to become the owner of this city, you should have Xianxia behind you, right? Who is he? Balu was astonished. Xianxia was in existence from the spiritualized universe. This person represented an unknown civilization and had some understanding of the spiritualized universe. Xia frowned. Who are you? You don't know me? Just like Balu, he believed that Luin had come from a spiritualized universe. However, his knowledge far surpassed Balu's, and he had already considered a few places. Xianxian de Xianxing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. My grandfather is Yishang. Lu Yin's brows rose. Yishang. So that was the round-faced president's grandson. No wonder he could become Torch City's city lord. Right, the Devour sequence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder the president was willing to pay the price to obtain the Sky Devourer parasol. It was not for the spiritualized universe, but for his grandson. To a spiritualized universe, a sequence foundation like the Sky Devourer parasol was very important, but it was definitely not as important as Tianyuan. War in the universe was more important. For the Sky Devourer parasol, the president had been willing to give up his advantage in the war. Luin had felt that something was off back then, but because he lacked understanding of the spiritualized universe, he had not thought much about it. Now, it seemed that the president had clearly left the Sky Devourer parasol for his grandson. His grandson was Torch City's city lord, and he was not weak. Once he obtained the Sky Devourer parasol, he might be able to take a shortcut to become Xianxia like Baoqi. Of course, this would require time and effort. Xianxia would not allow the president to become Xianxia with his grandson, but that would not stop him from preparing for the future. Who are you? If news of you attacking Torch City reaches Lord Xianxia's ears, you might not be able to protect the organization behind you. Furthermore, the two beside you have violated a taboo that Lord Xianxia will not tolerate, Xianxia said as he looked at Ba Lu and Yao with hatred. However, when he met Ba Lu's gaze, he did not see any fear. All he saw was mockery and an unfathomable expression. What did this mean? What did this expression mean? What if I insist on protecting these two? Luin asked. Xianxia subconsciously answered, then you will become enemies with Lord Xianxia and the entire spiritualized universe. You had best think carefully. This taboo should not be violated. Where are you from? Tell me, and perhaps you have some history with my Yi family. This matter should not reach Lord Xianxia's ears. There was a thud as a figure crashed down nearby. Xianxia looked over, and his expression changed. It was a cultivator who had broken through the sequence. He stared at Luin in shock. Sir, this person is guarding the springboard and cannot be touched. This is also a taboo. Thud, thud, thud. One figure after another crashed down. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were the 8 cultivators who had been guarding the springboard. Finally, under Xiao's shocked gaze, Lu Tianyi held a transparent square object in his hand and walked over to Luin. Luin took the transparent square object. This is the broken foundation? Xiao felt like he was going crazy. What was this person doing? Did he have a death wish? He had taken in Ba Lu and the others, attacked Torch City, and snatched away the broken foundation. This person was rebelling against the spiritualized universe. He had to be crazy. Wait, that's not right. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to do such a thing, not even Xianxia. He looked at Luin. You are not from the spiritualized universe. Ba Lu exhaled, finally reacting to the situation. Xiao could not be blamed for his slow reaction, as Luin had not revealed any obvious flaws. Luin sized up the broken foundation. He had obtained another sequence foundation, but this sequence foundation was used to protect the springboard. Honestly, if the spiritualized universe was worried that the springboard would attract an unknown civilization, how could Luin not be worried? If there was a day when the 3 universes reached a balance where no one could do anything to the other, then the springboard would need to be protected by all 3 universes. Otherwise, once an unknown civilization was attracted, no one knew what they would face. The spiritualized universe had such a big picture perspective, and so did Luin. You are from an unknown civilization, and you have been monitoring the springboard all this time. Are you humans? Xiao was shocked. Luin frowned. Too noisy. Lu Tianyi pointed out with his Tao of Tianyi. In front of Xiao, the devouring sequences law blocked, but it was pierced through by the destruction sequences law. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through Xiao's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. Xiao clutched his shoulder and slowly squatted down. His eyes flickered, he had not been able to block it? This was definitely an unknown civilization. He had never seen such a law before, and the spiritualized universe had never seen one before. An unknown civilization had arrived, and the spiritualized universe's worries had come true. The springboard was being monitored by an unknown civilization. The 8 willows were shocked. A single finger pierced through Xiao's body. This person's strength was too terrifying. Lu Tianyi was one of the 3 sons and 6 lords of the above heaven sect. He possessed the sequence law of destruction and cultivated the Tao of Tianyi. Ever since the era of the above heaven sect, he had been extremely powerful. Although he hadn't fought much since the appearance of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was also an expert who could reach the primordial realm. If he really fought, he might not necessarily be weaker than the desolate god, Hong Yan, and Mavis. Looking at Xiao, who was in a sorry state, Luin turned the broken sword on his fingertips and said leisurely, "You're right, but you're also wrong. We're not from the spiritual universe, so we don't have a surveillance platform. There was blood at the corner of Xia's mouth as she stared at Luyin, Tianyuan, universe. As soon as these 4 words came out, several sharp gazes fell on Xia, causing Xia to feel a chill. Luyin held the broken base and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Xia. How many people know these 4 words? Xia was stunned. He really was from the Tianyuan universe. 20 to 30 years ago, a battleship was about to set off from Torch City to invade the Tianyuan universe. This was the second major event in the spiritualized universe that attracted the attention of the world after the war in the consciousness universe. However, the day before the battleship was about to set off, Xianxia stopped it. This caused a huge uproar in the spiritualized universe. No one knew why Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia's reason was that the time wasn't right yet, so he had to wait a little longer. His grandfather contacted several Xianxians and wanted to talk to Xianxia. At the very least, he wanted to give him a proper reason. After all, invading the Tianyuan universe had been the spiritualized universe's grand plan for many years. They were about to set off, but they suddenly stopped. They could not take it. They were Xianxian, experts who had crossed the bitter calamity. They could not see the path of eternal life on the bitter calamity Dao. They only wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe. However, Xianxia still did not give an answer. Xia had never expected that after 30 years, the Tianyuan cosmos would actually attack. How could this be? Shouldn't the Tianyuan universe be waiting to be invaded and rebooted? Why were they able to kill their way here? Where did their confidence come from? Where did this strength come from? How did it come about? They should not have known about the springboard. Without it, it would have taken them at least 10,000 years to come here from the Tianyuan cosmos. Could it be that they had set off 10,000 years ago? It wasn't impossible. For an expert to spend tens of thousands of years to cross the distance of a square inch, while this youngster was sealed in ice the entire time, it was possible. However, he could not understand why the Tianyuan universe dared to attack the spiritualized universe. Where did they get their strength from? Also, Lord Xianxia suddenly stopped them. Could it be related to this matter? In front of him, the void distorted as Lu Tiany's finger descended once more, piercing through Xia's other arm. Blood splattered all over the ground. Xia coughed up blood and looked at Lu Tiany with hatred and fear. I'm asking you, how many people know these 4 words? Lu Yin's voice rang out. Xia did not dare to hesitate. The entire spiritualized universe knows about it. Lu Yin looked at Ba Lu. Ba Lu said respectfully, yes, the spiritualized universe knows about the Tianyuan universe. When the battleship set off, the entire universe saw it off. He hadn't expected them to come from the Tianyuan cosmos. To everyone in the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan cosmos was a cosmos that could be rebooted and destroyed at any time. There were no powerful cultivators there, and everything was under their control. Spiritualized universe experts had long set up a trap in the Tianyuan cosmos. They had always been waiting for the Tianyuan cosmos to be rebooted. As for whether it could be rebooted or not, it was not within their scope of consideration. After countless years, even a child in the spiritualized universe knew that the Tianyuan cosmos belonged to them. It could or should be destroyed, and they could snatch and enslave it at any time. 30 years ago, when the battleship had set off from the spiritualized universe, it had attracted the attention of the entire universe. Countless people had cheered as they waited for the Tianyuan cosmos to be rebooted and for the spiritualized universe to give birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. There had been a group of geniuses and elites on that battleship, and they had not been randomly selected. They had been selected through competition after competition, and the entire spiritualized universe's atmosphere had been raised to the highest level. Everything had been done to prepare for the invasion of the Tianyuan cosmos. This was also why the president and the others had been so anxious and had wanted to negotiate with Xianxia. Otherwise, someone as shrewd as the president would not have been so impulsive. Lu Yin stared at the broken foundation in a daze. Behind him, Second Fate and the other 4 had gloomy expressions. Within Torch City, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, Suwang Tian, and the others had all arrived. Above Limitless, the desolate god opened his eyes and stared at the spiritualized universe. Luo Shan stood in the shadows and sneered. This spiritualized universe really treated the Tianyuan universe as a delicacy. They could eat it however they wanted. To the spiritualized universe, holding a competition to select the elite geniuses who could go to the Tianyuan universe was a reward, the greatest reward. What a joke. The primogenitor laughed. Interesting. The atmosphere has already reached this point, but he still decided to back out. This Yusang Tian is truly daring. Ha 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 ha. Two more figures fell to the ground, still unconscious. Ba Lu raised his eyebrows. Vice City Lords, these two were both Vice City Lords of Torch City. Torch City had a total of 1 City Lord and 3 Deputy City Lords. If one wanted to activate a springboard, they would either need the City Lord's orders or the 3 Deputy City Lords would join forces and have the authority. Both sides could restrict each other. This was how Torch City was formed. It was also a miniature version of the authority of the spiritualized universe. No matter how they divided their authority, their strength was still at the level of sequence laws. They were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the Tianyuan universe's experts. Was the Tianyuan universe really that weak? With a thud, another figure fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Don't attack. Calm down. Everyone calm down. The person who fell to the ground was an elder. His head hit the ground in an undignified manner, and he shouted before he could recover. Luin looked at the elder. Aside from Xianxia, everyone else had fainted, but this elder had actually woken up. He was not weak, and Luin felt that he was on par with Xianxia. In fact, he might even be stronger. Nobody made a move, and the old man finally recovered. He rubbed his head and looked around, and his gaze landed on Luin. A flattering smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Who is the master of this extraordinarily handsome and powerful young master? Let me guess. Could you be Lord Yusang Tian's disciple? This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ba Lu and Yao are your disciples? That's easy. Everything is easy. Luin was amused. They violated a taboo. The elder hurriedly said, no, definitely not. If no one knows, then that means no. If the young master says no, then no. Shameless. Second Life and the others looked down on him. This old man did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Xianxia growled, Old Tao, they're from the Tianyuan universe. The elder was puzzled. What? I didn't hear you clearly. City Lord, what's wrong? Why aren't you bowing to the young master? Xianxia gritted his teeth. This old thing. This old thing was the most troublesome person in Torch City. It was not that this old thing was unworthy of Xianxia. On the contrary, this old thing cooperated with Xianxia the most. He would do whatever Xianxia told him to do, and he would not object at all. However, this was precisely what worried Xianxia the most. He could not find a way to subdue this old man. If the others were unhappy with him, he would either have to find a way to subdue them or eliminate them. This old thing was the only one who treated him respectfully. He was slippery and had no dignity at all. However, he was also one of the Vice City Lords. He was powerful, and his seniority was extremely high. He was of the same generation as Lu Yin's grandfather, and he had many connections with the spiritualized universe. Even Lu Yin's grandfather had warned Luin not to touch this old thing. Luin had been Torch City's city lord for so many years, but this old thing had changed from being the most pleasing to the eye to being a thorn. A thorn that could not be removed. It did not hurt, but it was disgusting. We're from the Tianyuan universe, Luin repeated. The elder exclaimed, the Tianyuan universe? That grand universe? That universe that countless people worship and view as a mythical place? Heavens, young master, you're a god. Please accept this old man's bow. If possible, this old man hopes to join the Tianyuan universe. Even if it's just in name, I don't ask for anything else. I just hope to be closer to the mythical place and admire the demeanor of young master and the other experts. After saying that, he really bowed. Luin was speechless. Everyone else in the Tianyuan universe was speechless. Even the primogenitor was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? A dignified expert of the sequence laws was so shameless. Ba Lu and Yao stared at the elder in a daze. They had not expected a Vice City Lord to be like this. They had seen old Tao before. From afar, he had the aura of a banished immortal. Up close, he had a kind countenance, but now, he was shameless. Shameless. Second Purple despised him. Second Purple glared at her. Xianxia closed his eyes. This old man was just like that. He had no dignity at all. Introduce yourself, Lu Yin said indifferently. The elder hurriedly said respectfully, I'm old Tao. Young master, you can call me Little Tao. I'm one of the Vice City Lords of Torch City. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Regardless of whether it's Torch City or the spiritualized universe, I'm willing to contribute my meager strength to the gods of the mythical place. I only hope that young master will be satisfied. Then let's introduce Torch City. Young master, listen to me. This Torch City. Everyone in Torch City had been captured and had yet to wake up. They were all unconscious. At that moment, Lu Yin and company were standing in the cosmos. In front of them were endless springboards. These springboards were the channels that connected Torch City and the spiritualized universe. Let's begin, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xianxia took a deep breath and walked into the springboard. He began to connect with the spiritualized universe. He destroyed some springboards in a rhythmic manner and then completed some springboards that were just one step away from being completed. Through the destruction and completion of the springboards, he would create a connection with the spiritualized universe's springboards. This method consumed quite a lot of springboards. Every springboard could only be created by a primordial realm expert. Once they were destroyed, they would have to be remade. Therefore, even though there was a method to connect with the spiritualized universe, it was rarely used. Only the City Lord and the 3 Vice City Lords had the right to use it. It was the same for the spiritualized universe. A message was sent to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia said in a low voice, the next person to reply is Lord Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia, are you willing to accept this? Xianxia was puzzled. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. As the grandson of Xianxia, your grandfather has already paved the path for you. The foundation of the sequence has also been prepared. You're just waiting for him to abdicate and take up the position of Xianxia. But now, I've captured you. Let's not talk about your negligence in losing Torch City. Now that I've captured you, this stain is enough to become a mountain that stops you from taking up the position of Xianxia. Xianxia was filled with hatred. So what? Torch City is too weak in front of you. Wait, how do you know that my grandfather helped me pave the way? How do you know that he prepared the sequence foundation for me? What exactly do you know? Lu Yin did not answer. The more mysterious he was, the more intimidating he would be. Xiao's thoughts were in a mess, and he could not figure it out. It was one thing for someone from the Tianyuan universe to come to Torch City, but how did this person know about him? He even knew that his grandfather had prepared the sequence foundation for him. What was going on with this person? Suddenly, old Tao's words rang out in his ears. Mythological lands, gods. Tui, he actually remembered that shameless old man's words. At that moment, the springboard in front of him vibrated rhythmically. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Xianxia, it had been a long time. We meet again, Master Lu. This was a message that Xianxia sent to Lu Yin through the springboard. Xianxia understood and was surprised. They meet again? Xianxia had seen this person before? He had been to the Tianyuan universe? When? His instincts told him that there was a huge secret behind this, but another instinct told him to leave quickly. He could not watch, as it would not end well for him. I'll leave first. You can understand it yourself. Xianxia wanted to leave. Lu Tianyi stopped him. It's too late. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored him. He had already learned how to send messages through the springboard. Yes, we meet again. I never thought that you would be able to avoid the time reversal. If you did, you wouldn't be standing here. Is Torch City under your control? That should be within your expectations. The warship stopped at the last moment. You're inviting me into your trap. Don't move the springboard. You don't want to die. Don't worry. I'm just as afraid of unknown civilizations as you are. You've been to the Tianyuan universe, so you should know about the hive. There's an eternal realm existence behind it. I don't know. I'll just kill my way into Immemorial City, kill your master, and then slaughter my way to the above heaven sect. I'll kill the experts of the Tianyuan universe one by one. I don't have time to understand. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aren't you afraid that I'll use the springboard to fight you to the death if I'm destined to die? But you're not destined to die. Yu Tian was very confident. As long as one understood karma, they would know that Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Lu Yin smiled. You want to attack me in the spiritualized universe? You're thinking of a way to stop me from attacking? Tell me about it. Little Ling Cosmos. After a moment of silence, I should have killed Gen Kai back then. Lu Yin did not reply, as he was waiting for Yu Tian's reply. After this conversation, more than half of the springboard was destroyed. Torch City was connected to the spiritualized universe, but it had never sent so many messages before. Xiao's heart ached when she saw this, but she was not shocked by the messages she saw. What reversal of time? What killing into Immemorial City? What above heaven sect? What karma? What small spiritual universe? What were they talking about? His heart sank to the bottom, knowing that he was finished. Regardless of whether he could understand them or not, he would not be able to survive if he knew the names. It was not just the Tianyuan cosmos, it was even more impossible for him to survive in Yusong heaven. Yu Tian clearly had a secret that only he and the Tianyuan universe knew. He was done for. Even if I don't do anything, you can't reveal that you are from the Tianyuan cosmos. Lu Yin sneered. You want to protect your prestige? Some people are destined to know, but that's fine. We won't expose ourselves. You can think of a way to stop Torch City from revealing it. Then, I'll see you in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, I admire you very much for daring to come to the spiritualized universe. Once you come, your auras will be sensed. You won't be able to hide. Even if I don't do anything, there are plenty of experts in the spiritualized universe. You don't have to worry about that. We'll meet very soon. After ending the message, Lu Yin looked ahead silently. More than half of the springboards had been destroyed. The price of this conversation was rather high. Even if a primordial realm expert wanted to replenish the springboards, it would take a very long time. Most importantly, which primordial realm expert would be willing to slowly build a springboard here? And this was only Torch City's loss. The spiritualized universe's losses were even greater. They were probably all gone by now. If they used the small spiritual universe to stop Yu Tian, they would lose a peak enemy like Yu Tian in the spiritualized universe. Even though the spiritualized universe still had many experts, they were not pushovers. In short, they could do whatever they wanted. The spiritualized universe had a bone-deep disdain for the Tianyuan universe, so Lu Yin would let the spiritualized universe see how he would torture them in the end. Now that they were no longer tormented in their own universe, Lu Yin felt like he was a bird flying freely. He stretched lazily and only then noticed the ashen Xianxia. What did you understand? Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. There was no longer hatred in his eyes, but confusion. He knew that he was doomed. Even if the Tianyuan universe did not kill him, Yu Tian would not let him off. Why? Lu Yin looked at Wu Jiang. There's no reason. You're just unlucky. My grandfather won't let you off. I'm not going to kill you. Someone else wants to kill you. Get your grandfather to find trouble with him. Xiao was bitter. He knew that Lu Yin was referring to Yu Tian. How could he be fine after knowing such a huge secret? This person had only passed on a few words, and Yu Tian did not dare to act against the people from the Tianyuan universe. Those words were a huge secret, and if he knew, he would die. Lu Yin smiled at Xiao again. Don't be so discouraged. You still have a way out. Xiao looked at Lu Yin numbly. Lu Yin said, Torch City. Xiao did not understand at first, but then his eyes widened as he angrily shouted, You're too vicious. Lu Yin did not have the time to control Torch City. He had Xianxia stand against Xianxia. Torch City would still be under his control, but from now on, he would no longer belong to the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. He would only live for himself. Torch City was his way of protecting himself. Even if Xianxia promised not to act against him, Luyin would not believe him. This was because Xianxia's secret was too huge. This was the way that Luyin was giving him a way out. Torch City was located between the three universes, and Luyin would not return it to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Tianyuan universe that he could leave behind. After all, there were still many spiritualized experts in the consciousness universe, and they would be troublesome if they returned. He could only let Xianxia continue to watch over Torch City. Nothing had changed in Torch City, except for Xianxia. He had gone from someone who could become Xianxia's successor in the future to someone that Xianxia could not tolerate. Even his grandfather could not protect him, and he could only protect himself. Luyin shrugged. You have to be more ruthless against your enemies. He then straightened his expression, and a torrential killing intent descended upon Xianxia. This was the first time that Luyin had made a move here, and Xianxia felt as if the entire universe was collapsing. This was much more ferocious than Lu Tiany's attack. He had not felt such despair even when facing his grandfather. Xiao's mind crumbled. How could this person be so powerful? It was no wonder that Xianxia called him Master Lu. He was the master of the Tianyuan universe and a top powerhouse. Who do you think I am? I am Luyin, the master of the Tianyuan universe. If Xianxia can take your life, then so can I, remember. This is the way that I'm giving you a way out. Always remember this. Luyin left, and Xianxia closed his eyes. Everything changed in an instant. Although he was still alive, he had to think of ways to protect himself. He also had to face Xianxia's pressure. His future was dark. Luyin had not given him a way out, but an abyss. But he had no choice. When he returned to the boundless universe, Luyin told everyone about his conversation with Xianxia. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were not afraid of Xianxia's pressure, Luyin had been forced to reverse time because of Xianxia. Mr. Mu had replaced the primogenitor in suppressing the sequence's cord, and the primogenitor had followed him to the spiritualized universe to deal with Xianxia. Without Xianxia's pressure, they would have a much easier time. Let them do whatever they want. We have no choice. If we go to the spiritualized universe, we'll have to pass through its borders. There's probably a stone door there, and then we'll be chased by the entire spiritualized universe. That's a lot of trouble. This is war, not trouble. We won't have to fight all the time. There'll be a time to rest. There'll be a time when we can escape. Don't be so pessimistic. We're humans, and humans get tired. If we're chased by the entire spiritualized universe, they can kill us with their lives. Luyin nodded. That's why the first step is to avoid being chased by the entire spiritualized universe. There's no need for us to fight to the death with the spiritualized universe. It's better to join forces with the consciousness universe. Stillwater? P with Wu Zhang's ability and Elder Ancestor's power, I believe we can escape. Xianxia is worried about the spiritual universe, so he will not interfere. Besides, Xianxia is in the consciousness universe, so there will be at most 5 Xianxias attacking us. The spiritualized universes cannot be united. The more uniform their cultivation methods and resources are, the fiercer the competition will be. This is our opportunity. As he spoke, he paused and looked at the crowd. Everyone present was a top-notch expert with good manners and self-restraint. They might not be able to come up with a good solution if they were to try. Fortunately, Luyin had thought of it, and it was Ba Lu and the others who had given him the inspiration. I'm preparing to establish an organization that will specifically take in people that the spiritualized universe cannot tolerate, Luyin announced. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Luyin laughed. Has anyone ever seen someone being hunted down for a treasure? Have you ever seen someone with a blood feud? Some people are like clear water that cannot be tainted. We need such people. As for people like Ba Lu, who have violated 2 taboos of the spiritualized universe, we need even more. Everyone, work hard. If you have nothing to do, find something for the spiritualized universe. If there are no difficulties, create difficulties for the spiritualized universe. In short, I want to torment the spiritualized universe to death. This organization is called the Dayuvilla. At the city gate of Torch City, the people who had fainted were sent back to their original positions. Luin did not want to touch Torch City anymore, so he wanted to leave it as it was. Xiao would help him explain. Ba Lu and Yao looked at the city gate and held each other's hands. From now on, we are no longer people of the spiritualized universe, right? Yao was at a loss. Ba Lu was firm. No matter where we go, we will be together. Yao smiled and looked at Ba Lu. Be careful. That Master Lu will not help us out of kindness. He has his own motives. Ba Lu nodded. I know. We are at the mercy of others. This is the only way. Besides, he did save our lives. By the way, little Yao is still here. I hid her. Hurry up and find her. Don't lose her. Don't worry. Not long after, the two picked up a cute kitten from an abandoned box in a hidden corner of Torch City. Yao happily hugged it. Little Yao, did you miss me? 8Willow smiled happily. Ever since we parted, little Yao hasn't eaten or drunk for a few days. I told her that I would definitely bring you here, and she was finally willing to eat. Luckily, we didn't bring her along in the battle, or she would have died. I know. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have hidden her here. Once we escape to the consciousness universe, she can only wander about. I've let her down. Above Boundless, Luin looked at the corner of Torch City. Was that a life form from the consciousness universe? A very small life form from the consciousness universe? The spiritualized cultivators had actually adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Interesting. Ancestor She arrived and was shocked. They're actually adopting a life form from the consciousness universe. Can't they? This is a taboo in the spiritualized universe. Luin raised his brows. There are so many taboos in the spiritualized universe? Just one? Ancestor She smiled bitterly. Once a person breaks a taboo, they will no longer care about the taboo that once restricted them. It's obvious that they've adopted this life form for some time. Perhaps this is the first taboo they've broken. Luin looked at 8Willows and Yao. Was it kind to adopt a life form from the consciousness universe? Although the Dayuvilla existed to stir up trouble, it would not take in people who were wicked beyond redemption. 8Willows and Yao were rather suitable, and perhaps he could find them a backer. The genesis was not bad. Right, since adopting a life form from the consciousness universe was a taboo, Luin looked at Ancestor She. Ancestor She did not understand Lu Yin's gaze, but she had a bad feeling about it. What's the difference between adopting and surrendering? Luin looked away. Ancestor She sighed as Lu Yin's gaze made her feel danger. Surrendering life forms from the consciousness universe must be confirmed by Sang Tian. After all, that's a consciousness. Once it becomes strong, it can take over a cultivator's body. Only with Sang Tian's confirmation can it be considered a surrendering life form and survive in the spiritualized universe. And Sang Tian will leave a mark after confirming it. At this point, her expression sank. A mark of humiliation for us. At this point, Old Tao arrived and bowed respectfully to Luin. Honorable Lord, I'm here. May I ask what your orders? Luin waved, and Ancestor She left. Old Tao was astonished. Life form from the universe of consciousness? Yes, it was normal for the Heavens Yuan universe and the consciousness universe to work together. Perhaps it was because of the consciousness universe that the Heavens Yuan universe knew about the spiritualized universe and attacked. It was too obvious that the spiritualized universe wanted to restart them. Although he was astonished, he didn't show it in the slightest. He was as respectful as when they first met, and even bowed even deeper. Seeing him, Luin smiled faintly. How was the exchange with Xianxia? Old Tao said respectfully, we exchanged our admiration for Sir. Through City Lord Xianxia, this lowly one's admiration for Sir is like the torrential Milky Way, endless and unstoppable. It's also like the destruction of the starry sky, unstoppable. Xianxia scolded me quite harshly, right? No, absolutely not. Old Tao hurriedly said righteously, in front of this lowly one, he doesn't dare to scold Milord, but if he says a single word about Milord, this lowly one will fight it out with him. Xianxia was now clear about his position, and he knew that Xianxia would not let him off. For the sake of Torch City, Luin would not do anything to him. However, Luin didn't care about any of this. He carefully sized up Old Tao. I've gotten to know you, Old Tao. You're not bad, right? Old Tao's hair stood on end, and he carefully looked at Luin. What do you mean by not bad? Everything. You're too kind, sir. I still have to learn from you. These words were sincere, as he knew about Xia's encounter. He sucked in a breath of cold air, as he had a deep understanding of Lu Yin's ruthlessness. He could not offend this person, even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin turned to look in the direction of the consciousness universe. Prepare to head to the spiritualized universe with me. Old Tao was shocked. The spiritualized universe? Surprised? Of course, he was surprised. He had originally thought that the people from the Tianyuan universe would head to the consciousness universe and join forces with it to deal with the spiritualized universe. He had never imagined that they would actually want to go to the spiritualized universe. Wasn't that just courting death? He admitted that there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, but they couldn't compare to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia alone should have been able to deal with them. Xianxia had only told Old Tao about his situation, but he hadn't said anything about Xianxia's conversation with Lu Yin or the conditions they had agreed upon. He didn't dare to say anything at all, so Old Tao didn't know about this. Old Tao's reaction also made it clear to Lu Yin that Xianxia hadn't said anything. He was a smart person. Sir, the spiritualized universe is fraught with dangers, especially since you're from another universe. You don't belong to the spiritualized universe. Once you enter, you'll definitely be found, and it'll be very easy to find you. He knew that he had no choice, and since Lu Yin had suggested bringing him along, he didn't plan on refusing. He couldn't refuse, but going to the spiritualized universe meant that once he boarded Wu Zhang's ship, he would be a corpse the next time he wanted to get off. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and calmly said, "You don't have the right to decide where I go. Either come with me, or think of a way to escape from me. Choose one." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 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 P. Old Tao's expression turned ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. However, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to bow again. Sir, the direction you point in is where this lowly one will charge. I'll listen to everything you say. Is Torch City currently in an empty period? Yes. A group of people have gone to the consciousness universe, and a small group from the consciousness universe is rushing back. Then let's set off. Leave this place to Xianxia. Old Tao looked at Torch City with nostalgia. After this farewell, he didn't know if he would be able to return alive. Torch City was his favorite place. Not only was he free from the various struggles for power and schemes in the spiritualized universe, but he was also a Vice City Lord. He was free and unfettered, and he could see all sorts of people heading to and returning from the battlefield. Back then, he had used up all his connections to come to Torch City, but not long after, he had to leave again. He was too unlucky. Why did he have to be so unlucky? He glanced at Lu Yin's back again. That fiend. Wu Jiang set off towards the spiritualized universe. In all of Torch City, only Xianxia watched as Wu Jiang left. Everyone else had fainted, and it was up to Xianxia to explain things to them. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Spiritualized universe, here I come. The spiritualized universe was similar to the Heaven's Origin universe in that there were many parallel spacetimes. The difference was that the spiritualized universe had opened up many parallel spacetimes and arranged them in 4 different directions according to their rules. The entrances to these parallel spacetimes were connected in some way in the spiritualized universe's main spacetime, and any cultivator could go to any parallel spacetime through this connection. If the entire spiritualized universe was spread out and looked at as a painting, these connected spacetime lines formed a perfect combination. They formed a single word, spirit. At this moment, at the edge of the spiritualized universe, there was a giant stone door with many springboards inside and outside. There were even more springboards here than in Torch City, but because of the conversation between Xianxia and Luyin, more than half of them had been used up. On this day, the round-faced old man arrived. He wanted to use Xianxia's authority to contact Torch City. "I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia. Lord Xianxia has ordered that no one is to contact Torch City." The president's expression sank. "I'm Xianxia. I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia." The president looked at the springboards in front of him, which were clearly missing more than half, and his expression turned ugly. What was happening to Torch City? Xianxia controlled the spiritualized universe, but he was not supreme. There were many things that needed to be discussed with Xianxia. The 7 major Xianxians had to know that Torch City had been taken down by the Tianyuan universe. They could not contact Xianxia in the consciousness universe, so they could only inform Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. When the president received the news, he immediately wanted to contact Torch City, but he was rejected. Letting them know the news was out of respect for Xianxia, but not letting them contact Torch City was also Xianxia's right. The president urgently wanted to contact Torch City. Xiao was a junior that he had painstakingly nurtured, and he had planned a cultivation path for this junior. From birth until now, he understood Xiao better than Xiao himself. The Sky Devourer parasol combined with the devouring sequence was enough for Xiao to compete for Xianxia's position. But now that something like this had happened, he felt that his efforts might have been for naught. He only hoped that Xiao would not die. As long as he did not die, there would be a chance. In the vast starry sky, there was a deep darkness. The distance to the spiritualized universe was no different from the distance to the Tianyuan universe. Above Limitless, Luyin released Xianxia and smiled as he asked 8 Willows and Yao to become his disciples. Xianxia was stunned, as he could not understand what kind of disciple he had accepted. He was Lu Yin's prisoner, so why would he accept a disciple? But under Lu Yin's gaze, he did not dare to refute, so he could only accept 8 Willows and Yao. 8 Willows and Yao were equally confused. They did not know Xianxia, and they could not understand why Luyin wanted them to become his disciples. Disciple is 8 Willows. Disciple is Yao. Greetings, Master. Xianxia grunted. Although he was confused, he was just accepting a disciple, not a life and death battle. Moreover, these 2 disciples seemed to be pretty good. Yao was a soul progenitor, and although she was not proficient in killing, her realm was still there. She was also a cultivator from the spiritualized universe and had come into contact with sequence laws. It was not impossible for her to reach the sequence laws. As for 8 Willows, Xianxia was even more satisfied. Ling Zhan was a half-step progenitor who could fight progenitors. This was an extremely talented disciple. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with being forced by Luyin, this was the first time he had accepted a disciple in so many years. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, they were equally confused. Were they also forced by Luyin? He felt a rare sense of familiarity, but of course, it was only a trace. As for them being forced by Luyin to become his disciples, Xianxia coughed. "Are you cultivators from the spiritualized universe?" 8 Willows respectfully replied, "Yes, Master. I am Xianxia." 8 Willows was stunned. Xianxia? What a familiar name. Yao was also stunned, and then her gaze changed as she blurted out, "Xianxia?" 8 Willows was shocked. "Xianxia?" Xianxia's lips curled up, and he smiled in satisfaction. This was the reaction he wanted. Forced by Luyin to become his disciple? That was impossible. The fact that these 2 little fellows were able to acknowledge him as their master was the fortune of 8 lifetimes. Not bad. Ba Lu and Yao looked at each other in shock. They had never imagined that Xianxia would be the one being forced to become their disciple. They subconsciously looked at Luyin. Luyin's expression was calm. Nearby, Suwangtian picked his nose and rolled his eyes. Battlemaster Celestial held his golden staff and looked out into space. Old Tao watched from nearby, and he was equally shocked. This was his first time seeing Xianxia, and he had never imagined that Xianxia would be captured by Luyin. He had seen Yuan Qi being released from Lu Yin's cosmic ring with his own eyes. But then again, it was normal. Yuan Qi's Xianxia had gone to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago, and this was one of the things that Xianxia had announced to the spiritualized universe. The great Xianxia had already killed his way into the Tianyuan universe, so there was nothing for the Tianyuan universe to fear. However, since the Tianyuan universe had attacked first, they must have dealt with their internal problems. Yuan Qi's Xianxia was the biggest internal problem. It was not surprising that he had been captured. Yuan Qi looked at their shocked expressions and was even more satisfied. What? Am I not worthy to be your master? Ba Lu and Yao hurriedly bowed. We would never have dreamed that we could become Yuan Qi's disciples. Thank you, master. They then bowed to Lu Yin. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Are you satisfied with this, master? Ba Lu respectfully replied, we wouldn't dare. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Qi. Are you satisfied with these two disciples? Yuan Qi did not know what Lu Yin wanted to do, but he did his best not to appear humble in front of his disciples. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. Since they are your disciples, you must protect them. There are many in the spiritualized universe who want to deal with them. Why? Yuan Qi looked at Ba Lu and Yao curiously. He knew that the reason why Lu Yin had asked him to take them in as disciples was about to be revealed. Even Xianxia felt a little uneasy. After all, he understood Lu Yin too well. This person's methods of doing things were unconventional, but they were surprisingly effective. Xianxia was definitely being used, but he did not know to what extent. Furthermore, these two brats were at most at the spirit progenitor level, so how could they possibly offend Xianxia? As long as it wasn't Xianxia, he could settle it. Ba Lu and Yao looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I come from the 10,000 beasts border, while Yao comes from the divine dominator mountain. We're together. Yuan Qi frowned and didn't react for a moment. Then, he thought of something and said in shock, spirit molting in beast form and spirit molting in human form. You two are together? This is a taboo. That's not all. Royal God Mountain is forbidden from marrying outsiders, and they've even adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Hurry up and let primordial mulberry sky take a look at little Yao. Make her happy. Yuan Qi was speechless, and he looked deeply at Ba Lu and Yao. He understood that Lu Yin wanted him to take the lead. Lu Yin's goal in bringing these two along was obvious, to cause trouble for the spiritualized universe, or rather, to have the spiritualized universe cause trouble for him. Breaking a taboo was absolutely forbidden in the spiritualized universe, and he wanted them to take him as their master so that he could take the lead. The dignified primordial mulberry sky was harboring two people who had broken a taboo. If news of this spread, Lu Yin would be in trouble. The spiritualized universe would definitely strip him of his position as mulberry sky. His position as mulberry sky was empty. Yuan Qi looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you want the spiritualized universe to fight for mulberry sky's position? Lu Yin did not refute this, as this was indeed his plan. He wanted to make one of mulberry sky's positions empty and see just how crazy those mad dogs Bao Qi had mentioned before his death were. He wanted to see just how attractive mulberry sky's position was to them. Ba Lu and Yao fell silent, not daring to think too much. They knew that they had been used by Lu Yin, but they had never thought that he would use mulberry sky's level. Yuan Qi sighed. Master Lu, you're a good person. I'm impressed. Lu Yin did not care about Yuan Qi, and his gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yao. I saved your lives, so we're even now. Even if you and I are enemies, I will do my best to protect you and give you a chance. If we can safely retreat from the spiritualized universe in the future, you can follow me to the Tianyuan universe. If we can't, then we will die together. This is your fate because you met me. Remember, my name is Lu Yin, Master of the Tianyuan universe. Ba Lu held Yao's hand and slowly bowed to Lu Yin. We understand. Everything is decided by Master Lu. We have no complaints. Yuan Qi sighed. He had complaints, but were they of any use? Now that he looked at these two disciples again, he felt disgusted. By the way, Primordial Mulberry Sky, they are your disciples, so please guide them carefully. I hope that you will treat them as your disciples and develop a relationship with them. Then, you will have someone to send you off. Lu Yin's final words made Yuan Qi want to curse. Year after year passed. There was a springboard between Torch City and the spiritualized universe, and there was no need for Lu Yin and the others to build one. This saved them the time needed to build a springboard, and they only needed 10 years to reach the spiritualized universe. 9 years later, Wu Jiang continued to head toward the spiritualized universe. There was only 1 year left before they reached the spiritualized universe. What awaited them was a huge battle. Even if Yu Sang Tian did not participate in this battle, there were other Sang Tians and some other powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. They might not be able to gain an advantage. Someone's here. Luo Shan's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that someone was heading toward the spiritualized universe. That was strange. Those who could travel this path were all spiritualized cultivators. Was this person trying to return to the spiritualized universe without the help of a springboard? How long would that take? Furthermore, this person was not very powerful. The only reason he could fly within the space was because of a power vessel. Bring him up. The genius was extremely unwilling and extremely hateful. He hated himself for being so weak. He hated those who had snatched his resources. He hated the spiritualized universe. He hated everyone. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? He didn't want to die. In this boundless space, even if he died, no one would know. Those despicable hypocrites, he wanted to tear off their masks with his own hands and kill them with his own hands. If his hatred could be converted into strength, Kai Jun felt that he would be invincible. However, what he was facing now was death, and the strange treasure on his body was obviously not going to hold on any longer. Those bastards, instead of killing him, they had left him in a square inch away to wait for death. Those bastards, those bastards. Behind him, an oppressive feeling assaulted him. Kai Jun turned his head and saw an incomparably huge battleship. It was bigger than any battleship he had ever seen. It was even bigger than the battleship heading to the Tianyuan cosmos. How could this be? Where did the spiritualized universe come from? Big battleship? He had seen the battleships that transported cultivators to the consciousness universe. 30 years ago, the battleship heading to the Tianyuan cosmos had been the biggest one he had ever seen, but it still couldn't compare to this one. Who owned this battleship? He opened his arms and wanted to be brought up. He knew that it was futile, but he had no choice. Within the space of a square inch, anyone who was in the middle of a gangplank would be abandoned midway. Regardless of the reason behind the abandonment, those who had the right to abandon others were not simple themselves. Kai Jun had been abandoned, and the person who had abandoned him had a certain status even in Beyond Heaven's supreme palace. During this period of time, he had encountered several battleships, but none of them were willing to take him. He tried his best, but he was getting closer and closer to death. This battleship was the biggest one he had ever seen, and he held on to a tiny sliver of hope. An irresistible force swept through his body, and Kai Jun felt the world turn upside down. When he looked around, he saw that he was facing a group of strangers. Beside him, there was a handsome man with wretched movements staring at him. Kai Jun's mouth was dry, and he nervously said, "I'm Kai Jun Sr., please give me a ride." "Explain your situation," Old Tao said because Lu Yin had glanced at him. Only Old Tao, Ba Lu, and Yao understood the current spiritualized universe. Of the three, Old Tao was naturally qualified to ask questions. Kai Jun looked at Old Tao with uncertainty. "You are Torch City's Vice-City Lord?" Old Tao nodded. "Young man, explain your situation." Kai Jun was excited. "Are you really Torch City's Vice-City Lord, Senior Old Tao?" "I'm Kai Jun, the descendant of a genius from beyond heaven." "Greetings, Senior." "Genius from beyond heaven? That Kai family?" Old Tao was curious. Kai Jun said, "Yes, that Kai family. He's currently ranked 9th on the White Soul list, and he only has 3 blades." Old Tao was puzzled. "Didn't Kai family leave Torch City a long time ago? You all went to the consciousness universe to fight and returned alive." Shouldn't you have returned to the spiritualized universe by now? Kai Jun bowed deeply to Old Tao. This junior was harmed by a scoundrel and faced death. If it wasn't for senior passing by, this junior would have already died. Please accept a bow from this junior. He was about to kneel down when he was stopped by Old Tao. He had no intention of saving this person. Even though Old Tao treated everyone cheerfully and spoke well of them and did not offend anyone, he also did not lean towards anyone. This kind of person was even more heartless. If Old Tao could make the decision, he would not have saved Kai Jun at all, much less spoken to him. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. How did you get harmed by a scoundrel? Tell me about it. Lu Yin's voice sounded with interest. Old Tao fell silent. Kai Jun was astonished. He had only hoped that these people would bring him to the spiritualized universe, and his matters would not be of interest to anyone else. This was the world of cultivation. Old Tao could not possibly make the decision for him just because of a few words of praise. That was impossible. However, this person was curious about his matters. Kai Jun looked at Lu Yin. Could this young man be Old Tao's disciple or a junior? Lu Yin sized Kai Jun up. Your cultivation is not high, and you're only a spirit warrior. You're relying on a power vessel to survive in this space, but the power vessel itself has a flaw. You're walking towards death, and someone is tormenting you. They're pushing you closer to death, but you're powerless and will forever be lost in the darkness. I'm very interested in your matters. Tell me about it, and I might be able to help you. Kai Jun did not believe him at all. Help him? Since when was there such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Kai Jun knew that it was impossible, but he still said it. In any case, he would not lose out. If he really encountered a 1 in a billion chance and Senior Tao was willing to interfere, then he would have a chance to obtain what he deserved. With that in mind, Kai Jun told them about his situation. The matter was very simple. The Geniuses Beyond Heaven was a large family. Although it was nowhere close to the likes of God-ruling mountain, the Myriad Beasts region, or the School of Arts, it was close to the heavenly palace of Jade Water. After all, the Kai family had a person called Kai Sandao, who was ranked 9th on the spiritualized universe's White Soul rankings. The so-called White Soul rankings included the rising stars below the primordial realm. Although it did not include the entire spiritualized universe, it represented the strength of that level to a certain extent. For example, Palace Mistress Jade had once been in the top 3 of the White Soul rankings, but she had retired after breaking through to the primordial realm. As for Kai Sandao, he had entered the rankings. Even though he was at the bottom, it was still quite impressive. With such a height, he had a 70% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. With this ancestor, the Kai family naturally rose in status. Once Kai Sandao broke through to the primordial realm, the Kai family's status would be close to the heavenly palace of Jade Water. They would be second to none among the many organizations in the Beyond Heaven. Kai Jun's parents were from a side branch of the Kai family. They were very talented, and they had brought the side branch to a level where even the main branch did not dare to look down on them. They had also accumulated a great fortune. However, during the war in the Mind Universe, his parents had died. Kai Jun immediately went from being a side branch genius who had the right to compete with the main branch's disciples to a pitiful wretch whose parents' fortune had been stolen and abandoned. His parents' fortune had been stolen by the main branch's young master, and it was all because of a single sentence from the main branch's little princess. She had even used the Kai family's influence to throw him off the ship, leaving him to fend for himself in the Mind Universe. The main branch's young master knew very well that no one would save Kai Jun. They did not want to bear the crime of killing their own clansmen. Furthermore, Kai Jun's parents had contributed greatly during the war in the Mind Universe. Such a person could not be touched, but he could be thrown away. This was Kai Jun's fate. He did not say much, but he had successfully gained everyone's sympathy. Even Celestial Doshing looked over. Kai Jun bowed deeply. He did not say anything naive like asking Lu Yin and the others to uphold justice for him. If they wanted to hear it, then they would hear it. As for whether they would interfere, that was not up to him. Old Tao sympathized with Kai Jun, but this was too common for cultivators. Was it fair? It represented ridicule. Ba Lu also sympathized with the talent, but when he thought about himself, he was not qualified to sympathize with others. This person was lucky. It seemed that Master Lu liked this kind of person. The universe was very realistic. It was not easy to survive, even if one was born with a monstrous background. The only fairness in the universe was life and death. Everyone sympathized with the prodigy who had gone through such an experience. But on the other hand, if his parents hadn't died and had left him a large family business, his talent wouldn't be bad. He had achieved the strength of a spirit battle master at such a young age. Compared to those ordinary cultivators, he would also be envied by everyone. This was fate, a fate that no one could control. Many people had helped him along his path of cultivation, such as Mr. Mu, Leon's Armada, Astral 10, and many others. He also had the innate gifts that the 7 heroes had given him, the turbid treasures that he had brought with him, the legacy of the Lu family, and the opportunities that others envied. Even so, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Their sympathy only lasted for a moment. There were many people who were more miserable than Kaijun, and they had seen many of them. Kaijun himself had never expected anyone to help him. He still had to rely on himself. Luin calmly looked at the prodigy as the objects around him gradually disappeared. Instead, he saw many figures surrounding the prodigy as he used the self-illumination technique. His fingertip. He leaped in a spiral and flicked his finger. A karmic spiral pierced through the figures and the prodigy. At this moment, only the prodigy sensed something strange and looked at Luin. The others could not sense the karmic spiral. The prodigy felt something the moment he was pierced through by the karmic spiral, but it also seemed like he hadn't. He subconsciously looked at his own body, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. So what had that feeling been? Luin relied on the karmic spiral to see part of what had happened to Kaijun. Everything had a cause and an effect. What he wanted to see was why Kaijun had ended up in such a state. What was the cause that this effect had induced? He saw 2 youths, one male and one female, toss Kaijun off the battleship. At his fingertip, the spiral leaped again and pierced through Kaijun. Kaijun felt the strange sensation of being pierced through again. He looked at his own body again, but there was still nothing. He looked up at Luin and suddenly felt like he had been completely seen through. It was as if he had no secrets in front of this person. This feeling was like the birth of heaven and earth, where nothing had ever happened and nothing had ever fallen. What was this feeling? Kaijun could not describe it, but he knew that this one look had given him an extreme sense of worship. He should not have any secrets in front of this person, not even a single one. You've gone too far. We'll help you, Luin said, returning to normal. Kaijun was stunned and thought that he had misheard. Sir, what did you say? Luin was serious. The Kai family has gone too far. We can't stand it, so we'll help you. Kaijun heard it clearly and could not believe it. Was there such a thing in the universe? He had described his experiences, but these people had not even confirmed anything and were now willing to help him? Was there really such a kind person? The feeling of meeting Lu Yin's gaze appeared again, and Kaijun could not resist Lu Yin's words. That innate trust made it impossible for him to refute. Everyone looked away. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were the first batch of offenders to join the Dayu Villa. Although this genius wasn't an offender, he gave the Dayu Villa an excuse to cause trouble. Luin liked people like this. If you're willing to let us help you, then join the Dayu Villa. I forgot to tell you that we all belong to the Dayu Villa, and I'm the 3rd master. He then pointed at Old Tao, he's the 2nd master. Stillwater? Old Tao was stunned. Sir, Luin pointed at Xianxia again, he's the boss's. Xianxia was speechless. This was forcing him to his death. Kaijun was also stunned. Head of the household? No matter how he looked at it, this form of address didn't sound reliable at all. It felt like he had taken over a mountain and become a king. Had he fallen into a trap? However, with what had happened to him, he was already extremely lucky to be able to survive. He bowed deeply to Xianxia, this junior greets the 1st master. Xianxia ignored him. Kaijun bowed to Old Tao again. Greetings, 2nd master. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Finally, Kaijun bowed to Luin. Greetings, Third Master. Go and rest. Kaijun retreated. He did not know where he should go, and he just wanted to find a quiet place to stay. Wu Jiang continued to head towards the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, hoping that he would run into one or two more unlucky fellows. The Daya Villa needed to make a name for itself, and only then would it be able to attract the attention of everyone in the spiritualized universe. Once someone noticed, someone would come knocking on their door. They were tormenting themselves to death. Half a month later, Kaijun finally calmed down. At this moment, he was in the desert of forgetfulness, looking at the desert with a dazed gaze. He analyzed everything that he had said and heard over the past half a month, and he gradually realized that these people definitely did not sympathize with him. They were just using him. However, he did not know what he could be used for. After thinking about it for a long time, he walked out of the desert of forgetfulness and looked for the man and woman he had seen before. After all, he had cultivated in the spiritualized universe for many years, and he had some ability to judge people. Although he had been a little confused that day, there was one man and one woman who were clearly different from the others. They looked at him differently, and they were one of the few powerhouses who did not give him any pressure. He decided to look for them to understand the situation. A few days later, Kaijun saw Ba Lu and Yi Yao in the treasury. They were strolling around with little Yao. Kaijun walked towards them and bowed. Greetings, seniors. Ba Lu and Yi Yao did not give Kaijun any pressure. It was not that they did not give him any pressure, but rather that the pressure they gave him was much smaller than the others. Now that Kaijun was facing them alone, he felt that the pressure they gave him was not small either. They should be half-step spiritual ancestors or even spiritual ancestors. Why were there so many experts in the Dayu Villa? What is it? Ba Lu asked calmly. Kaijun respectfully replied, since I've joined the Dayu Villa, I feel that I should learn more about it. Fortunately, I met the two of you. Do you have the time to give me some pointers? Yao bent down and hugged little Yao. Little Yao bared its fangs at Kaijun and was very cute. Ba Lu teased little Yao. It's called little Yao. It's very cute, right? Kaijun smiled. Yes, it's very cute. It's a life form from the universe of consciousness. We adopted it without permission. Kaijun's expression changed. When he looked at little Yao again, his gaze was completely different. Adoption without permission was a taboo in the spiritualized universe. He looked at Ba Lu. Before he could say anything, Ba Lu continued, I'm from the 10,000 Beast territory. You can see that. She's called a Yao from the Royal God Mountain. We're together. After that, Ba Lu teased little Yao again and slowly left with Yi Yao. Kaijun was dumbfounded. What was going on? How was this possible? She had taken in a life form from the universe of consciousness without permission. Not to mention the fact that the woman was from the Royal God Mountain. The Royal God Mountain forbade marriage with the outside world. This was a strict order from the Royal God Mountain. They had violated 3 prohibitions in a row. By the way, the first master is Xianxia. Kaijun suddenly turned around and was shocked. Xianxia? Xianxia? Ba Lu and Yi Yao had already left, leaving Kaijun in confusion. He could not see the Dayu Villa clearly, but he knew that his life was completely different from before. What he was going to face next would be completely beyond his imagination. Perhaps, he was involved in Xianxia's battle. At the boundary of the spiritualized universe, the president once again requested to contact Torch City. Xianxia's reply was very simple. He did not allow them to contact Torch City, but allowed the president to go to Torch City to deal with this matter. The president could not understand this result, but since he could go to Torch City, he would naturally go. In order to prevent any accidents, the head guild master continuously recruited experts from his faction. Whether it was hiring experts, benefits, or favors, he used all of them. Xiao was the only one in his generation who could succeed Xianxia. He tried his best to make Xiao the city lord of Torch City. With this qualification, as long as she was strong enough, she could succeed Xianxia and protect their Chamber of Commerce for another generation. This was the spiritualized universe's Chamber of Commerce. It was the future of the entire region. Nothing could happen to it. The Tianyuan universe? He wanted the Tianyuan universe to know how terrifying the Tianyuan universe was once they went all out. Under the general president's summons, more and more experts arrived at the border of the spiritualized universe. There are already 6 spirit ancestors, and Xianxia is still recruiting. Someone at the border was discussing. Not only that, I just saw 2 more spirit ancestors arrive. 2 sequence law experts have already arrived. That's Dongyi? Dongyi is here too? That's right, he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce. That's Dongyi? He's 7th on the White Soul list. Anyone who can get on the White Soul list has a 90% chance of reaching Spirit Genesis. The next step is to compete for Xianxia's position. They're only 2 steps away from Xianxia. You can't say it like that. These 2 steps have stumped too many people. There are many spirit beginning experts in the 36 domains, but there are only 7 in Xianxia. Have you forgotten how tragic Xianxia's ascension was back then? If Baoqi hadn't taken a shortcut and obtained the Cauldron Bell, he might not have gotten Xianxia's position. Shut up, Xianxia isn't someone we can talk about. Be careful not to cause trouble. As time passed, more and more experts gathered at the border. The general president was waiting. He didn't know that Wu Jiang had arrived. Yu Xianxia knew, but he didn't say anything. He allowed the general president to go to Torch City, but could they really go? The general president turned around, and a murderous intent flashed. The 3 assassins had also arrived. In order to invite the 3 assassins, he had paid a great price. 30 years ago, they had gathered to invade the Tianyuan universe, and there had been 3 assassins. The 3 of them weren't weak when they joined forces. Oh? Only 3 blades had also arrived. The general president had used a lot of favors to invite the Kai family. Although 3 blades was far from being Xianxia's match, he was still on the White Soul list, so Xianxia couldn't order him around. In order to invite 3 blades, the general president had used up all the favors he had given the Kai family. The arrival of 3 blades shocked the border again. Dongyi was able to come because he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce, and 3 blades' arrival showed them the general president's influence. So far, the general president had recruited 3 sequence law experts, 12 spirit ancestors, 2 White Soul list experts, and 3 assassins. Outsiders couldn't detect them at all. With so many powers gathered, the president was confident that he could fight against the people from the Tianyuan universe. How many experts could a mere Tianyuan universe send? Although he was surprised that the Tianyuan cosmos had taken the initiative to come here, the Tianyuan cosmos still had primordial origin and Tianxi. These people might have fled, but he did not believe that the Tianyuan cosmos could defeat primordial origin and the others, much less the Eternals. Even if he did not make a move himself, the strength he had gathered was enough to fight Xianxia. The main guild leader immediately contacted Yu Xianxia and requested to head to Torch City. Yu Xianxia did not reply. The president continued to contact them. Half a month later, the president was still unable to contact Yu Xianxia. His face darkened. Yu Xianxia couldn't have played him. After all, he was Yu Xianxia. Yu Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing. But why did he ignore him? He could only continue contacting her patiently. Leaving the spiritualized universe without Yu Xianxia's permission was a crime. Another month passed, and on this day, the president finally contacted Yu Xianxia. With Yu Xianxia's approval, they could head to Torch Fire City. The president ordered, "Open the door." The huge stone door opened. On the battleship, the president stood beside several sequence law experts. They looked into the distance. 10 years. In 10 years, he could reach Torch Fire City. He hoped that Xianxia would not die. Those people from the Tianyuan universe would definitely flee to the consciousness universe. But no matter where they fled, they were doomed. 40 years ago, he had not invaded the Tianyuan universe. Since he had failed to achieve his goal of invading the Tianyuan universe, he would deal with the Tianyuan universe's cultivators first. The battleship was about to set sail when a small dot appeared in the darkness. It was getting closer and closer. The president frowned. What was that? Was that a battleship? He had never seen such a battleship before. Suddenly, the president had a flash of inspiration. Tian Yuan Universe. Yu Sang Tian had only replied now. It had been exactly 10 years since the incident at Torchfire City. Those people were from the Tian Yuan universe. Not good. Close the door. In an instant, the president cleared up his thoughts. His heart sank to the bottom. He had underestimated the Tian Yuan universe. Previously, he had believed that the Tian Yuan universe had come to Torch City because they had received an invitation from the consciousness universe to work together against the spiritualized universe, or that they had fled the Tian Yuan universe and given up on it. As a result, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only wanted to go to Torch City to deal with it, but now that he saw that the Tian Yuan universe had taken the initiative to attack the spiritualized universe, he knew that he was in deep trouble. Stillwater? Going to Torch City and going to the spiritualized universe were two completely different concepts. The fact that the Tian Yuan universe had the confidence to attack the spiritualized universe meant that they were extremely powerful. He was no longer thinking about how to deal with the experts of the Tian Yuan universe. Instead, he wanted to stop them outside the stone door. He couldn't let them in. He had also figured out Yu Sang Tian's goal. Yu Sang Tian had given him time to gather the experts of his faction, and they were all gathered at the border. If this war started, the people of his faction would most likely die. He would not allow that to happen. Absolutely not. If he sacrificed the experts of his faction for Xianxia, then who would protect Xianxia and become Yu Sang Tian? The giant stone door slowly closed. Above Wu Jiang, the progenitor looked into the distance. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the stone door. He raised his arms and easily pushed the stone door open, causing a commotion in the spiritualized universe. A completely unfamiliar feeling appeared. In front of the progenitor was the sealed realm, and the president immediately tried to push him away. Is this the sealed realm? The progenitor struck out with a palm, causing the starry sky to tremble. The sealed realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The president was shocked. This was an expert on Yu Sang Tian's level. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. The progenitor's figure disappeared as he headed towards the president. Wu Jiang passed through the stone door and entered the spiritualized universe. At that moment, the spiritualized universe's sky changed. Yu Sang Tian's gaze landed on the border. At that moment, the Tian Yuan universe had officially invaded the spiritualized universe. The tributary of the River of Time also experienced a reversal. At that moment, the history of the spiritualized universe changed. No one knew where the future would lead, except for Yu Sang Tian. He had schemed against the president and wanted to use the Tian Yuan universe to bury the Grand Commons. He had also schemed against Luin. Karma was enough to bury Luin. Although Luin had not avoided the reversal of time, he had retained his memories. This was his strength. When he reactivated the little spiritual universe, everything would be settled. Whether it was the spiritualized universe, the Tian Yuan universe, or the consciousness universe, they would all be toyed with. Chu Yi, Desolate God, Lu Tianyi, Celestial Victor, and the others walked out of Wu Jiang and charged towards the spiritualized universe's border. At the spiritualized universe's border, besides the Grand Commons experts gathered by the president, there was also a group of cultivators who had originally been guarding the border. Although these cultivators were not peak powerhouses like the president, Dong Yi, or only Sandao, the number of sequence laws powerhouses far exceeded the entire region. More than 10 sequence laws powerhouses moved out. They joined forces with the Grand Commons. Only the immemorial battlefield and the tributary of the River of Time could be seen. The Tian Yuan universe's border battlefield could be compared. Those were all sequence laws powerhouses. But no matter how many there were, it was useless. Luin had Su Wang at his waist and the strength beast at his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the stars were extinguished and replaced the sky. Under the Sky Palace, the power of the constellation circulated and shattered the endless void. Su Wang and the strength beast all charged out. There was also a battleship in front of Wu Jiang, but it was much smaller. This was the ship that the president and the others had planned to use to head to Torch City. On the battleship, Dong Yi, Kai Sandao, and the others were shocked. Experts that made their hearts tremble walked out of Wu Jiang. How could there be so many of them? Kai Sandao did not even think before fleeing. Dong Yi wanted to leave as well, but he was too late. Su Wangtian had already arrived and was playing with the void. The Su secret word used the stars as chess pieces. The chess pieces could be destroyed, but the board could not. He held a slipper in his hand and seemed to have no image at all, but it was a disaster. In a corner, the three assassins looked at each other. Are we leaving or not? We've been hired. We can't leave. If we don't leave, we're dead. Dong Yi was instantly suppressed. Let's go. It was also too late, as the second anima had targeted them. Perhaps this was fate. In a tributary of the River of Time, the three assassins had killed the Forsaken Path and attracted the second anima. Both sides had fought to the death on the spiritualized universe's battleship, and the second anima had used a life for a life to wear down the three assassins. Now, the three assassins were facing the second anima once again. The only difference was that the Luo Shan had joined in this battle. The desolate god had torn apart the spirit progenitor with a swipe of its claws. Doshing the celestial's golden staff swept out, and no one could block it. Mu Zhu, Yi Qing, and the other experts suppressed the border. Green sword light from the ancestors' light-sifting sword swept out, destroying the essence, energy, and spirit. 8 Willows, Yao, Genius, and even Old Tao were stunned. Was this a war? No, this was a massacre. This was the border of the spiritualized universe, and even Sang Tian had appeared, but he was being slaughtered. When had the spiritualized universe ever been so weak? Luin had not expected you Sang Tian to be so bold. Of the 7 Sang Tians in the spiritualized universe, 2 were in the consciousness universe. Meng Sang and the one true god did not know of the situation, but Luin was the origin. Baoqi was connected to Luin by karma, so it was normal that Yu Sang Tian did not allow him to appear. What about the other Sang Tian? Sang Tian from the School of Arts had not appeared either. Luin had thought that a difficult battle would await him here. Yu Sang Tian would gather countless experts from the spiritualized universe to attack him. However, this group of people could not compare to the experts from the tributary of the River of Time that had invaded the Tianyuan universe. What was Yu Sang Tian thinking? Had he allowed Luin to enter the spiritualized universe? Was he really that confident that everything was under his control? The more Yu Sang Tian allowed Luin to do as he pleased, the more uneasy Luin felt. However, this uneasiness would disappear as his strength increased. If Yu Sang Tian dared to play big, then so did Luin. It was just a matter of who would play bigger. This border might as well disappear and see what Yu Sang Tian was capable of. The starry sky around the heart spread out, and those who had already escaped did not count. Those who remained would not be able to escape. No one could stop the experts of the Tianyuan universe, the difference was too great. If this had been a spiritualized universe, it would have been equivalent to using sequence laws to fight against Sang Tian. There was simply no comparison. The Tianyuan universe did not even need to sacrifice anyone, there were simply too many top-notch experts. The spiritualized universe had never been invaded like this before, and blood was not enough to describe it. In the end, the president fled and abandoned the sealed world. As someone who had crossed the bitter adversity, Sang Tian had abandoned his sequence foundation to save his life, and even the progenitor had not been able to catch him. Don't worry about it. He's someone who has crossed the bitter adversity, and he's been a Sang Tian for far too long. Senior, you've been suppressing the sequence's strings in Primeval City. In terms of cultivation time, he might not be any slower than you, Luin consoled. The progenitor rolled his eyes. He didn't rely on his strength to escape. He relied on a turbid treasure. Luin was astonished. He has a turbid treasure? What do you think? Turbid treasures are rare, but what's so strange about someone at the bitter adversity obtaining one? Don't you have one as well? The probability of you obtaining a turbid treasure is much lower than Dukui obtaining one. Luin thought about it and agreed. Then why hadn't the president used a turbid treasure in the tributary of the River of Time? Was it not time to save his life? Against the progenitor, he had abandoned the sealed world and used a turbid treasure instead. Perhaps even Yu Sang Tian did not know about this treasure. This is what you wanted. The progenitor gave the sealed world to Luin. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He had never obtained a sealed world in the tributary of the River of Time, which was ranked 5th among the 10 sequence foundations. It had a boundless amount of sequence particles, and it had been condensed by 359 sequence foundation powerhouses since ancient times. It was the most sequence foundation that Luin had ever seen. The president had tried his best to protect the tributary of the River of Time, and now, he had obtained it in his first battle against the spiritualized universe. The president had retreated, and the spiritualized powerhouses had been killed one after another. Dongyi had lost to Suwangtian. Their strength had been about the same, but Suwangtian had the slipper and Lu Tianyi had joined the battle. The other spiritualized cultivators had long since been defeated. Luin immediately collected all the sequence foundation powerhouses and the spirit progenitor's corpse. He then controlled Boundless to fly away from the border. They had only dealt with the powerhouses, and there were still many cultivators below the spirit battle realm at the border. Luin did not attack these people, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to see how Xianxia would suppress this matter. Xianxia was the only one who had spoken to Torch City. He had not taken precautions against the invasion of the universe, which was a dereliction of duty. If news of this battle spread, Xianxia's prestige would definitely be damaged. However, Luin had still underestimated Xianxia. Although they hadn't made a move, none of the remaining cultivators at the border had survived. Only 2 people were still alive. One was the guild leader, and the other was Sandao. With only 3 strikes, he had slipped away at the beginning of the battle. He was faster than anyone else. As for the president, he didn't say anything. As for the border, Xianxia had ordered a change of guard. The cultivators who had been stationed at the border had already gone to Torchfire City. Although it seemed far-fetched, it was suppressed by Xianxia's unparalleled might. Kai region, this was where the Kai clan was located. Just as Sandao escaped back to the Kai domain, before he even reached the Kai clan, a vast pressure descended. He hurriedly knelt down. Only 3 swords. Listen to Xianxia's instructions. If you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey. The vast pressure came and went as quickly as it came. Only Sandao knelt for a long time before he got up. He heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. He would never say a word about what happened at the border, not in this lifetime. He knew that he had witnessed a scheme that had buried the Grand Universal Domain and the experts of the General President's faction. He wasn't a member of the Grand Universal Domain and had only been invited by the General President to help. That was how he had managed to save his life. On the other side, in the Grand Universal region, the president fled back, battered and exhausted. A vast pressure descended. The president clenched his fists. What about the sealed world? The president's face turned pale. Dare I ask you, Xianxia, why didn't you do anything? Where is the sealed world? The head guild master's mouth was bleeding, but he endured it. The sealed world has been lost, please punish me, Xianxia. Since you have lost your sequence foundation, you should be stripped of Xianxia's position. In consideration of your many years of hard work, I will allow Xianxia to inherit Xianxia's position. The president looked up in surprise. Xianxia? Hand over the turbid treasures, is that all? The president's eyes flickered as he bowed deeply. I understand. When Xianxia inherits Xianxia's position, the turbid treasure will be given to you, Xianxia. Eh? Then bring him back. With that, Xianxia's pressure disappeared. The president stood where he was and looked at the ground. His round face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he laughed bitterly. He had been schemed against once. Would he be schemed against a second time? Allow Xianxia to inherit Xianxia's position? Hand over the turbid treasures in exchange? Wrong, very wrong. He did not know what Xianxia was planning, but a turbid treasure was not enough to buy Xianxia's position. Once Xianxia's position was vacant, how many people would fight for it? Even Xianxia might not be able to suppress it, let alone Xianxia. What exactly happened to Xianxia? Even Xianxia schemed against him just to bring Xianxia back. Tianyuan Universe, Xianxia, Torch City. Something must have happened in Torch City. Xianxia might know something. He could not come back. Xianxia definitely could not come back. The president fell to the ground and wiped the corner of his mouth. He was too stupid. He had actually been schemed against by Xianxia and had sent the Grand Domain's bloodline to ruin. After being in Xianxia's position for so many years, he had lost his vigilance. He should have realized it earlier. He did not hate the Tianyuan universe, he only hated Xianxia. Even though he had been utterly defeated by the Tianyuan universe in this battle, the president still felt that the Tianyuan universe was nothing to fear. This was the contempt that everyone in the spiritualized universe felt. Even though there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, they could not escape the fate of being reactivated. He hated Xianxia. Xianxia had used the Tianyuan universe to ruin the Grand Domain's future. Regardless of whether it was him or the Tianyuan universe, they were all pawns. However, this pawn had still woken up. Those people from the Tianyuan universe would definitely end up in a miserable state. From Yishang's point of view, his thoughts were not wrong. However, he would never have imagined that the 37 years they had lost had allowed Luyin to come into contact with Xianxia. This had also allowed Luyin to gain a better understanding of the spiritualized universe. Wu Jiang headed towards the depths of the spiritualized universe. No matter which direction he went, he would first avoid the border. At this moment, Luyin and the others were also puzzled. The spiritualized universe should not have only so few experts to stop them. They also discovered something even more strange. Aside from the cultivators who had originally been guarding the border, the rest belonged to Yishang. This was not because of Yishang's identity, but because of his obedience. They could tell at a glance. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as Yishang. Xianxia was extremely confident that he would allow the Tianyuan universe to enter. He was confident that he could eliminate them. Before that, he would use the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe. This was killing two birds with one stone. Su Wangtian picked his nose and said, "He's so confident that he can deal with us. It seems that Xianxia is a little arrogant." The primogenitor said solemnly, "That round-faced guy directly said that he was an expert at Xianxia's level. That's because I used my full strength from the start. According to this, Xianxia can at least maintain the same level of strength as me at my peak. His strength is definitely not below that of an eternal at his peak. Can we deal with Xianxia with so many of us? Unlikely. It's a little unlikely." Yuanqi said, "Xianxia's strength is not enough. Don't test him." Luyin frowned and thought about the tributary of the River of Time. Xianxia had slaughtered his way into the Above Heaven sect and caused a river of blood to flow. In the distance, Kaijun's heart trembled. What did he just hear? These people were discussing how to deal with Xianxia? This group of lunatics was talking about Xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, Xianxia was the strongest besides Wu Ji. He was not someone who could be defeated by humans. Wu Ji was an illusory existence, and many people secretly said that Xianxia had made it up to control the spiritualized universe. But even if that was true, who would dare to go against him? Even Xianxia could not do it. What were these people trying to do? Dayuvilla? He had never heard of it before. Ba Lu and Yao were already used to it. They were very clear that Dayuvilla wanted to overturn the spiritualized universe. Alright, let's think about where Dayuvilla should be built. Luyin looked at Old Tao and said, "You tell us." Old Tao did not dare to confirm such a thing. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that Luyin would think that he had deliberately led them into a trap. He could only explain the spiritualized universe's situation and let Luyin and the others make their choice. There were many parallel universes in the spiritualized universe, which was similar to the Tianyuan universe. The only difference was that the spiritualized universe had long since unified the cultivation model. This general trend allowed many parallel universes to be connected to the spiritualized universe's main universe, which was the spiritualized universe. Any parallel universe that was discovered could be connected to a spiritualized universe, but as more and more parallel universes appeared, the spiritualized universe gradually stopped being directly connected. Instead, 36 parallel universes were chosen to be connected to the spiritualized universe. At the spiritualized universe's entrance, the parallel universes were connected by a substance known as spirit threads. If one spread out the entire spiritualized universe, they would discover that the spirit threads formed a word, spirit. The spirit thread's significance was not only to form this word, but also to mark out the paths of the parallel universes. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to know where the entrance was. Using the entrance to the parallel universes, the spiritualized universe's cultivators developed regions. Each region was close to a parallel universe, and according to the characteristics of the parallel universes, different regions would appear. These regions were called the 36 domains. Following Old Tao's introduction, Lu Yin and the others began to understand the spiritualized universe's concept. Every universe had its own unique characteristics. The Tianyuan universe's origin space's innerverse had a tributary of the astral river that separated the regions. Following the establishment of the above heaven sect and the unification of the Tianyuan universe, countless parallel universes had been connected to the origin space. However, due to the lack of time, Lu Yin had not had the time to plan it out. The spiritualized universe had clearly been developed many years ahead of time, and it had a fixed plan and usage method. Being able to connect the intersections of parallel universes to form the word spirit not only showed the spiritualized universe's control over the entire universe, but it also showed their ambition to jump out of the universe's structure. This might have been the work of that master grass. As the parallel universes developed their own unique regions, they were equivalent to extensions of the parallel universes. One could even say that they were the essence. After all, these regions were spiritualized universes that directly faced beyond heaven. Xianxia represents the spiritualized universe commerce chamber of commerce, and it originated from one of the 36 filaments, the Grand Omnium domain. As the Chamber of Commerce developed and Senior Yishang's status rose, the Grand Omnium domain became one of the top 36 filaments. The Imperial God Mountain that you all know also comes from the Myriad Beasts territory. The Gate of Law is also one of the 36 filaments. Old Tao displayed a map of the spiritualized universe and pointed out Wuzhong's current location. Lu Yin pointed at the point where the word spirit intersected, which was the beginning of the word fire. Is there a domain here? Old Tao nodded. That's the 100 grass domain, which is equivalent to the center of spiritualized spacetime. It's connected from top to bottom. Xianxia is in the Supreme Heaven Palace beyond heaven, right? These 36 filaments all belong to heaven beyond heaven, so where is Xianxia? Xianxia is not one of the 36 filaments. The Supreme Palace is the Supreme Palace, and it commands the 36 filaments. However, the Supreme Palace does not exist in the 36 filaments. It has its own parallel spacetime that surpasses spiritualized spacetime and is connected to the 36 filaments. There are also spirit threads that connect the entrances to the 36 parallel spacetime, which are called little spirit threads. They also form the word spirit. Xianxia looked at Old Tao. How do you know? Old Tao respectfully replied, Senior has been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, and many rules have changed. When you were here, the Supreme Palace did not allow anyone to enter. Only Xianxia and the 7 sane geniuses could enter. Others could only enter with special permission, and no one was allowed to spread news about the Supreme Palace. But as time passed, more and more people learned about the Supreme Palace, and someone spread the news, causing the entire spiritualized universe to know about it. When I became Torch City's Bi-City Lord, I was fortunate enough to enter the Supreme Palace with 2 other Bi-City Lords. Xianxia understood and did not ask any more questions. Tell me more about the 100 grass domain, Lu Yin said. He wanted to go to the center so that the spiritualized spacetime's people could join him. Old Tao said, there's nothing special about the 100 grass domain. It's been ruined for a long time, but there have been rumors recently that it will be cancelled and a new parallel spacetime will replace the 100 grass domain. The 100 grass domain is ruined? When? Xianxia was shocked again. In his impression, the 100 herb territory was quite powerful. Old Tao explained once more, Senior, in your time, the 100 herb region was at its peak, all because of the miraculous 100 herbs. However, with one person's words, the 100 herb region completely declined, and it was difficult to return. Now, it faces the fate of being replaced. It has something to do with Xianxia, Xianxia said. Old Tao nodded his head. This person is called Yushan. He is Xianxia's disciple. This sentence came from him. Luing did not disturb him and instead listened quietly. This place was related to Yusang's sky, and it had completely declined. It was a good place. The Hundred Herbs region originated from the Hundred Herbs universe. The Hundred Herbs universe was a rather magical universe discovered by the spiritualized universe. This magical universe originated from the Hundred Herbs region. 100 grasses did not refer to 100 different types of grasses. It was the name of a single type of grasses. However, a single grass could give birth to 100 different types of grasses. Once planted, there were 100 different possibilities of what would grow. No one knew what kind of grasses would be unearthed, but every possibility would be helpful to cultivators. It was just that the focus of their help was different. When the Hundred Herbs region had first appeared, countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe had gone there to obtain the 100 herbs. This was because once they encountered a grass that suited them, it would be like a heavenly treasure that would be of great help. The Hundred Herbs region was one of the top 36 regions because of the Hundred Herbs region. There was only one way to obtain the 100 herbs. That was to go to the Hundred Herbs universe to search for them. They would eventually grow in the Hundred Herbs region and could not grow in the outside world. The 100 herbs were not fixed in the Hundred Herbs region and could move around. It would take an average cultivator about 5 years to find a single 100 herb, and waiting for the 100 herbs to grow would also take time. There were 100 possibilities, and the chances of finding one that suited them were not high. Fortunately, the 100 herbs had 6 leaves, which meant that there were 6 chances. If a plant that did not suit them grew, they could cut it off and try again. Each time it grew, it would take about 5 years. If all 6 chances were used up, it would take about 30 years. Cultivators had different paths, so they could only use 6 out of 100 chances. It was very difficult to find a plant that suited them completely, but it was possible to find one that roughly suited them. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it did not affect the cultivators at all. During this time, they could do their own things and let the 100 herbs grow. The 100 herbs region would take care of it for them. This was also a benefit given by the 100 herbs region. All they had to pay was the time spent searching for the 100 herbs. During that period, there were constantly people who grew stronger because of absorbing the 100 herbs, causing more and more people to gather in the 100 herbs region. The 100 herbs region took the opportunity to absorb many talents and was extremely prosperous. In addition, the 100 herbs region's master was also that generation's Xianxia. In that era, the 100 herbs region was in the limelight, and even Xianxia could not suppress it. However, with a single sentence from a person, the 100 herbs region completely declined. Yushan went to the 100 herbs universe and found a 100 herbs seed to grow in the 100 herbs region. 5 years later, a stalk of grass would grow, but it was not suitable for him. Normally, he should leave and the 100 herbs region would take care of it for free. He could come back 5 years later, and no one would take it away. However, he gave the 100 herbs to a person who was very suitable for cultivation. He said, instead of cutting it and waiting for 30 years to find a suitable opportunity, it is better to give it to someone else and let him look for it. In the same 30 years, he can find 6 stalks of 100 herbs waiting to grow. The probability is the same as cutting the 100 herbs and waiting to grow. However, this way, he can help 5 cultivators. In the same time, with the same probability, he can help more cultivators. Isn't that wonderful? As soon as he said this, Xianxia personally came and praised him for his kindness. He took him in as a disciple and gave him the name Yushan. The person who obtained the 100 herbs was grateful. After absorbing the 100 herbs, his strength increased greatly, and he entered the white spirit list in that generation. This and Yushan being taken in as a disciple by Xianxia became 2 legends in the spiritualized universe. They benefited, but it made others who found the 100 herbs feel bad. They were not willing to give it to others. While waiting for 5 years to grow, they could do what they wanted to do and cultivate. If they gave it to others, they would have to keep looking for the 100 herbs. What they wasted was their own time. In fact, if it was just Yushan's words, no one would care. Cultivators did not care about this, and no one would be affected by him. However, this person's actions were praised by Xianxia and he was taken in as a disciple. He was in the limelight, and his words were too righteous. No one could refute him. Especially later, when someone cut the 100 herbs because they did not fit him, Yu Shan found out and scolded him. That person was ostracized by everyone. In the end, after he died, no one went to the 100 herbs universe to look for the 100 herbs. Wasting 5 years to find the 100 herbs was very likely to benefit others. Even if they were to sell it, they were not willing. They wanted the 100 herbs that were suitable for them, not for business. After a long time, no one went to the 100 herbs universe. And Xianxia from the 100 herbs universe died while fighting in the consciousness universe. In the end, it led to the decline of the 100 herbs universe. After Old Tao finished speaking, above Wu Jiang. For a long time, there was silence. Everyone sighed. They immediately understood that this was Xianxia's evil scheme against the 100 herbs universe. Regardless of whether Yu Shan was sincere or not, it was a fact that his words had destroyed the 100 herbs universe. One person, one word, had destroyed an entire universe. Luin looked into the distance. Xianxia was even more sinister than he had imagined. This person was definitely not as simple as being at the peak of his power. Yuanqi sighed. Back then, the 100 herbs mulberry sky did not accept Xianxia and had many conflicts with him. If any of the 7 great mulberry skies had a problem with Xianxia, the 100 herbs mulberry sky would stand up for him. At that time, I knew that he was going to be unlucky. Xianxia did not directly attack the 100 herbs universe, but his words were more effective than anything else. He caused the 100 herbs universe to decline in the same way that it flourished. How ruthless. The primogenitor was in seclusion, and this gave Luin a new understanding of Xianxia. He had to be on guard against this person. Zhuzi, try not to disturb me from now on. Luin nodded and looked at the star chart. He decided, let's go to the 100 herbs universe. Boundless void's journey through the spiritualized universes. Starry sky attracted countless gazes. Due to the war in the consciousness universe, there were many battleships in the spiritualized universe, but Boundless was the only one. It was bigger than any other battleship. Along the way, there were people who wanted to ascend Wu Jiang and pay their respects to its master, but Wu Jiang didn't pay them any attention. Because of this, it attracted a lot of discontent, and more people were discontent. Stillwater? True Feather Sect's elder Qi Shui requests an audience with the master of Boundless, a beautiful woman said politely as she stood in front of Boundless. Wu Jiang didn't reply, directly passing by. Nye family's eldest young master Nye Yun requests an audience with Boundless Lord. Boundless Void swept past. Sect leader Guanting requests an audience with Boundless Lord, please inform him. Boundless Void swept past. Lone Sword of Broken Valley requests an audience with Boundless Lord. This is interesting. Remnant Valley and One Sword. Quite a big name. A voice sounded from within Boundless. Many people stared at it with cold gazes. Finally, there was a reaction. In the spiritualized universe, this was the first time they saw such a huge ship. With such a huge ship, it must be extraordinary. Even though Boundless didn't respond to them, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only suppress their discontent and follow them secretly. They guessed which power Boundless belonged to. Maybe it was Xianxia. In front of Boundless, the mustached man was proud. When others asked for an audience, Boundless didn't respond, but when he spoke, his name made Boundless react. If this matter was spread, wouldn't it mean that he was stronger than those people before? There were more than 10 powers that asked to meet Boundless Lord. They came from many domains along the way, and they weren't simple. He had won glory for Remnant Valley. In Boundless, Old Tao looked at Suwang Tian. Remnant Valley is a power in Wood Grain region. Valley Master's cultivation is ranked 46th. You don't have to say any more. Suwang Tian stopped listening and looked forward. Lone Sword of Broken Valley, right? The mustached man was proud of himself. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes, I am. You should be called Lone Walking Stick of Broken Valley. The mustached man was stunned, then he was furious. Many people in the surroundings held back their laughter. This was too insulting. Remnant Valley wasn't disabled, but the cultivation technique he cultivated was called Remnant Valley. Hence, he named his power Remnant Valley. In Wood Grain region, Remnant Valley wasn't weak. Valley Master was an expert of sequence laws, but he was insulted like this. Old Tao was speechless. Why was this guy's mouth so venomous? His actions were wretched, sloppy, and unsightly. Luin pursed his lips, suddenly missing Big Sis. After leaving Big Sis, Suwang Tian had let himself loose. Even Luin couldn't bear to listen to him. The mustached man trembled in anger. Even if Wu Jiang had a powerful background, he couldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Who are you? You've gone too far. If you have the ability, come out and fight me to the death. Suwang Tian rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wu Jiang continued to sweep forward. The mustached man slashed out with his sword. He definitely couldn't swallow this humiliation, or else he would really be called the crutch of Remnant Valley. This person was a spirit ancestor and was second only to the Valley Master in the Remnant Valley. With one slash, it was as if there was a gap in the starry sky that Wu Jiang made up for. Luin looked up. Not bad, this swordsmanship wasn't weak. No wonder it was called the single slash. However, it was only not bad and just barely caught his eye. Suwang Tian waved his hand, and the starry sky turned upside down. The mustached man was sent flying and even his sword was broken. This move sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, and they all looked solemn. He was definitely at the level of a law realm, but they didn't know what kind of law he cultivated. The mustached man coughed up blood as he watched the broken sword float into the distance. He stared blankly at Wu Jiang, his face pale. The single slash of Remnant Valley, if you don't take revenge, you're not a man. Go and find your Valley Master, someone urged. That's right, go quickly. This person humiliated you like this, which is the same as humiliating your Remnant Valley. If you let him leave like this, who will care about your Remnant Valley in the future? Your Valley Master is very prideful. Go quickly. The mustached man stood in place, his expression uncertain. Many people tried to persuade him to invite the Valley Master as only a Law Realm cultivator could test him. Naturally, there were Law Realm cultivators present, but they didn't want to take the risk. What if they offended Wu Jiang? Moreover, they would be helping others. Wu Jiang doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, the mustached man said in a hoarse voice. The onlookers didn't understand. What do you mean? Doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe? Could it be that he's always been fighting in the consciousness universe? That's possible. No wonder it's so big. It must be the first batch to go to the universe of consciousness. Sang Tian can't be there. Right, didn't Sang Tian's original? Could it be there? Originally, Sang Tian went to the Tian Yuan cosmos. How could he return? It is not easy to return. Just the distance of an inch can take 10,000 years. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Maybe he came back 10,000 years ago? The small bearded man shouted and pointed at Limitless. His face was pale. There is an aura on Limitless that does not belong to the spiritualized universe, and there is more than one. It is definitely not a life form from the spiritualized universe. The people around him were shocked. Are you serious? Broken Valley One Sword, you're not playing with us, right? You want us to stand out? Broken Valley One Sword, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. The man with the mustache became anxious. I can guarantee with my life that it definitely doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, and there's more than one. The surrounding people gradually believed it, but they also had other guesses. Maybe it's a life form from the consciousness universe that defected to our spiritualized universe. That makes sense. Aside from the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, I can't think of any other life forms. If there were, they would have been discovered by Beyond Heaven a long time ago. I heard that there was a change of guard at the border. Do you think there's a connection? Yeah, maybe it's the border. Some people saw something and were sent to the consciousness universe by Sang Tian to prevent them from revealing the secret. This Limitless is coming from the border. Shoo, stop talking. The more you know, the more troublesome it will be. Do you want to go to the consciousness universe too? I don't want to go. I don't want to go either. Broken Valley One Sword, you're on your own now. The small bearded man also thought of this, and his face turned even paler. No way, if that was really the case, then he would be sent to the consciousness universe by Xianxia. He did not want to go, as he had just returned from the consciousness universe a few thousand years ago. Above Limitless, Luin felt that something was strange. He had already leaked his aura, so why was there no reaction? He had asked Suwang Tian to purposely leak his aura, and Suwang Tian had chosen Broken Valley One Sword to cause trouble. He had leaked his aura, but no one had come out to question him. As time passed, Limitless continued to head towards the 100 Herbs region. After a while, Luin found out what was going on. Those people were overthinking things. An aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe could be a life form from the consciousness universe. Furthermore, Limitless had just arrived from the border, and Xianxia had personally given the order for the border guard to be changed. All of this coincided with Limitless, and they had all assumed that Limitless was related to Xianxia. Thus, no one dared to question him. There were no more people who wanted to see Limitless, and they just kept an eye on Limitless. This would not do. Luin wanted to cause a ruckus and force his karma out, but he could not be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. He had to think of something. A few days later, Luin looked at the flag and smiled. Just hang it up like this. Suwang Tian gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Around them, Celestial Champion Duel, and the others all looked at Luin strangely. The desolate god felt the same, as if this was the first time they had met Luin. Yuanqi's expression was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to endure something. He had to endure it and not be rash. It was not worth it, not worth it. The eternal realm was waiting for him. Suwang Tian hung up the flag, and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were 17 words on the flag. True love is invincible. 10,000 beasts border and royal god mountain have tied the knot. Name, origin. These simple words stunned all the cultivators from the spiritualized universe who saw them. They thought that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes hard. They were not seeing things. Wu Jiang was going to ascend to the heavens. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake boiled as a huge rock was thrown into it. True Feather Sex Qi Shui was so angry that her face turned red. Preposterous. Preposterous. How can a beast-shaped spiritual molt and a human-shaped spiritual molt be together? This is against the rules. The Nie family's eldest young master, Nie Yun, held a folding fan in his hand and angrily pointed at the starry sky. The royal god mountain is forbidden from intermarriage with the outside world. This is Lord Xianxia's order. Otherwise, I would have violated the prohibition. This is a violation. The previous leader, Guan Ting, was dumbfounded. Yuanqi? But what was he going to do? Is he going to openly challenge Lord Xianxia? Savage Valley Yijian was stunned. He was worried that he had discovered some secret, but it turned out that it wasn't a secret, but a taboo. What was Wu Jiang doing? Preposterous. How dare he do this? How can the myriad beast border and the royal god mountain be together? Those who violate the taboo must die. Wu Jiang has violated the taboo. Come out and let us see who is so bold. Even Xianxia cannot do this. Yuanqi, Xianxia, come out. Yuanqi, we once worshipped you. Come out and give us an explanation. Get out. Inside Wu Jiang, Luin smiled. This was more like it. He looked at Yuanqi. Listen, these people are so angry and disappointed. They want you to go out and meet them. Go. Yuanqi clenched his fists and resisted the urge to scold Luin. He gritted his teeth and walked out to face the countless people in the starry sky. When Yuanqi walked out and was seen by the spiritualized universe's cultivators, the entire starry sky fell silent. Yuanqi was Xianxia, an existence second only to Xianxia. Furthermore, he had not just become Xianxia. His seniority could be traced back to Xianxia's era, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. He had once been a legend in the spiritualized universe. His name alone had suppressed an entire era. No matter what Xianxia had done, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators were terrified. They were waiting for the first person to speak. Xianxia looked around the starry sky. He had not expected to encounter such a situation when he returned to the spiritualized universe. He looked at the flag and saw that those words were extremely glaring. That was a violation of the entire spiritualized universe's taboo, but Xianxia still wanted to protect that flag. It was too hateful and despicable. If Xianxia had known that such a day would come, he would have given up on the immemorial city battlefield and paid a huge price to kill Luin. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Wu Jiang continued to sail forward steadily. The spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know Wu Jiang's destination. Xianxia stood at Wu Jiang's bow like a piercing javelin that pierced through the dark starry sky. Finally, after a few days, the first person walked out and faced Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the newcomer and saw that it was a very young fellow. The youth faced Xianxia and slowly bowed. Fong Tsong of the Fong family greets Xianxia, saying Tian. Xianxia was astonished. Someone from the Fong family? What's your relationship with Fongxing? Fongxing is this junior's granduncle. The Fong family experienced a change, and all of the direct descendants died. Only my branch family remains, and we received the protection of granduncle Fongxing, Fong Tsong said respectfully. Xianxia sighed. After so many years, the Fong family is also like this? When I left the spiritualized universe, the Fong family was the ruler of 3 regions. Fong Tsong was helpless. The world changes, and it's hard to explain. Xianxia's actions are no different from betraying the spiritualized universe. He bowed again. Junior Fong Tsong dares to represent the spiritualized universe and ask Xianxia why this is happening. Xianxia was silent. How should he answer? He could not answer. Fong Tsong bowed again. Xianxia, please give this junior and the spiritualized universe an answer on account of your friendship with granduncle Fongxing. Xianxia sighed. You can go back. Fong Tsong looked at Xianxia. Senior, are you not even willing to give an answer? This is provoking the spiritualized universe. Xianxia still did not say anything. Junior met Yuan Mie a while ago. Yuan Mie is a descendant of Senior's lineage. Lushan region's Yuan family is still in control of a region because of Senior's existence. Yuan Mie is one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. Several decades ago, he was selected as an elite to participate in the invasion of the Tian Yuan universe. This is a great honor for him. Now, Senior's actions are harming the Yuan family. Could it be that Senior wishes for the Yuan family to fall because of Senior? Xianxia looked into the distance. Lushan region, the Yuan family. Within the boundless boundary, Luin raised an eyebrow. Although Fong Tsong was young, his words were like pearls of wisdom. He had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, and he had even played the emotional card. His goal was not to change the progenitor's decision, but rather to obtain an answer. To Luin, that was enough. He was the first person who had dared to face the progenitor directly, and he was also the first person to obtain an answer. Whatever happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Primordial Origin's violation of the taboo would be recorded in the annals of history. Fong Tsong's name would also be recorded, and he would have a meteoric rise. All of them were so calculative. Luin admired such people, at least they dared to step forward. If such a person had been in the Tian Yuan universe, Luin would not have minded showing off, but this was the spiritualized universe, so it was not his turn. Who can help me teach Senior Primordial Origin how to speak? Luin asked slowly. Ba Lu and Yao exchanged glances before walking to Primordial Origin's side. Primordial Origin did not stop them, nor could he. Fong Tsong looked at Ba Lu and Yao, but he did not recognize them. Ba Lu looked at Fong Kong. My master, Primordial Origin, intentionally changed the rules of this spiritualized universe. The taboo will no longer exist, and this sky will be overturned. A junior like you does not understand anything and only knows how to follow the rules. You do not know that rules are set by people. The one who set these rules was Yu Sang Tian, but now, it's my master's turn. My master is the one who set the rules of this spiritualized universe. From now on, this sky will be called Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was stunned, and he looked at Ba Lu. What bold words. Fong Song was stunned as well. Change the sky? Change the rules? Change the spiritualized universe's name to Primordial Origin? What bold words. On the first day, Heavenly Sovereign Battlemaster and the others were also stunned. Ba Lu was always a taciturn person, but he could actually say such impassioned words. One could not judge a book by its cover. Everyone was stunned by Ba Lu's words. He had just started speaking such bold words, and such bold words at that. Lu Yin smiled, and with a snap of his fingers, an even larger flag appeared with the words Dayu Villa. From today onwards, Dayu Villa will officially accept disciples from the outside. Only good and evil will be accepted, and no one will care about the past. Anyone who joins Dayu Villa will be protected by Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have encountered in the past. Dayu Villa promises to protect all of its disciples to the greatest extent possible. I am Ba Lu, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Myriad Beast territory. I am Yao, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Divine Mountain. We are true love, and we will be protected by Dayu Villa and protected by our master. From now on, there will be no taboo. His words spread out from Wu Jiang and spread to the entire spiritualized universe. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe trembled in fear when they heard this. This was going to turn the world upside down. Fong Song was shocked. Villa? Protecting the taboo? Senior Primordial Origin, did you build this grand universe matter to overthrow realm beyond heaven? Yuanqi closed his eyes, as there was nothing he could do. Things had already reached this point, and there was no way out for him. Since that was the case, his eyes suddenly widened, and a fierce glint flashed through them. He was no longer tolerated by the spiritualized universe, so he would grab hold of the Tianyuan universe. At the very least, he had to ensure that he would not die at Lu Yin's hands. Was the royal god mountain noble? Spiritual molting in beast form and spiritual molting in human form. They were both originally cultivators, but they chose different paths. If two people are willing, why can't they be together? Dayu Villa was established to overthrow primordial heaven and change the spiritualized universe. Anyone who is not willing to submit to primordial heaven and wants to change the spiritualized universe can enter Dayu Villa. Those who cannot survive can enter Dayu Villa and be protected by Dayu Villa. We do not care about the past, only good and evil. Within Limitless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Primordial Origin had chosen a side in the end. This old man wanted to maintain his spiritualized universe's status, but he did not want to die. Lu Yin wanted to force Primordial Origin into a corner. Furthermore, doing so would also bring trouble to Primordial Heaven. Soon. Old Tao's body went soft. How terrifying was it to stand against the entire spiritualized universe? What kind of pressure was this? He could not take it anymore. Kai Jun was stunned, and his mind was blank. He just wanted to go back and seek justice from the Kai family. No matter how big this matter was, it would at most involve the Kai domain and not the other domains, let alone Primordial Heaven. Primordial Heaven, what was going on? He looked around and realized that he was standing against the entire spiritualized universe. It was over. He did not even know how he was going to die. The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it was followed by a torrent of curses. Attacks came from an unknown direction, and then countless attacks came from all directions. They were directed at Limitless, both openly and covertly, but they were all blocked by Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin, this is a betrayal. Even Primordial Heaven cannot forgive you. Hand over Ba Lu and Yao, and you will still have a chance to live. Primordial Origin, you're crazy. This is treason. Primordial Heaven will not let you off. The other primordial sanctions will not let you off. Kill Primordial Origin. Strip Primordial Heaven of his position. Primordial Origin stood at the bow of Limitless ship. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that parted the clouds in the sky. The void trembled, and the surroundings were cleared. Countless spiritualized cultivators spat out blood as they retreated, and many were killed on the spot. Even sequence law powerhouses did not dare to approach Primordial Heaven. Primordial Origin's attack immediately calmed down, but this was only temporary. The ones who would cause trouble next were the true experts that Primordial Origin had to deal with. Limitless continued to sail towards the 100-grass region. Around a dozen days later, a person appeared and cursed Primordial Origin, "You are not worthy of being Primordial Heaven. Hand over your life." The person who had come was powerful. Although he had not reached the primordial realm, he possessed a powerful physical body, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. Ba Lu was surprised. Three-headed Deathstroke? That's Three-headed Deathstroke? It's rumored that Three-headed Deathstroke is a reclusive expert of the myriad beast territory. He's extremely powerful, and no one in the spiritualized universe can claim to be stronger than him. Only existences that have reached the limits of biological strength can suppress him, Old Tao sighed in amazement. The strength beast's eyes lit up on Lu Yin's shoulder, and it became restless. It rarely wanted to take action, as the opponent was just too powerful. Go. Primordial Origin frowned from the bow of Limitless. He had lost a great deal of strength after losing the bell, and he knew about Three-headed Deathstroke as well. It had existed for a very, very long time, and the reason why it had not broken through to the primordial realm was because it only relied on its physical strength. It had always been waiting for the foundation of a sequence. Once the foundation of a sequence was completed, it could break through to the primordial realm and take a shortcut to becoming Primordial Heaven. Its chances of becoming Primordial Heaven would be much greater. Primordial Origin had taken action first to pressure the School of Arts so that they could complete the foundation of a sequence as soon as possible. It knew very well that its position as Primordial Heaven was at stake. Whoever took action first would have a greater chance of survival. If One-headed Deathstroke was still around, Primordial Origin would not have cared about it at all. However, now, the Strength Beast stepped on Primordial Origin's shoulder and charged out, throwing a punch at Three-headed Deathstroke. Three-headed Deathstroke had 3 heads. It was a molted beast that seemed vicious and terrifying. Faced with the Strength Beast's sudden punch, a chill from the bottom of its heart made it immediately retaliate with its full strength. Bang! With a great sound, Limitless shook and space directly exploded. Endless power swept out in all directions, directly tearing apart the cultivators nearby. Blood splattered across space. Three-headed Deathstroke spat out blood as it flew backwards, but the Strength Beast grabbed it and viciously tore off its arm. The Strength Beast was still a beast, and even though it had always been suppressed by Primordial Origin and was harmless to both humans and animals, it had killed many as it grew up. The limits of a living being's strength were not something that could be described with words. Countless strength-type lifeforms had died at its hands, and Three-headed Deathstroke had successfully provoked its killing intent. The Strength Beast's body expanded, and it punched Three-headed Deathstroke again. Three-headed Deathstroke's body twisted, and with a crack, its bones began to break. It was shocked. What kind of strength was this? This was the limit of a living being's strength. This was the limit of a living being's strength, and Primordial Origin had actually subdued such a creature. Run, run, I have to run. I shouldn't have come. After all, it's Xianxia, and he shouldn't have come. Primordial Origin, if you kill me, the myriad beast territory will not let you off. So what if you're Xianxia? My myriad beast territory is not afraid of Xianxia. Primordial Origin, boom. The Strength Beast shattered all of Three-headed Deathstroke's heads with a single punch, and all 3 heads shattered. It grabbed Three-headed Deathstroke's body with both hands and tore it apart, roaring excitedly. It had been a long time since it had been so carefree. Whether it was Su Wang or the Primordial Thunder Locust, neither were easy to deal with. In comparison, this Three-headed Deathstroke was much easier to deal with. The surroundings were silent, and everyone watched in shock. A dignified powerhouse of the myriad beast territory that had been in hiding all this time to fight for Xianxia's position had actually died just like that? It had not died at Primordial Origin's hands, but at the hands of a giant beast. Just what kind of giant beast had Primordial Origin subdued? The Strength Beast looked up at the sky, a ferocious glint in its eyes. Should it take this chance to escape? Away from that fiend? At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out, "Come back." These 2 words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the Strength Beast's head, waking it up. The ferocious glint in its eyes receded, and it turned back to Wu Jiang with a wide grin, revealing its snow-white teeth. "I'll give you a thumbs up." Su Wang, who was beneath Lu Yin's feet, subconsciously revealed its white teeth and raised its tail in return. Primordial Origin was stunned. "What the hell?" The strength beast leapt back to Wu Jiang and obediently sat on Lu Yin's shoulder. Ba Lu stared blankly. Was this that monkey? He had often seen that monkey and that whale-like creature roaming Wu Jiang over the past few years. He had thought that it was just an ordinary pet, but now he knew that it was clearly a killing god. Just how many powerhouses had the Tianyuan universe produced? Even a giant beast was so terrifying. He recalled how the spiritualized universe had threatened to conquer the Tianyuan universe decades ago, restarting it and giving birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. Looking at the people around him now, he felt that it was laughable. The Tianyuan universe was not weak at all. Old Tao's eyelids twitched. He had not known that the monkey was so ruthless. It was too ruthless and savage. Three-headed death was definitely a powerhouse, but this monkey had torn it apart and almost eaten it. The Talent's eyes were lifeless. What was happening now was beyond his comprehension, and there was no need for him to understand. Primordial Origin looked at his shoulder and saw footprints. That damned monkey. Wu Jiang continued forward. No sound reached Wu Jiang, and everyone subconsciously distanced themselves. The strength beast's savagery had frightened them. Primordial Origin had not even made a move yet. This battle would allow Wu Jiang to sail smoothly for a long time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Wu Jiang was moving very slowly, as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. The more it moved like this, the more people did not dare to provoke it. As time passed, the spiritualized universe gradually knew about this matter. President Yishang had already returned to the Grand Domain. He needed a long time to recover from his injuries. When he heard about Wu Jiang, he only sneered at those people who were courting death. However, he did not understand what those people from the Tianyuan universe wanted to do. Challenge the entire spiritualized universe? They should not be so stupid. Moreover, why did Xianxia not do anything? What kind of agreement did Xianxia make with those people from the Tianyuan universe? It was possible to clean up those forces that did not submit to Xianxia, but if he did not do anything now, others would see through it. What was he thinking? There was a domain in the spiritualized universe called the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was responsible for assassinations. The 3 assassins were from the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was powerful and was definitely not inferior to the Grand Domain. Although they did not have an expert at Xianxia's level, no one dared to underestimate them. It was rumored that the old monster who had tried to assassinate Xianxia was still there. The Heavenly Hand region had a special function in the spiritualized universe. It was to replace Sky Beyond Sky to eliminate those who deserved to die and set up the Black Spirit list. Those on the Black Spirit list were people that the spiritualized universe wanted to eliminate. Anyone could kill them. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. The threat they posed to the spiritualized universe was based on the number of black spirits they had. Similarly, the number of people they wanted to assassinate was also based on the number of black spirits they had. Another order to spy on Wu Jiang. Not accepting. The waters of the boundless territory are too deep. Everyone wants others to probe them. Although my Heavenly Hand region is in this line of work, we are not seeking death. Daquan region has been buried, and 3 assassins have been implicated. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio P. We do not know the situation at the border, but we are sure that Wu Jiang came out of the border and the 3 assassins were nowhere to be seen. Xianxia must be involved, but we do not know what role he played. Do not accept any orders related to Wu Jiang. Do not rashly assign black spirits to anyone in Wu Jiang. Understood. This Dayuvilla is quite interesting. Why does Xianxia dare to rebel? The Gate of Laws existed in the Law Domain, which was considered the sacred land of the spiritualized universe. Every sequence foundation came from the Law Domain, and no one knew how many incomplete sequence foundations there were in the Law Domain. It was said that this was the burial place of many near-death sequence foundation experts. Someone once said that if the spiritualized universe encountered a crisis one day, they should bring the crisis to the Gate of Arts. Many old monsters who were thought to be dead would come out from there, and they might be able to fight for a chance of survival for the spiritualized universe. There was a difference in the cultivation model between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. If the two universes were placed on the same level, the difference in cultivation model would cause the spiritualized universe to have far more experts than the Tianyuan universe. The Tianyuan universe's advantage was the scale of the future. This was because the Tianyuan universe was filled with too many uncertainties. No one knew what kind of experts would be born in the future. Now, the two universes were not on the same level. The spiritualized universe was ahead of the Tianyuan universe. Because they were afraid of the Tianyuan universe's future, the spiritualized universe had long schemed against the primogenitor. They had restrained the Tianyuan universe's cultivation path and suppressed the Tianyuan universe's future. This caused the Tianyuan universe to be destined to not have too many experts. For countless years, the Tianyuan universe had experienced wars. The humans and the Eternals fought each other, while the spiritualized universe had been developing smoothly. This caused the difference in the number of experts between the two universes to be terrifying. And this difference was something that even the primogenitor who wanted to incite the Tianyuan universe to war with the spiritualized universe did not know. Even Primordial Origin, Xianxia, and the others who had left long ago did not know. Perhaps even the Gate of Arts. Even the Xian family of the Gate of Arts might not know how many experts were still alive. These people were on the verge of death, but they still had a breath left in them, all for the sake of the Sequence Foundation. Now that the spiritualized universe had changed, some of them had awakened. A junior sent a message saying that the old geezer Primordial Origin has rebelled. He plans to go against you, Xianxia. Your junior knows that you're still alive? He's paying his respects. The next time he pays his respects, I'll jump out and scare him to death. Ha 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 ha. Old geezer, you're about to die, yet you still have such bad taste. However, that old geezer Primordial Origin must be crazy. What kind of strength does Xianxia have? Even if we were at our peak, we wouldn't be able to rebel against him. How can Primordial Origin be so strong? You don't even blush when you talk. Have you forgotten the bell that made you run away like a rat? Old geezer, you're still alive? Don't expose people's shortcomings. You're already buried up to your eyebrows. Watch your words. Primordial Origin dared to violate the rules, which means he's going against our spiritualized universe and Lord Xianxia. Perhaps we'll have to go out and teach him a lesson. Screw you, we still have to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Just you wait. You don't know what you're talking about. After you die, you'll have plenty of time to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. F***CKU. Who's scolding me? Many voices came from the sky beyond heaven. They were all begging Xianxia to strip Primordial Origin of his position. Primordial Origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago. Since then, everyone had been waiting for him to be stripped of his position. This was because there were rumors that Primordial Origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe not only to scheme against the Tianyuan universe, but also because Xianxia had attacked him. Everyone felt that Primordial Origin's position wouldn't last long. However, as time passed, Primordial Origin's position was as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't seem to be shaken at all. Even though he hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for so many years, it was still the same. However, there were still many people who coveted Primordial Origin's position. They were still waiting. At this moment, Primordial Origin had violated the rules and openly provoked Xianxia. They finally had the chance. Although they didn't know why Primordial Origin had suddenly gone crazy, his position was definitely not guaranteed. More and more people requested to see Xianxia, hoping to strip Primordial Origin of his position. However, Xianxia didn't express his attitude and remained silent. In the heaven beyond heaven's supreme palace, Palace Master Yao opened her eyes and put away the sequence particle. She looked ahead and saw Xianxia sitting quietly. She was Xianxia's whetstone. She was using the fourth sequence's absolute reversal to refine Xianxia's second sequence's Heart of Rock. Only she knew how terrifying Xianxia's sequence's techniques were. What he thought was what he saw. She had also heard the news from the outside world. Previously, she had asked Xianxia why he wasn't allowed to go to the Tianyuan universe. However, Xianxia didn't give her an answer. Now, she wanted to use the news from the outside world to ask him again. After a few days, Xianxia opened his eyes and exhaled. He turned his head and saw Palace Master Yao bowing slowly. "My lord. The outside world is very lively. Yes, primordial origin has returned and openly provoked the heaven beyond heaven. He wants to overturn the rules of the spiritualized universe." That's good. The days are too boring. Palace Master Yao hesitated for a moment before asking, "My lord, regardless of primordial origin's intentions, should he be stripped of his position?" Xianxia looked at Palace Master Yao. "Are you asking for yourself or for someone else?" Palace Master Yao hurriedly bowed. "I'm asking for myself. I want to fight for the position of primordial origin." Xianxia looked at her calmly. It was possible in the past. Now, it's impossible. Palace Master Yao was shocked. She claimed to be the strongest person under primordial origin. With her relationship with Xianxia, she believed that she could definitely succeed him. Primordial origin had gone crazy and provoked the spiritualized universe. She thought that her chance had come. Why did it turn out like this? "You may leave." Palace Master Yao left the heaven beyond heaven with confusion. She didn't get an answer. Instead, she felt that she had no fate with the position of primordial origin. Xianxia looked into the distant starry sky. "You want to leave the position of primordial origin empty and create chaos in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, that's a good plan. However, you underestimate the spiritualized universe. Since the era of the Heaven Above Heaven sect, the gap between the two universes is immeasurable. Since you know about the small spiritualized universe, you should understand why the people I sent to invade the Tianyuan universe didn't exert overwhelming strength on it. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to. If you want to see the spiritualized universe, I'll let you see it. I hope that you can persevere until the end and help me complete my great cause." Boundless had been traveling through the spiritualized universe for several months. Ever since the Force Beast tore apart the three-headed death, no one dared to cause trouble for Boundless. However, no one wanted to join Boundless either. Boundless had already passed through 5 regions and had seen many powerful sections. They had even brushed past a large faction, but that faction had closed its doors and didn't seem to have any intention of responding. No matter what the cultivators said in the open or in the dark, that faction simply wouldn't open its doors. This made Luin very depressed. Just being a deterrent isn't enough. "We need to give those who want to join Boundless some confidence," Luin said. Kai Jun stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Young master." "Call me Third Master." Kai Jun wasn't used to this form of address, but he could only respectfully greet, "Third Master." Luin looked at him. Kai Jun drew a star chart in the void. "Third Master, we're going to the 100 Grass region now. Actually, if we don't need to pass through the spirit threads and just take a detour, we can go to the 100 Grass region from another direction. That direction passes through the Kai region." Lu Yan's eyes lit up. "Taking a detour isn't a big deal. We'll pass through the Kai region?" "Yes," Kai Jun respectfully replied. Luin immediately ordered Boundless to change directions and follow Kai Jun's plan. His confidence had increased. While Boundless had displayed great strength, it was still viewed as the enemy of the entire spiritualized universe. Those who had been treated unfairly or wanted to seek protection were already in dire straits. No matter how one looked at it, joining Boundless would only increase their despair. However, if Boundless was willing to do something for them, they would choose to join under certain desperate circumstances. This would give Luin a reason to cause a ruckus. Causing a ruckus was only on the surface. He wanted to compete with Xianxia in a battle of wits and courage. Xianxia wasn't stupid, and he might be able to predict every step Luin would take. Luin just had to make sure that Luin didn't know which step he would take. In the end, he would still make up for his karma and cause chaos in the spiritualized universe. At the same time, he also had to keep an eye on the only true God in the dark. That was also a problem, and from Lu Yin's point of view, that was even more troublesome than Xianxia. Xianxia was the only true God on the surface, but he was hidden. Just like heavens above heaven's era, danger had arisen in the dark corners. Lu Yin didn't want to be ambushed again like the progenitor. During this period of time, Lu Yin repeatedly thought about his interactions with the sole true God, and he suddenly recalled something, Fengbua. Count of the Wind was not from the Tianyuan cosmos. The only true God was related to other universes. His vision was definitely not limited to the three universes. Xianxia believed that his alliance with the only true God was only on the surface. In order not to be controlled by the one true God, King Qin purposely pretended to be controlled by Yan Gang so that the one true God would be at ease. The one true God could have purposely shown that he was cooperating with the spiritualized universe, but in fact, he had his own plans. Scheming was all about interlocking one another. Wu Jiang changed his direction and instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe. They originally didn't know Wu Jiang's destination, but if Wu Jiang changed directions, they might be able to see it. Many cultivators were secretly following Wu Jiang. Among them were the spirit progenitor, and there were even sequence law realm cultivators. Lu Yin even vaguely sensed danger, which meant that they were in the primordial realm. The spiritualized universe did not lack powerhouses. After learning about the little spirit cosmos and analyzing Xianxia, Lu Yin had already seen through a portion of it back in the tributary of the River of Time. The first batch of invaders to invade the Tianyuan cosmos had seemed powerful, as there were 3 Xianxians among them, but they were actually weak on the inside. Although the Xianxians were powerful, a Tianyuan cosmos that could defeat the Eternals was still capable of resisting 3 Xianxians. The only difference between them was the difference between the sequence laws and the progenitor realm. With the strength of the spiritualized universe, it was entirely possible to increase the number of sequence nomological experts by several times, or even more. They could be the first batch to invade the Tianyuan universe, but they didn't. Xianxia didn't want to restart the Tianyuan universe. He only wanted to stop the Tianyuan universe's future. The Eternals were no longer able to do so, so the first batch of invaders didn't have overwhelming strength. Lu Yin would not underestimate the spiritualized universe, but he still needed time to truly see through it. The Kai family can control a region? Chui asked curiously as he looked at Kai Jun. Kai Jun faced Chui and replied respectfully, the Kai family's ancestor, Kai Sandao, is ranked 9th on the White Spirit list. He is completely qualified to control a domain. The 36 domains are limited in number, but not the domain itself. Lu Yin thought back to the starting space. Back then, the strongest person had only been a half-martial ancestor, and Xiao Sandao had been able to enter the White Spirit list. He was a powerhouse who had a 90% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. It was not impossible for him to control a domain, and his strength was similar to that of the 7 sky gods. Other than Sandao, what other experts does the Kai family have? The Kai family also has a sequence law expert. He cultivates the 37th ranked sequence law, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin was puzzled. Bidirectional immobility? What do you mean? Kai Jun shook his head, I don't understand. Yuanqi said, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If I don't move, the enemy won't move either. This is a sequence technique that uses one's own sequence laws to forcefully immobilize the enemy. As long as one doesn't move, the immobilized enemy won't be able to move either. Unless the difference in sequence particles is too great, it can directly break the two-way immobility. There are such sequence laws? Su Wangtian was shocked. Yuanqi nodded. This sequence method is very effective. In the history of our spiritualized universe, there was once a person who cultivated the dual unmoving sequence method. He used the sequence method to forcefully control Xianxia for 10 breaths. 10 breaths might not seem long, but if that Xianxia was surrounded, these 10 breaths would be enough to determine his life and death. This sequence art focuses on sneak attacks, not combat. It is also very important among the 88 sequence arts. Lu Yin praised, there is actually such a sequence art. It is very suitable to create the sequence foundation. At this point, Luin paused and suddenly looked at Kai Jun. Only 3 blades. What sequence art did you cultivate? Kai Jun respectfully replied, bidirectional immobility. Luin raised a brow and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia met his gaze. That's right. The Kai family specializes in bidirectional immobility. In history, an expert who once immobilized Xianxia for 10 breaths came from the Kai family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's how the sequence foundation came about? Xianxia nodded. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method. Coupled with the uniqueness of the cultivation methods of spirit seeds, it was easy to determine who was suitable for which sequence art. The sequence arts were divided into 88 types. The higher the sequence arts were, the easier it was to cultivate. Almost all of the 10 base sequences were created by the sequence arts towards the end. These sequence arts were actually not something that cultivators were willing to cultivate because they were not very useful. For example, the bidirectional immobilization art was only useful in a group attack. Otherwise, it would be meaningless in a one-on-one fight. Why would anyone still cultivate it? This was the pressure brought about by the unified cultivation method. The Kai family could not possibly all be willing to cultivate this sequence art. However, their entire family was forced to cultivate it. That person had only needed 3 blades to reach 9th place on the White Soul list. This proved that his talent was extraordinary, and he was at the top of the spiritualized universe. If he had not cultivated this sequence art, he might have been able to advance further, but he had been delayed by this sequence art. This sequence art sacrificed an individual for the sake of the spiritualized universe. The Kai family was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless organizations in the 36 filaments had sacrificed themselves for the spiritualized universe. They had specifically cultivated these useless sequence arts so that they could complete the sequence foundation before they died. The Gate of Techniques created the sequence foundation, which was both a holy land and a graveyard for spiritualized universes. From another perspective, the spiritualized universe did not care if an individual was sacrificed. This meant that there were too many powerful individuals in the spiritualized universe, and any more than that would cause chaos. Luin did not wish for the latter possibility, but the situation told him that it was highly likely. Xianxia's competence and the sacrifices of the Kai family and many other organizations were all pointing in the same direction, the spiritualized universe's strength. Old Tao looked at Kai Jun and then at Luin. Actually, the Kai family has another expert at the sequence art. Luin was shocked. There's another one? Kai Jun immediately denied it. Impossible. The Kai family only has 2 sequence arts experts, Kai Sandao and Kai Keqing. There's no third. Old Tao shook his head. Every family has its own foundation, and the Kai family is no exception. However, their foundation is not as powerful as Kai Sandao's. Kai Fei. Kai Jun was shocked. Ancestor Kai Fei? Old Tao nodded. Kai Fei is still alive. He's in the Kai filament. How can that be? Ancestor Kai Fei has been dead for many years, and no one in the Kai family has mentioned him. I've been in the Kai family for so many years, but I've only heard my parents mention him once in a while. That was a long time ago. Kai Jun could not believe it. Old Tao laughed. He's still alive. We met before. He went to Torch City, but there's no need to be too shocked. Kai Fei's strength is not enough to touch the White Soul list, and that's all he can do for the rest of his life. He's cultivated bidirectional immobility, so that old guy can only hide in the shadows and ambush people. If anyone wants to harm the Kai family, Kai Sandao will attack. Kai Fei and Kai Keqing will ambush them. That's the main reason why the Kai family can monopolize the Kai filament. Aside from juniors like you, many people know that this old guy is still alive. The Gate of Techniques did not force him to go to the law filament? Xianxia did not understand. Old Tao respectfully faced Xianxia. It's not time yet. Kai Fei once consumed a strange plant, and his vitality is far greater than his peers. Also, the Gate of Techniques cannot force everyone who is nearing the end of their lifespan to wait for death. Xianxia sneered. Impossible? How do you think those sequence foundations came about? Just count how many sequence laws were destroyed by the 10 foundation sequence. That's a terrifying number. Old Tao did not refute this. Xianxia understood many things better than him, even though he had been away from the spiritualized universe for so long. This was a matter of hierarchy. Then it's decided. We'll go to the Kai filament and seek justice for Kai Jun. Luyin gave the order, and Wu Jian headed towards the Kai filament. At the same time, in the Kai filament, Kai Juanhao, the eldest son of the Kai family, looked at the palm-sized medal in his hand. I never thought that idiot Kai Jun's parents would leave him such a good thing. What's so good that you're so happy? A clear voice sounded. Kai Juanhao stared at the medal without blinking. Do you recognize this? It was Kai Junyi, Kai Juanhao's younger sister. She looked at the medal. It's completely blue with a dark red luster flowing through it. Its insides are like water, sometimes surging and sometimes calm. This is a red and blue gold crystal? Kai Juanhao was pleased. That's right. It's a type of metal known as the pinnacle of materials. We can't use it, but if we sell it to the realm beyond heaven or the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce, it'll fetch a sky-high price. Kai Junyi was excited. There's actually a red and blue gold crystal? How did that couple get it? Kai Juanhao kept the medal. That's not important. It's ours now. He looked at Kai Junyi and praised her. Little sister, you did well. Kai Junyi smiled proudly. Kai Jun, that idiot, really thinks that he's on the same level as us. When his parents were still around, we gave him face. Now that his parents are dead, there's no need for him to pretend anymore. It's funny that he wants to marry me. The fact that the family tolerates his thoughts means that they're too far apart from us. There's no need for us to be wary of them. Don't think too much about it. That guy is dead. Now we have to think of a way to sell the red and blue gold crystal. We just don't know who to sell it to. The Chamber of Commerce, of course. Who else can we sell it to? You and I can't enter the realm beyond heaven. It's easy to get into trouble if we sell it to someone else. Kai Juanhao frowned. Something happened in the Grand Domain. We don't know what's going on. Forget it, let's keep it first. We'll talk about it later. Kai Junyi narrowed her eyes and stared at Kai Juanhao. Brother, don't tell me you're thinking of keeping it for yourself. Kai Juanhao laughed. Don't worry. Most of the credit goes to you. How can I keep it for myself? It's good that you know. Don't think of keeping it for yourself. Otherwise, I'll tell Father about your infatuation with Aunt Qing. Father will skin you alive. Kai Junyi threatened. Kai Juanhao was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Shut up. You're trying to get me killed. Kai Junyi smiled. It's good that you know how to be afraid. But then again, Aunt Qing's charm is really great. Every day, there are people coming to see her. The number of people asking for her hand in marriage is so high that it's almost broken. Father has always been looking for opportunities to get the most benefits. Who do you think he wants to marry Aunt Qing to? I heard that Sang Tian's grandson, Torch City's mayor Xianxia, has yet to marry. There's also Tianxi, who's stunning for an era. Once he returns and sees Aunt Qing won't be able to keep her. Although the twin beauties of the realm beyond heaven are gorgeous, their status is too high. Aunt Qing's beauty is not below theirs. Alright, you should go. Kai Juanhao's face was gloomy. Kai Junyi smiled and turned to leave. End of chapter 34-32. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.